Chapter 33 Discussing the Marriage. Uncle Tang was embarrassed by his second brother's foolishness. He couldn't even speak properly, better to say nothing at all. With such great praise and honor, along with the extra work points, Uncle Tang felt a bit uncomfortable. Auntie Tang was the most jealous. Looking at her second brother standing there, timid and hunched like a frightened quail, it was truly humiliating. It's just 3 more work points, what's so impressive? My daughter is going to marry a city youth whose father is a high-ranking official, and my son is going to marry a city youth who doesn't require a dowry. Your daughter will probably go crazy for life. Big brother Tang and big sister Tang were genuinely happy for Dad Tang's family. Tang Wen thought that if second uncle earned more work points, it could make up for Tang Yuan not being able to work, making second uncle's life easier and reducing his own guilt. Sister Tang thought even more about it. If second uncle and second aunt were capable, they would surely have a good life. Getting closer to the second household would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Mother-in-law and Tang Wu seemed to be on bad terms with second uncle's family now, and wouldn't dare to try to benefit from them anymore. That means our family would be the closest to second uncle besides his daughter. Grandma Tang was even happier. Before the division of the household, the second son was seen as honest and hardworking but not particularly capable. Even when Tang Bingda wanted to promote him, the eldest son took the opportunity away. Back then, Grandma Tang had no objections. She also believed the eldest son was smarter and more suitable for a leadership role, while the second son was too honest and wouldn't command respect. At that time, both sons handed over their earnings to her for distribution, so whoever became a leader, the benefits stayed within the family. Now things were different. After the division, the second son was a separate household, keeping his earnings. The eldest son's family still appeared to be under her control, but in reality, both her son and grandson leaned towards the eldest daughter-in-law. Now she and Auntie Tang were natural opposites, and her power was being taken away, so she naturally tilted towards the second son. The second son wasn't stupid. He was diligent and capable, blessed by heaven, and stronger than his elder brother. His elder brother was dragged down by that wife of his. She secretly picked 2 eggs and slipped them into Dad Tang's pocket, patting him proudly as she did so. How could Dad Tang accept them? Grandma Tang whispered sternly, "They're raw, don't push them back and forth or they'll break. Take them home and make an egg custard. You should eat some too." Dad Tang felt warm inside. He had always said his mother treated him and his elder brother equally well, and he needed to tell his wife and daughter this. Looking at his increasingly thin mother after the division, he felt uneasy. "Mom, are you not eating enough?" Grandma Tang retorted. "What nonsense. Would your elder brother let me starve?" Dad Tang wanted to give her the eggs to eat, but Grandma Tang started giving him instructions on how to interact with the Feng family. Help old lady Feng with some chores, but don't be too naive or do too much. Share some things with the Feng family but not too much. In short, show kindness everywhere but be cautious everywhere. Aiming to live in their house rent-free. Dad Tang had already been instructed by his daughter not to talk about their relationship with the Feng family, including to Grandma Tang, to avoid causing misunderstandings or affecting their relationship with old lady Feng. Dad Tang happily went back with the eggs, eager to show them to his wife and daughter and to brag to Aunt Feng about how good his mother was. When Grandma Tang returned home, she met Auntie Tang's cold glare. Auntie Tang sneered. "Mother, you're like the song says. In Chow's camp but thinking of Han." She counted and 2 eggs were missing. Grandma Tang didn't feel guilty, spitting back, "The chickens and pigs belong to both households. Logically, we should share half with the second household. I gave them 2 eggs, what are you complaining about?" Auntie Tang wanted to say more but Grandma Tang scolded. "Don't get so uppity, you have 2 sons too and one day you'll taste what I'm tasting." With Tang Wu's selfish nature, he'd surely forget his mother once his wife incites him. Auntie Tang was so angry she couldn't speak clearly. Recently, her husband and children had been siding with her, and Tang Wu and Tang Xiang were doing well, making her feel overly confident. Now, being scolded by her mother-in-law, her happiness plummeted. She was furious. She couldn't stand seeing her do well, could she? Dad Tang returned home, eager to show off the 2 eggs, which his mother had given him, proving that his mother loved him and his family. Seeing him proudly showing off like a child, the humility in his pride was clear to old lady Feng. It was truly painful to watch. But she was wise and wouldn't dampen his spirits. She would even praise him a little. From her observations, Dad Tang was indeed a kind and honest man, despite his shortcomings which weren't really flaws. After all, filial piety is a virtue. There's no elderly person who doesn't like filial children. Moreover, she herself has 2 sons. Thinking of her elder son who has been living in the county for a long time and rarely comes back, she feels it deeply. There are many things she wants to say, but at this age she doesn't want to nag anymore. It's useless. Mother Tang herself is also a filial person. She is grateful to Grandma Tang for buying her and feeding her well, even though she has scolded her. She never deliberately beat or starved her. She is very content. Regarding these 2 eggs, she is grateful and can understand the old lady's heart. The only one who feels nothing is Tang Yuan. She is a transmigrator and senses that she has merged with the original host. Given the conflicts between her past and present self and Grandma Tang, it's impossible for her to reconcile just because of 2 eggs. In fact, she has a feeling that she will never reconcile with Grandma Tang in this life. Because she finds in old lady Feng the feeling of her grandparents from her past life. Grandma Tang is unnecessary for her. Of course, she won't pour cold water on Dad either. Dad is making progress and she can see it, so she naturally gives him encouragement and praise. Even as father and daughter, they need to follow the principles of interpersonal relationships, not squander each other's feelings, and not let each other down. She smiled and said, Fengshan and I caught a lot of fish in the mountains over the past few days. To celebrate Dad being praised and Big Black being safe, let's have braised fish for dinner tonight. Fengshan had been waiting for her to say that, and had already prepared all the seasoning she needed for stewing the fish. Tang Yuan enjoyed the feeling of cooking while the big shot helped out. It was incredibly satisfying. Old Lady Feng tended the fire while Tang Yuan did the cooking. The braised fish they made was fresh and delicious, garnished with tender green onions and wild garlic, making everyone's mouth water. When Old Lady Feng eats with her grandson, she always wants to eat less so he can eat more. Now that the 2 families are eating together, she urges Mother Tang, Dad Tang, and Tang Yuan to eat more. She can tell that Mother Tang and Dad Tang are even more reluctant to eat, always wanting their daughter to have more. Both children are filial and want their elders to eat more. To avoid pushing food around the table, Old Lady Feng took charge and called out, Tonight there are plenty of fish. Everyone gets one, and there will still be some left. She placed a fish in each person's bowl and then deliberately put on a stern face to Mother Tang and Dad Tang, saying, Everyone has their own fish, so let's eat our own. The couple felt both embarrassed and reluctant to eat, but since Old Lady Feng spoke sternly, they had to accept. Dad Tang thought about his mother's recent emaciated appearance but didn't dare suggest giving his portion to her, fearing Old Lady Feng wouldn't be pleased. Daughter had said that living in the Feng family meant respecting Old Lady Feng's habits as much as possible. Tang Yuan and Old Lady Feng never followed the rule of not talking during meals. The old lady and the young girl were particularly compatible, always having endless topics to discuss when they got together. During the meal, they talked about which parts of the fish were the best and how different types of fish should be cooked. Listening to them, Fengshan and Dad Tang and Mother Tang, who were quietly eating, found themselves salivating as they ate the fish. Fengshan silently recalled which pools in the mountains had fish, where there were salamanders and where there were turtles. Dad Tang thought about how his daughter learned so many skills from the fish immortal. She must be amazing. He was proud. Mother Tang looked at her daughter and secretly observed Fengshan. Her daughter talks a lot while Fengshan talks little. It's a good thing Old Lady Feng talks a lot. Otherwise, would her daughter find Fengshan too quiet? Being quiet isn't bad. Those couples in the village who argue are often because they talk too much and don't give each other space. Like her and her husband who don't talk much, they rarely argue. At this moment, Fengshan seemed to hear Tang Yuan mention something interesting, and looked up at her with a subtle smile and a gentle gaze. Mother Tang felt elated, seeing potential. Old Lady Feng always said that Fengshan liked Tang Yuan, but Mother Tang was a bit skeptical, not noticing any signs of affection from Fengshan. Looking at how Tang Wu fawns over Tang Shui, Fengshan certainly didn't do that. Old Lady Feng said you have to look closely. Yes, she thinks there's potential. Fengshan looks at others differently. Fengshan, perceptive, sensed Mother Tang observing him and quickly lowered his head to eat, avoiding any misunderstandings. After the meal, they worked together to handle the adobe bricks, which would be ready for the stove after a few more days of drying. Old Lady Feng, leaning on her stick, pointed at Fengshan and said, Dear grandson, now that we live together like a family, let's not speak of 2 households, right? We've been gathering and delivering herbs together, and the land in the mountains should be shared as well. Take Yuan to see it. She's quite skilled at farming and can definitely help you. She's wise beyond her years. How could she not see Tang Yuan's intentions? The girl wants to go into the mountains to clear land, but she can't find a suitable spot and hopes Fengshan will share. This silly boy still hiding things at this point, so stingy, not following my example at all. Hearing this, Fengshan was a bit shocked. Tang Yuan wants to go into the mountains with him to clear and farm the land? Is she sure? Everyone in this world thinks the mountains are remote, hard, and boring. Is she really sure she wants to go? I like going into the mountains because of my past life. Although Tang Yuan wasn't exactly at ease catching fish and gathering herbs in the mountains, it was still more interesting than farming. He thought Tang Yuan didn't work the fields because her parents didn't want her to tire herself out. He turned his head to look at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was sorting through the herbs she had gathered over the past 2 days under the lamplight. Seeing him look over, she immediately smiled with her eyes curved into crescents. Her joy was always straightforward and intense, never hidden. As if she was afraid he wouldn't see how happy she was. She nodded vigorously. I'm very willing to help. Fengshan felt her eyes were exceptionally clear, like gazing at the brightest star from the mountain peak. His ears suddenly felt warm, and he quickly lowered his head. Good, but it will be hard work for you. Surprised that the big shot agreed so calmly and casually to share the mountain wasteland with her, Tang Yuan was taken aback. The big shot is so generous. After winning over the big shot's grandmother, making further requests became effortless. Tang Yuan, stunned by the big shot's generosity, immediately moved closer and started chatting enthusiastically with him. In her previous life as a poverty alleviation officer, being silent and uncommunicative was not an option. She would have been complained about for being cold and unfriendly. She had long mastered the art of making people feel at ease. Seeing her so open, Feng Chan naturally seized the opportunity to ask questions. Thus they continued their pattern of him asking and her answering. Granny Feng watched the young couple chat, heads close together. Although the topics, composting, agroforestry, intercropping herbs and crops, even fish-rice symbiosis, were beyond her understanding, she enjoyed the beautiful scene. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, such a pleasing sight. She nudged Mother Tang with her elbow, gesturing for her to look. After watching for a while, Granny Feng asked Mother Tang to help her go inside. Once inside, Granny Feng started rummaging through boxes saying, Yuan's mother, you've seen these past few days that our Feng Chan is a decent and honest boy, diligent and capable. They often go into the mountains together, and he never bullies Yuan. So when they go to the mountains to farm and don't return right away, Yuan's father shouldn't worry. If it were any other young man and girl alone in the mountains, it would be unsafe, but with Feng Chen and Yuan, Granny Feng felt it was fine. Her grandson ran faster than a rabbit at the mention of matchmaking, and she worried he might not be interested in women. Mother Tang indeed focused on this aspect. She found that Feng Chan respected her daughter, helping her whenever he could. He never let women do heavy labor when he was home, and he never looked at her daughter with lecherous eyes or made inappropriate moves. Most importantly, they had endless conversations though, mainly led by her daughter. But Feng Chan listened attentively without showing any impatience. Yes, that's good. She was quite satisfied with this match. Seeing her approval, Granny Feng smiled. Then we'll let the kids spend more time together. Once Yuan agrees, we can set the engagement. First the engagement, then marriage after some time. This shows respect for the girl. Without an engagement directly leading to marriage is considered disrespectful. She took out the dowry she had prepared, 4 stacks of cloth, 2 stacks of locally woven cloth for quilts and 2 pieces for the new bride's clothes. 1 red, 1 green. Recently, she had her grandson bring back a roll of light blue summer fabric to make summer clothes for Tang Yuan. The dowry money was $18.80, though 28 or 38 would also be fine, as it was for Yuan to keep. This girl clearly wouldn't waste money or give it to others. Among the rural matchmaking crowd, Granny Feng was quite sincere, offering a richer dowry than most. Mother Tang didn't care much about the dowry. What mattered most to her was the man's character. No beating or mistreating his wife, and capable of supporting the family. Of course, having a grandson would be even better. Yuan was willing, but the girl would jokingly say she didn't want to marry and wanted to stay a daughter forever, taking care of her parents. Whether they would have a grandson was ultimately up to the man. That was the current custom, and Mother Tang understood. Granny Feng covered her toothless mouth and laughed. Don't worry. I think it's Yuan who calls the shots. If Yuan is willing, Feng Chan will listen. As for me, I'm fine with either. Though others might call Granny Feng harsh, she didn't mind whether it was a granddaughter or grandson. She spoiled Feng Chan because his parents were gone. Feng Chen's children, of course, would be welcome regardless of gender. At her age, she couldn't control things after death. Emperors were gone, landlords were overthrown. Lineage and ancestral graves were irrelevant. When you die, you don't know what happens afterward. The old lady was content with this. Seeing her so reasonable, Mother Tang was pleased. Over these days, she had come to understand Granny Feng's character. The old lady spoke her mind and didn't sugarcoat things. They chatted happily. Feng Laotai pushed out a stack of summer cloth and said to Mother Tang, "This fabric can make 2 sets of clothes, 1 for you and 1 for Yuan. That won't do." Mother Tang quickly refused. "I don't want it." Feng Laotai laughed. Others would be worried about getting too little as part of the betrothal gifts and would try their best to get more, but Mother Tang was so honest that she seemed afraid the gift would bite her hand. She firmly stated, "I am old and I have the final say. It will be like this." She forcibly handed the cloth to Mother Tang. That night, when they were getting ready for bed, Mother Tang told Dad Tang about the cloth. Dad Tang washed himself clean before getting into bed. Nowadays, people in the countryside didn't pay much attention to hygiene. They lacked the awareness. He used to be the same, but since Tang Yuan had come through, she had been intentionally cultivating good hygiene habits in them, and they had formed the habit. Washing up before bed was indeed comfortable. Hearing that his wife and Feng Laotai had arranged the engagement between their daughter and Feng Chan, he opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Engaged." Mother Tang whispered, "Don't spread it around. Let our daughter and Feng Chan get to know each other first. After they return from the mountains, we can set the engagement." Dad Tang usually liked Feng Chan, but when it came to his children's marriage, He felt some resistance. So soon. He had some reservations about the two of them going into the mountains. Would they be gone for several days? Mother Tang whispered. Look at how our daughter and Fengchun interact. They are very proper, so you don't need to worry. She and Feng Laotai had observed the young couple quite a bit. They were affectionate but not overly intimate, never touching each other inappropriately, yet their eyes spoke differently. Especially the way their daughter looked at Fengchun. Mother Tang felt her daughter must find him handsome. Mainly because she had tried to get information from her daughter before, asking what kind of young man she liked. Her daughter said she preferred tall, handsome, clean and strong men, not those who were gloomy and overly delicate. Wasn't that liking Fengchun and disliking Song Jiqing? Everyone could see how handsome Song Huazhang was. Even Mother Tang, an honest woman, would praise him for being beautiful. But Song Jiqing definitely wasn't as strong as Fengchun, and he wasn't as capable when it came to work. Mother Tang also liked having Fengchun as a son-in-law. Dad Tang thought for a moment and found a way to comfort himself. Our daughter has the fish immortal helping her. It's fine. Now the household was mostly run by their daughter, and if he disagreed it wouldn't matter. The next morning at breakfast, they decided that Tang Yuan and Fengchun would go to the mountains. Since they agreed to let their daughter go, Dad Tang showed great support. You don't need to worry about the private plot. We only have less than an acre, which is not enough for me to manage alone. Although he still had to help at the livestock yard, the private plot now only needed weeding and watering. After Dad Tang and Mother Tang went to work, Feng Laotai brought out new bedding for Tang Yuan to take to the mountains. Fengchun said it gets colder at night in the mountains than at home. Even in summer you need a blanket. This time she gave new bedding, and Tang Yuan didn't refuse because there was nothing else to take. Living together with the Fens had given them many advantages, but Tang Yuan wasn't worried. As long as they had land, she could create wealth and earn bedding and food for the elders. Seeing Tang Yuan accept the bedding made Feng Laotai happy. Fengchun packed some salted vegetables and pickles to bring along. Tang Yuan noticed he also brought a bundle of rope and a roll of straw mat. In the past, when Fengchun went to the mountains, Feng Laotai always worried and was reluctant to let him go. Today, sending him off with Tang Yuan, she was delighted. With Dad Tang and Mother Tang at home to keep her company and help, she could fantasize about Yuan falling for her grandson and returning engaged, making her feel joyful. Tang Yuan carried her own bundle, which contained her change of clothes, while the rest of the luggage was on Fengchun's back. After walking a distance, she turned back and could still see the waving hand beyond the western wall of the Feng family's house. That was Feng Laotai waving goodbye to them. Tang Yuan felt it was strange. They were going to clear land, not get married. She glanced at Fengchun beside her. The elder was calm, seemingly no different from his usual solitary self. He was tall and imposing, and with his emotions well contained, Tang Yuan couldn't read his expression. Would he be unhappy because Grandma Feng asked him to take her into the mountains? She cleared her throat and tentatively said, Rest assured, bringing me into the mountains will not be a loss. Fengchun replied, Yes, but the conditions in the mountains are tough, so you need to be prepared. Who isn't a farmer here? No worries. They still entered the mountains from the north, where there were fewer people. Apart from them, almost no one entered the mountains from there. Well, except for Tang Wu, the obsessive lover. It seemed he had a quarrel with Tong Shui and was pulling her aside, arguing about something. It was working hours now. You two are skipping work. Tang Yuan listened for a bit and realized that Tang Wu was indeed being difficult, questioning Tong Shui about why she was hot and cold towards him, despite the fact that they had been intimate and now she wouldn't even let him kiss or hug her anymore. Tang Yuan rolled her eyes. What bad luck. Fengchun, being tall and with keen hearing, naturally heard everything more clearly than Tang Yuan did. He remained expressionless. He hadn't told anyone, but because he usually moved alone and quietly, he often stumbled upon villagers having secret affairs. Even those who seemed least likely to be together were actually involved. Of course he wasn't surprised. It didn't concern him. He glanced at Tang Yuan, amused by her grimacing face as she complained about the bad luck. She was quite good at making faces. In early April, the sun was already quite warm in the morning, but once they entered the mountains it became chilly. Fengchun reminded her, We should try to move quickly and aim to reach the foot of Boulder Peak by nightfall, then cross over tomorrow morning. Tang Yuan thought about it. With her usual speed, she couldn't reach Boulder Peak in a day. It would probably take until the middle of the night, so she didn't dare go alone. She nodded and silently sped up. With an expert's help, entering the mountains was indeed much faster and easier. Whenever there was a difficult climb, the expert would simply lift her up, saving her a lot of effort. The expert also took shortcuts. To Tang Yuan, these weren't shortcuts but cliffs she couldn't scale and had to go around. With the expert's help, she could directly climb over them. With Fengchun's assistance, Tang Yuan reached the small valley where they would lower the baskets in half the time it usually took her. But she was a bit tired. It was quite physically demanding. Fengchun didn't just rush through the journey. He indicated for her to rest here, drink some water, and eat a bit of dry food before continuing. If he were traveling alone, Feng Chun would have pushed straight to Boulder Peak, but considering Tang Yuan, they rested 3 or 4 times along the way. By midnight, when the moon was high, they arrived at the foot of Boulder Peak. Qinglong Mountain wasn't like the dense forests of southern mountains. It had different geological zones. Fertile soil areas were covered with trees, while barren or rocky areas had little vegetation, only short shrubs growing in the cracks of rocks. This made the view relatively open. Walking on mountain paths at night was dangerous, and ordinary people wouldn't dare do so. However, Feng Chun was used to it and showed no signs of unease. Leading Tang Yuan merely slowed him down a bit, such as using a flashlight to guide her to walk on the safer side of narrow and dangerous sections, and using a rope to connect them, holding her hand to safely lead her across. Despite the sounds of wild beasts growling, night owls screeching and rustling nearby, Tang Yuan wasn't scared at all because of Feng Chun's presence. Feng Chun greatly admired this. This girl was tough, enduring a full day and night of travel without complaining or screaming at the sight of snakes or insects. Not a single sound. It was a habit from his past life to keep a distance from those who screamed at every little thing, regardless of gender. Tang Yuan was special. For example, when they encountered a snake on the road, she swiftly and accurately jabbed it with a stick, flinging it down the mountain. If they weren't in a hurry, he suspected she might have cut off its head to take back and cook. Boulder Peak stood quietly in the darkness, tall and imposing, its silhouette indistinct in the dark. Feng Chun led Tang Yuan to a familiar cave, a place he used to stay. Outside the cave was a stone fireplace he had built during his first visit. He casually lit a pile of firewood. The cave wasn't large, but it was clean with dry grass laid out inside. After days without visitors, the dry grass had become damp. Feng Chun quickly tidied up and fumigated the cave with herbs to prevent any snakes or insects. Tang Yuan plopped down on the ground, taking out some dry food to roast. After a day and night of travel, she hadn't eaten properly and was really exhausted. While roasting the flatbread, she propped her chin on her hand, observing the busy Feng Chun. Wasn't he tired? His stamina was truly unmatched. Feng Chun noticed her gaze and turned to look at her, softly saying, "Are you sleepy? Just 2 more minutes and you can lie down." Tang Yuan wanted to say she wasn't tired, but she yawned, feeling she could fall asleep right away. Since coming here, she had gotten used to sleeping around 9 o'clock. Now it was midnight, and she was indeed very sleepy. She tried to keep her eyes open and continued roasting the flatbread, but the next moment, her head tilted, and she fell asleep instantly. Hearing the commotion, Feng Chun rushed out to find her lying beside the fireplace, sleeping soundly. Feng Chun. This girl is really bold. Didn't she consider guarding herself against him at all? He laid the straw mat in the cave and unfolded Tang Yuan's bedding. Hesitating for a moment, he bent down to carry her over to the bedding, and then returned to place a few heated stones near her to ward off the chill. After settling Tang Yuan, he sat by the cave entrance to warm himself by the fire, picking up and eating the roasted pancake that had fallen from her hands. Finally, he added another log to the fire, estimating it would last until dawn, before lying down fully clothed with the hatchet close by. The forest at night was not silent. The high altitude meant that the night wind whistled through the cliff crevices, sharp and howling. Despite the gusts of wind, he could still smell Tang Yuan's unique fragrance. He wondered if his sense of smell had become overly acute, certainly much more sensitive than when he first arrived. It seemed especially heightened when he was alone with Tang Yuan, which was strange indeed. Even without a rooster crowing, Tang Yuan woke up due to her internal clock. She jumped up, feeling very hungry. Rubbing her face hastily, she went to search for some dry rations but found a lunchbox next to the makeshift stove, containing a bowl of noodles and a boiled egg. Looking around, she saw no sign of Feng Chun and became worried, calling out, "Feng Chun!" The mountains echoed back with Qian, startling Tang Yuan. Was her voice too loud? Almost simultaneously, Feng Chun's voice came from above. "Eat first, we'll cross the mountain later." His tone carried a hint of teasing, as her call sounded urgent, as if afraid he might leave her behind. Tang Yuan settled down to eat her breakfast. She didn't know where Feng Chun got the mountain spring water, but unable to find any, she couldn't wash her face or brush her teeth. She simply rinsed her mouth. A while later, Feng Chun slid down, making Tang Yuan's heart race. Their current position was already quite high, and he was sliding down from even higher up. What if he slipped and fell? Looking up at Feng Chun, she saw the towering Boulder Peak, almost vertical like a giant stone barrier. She couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. How were they supposed to climb this? From below, one could see the peak stretching into the sky, smooth cliffs forming an unscalable rock wall. Boulder Peak stood as a peak within this massive rock wall, resembling a gate embedded in the wall from afar. In modern times, this would be a paradise for rock climbers, provided they had the skills and proper safety measures. Tang Yuan looked at her slender arms and legs, feeling unsure. No wonder the expert never invited her before. The entry barrier was indeed high. Fearful? Feng Chun asked with a smile. Tang Yuan's neck was getting sore from looking up. She hesitated. I'm afraid I can't make it over. Tears welled up. This entry barrier for the pioneer is really high. I want to pioneer, but I don't want to risk my life doing it. Chapter 34 Cohabitation in the Mountains. Seeing Tang Yuan's troubled expression, Feng Chan said, "We don't need to climb to the top. There's a cave halfway that we can go through." He gestured just half the way. Only one part is smooth. The rest of the cliff is rough with crevices for climbing. Tang Yuan. It's just that you, the expert, think it's rough and has crevices for climbing. For non-professionals without safety ropes, their limbs would turn weak in 2 minutes, and they could fall in 10. Feng Chan, however, looked confident. You're not as heavy as a wild boar. I can carry you across. Tang Yuan. Is this really okay? Feng Chan had already brought out the specially made carrying basket he used for large game, signaling for Tang Yuan to sit inside. He assured her that he would secure her with ropes and wouldn't let her fall. Even bold as Tang Yuan was, she felt her legs go weak at his description and the sight of the peak. Feng Chan whispered, I carried 2 wild boars down before without any issues. He motioned for Tang Yuan to try it. Tang Yuan was shocked by the mention of 2 wild boars. Although her legs were weak, Feng Chen's confidence made her less afraid than she expected. She wondered why she wasn't feeling scared. Deciding to trust her instincts, she knew that Feng Chen wasn't the type to exaggerate. She stepped into the basket. The basket was made from sturdy ancient vines, similar to the safety seat her grandfather had welded onto the back of his bicycle when she was little, complete with a front guardrail and a surrounding rail. Well, although a bit awkward, it looks quite solid and safe. But does Feng Chan really have superhuman strength? The book didn't mention that Feng Chan had immense strength. Could it be true that father and 7th grandpa said Feng Chan knocked down a big black ox with 1 punch? As Tang Yuan was lost in thought, Feng Chan quickly secured her with ropes, tying several knots that wouldn't come loose. He then lifted her onto his back and tied more ropes around his shoulders and waist, finishing with special knots. This was his most secure and safest method. Carrying her directly might be inconvenient and dangerous if she got scared and clung to him or scratched him. This way it was very sturdy and he could run and jump without hindrance. Feng Chan tested his movements and indeed it felt easy and free. Tang Yuan. Am I a little chick? Humph, those men in my past who complained about girls being heavy were just unwilling to admit their own weakness. They probably weren't as strong as her. Sitting in the basket, Tang Yuan leaned against Feng Chen's broad back, with ropes securing her chest and thighs tightly to his body. Facing backward, her view was wide open and it felt novel. Feng Chan. I'll take you across first, then come back for the luggage. Let's go. Tang Yuan, I'm ready. Feng Chan climbed higher, and though Tang Yuan swayed in the basket, she felt secure pressed against his broad back. It felt like a frog's leap, quite thrilling. As Feng Chan climbed higher, it became less wonderful. She felt like she was sitting in midair, far above the ground, with only the vine rails to hold onto. Her view expanded, surpassing peak after peak, leaving her feeling uneasy with the emptiness below. She thought she saw Tongja village at the foot of the mountain, looking like a tiny village. Perhaps it was just her imagination. Though the mountains looked straight up and down and smooth, they actually had slopes and gaps between the rocks. Feng Chan had climbed many times and made appropriate modifications along the route, deepening handholds and footholds and adding wedges in the cracks for better grip. Even so, he needed to be very focused and wouldn't speak to her. Tang Yuan obediently played the role of a silent wild boar, not disturbing him. Initially, she marveled at the expansive view, seeing distant valleys and mountain fissures, admiring the majestic scenery. But as they climbed higher, she started to feel scared. When fear set in, she closed her eyes and mouth, silently reciting the guidelines for poverty alleviation workers. After a while, Tang Yuan felt the sun burning her face. She squinted and the sunlight was blinding. How high? Why aren't we there yet? In reality, Feng Chan climbed fast, but time seemed to stretch endlessly when one was tense and enduring. She continued to recite Tang poems, song lyrics and other texts, eventually feeling drowsy. After an unknown amount of time, she finally heard Feng Chen's steady, low voice. There's a cave up ahead. The wind is strong, don't be afraid. His voice was steady and powerful, giving a sense of reassurance. Tang Yuan squeezed her eyes shut. Don't worry, I'm not scared at all. Feng Chan. Though her voice is a bit tense, she's really brave. Soon Tang Yuan heard the whistling wind. Feng Chen's climbing progress paused for a moment, his back as stiff as a board, making her back ache slightly. After a brief pause, he leaped upward, and then Tang Yuan felt a gust of wind hit her, instantly turning her hair into a mess. After enduring the most challenging 2 minutes, Feng Chen's voice sounded relieved. We're safe now. He then untied the rope and lowered Tang Yuan down. This was a cave halfway up the mountain, tall enough to accommodate a few people walking side by side. Feng Chan led her to a sheltered corner of the cave, out of the wind. It's pretty safe here. Sit down and have something to eat while I go get our luggage. Tang Yuan nodded. She didn't remind him to be careful. He had made this trip many times and would naturally take precautions. Reminding him might imply that it wasn't safe. That peak was so high it was naturally dangerous. But she trusted him completely. After waiting for a while, she finally saw Fengchan striding carrying their luggage. She waved at him happily. Perhaps because he had carried her up the peak, they had shared a life or death experience, making her feel much closer to Fengchan with a deep sense of trust in him. He was a very reliable person. Seeing her messy hair and dirty face, but with eyes shining like stars and a radiant smile, Fengchan couldn't help but curve his lips. Let's go. Tang Yuan. Aren't you going to rest a bit? Fengchan. Rest when we get down the mountain. Tang Yuan envied him immensely. Did he have the strength of 9 bulls? The mountain path was winding and dark inside, but fortunately, they had brought flashlights. To Tang Yuan's surprise, although the cave floor was uneven, there were no significant drops or rises, almost as if it had been artificially carved. Could this be the work of nature? She whispered to Fengchan. How did you discover this cave? Fengchan. Some birds flew out from here. Tang Yuan asked curiously. Are there any inscriptions or carvings inside? If it was an artificially carved cave, the craftsman would have left some records. Fengchan, I haven't seen any yet, but I did find a myth in the county annals. The mountain path was long and winding, and as they walked side by side, Fengchan told her the myth he had read. The story was simple and dry, though Tang Yuan suspected that Fengchan had stripped it down. Fortunately, his voice was magnetic and pleasant, making listening to the story enjoyable despite its dry content. It was about a young man named Shan Liang who entered the mountains 1,000 years ago with food to hunt. He first encountered an old man on the brink of starvation and shared his food. Later, he caught a fawn that spoke human language and begged for mercy. After treating its wounds, he let it go. Then he heard a fox speaking, pleading for him to kill a cruel monster to save the creatures in the mountain. Sympathizing with the animals, he bravely fought the monster. After defeating the monster, it pleaded not to be killed, revealing that it was originally a celestial fairy banished by the Jade Emperor and transformed into a monster. Now that he had broken its spell, it offered to marry him. Shan Liang happily took his wife home. Later, during a time of great turmoil and famine, Shan Liang and his wife led their clan into the mountains to escape the disaster. To evade pursuing rebels, his wife threw her hairpin behind her, creating a bottomless chasm. To provide a safe home for the clan, she spat out her teeth, forming rock walls. The small animals in the mountains also came out to help Shan Liang plow fields and carry heavy loads. The place they had climbed up was the Stone Gate. This mountain path was the only route connecting the valley to the outside world, while the other sides of the valley were either rock walls or deep ravines, perfect for the clan to live in seclusion. After hearing the story, Tang Yuan gently tapped her teeth and asked, the fairy's teeth must be magical tools, right? She didn't actually spit them out, did she? If they didn't grow back, the author must have had a grudge against the fairy, right? Fengchan. He cleared his throat. It doesn't seem to say. As they spoke, they reached the end of the mountain path, where sunlight filtered through, and the wind blew their clothes. Tang Yuan was speechless with awe. Wow, it's so beautiful. Apart from reciting lines from the Peach Blossom Spring or other poems, her own thoughts were simply how stunning, grand, and beautiful it was. Before her lay another world. The ground here was noticeably higher than where they had come from. Below was a sizable valley with a clear pond, a babbling stream and flat areas of various sizes. In the distance were small peaks, and beyond them stood a taller mountain, its peak shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Tang Yuan. That mountain looks so mysterious. Fengchan glanced over. That area belongs to the neighboring county, about 2 days' journey from here. I heard there are several villages on that mountain. Tang Yuan was captivated, not too surprised. In her previous life, some villages were situated on mountaintops, with most villagers never leaving the mountains. One of her senior brothers had been sent to those villages for poverty alleviation, and hadn't returned in over a decade. It was said he had settled down there. Due to the high altitude, Tang Yuan felt several degrees colder, indicating that the seasons in the mountains were delayed. This meant planting and harvesting would have to be postponed accordingly. As the saying goes, when April's flowers have all faded away, peaches in the mountain temple start to bloom. Fengchan led her down the mountain. Seeing the fields in the valley from afar, Tang Yuan became instantly excited. Wow, the master's land. Finally, she could share it. She wanted to thoroughly explore the master's farmland and learn from him. Master, please don't hold back your teachings. As they walked, Tang Yuan noticed something amiss. Why were some of the newly cultivated plots abandoned? Some fields looked like grass seen from afar but disappeared up close. What was going on? After walking for a while, Fengchan stopped, his heart a bit excited, but his voice remained calm. Look, these are the fields I've cultivated. Although it had only been a short time, he had great strength and worked efficiently, clearing several plots and planting crops. He had traded 2 wild boars for these seeds. Tang Yuan stared in disbelief. The master's land. It has serious issues. Aren't you supposed to be the agricultural master in the book? Didn't you sell your produce worldwide? Why is your land so barren? Does the master not know how to cultivate the soil? Did he plant crops directly in newly cleared land without preparing it properly? Look at those uneven, rough plots. She really wanted to work on them herself. Look at those poor little seedlings. Yellow, thin, weak, and malnourished. They lacked everything: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, you name it. She really wanted to help. Tang Yuan's innate desire to alleviate poverty kicked in. She had to help. Seeing Tang Yuan's expression shift from shock to speechlessness, Feng Chen's initial pride turned into embarrassment. While he had cleared the land quickly and extensively, his seedlings were indeed disappointing. His handsome face slowly reddened, his ears burning hot, but his voice remained composed. I'm not very good at farming. Please give me lots of guidance in the future. Tang Yuan's smile grew wider. Ha ha ha, the master can't farm. The agricultural master can't farm. Ha ha, let her laugh for an hour first. Tang Yuan's shoulders shook as she tried hard to stifle her laughter. But seeing Feng Chen's red face, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, completely losing her composure. Feng Chen. How did the old lady think she liked him with such blind eyes? Tang Yuan's belly hurt from laughing. Finally, she rubbed her face vigorously, trying to cover her tracks. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you, ha ha ha. It's just so funny. You clear land so fast, ha ha. Feng Chen gazed at her glowing face in the sunlight and gently reminded her. Your face is covered in dirt. Want to go wash up? Saying this, he actually pulled out a small mirror from his pocket and held it up to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan took a look and exclaimed, ah. She immediately turned and ran to a nearby pond, throwing down her bag and splashing water on her face. She also took off her straw shoes to wash her hands and feet. Oh my, she was so dirty. Her hair looked like a chicken coop. Feng Chen silently smiled at her retreating figure, then turned to carry their luggage toward a wooden shelter nearby. Though he had been in the mountains for 2 months, he had only built a simple wooden shelter to focus on clearing land rather than constructing a proper wooden house. The shelter was too small for both of them. He could manage alone, but it wouldn't suffice with Tang Yuan around. Looking up at the sky, which had passed noon, he knew building a wooden house now was impossible. However, he could quickly construct a simple shelter in the trees nearby using ready-made wood. It didn't need to be beautiful, just sturdy and safe. With the heat, warmth wasn't necessary, and it would be quick to build. He grabbed 2 corn cakes, ate them while sorting through the collected dry wood and vines from clearing the land. After washing her face, Tang Yuan took a brief stroll around. It seemed the master really couldn't farm. Initially, he had cleared 2 plots at the foot of Boulder Peak. Those plots likely received no sunlight throughout the day, making it impossible to grow conventional crops. Fortunately, he seemed to have realized this issue and abandoned them, allowing some grass to grow naturally. The land here is barren, and even the wild grass looks thin. The big shot had cleared a few plots of land around the pond, watered them, and broken up the clumps of soil. The nutrients from the pond water also seeped into the soil, so the soil quality was passable. The young crops growing there were barely acceptable, but only just as they were either lacking in potassium or nitrogen. Apart from these 3 decent plots, the others, although plowed, still had large clumps of soil, making it difficult for the seedlings to grow. Naturally, the crops couldn't compete with the wild grass. The other 5 plots were practically unusable. After a quick patrol, Tang Yuan headed towards the wooden shelter. She was hungry and needed to eat. Feng Chen wasn't at the shelter, so Tang Yuan tilted her head and listened. Hearing some noise from the trees behind, she went over to check. Feng Chen had mentioned building her a treehouse there. And while she really wanted one, she didn't want to live in it every day. What if there were snakes or bugs? What if lightning struck? What if she fell out? In short, it wasn't safe. As she munched on some dry food, she looked up and said, Feng Chen, I want to live in the same house as you. Living with the big shot was safer. Besides, he wasn't interested in women. Feng Chen was in the process of placing branches against the tree trunk and securing them with vines when he paused upon hearing this. He felt a bit helpless. This girl truly treated him like an old friend, not considering him a man at all. Since Tang Yuan refused to live in the treehouse, Feng Chen tied the branches together and came down. It could be used for naps during the day. After climbing down, he told Tang Yuan, the wooden shelter isn't big enough. We need to build another wooden house. Tang Yuan gestured. This shelter is built too low. We should move it to higher ground to avoid flooding during the rainy season. She turned and pointed to a small hill to the east. There. Then she glanced towards Boulder Peak to the south and said, let's forget about building a wooden house. Cutting down trees is troublesome, and how will you make it waterproof? It's not raining now, but what about when it pours? Ever since Feng Chen carried her safely up Boulder Peak and she saw that he wasn't good at farming, her perfect image of him in the book shattered. Her respect for him changed, and now she felt closer to him, more like family, naturally giving him instructions. No pressure at all. Feng Chen looked around and agreed with her. Grandma also said the girl was good at farming and told him to listen to her, reminding him to follow her advice if they disagreed. The old lady put it this way, that young girl came to help you. You should treat her well. If you act like a macho man, wouldn't that be bullying her? He nodded. All right, but this shelter can't accommodate both of us if we don't build a wooden house. Tang Yuan smiled and pointed to Boulder Peak. There must be caves there. Let's find one, clean it up and make a bed using sun-dried bricks. That would work, right? Fengchun agreed. Before, he could manage alone, but now that he was living with her, he naturally followed her requirements. Making sun-dried bricks wasn't easy. They needed suitable clay, not clumps of soil. This didn't faze Tang Yuan. She quickly found the right kind of clay and marked it for Fengchun to dig later. They couldn't go further south where there was no sunlight. Fengchun indeed found a suitable cave, one large and one small. The larger one allowed people to stand upright, while the smaller one required bending to enter and exit. Just as he was about to say he'd take the smaller one and let Tang Yuan have the larger one, he saw her clap her hands in satisfaction. We'll live in the larger one, and use the smaller one as storage. Fengchun felt a bit helpless. Are you sure you want to live with me? I'm a man. Tang Yuan laughed. Of course I know you're not a woman. The big shot was funny. Not being good at farming was one thing, but did he doubt his own gender? Fengchun silently began clearing the cave. The cave was slightly elevated and had a natural stone overhang, so it hadn't been flooded by rain. However, it was damp during the rainy season, and there was dry moss deep inside. Fengchun gathered firewood and used smoke to disinfect the deeper parts of the cave. Smoke and fire were excellent for sterilization. Smoke billowed and the two went to dig up the clay. Following Tang Yuan's suggestion, they would use suitable stones to build the frame of the heated bed, and the top layer would be made of sun-dried bricks. Stones conducted heat easily and couldn't be used as a surface layer, as they would get too hot. By mixing stones with the bricks, they wouldn't need to make as many sun-dried bricks. Originally, Fengchun had thought about building 2 small earthen beds or just one for her while he slept on the ground, but Tang Yuan was already talking about her design. It should be 2 meters by 2 meters. Since he was tall, this way he could sleep both horizontally and vertically. She mentioned something about the Earth's rotation, revolution, magnetic fields, South Pole and North Pole, insisting that they couldn't always sleep facing one direction. Fengchun suddenly felt playful and asked while digging up clay, "Did the fish immortal tell you all of this?" He watched as the little girl seemed taken aback, then guiltily turned her head to look at him before asserting, "Of course." Fengchun curved his lips into a smile. Talking about madness and the fish immortal, he guessed she must have had some extraordinary encounter, much like himself. Of course he didn't want to ask or investigate. If he could come to the New World, others could too. He found the New World not only rich in resources but also very interesting. Before he thought living alone was best, without anyone disturbing him. Now he actually felt it was nice having her around. Tang Yuan tilted her head to look at him. "What? You don't believe me?" Fengchun replied solemnly. "I do, I believe you completely." Tang Yuan. The big shot is being sarcastic. Since there were no ready-made molds for the adobe bricks, Fengchun temporarily made one with thick wooden sticks. Although it wasn't ideal, it worked well enough given his strength. While he molded the adobe bricks, Tang Yuan went to the wooden shelter to use his makeshift stove to boil water and gather some wild vegetables from the riverbank. The seasons in the mountains were late, so the wild vegetables here were tenderer than those outside. She picked ferns with curled tips, shepherd's purse and wild onions, then brought them back to blanch in boiling water and mix with farm sauce. In the wooden shelter, Fengchun had prepared jars of salt, sauce and a small jar of fat, possibly wild boar fat. Each jar was tightly sealed and stored in hanging baskets from the ceiling. Their staple food remained the mixed grain cakes they had brought. This time Fengchun also carried new grains: cornmeal, soybean flour, millet, sorghum and various beans. Estimating their appetites, she felt these supplies would last less than 10 days. However, Fengchun could hunt, so they might get some wild chickens and rabbits to supplement their food. By the time Tang Yuan finished cooking, it was already dark. She lit several pine branches and stuck them in the ground for light. The pine wood, rich in resin, burned easily, lasted long, and emitted a pleasant pine scent. After washing his hands and feet, Fengchun came over to eat. Seeing the large bowl of blanched vegetables, he was pleasantly surprised, never expecting to have vegetables while clearing land. Recalling his solitary life, it mostly consisted of mixed grain porridge, steamed buns, and occasionally stewed wild chicken or rabbit meat, which didn't taste great due to poor preparation. Eating the meal Tang Yuan cooked, he suddenly realized how mediocre his previous life had been, almost like a savage's existence. He couldn't help but glance at her, meeting her bright eyes and radiant smile. Tang Yuan smiled and asked, "Is it good?" Fengchun gave an affirmative answer. "Very good." Tang Yuan proudly said, "Bringing me along wasn't a loss, right?" Fengchun. It was a great deal. The wind in the mountains was strong, but this valley was sheltered by a barrier to the south and peaks to the north, with scattered smaller hills around, making the wind gentle. The rustling wind and curious little squirrels peeking at them added to the ambience. Despite being a man and a woman alone in the valley, they felt no awkwardness, moving in perfect harmony. They still followed the pattern of him asking questions and her answering, her speaking and him listening. Fengchen suddenly felt like he had discovered a new world, realizing not only did she have a pleasant scent, but her voice was also clear and melodious, and her laughter was charming and sweet. Strangely, why hadn't he noticed her beauty before? Was there something wrong with his eyes? It wasn't surprising that the big shot was puzzled. After all, in his past life, he lived alone, reaching the pinnacle of combat skills, spending most of his time fighting or recuperating, with no concept of love or marriage. He had yet to understand the ways of romantic relationships. Realizing her beauty, he couldn't help but steal glances at her, finding her beautiful from every angle, especially her bright star-like eyes. He couldn't get enough of looking at her but felt a bit embarrassed staring. He looked secretly, while Tang Yuan openly admired his handsome face. Oh, the big shot's face was truly handsome, with sharp features that grew more appealing the more she looked. His body his physique was even better, with smooth, beautiful muscle lines formed naturally through daily labor, each muscle hiding explosive strength. She had taken the opportunity to pinch him while he worked, and when he exerted himself, his muscles were rock hard and impossible to squeeze. She was going to faint. Time to sleep. In the evening, she slept on a simple wooden bed in the wooden shed. Fengchen had checked beforehand to ensure there were no bugs, and had also fumigated it with herbs before letting her sleep there. Tang Yuan dominated his sleeping spot, lying down and falling asleep immediately, her sleep quality surprisingly good. Fengchen stood quietly at the door for a while, feeling strange. His heart would race and his ears would turn hot. Could he have developed heart disease? Speaking of which, not only had his five senses become more acute recently, but his body was also experiencing unusual changes. Could it be that the original body couldn't handle his spirit, leading to illness? He sat in meditation under the moonlight, practicing the mental cultivation techniques from his past life, and only felt relieved when he found his body to be fine. He brought over a pile of dried vines and grass and made a makeshift bed next to the wooden shed, then spread out the bedding and lay down. Before falling asleep, he reviewed the fish traps and snares for wild chickens and rabbits he had set earlier. He planned to check them early the next morning and bring back some meat for Tang Yuan to eat. Although she was sleeping in an unfamiliar valley shed, Tang Yuan slept soundly and sweetly. After transmigrating, her mindset was particularly good, truly going with the flow. Especially with the presence of the powerful figure nearby, she felt incredibly secure. The sky in the mountains brightened later than usual, and when Tang Yuan woke up, Fengchen was nowhere to be found. The April morning in the mountains was chilly, so Tang Yuan hugged herself and ran out to look for him. She looked around. No one at the place where they dried the adobe bricks, no one by the river, no one in the fields. She immediately gathered her breath and called out, "Fengchen." The echo reverberated endlessly. Soon Fengchen's response came from afar, and after a while he appeared, rolling up his pants and carrying a wooden bucket and a wild chicken down from the north side of the high ground. The dawn light enveloped his tall and straight figure, with the morning mist swirling behind him, giving him an extraordinary aura. Tang Yuan wondered if her eyes were deceiving her. Why did she feel like the powerful figure was not an ordinary person? Fengchen soon arrived, showing her the 3 large fish in the bucket. They broke the fish trap, so only 3 remained. The wild chickens and rabbits have gotten smarter. I only caught one foolish one. The foolish wild chicken pecked him immediately. Tang Yuan laughed and leaned in to take a look. Is it a rooster or a hen? If it's a rooster, we can eat it. If it's a hen, we can keep it for eggs. Fengchen lowered his head and examined it. The wild chicken had vibrant feathers. It's a rooster. Tang Yuan smiled even brighter. We're in for a treat. Wild chicken ga. Fengchen went to the river to kill the chicken, while Tang Yuan heated water to make breakfast. They drank mountain spring water, which was clear and sweet. The pot was a medium-sized iron pot with 2 handles that Fengchen had carried up earlier. For breakfast, they made do with what they had. After breakfast, they started stewing the wild chicken and temporarily kept the fish in a small pond Fengchen had dug separately. They continued their work on drying the adobe bricks. After finishing the adobe bricks and placing them in the sun, Tang Yuan went back to check on the stewing wild chicken. This seemed to be an old wild chicken with tough meat, taking a while to soften. She scooped a large bowl of chicken soup, added a bit of salt and wild green onions, and brought it over to share with Fengchen. No need to use another bowl, and besides, the heavy ceramic bowl was too cumbersome for her to carry too. Sharing one bowl worked just fine. With such a big bowl, you drink from one side and I drink from the other, no problem. Tang Yuan enjoyed the soup heartily, slurping away, while Fengchen's ears turned red. Tang Yuan glanced at him curiously. Why are your ears always red? Fengchen's ear tips were already burning, and now his whole ear and earlobe felt warm. He lowered his head. The soup is a bit hot. Tang Yuan. I specifically poured it several times in a porcelain basin to cool it down. After drinking the soup, they continued working on cleaning up the cave. The deeper parts of the cave were heavily fumigated due to potential dirt, while the middle and outer sections were only fumigated without burning, leaving them clean without black soot and requiring only sweeping. Feng-chun, it hasn't rained recently and the weather isn't cold. Let's sleep in the shed for now and fumigate this place with mugwort for a few more days. Tang Yuan, sleeping outside on the ground will expose you to dew, which is too cold. Feng-chun, it's fine, I'm not afraid. Due to his spiritual power from his past life, his physical constitution was exceptionally strong since transmigrating, with great strength, quick recovery, and resistance to illness. Estimating that the wild chicken was done cooking, Tang Yuan called Feng-chun to eat. Anyone who doesn't eat enthusiastically has a problem with their thinking. She ran ahead quickly. The wild chicken was cooked until tender, and the chicken claws could be easily pulled out with lips and tongue, full of collagen, delicious and chewy, leaving a lingering taste. Tang Yuan ate with her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Delicious. Initially, Feng-chun wanted to leave the chicken legs and meat for her and eat the head and claws himself, but when he saw Tang Yuan enjoying the chicken claws, he left another one for her. He noticed she didn't like chicken breast, so he ate it himself. His teeth were strong, and having experienced hunger in his past life, plus the fact that even the chicken breast was deliciously prepared by Tang Yuan, he enjoyed it thoroughly, not at all picky. Tang Yuan gave him a chicken leg. One for each. Feng-chun put it back on her plate. Keep it for dinner tonight. Tang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, the big shot is so generous. Anyone who says the big shot is stingy, Tang Yuan will be the first to rush to your defense. In her past life, although she didn't have parents, her grandparents treated her well, so she always got to eat the chicken legs when she was young. Unlike some of her female classmates who reportedly never got to eat chicken legs at home because they had to give them to their brothers. Because she wasn't lacking in love, she wouldn't feel embarrassed or unworthy when receiving a little extra care. She felt she deserved it. She felt she deserved it completely. Naturally, she was aware that the influential figure was showing magnanimity by deliberately bestowing upon her the chicken leg, and she was grateful for the gesture. Just wait, she would turn this valley into a beautiful new farm, becoming the starting base for her and the Big Shot's agricultural empire. The valley belongs to the state, no problem, they can lease it later. Chapter 35 Hunting Together. In the afternoon they kneaded the adobe bricks they needed and laid them out in rows under the sun. They would first dry for 2 days to set their shape, then be flipped over to continue drying. It would take several days of continuous drying before they were thoroughly dry. The next day, Tang Yuan started taking the fake agricultural expert on a tour to provide assistance to the existing farmland. Her idea was that one should not be greedy with planting. It's better to cultivate one plot at a time and harvest it. If one only focuses on clearing land without ensuring a good harvest, wouldn't that be a waste of seeds? In the original text, the expert's efforts in clearing land in the mountains would likely result in a year of learning and experience, which made her feel sorry for the seeds and the effort spent. Without paper and pen, she used a burnt stick to draw on a stone slab, marking out the plots that Feng-chun had already cleared and planted. Plot 1 was by the pond. Since it had been flooded, the microorganisms in the water provided nutrients, so phosphorus wasn't lacking. Feng-chun had planted soybeans which could replenish nitrogen in the soil, but potassium was still needed. Tang Yuan marked it down. We can sprinkle the ash we've burned these past 2 days. To conserve the ash, it shouldn't be sprinkled randomly. Instead, ridges should be plowed around the young plants, and the ash should be placed there. It would be best to water the plants afterward, which would help the young plants absorb the nutrients faster and soften the clumps of soil, breaking them into finer particles. Plot 2 was also by the pond but slightly higher in elevation, making its soil less nutritious. However, the soil quality was decent without large clumps, so it could be improved by bringing in humus. Plot 3 had different conditions. It might have been a waterlogged area before, now dried up into a wetland with sticky soil, unsuitable for crops like corn or soybeans but ideal for rice. Feng-chun had followed Tang Yuan's advice and planted soybeans and peanuts for the first season, along with a few rows of sweet potatoes and red sorghum, but no corn or millet. The soybean seedlings in Plot 3 visibly had no future. Even digging drainage ditches wouldn't help as the roots would rot. The hope was that they could grow a bit more to serve as green manure. Tang Yuan looked up at Feng-chun. Can you get some rice seeds? She saw him turn his head, looking in the direction of Plot 3. His usually expressionless face showed a hint of sorrow. Was she seeing things? Was the expert so sentimental? Rather than sorrow, it seemed more like a moment of silence. He was mourning his first attempt at clearing land. Tang Yuan thought about Feng-chun's astonishing appetite and his solo efforts in clearing land in the mountains. According to the original text, he must have lost an entire season, maybe even 2 seasons of crops. He must be very heartbroken, possibly even skipping meals. TSK, too pitiful. She consoled him. This is a necessary step in clearing land. Feng-chun turned to look at her, puzzled. Tang Yuan explained. Turning barren land into fertile fields isn't easy. It takes at least 3 years of accumulation, and the first year is mostly about growing green manure. Clearing land in the mountains without chemical fertilizers was similar to ancient times. The first step after clearing land isn't planting but accumulating green manure. It's best to plant a crop of vetch or beans, which can be plowed back into the soil as fertilizer in summer, making the autumn planting much better. Plots 1, 2, and 3 don't need such trouble. Other barren lands do. With Tang Yuan's comfort, Fengshan felt a little better and less heartbroken about losing the soybean seeds. He also realized that clearing land wasn't as easy as he thought. Initially, he assumed that clearing the land, turning it over, and planting seeds would lead to a harvest. Tang Yuan boosted his spirits, praising him. "You're clearing land so quickly." Fengshan. "All right," comforted again. He thought for a moment and said to Tang Yuan, "Write down what we need and let's try to get everything next time we go out." Tang Yuan. "If we can't get rice seeds, we can plant water spinach, celery, and leafy greens there." Of course, rice would be best since they needed food staples. Now, even if they went to the city with something to trade, they couldn't get much grain since everyone was rationed. Unless they knew someone from the grain bureau. Fengshan carefully asked about the type of rice. Honestly, neither the original character nor he recognized wild rice. Eating rice didn't mean knowing what it looked like in the field. Tang Yuan gave him a brief history and explanation of rice cultivation. Actually, rice isn't limited to certain areas. The most important condition for growing rice is water, not temperature. With sufficient water, rice could be grown in the northern wilderness. The difference was that the north had one season of rice, while the south could have 2 or even 3. Fengshan noted this. Over the next few days they collected humus, and Fengshan gathered riverbed silt. Unfortunately, the mountain rivers were mostly snowmelt and rainwater, and the riverbeds were full of stones, not silt. Without silt, they decided to create their own compost pits. They dug pits, mixed leaves and grass with soil, and filled them with water to compost. After 5 busy days, they dug 3 compost pits and marked them with branches to avoid accidents. By then, the adobe bricks were almost dry, and they spent another day preparing the needed stones. Unfortunately, the nearby area had either large boulders or small pebbles, and they couldn't find suitable stones. Fengshan considered it and discussed with Tang Yuan. "I remember a cliff to the north where there are flat stone slabs washed down. We can chip some off and bring them back, and check the fish traps and snares along the way." The wild chicken and fish they had caught earlier were all gone, and their rations were limited. It would be best to catch some more game to replenish their supplies. Tang Yuan naturally agreed. If there was shale, there was no need to look for any other stones. Just bring it back directly. Without a cart, they could only drag a makeshift sled. In the evening, they made a thick porridge of coarse grains. The next morning, when the sky was still dim, the two of them got up. They didn't need to cook breakfast. They simply drank the leftover porridge from the night before and set off with their baskets and tools. Fengshan also brought along the iron pot, the kitchen knife, and their rations. Traveling in the mountains was not easy, so wherever they spent the night, they would cook there. Tang Yuan found this experience novel, much like camping in her previous life. With Fengshan by her side, she wasn't afraid at all. Especially after he carried her up the steep boulder peak, she began to see him as a source of security. After walking for half a day, they caught several fish in a deep pool. There was a dried-up waterfall on this small mountain peak. During the flood season, there would likely be beautiful cascading waterfalls to admire. Neither the traps for wild chickens nor rabbits yielded any results. In this season, they weren't short of food and rarely fell into human traps. At noon, they cooked by a stream, cleaning the fish and stewing them all in one pot. Eating more fish provided nutrition and saved on rations. This was a path that Fengshan often took, and it was usually safe. Fengshan asked Tang Yuan to cook here while he went into the woods to try catching a wild chicken for dinner. After Fengshan left, Tang Yuan added more firewood to the simple stove, and then went to find some wild vegetables to eat. Eating only meat felt incomplete to her. She preferred to have some vegetables. Although wild vegetables often had a bitter taste, they were better than nothing. There had been no rain recently, so there were no mushrooms to pick, leaving only wild vegetables. She saw a patch of tender wormwood and dandelions and squatted down to dig them up. While digging, she suddenly heard grunting sounds nearby, and the thudding of something heavy hitting tree trunks. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned to look, only to see a wild boar behaving erratically, charging around wildly. It was heading straight toward her. Was it crazy? She abandoned her basket, grabbed the shovel and turned to run back, shouting, "Fengshan, wild boar!" Damn it, what kind of luck was this? Even the master had said this stream was a path he often took, and there were no fierce beasts. The male wild boar was unlucky too. It had been injured in the eye during a fight with another boar and in its panic, had stumbled into an area where wild boars never ventured. Its impaired vision caused it to charge recklessly through the woods, repeatedly falling into low areas until it burst out of the forest edge. It charged toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan ran as fast as she ever had. She screamed in her mind, panting heavily as she ran, hoping to go even faster. Unaware that the wild boar's eyesight was impaired, she naturally ran to seek help from Fengshan. Hearing the commotion, Fengshan immediately came to her aid. He saw Tang Yuan running so fast that her straw shoes flew off, and the string binding her hair had come loose, causing her hair to stand on end. Seeing Feng Chun approach, she shouted, "Quick, climb a tree." There was a sturdy tree nearby, which the wild boar couldn't possibly knock over. She changed direction abruptly, running toward the tree and climbing up the trunk swiftly. She couldn't hold Feng Chun back. Climbing about a meter up, she looked down but didn't hear Feng Chun approaching. Instead she saw Feng Chun running toward the charging wild boar. Oh my god. Tang Yuan's eyes widened. Feng Chun watched the wild boar charging toward him. Its injured eye made it unsteady and posed little threat to him. If it had been a healthy boar, he would have needed to use some tactics, but this one. As the wild boar charged, he quickly sidestepped and in a flash smashed a stone hard against its neck. With a loud bang, the stone struck the boar's neck and it collapsed. The boar's body was covered in layers of mud from rolling in the mud, acting as a protective shield, but its cervical vertebrae were vulnerable to a heavy blow. To avoid damaging the blade, Feng Chun didn't use his knife. To prevent numbing his hand, he didn't use his fist but instead used a sharp stone as a weapon. He pulled out a bone knife from his thigh sheath, stabbed it behind the boar's ear, and dragged it to the roadside to bleed it out. Not having any tools to collect the pig's blood, it could only go to waste. Initially, he didn't know that the pig needed to be bled after slaughter. Otherwise, the blood would clot inside the organs and meat, affecting both the quality and the price. It was a buyer who informed him of this. He took out a shovel and dug a pit in the ground, planning to bury the pig's blood there to avoid attracting other fierce beasts with the scent of blood. After finishing, he turned and waved toward Tang Yuan's direction. It's done. He clearly saw the little girl climb up a tree, and now she was sitting on a branch more than 2 meters off the ground. Tang Yuan was in awe, truly deserving of being called a master. Not just an agricultural one but also a master of providing security. She quickly slid down the tree and took a few steps before feeling pain in her soles, inner thighs and belly. She guessed it was from running too fast and rubbing against the rough bark while climbing the tree. She limped toward Feng Chun. He frowned slightly. "Did you twist your ankle?" Tang Yuan replied embarrassedly. "No, it's just rubbed raw." Feng Chun gestured for her to sit down, then got up and searched around, eventually picking up her straw sandals. The shoelaces had long since broken. He took 2 thin hemp ropes from his waist and used the basket weaving technique he learned from Tang Yuan to repair the sandals, then handed them back to her. Tang Yuan took the sandals and looked at them. Truly, a master is a master, with strong learning abilities and the skill to apply knowledge in new ways. With his weaving, the originally ugly sandals now looked much neater. "Thank you," she said as she tried to put them on. Feng Chun stopped her with a gesture. "Wait." He knelt down on one knee in front of her, signaling her to lift her foot for inspection. Tang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Although the master wasn't interested in women, he was still a man, and it was awkward to have him look at her feet. "Feng Chun, I apologize." He gently grasped her slender ankle and lifted it to examine, confirming that her sole was indeed rubbed raw. Tang Yuan tried to sound nonchalant. "It's fine. I climb mountains all the time so my feet have calluses and don't hurt that much." Feng Chun, "Wait here, I'll get some herbs." He searched nearby and found a few plants of Prunella vulgaris, not cutting them but instead rubbing their leaves between his palms to extract green juice. He applied the juice to Tang Yuan's soles, treating both feet. In recent days he had learned a lot from working together with Tang Yuan. She was generous and willing to share her knowledge, teaching him about many common medicinal herbs. The most common were herbs for stopping bleeding, reducing swelling, and dispersing blood stasis. Herbs like Prunella vulgaris, Equisetum hyemale, Isatis leaf, Plantago asiatica, Typha, Cymbopogon and ginger. Everything she taught him he remembered well. Whenever he saw a plant she had taught him about, its name and uses would silently flash through his mind. The herbal juice stung when applied to the wound. Actually, Tang Yuan felt that her feet weren't too badly worn, and there was no need to apply the herbal juice because the stinging pain was worse than not using it at all, making it somewhat counterproductive. She pointed at the massive wild boar lying on the ground. "How will you handle this? Are you going to carry it down the mountain to sell?" With the weather warming up, such a large boar couldn't be consumed entirely by their household before it spoiled. It would be better to take it to the city to exchange for supplies. If they could get some seeds and fertilizer, that would be ideal. Feng Chun shook his head. If he lived alone in the mountains, he would definitely carry it down to exchange for supplies without hesitation. Now that Tang Yuan was here to ensure she ate well, he preferred to process it for meat. "Let's kill it for meat." "Tang Yuan, eat the meat ourselves? It's so big. We should make smoked meat." "Smoked meat is great. There are plenty of pine and cypress trees in the mountains. We can use some pine and cypress branches to smoke it for a couple of days, ensuring we have meat for several months." Mac. She couldn't help it. Her mouth watered so much that she almost drooled. Feng Chun's lips curved into a warm and handsome smile. Tang Yuan stared for a moment, thinking how incredibly handsome he was. Feng Chun whispered, "Why don't we go back today and process the pork? You can rest your injury, and we'll go dig stones in a couple of days. He originally wanted to say he would go move the stones himself while Tang Yuan stayed at the base, but considering the possibility of a blind beast suddenly charging out, he didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone. It was safer to keep her with him. Tang Yuan nodded. Okay. Meet first. Haha. Feng Chen initially planned to carry Tang Yuan back first and then return for the wild boar, but Tang Yuan said she could walk herself. Once, I sprained my ankle but still carried my backpack and walked dozens of miles in the mountains. This was from her past experience of going to the countryside for poverty alleviation, where she had to get her bones set at a small clinic by a traditional doctor, causing her excruciating pain. A hint of confusion flashed in Feng Chen's eyes. Mother Tang and Dad Tang would let her carry her own luggage pack. Oh, he realized this must be another one of her experiences similar to his own. He suddenly became curious about what kind of mysterious experiences she had hidden away. They were certainly not as unlucky and dull as his, where his world was filled with nothing but killing and scheming. On their way back, Tang Yuan leaned on a stick, while Feng Chen carried the wild boar and their luggage. Even with the weight of a 200-pound wild boar, he walked steadily without showing any strain. Tang Yuan watched enviously and couldn't help but wonder. What does the big shot eat to have such immense strength? Usually, someone with extraordinary strength needs an extraordinary height and weight, but the big shot is around 185 centimeters tall, and his muscles are well proportioned without being overly bulging. Just how dense and strong must his bones and muscles be? Feeling her direct and intense gaze, Feng Chen's ears started to heat up again. He glanced down at her. Is there something wrong? Tang Yuan. How did you develop such incredible strength? Feng Chen chuckled. Your strength isn't bad either. No need to envy me. Strength comes both from natural endowment and training, but its limits are determined by genetics and physical condition. Unless one is a weightlifter, there's no need to dwell on it. Tang Yuan thought about it and decided, okay, if she lacks strength, the big shot can do the heavy lifting. She'll just give orders. No problem. By the time they returned to their residence, it was dark. The mountains at night looked like towering giants, and the wind howled mournfully, carrying the sounds of animals, some powerful, some pitiful. Thinking about it made one feel uneasy. But with the big shot by her side, Tang Yuan wasn't scared at all. Upon returning, they first lit a bonfire and then worked together to process the wild boar. Feng Chen used a deboning knife to slaughter the pig as if performing surgery. His movements fluid and smooth, slicing through the meat effortlessly as if cutting tofu. Tang Yuan enjoyed watching him work. She also took out the small knife given by rich peasant to help cut the pork, only to find that it wasn't as easy as it looked. Feng Chen. Which part do you want and how do you want it divided? Tell me, and I'll do it. Tang Yuan didn't hesitate to give instructions. She wanted some belly pork to eat. Feng Chen followed her requests and divided the meat accordingly. Belly pork, tenderloin, pork chops, ribs, shoulder meat, hind leg, front leg, ham, offal, head. Each piece was laid out on a stone slab, the meat firm and beautifully colored, truly good meat. She asked him to slice a bowl of fatty and lean meat, which she then rubbed with salt and marinated for a few minutes before dry frying them in an iron pot. The slices of meat sizzled until the edges curled, the fat turned golden, and the oil glistened, making them look incredibly appetizing. She scooped out the fried meat and skewered a large piece, offering it to Feng Chen. Feng Chen had already finished deboning the meat, and was now rubbing salt onto it according to Tang Yuan's instructions. Unable to use his hands, he simply bit into the meat and ate it directly. The dry fried meat, with its mix of fatty and lean parts, had a satisfying chewiness and burst of flavor. Feng Chen found it the most delicious pork he had ever tasted. Delicious, he praised. Tang Yuan's eyes curved into crescents as she stuffed a piece into her mouth. It was a bit hot but incredibly fragrant. Actually, since the wild boar hadn't been castrated, the meat had a slight gamey taste. But for people who rarely got to eat meat in this era, it was still very delicious. Living in the livestock yard, Tang Yuan could eat despite the smell of animal urine and feces, so this was nothing compared to that. Feng Chen had tasted everything in his past life. This meat was truly delicious. Tang Yuan and Feng Chen finished half the bowl of meat slices. She poured out the oil from the pot, added water to boil and made coarse grain porridge to drink. With the fire slowly simmering, she didn't need to watch it constantly, so she helped Feng Chen rub salt onto the meat. The best season for making smoked meat is winter. Using fatty and lean belly pork and front leg meat. Mix salt with Sichuan pepper, star anise and other spices, fry them together, then rub the meat with high-proof liquor before applying the salt mixture. Afterward, smoke the meat over low heat for 2 days. Unfortunately, in the mountains they only had salt, some Sichuan pepper and chili peppers, and no liquor, so they could only rub the meat with salt and then smoke it. Given the circumstances, perfection was impossible. Having meat to eat in this era was already great. Tang Yuan is not picky at all. Thankfully, Feng Chen had previously traded a wild rabbit with Secretary Lu's family for quite a bit of coarse salt, which he ground up and brought over. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for them to use. After rubbing the meat with salt, it needs to be marinated overnight. They will smoke it over a low fire for 2 days. Even with Feng Chen's strength and efficiency, it took them a considerable amount of time to handle one wild boar. The intestines were still unprocessed, but Tang Yuan was already extremely tired. Initially, she felt embarrassed about going to sleep alone, but after Feng Chan urged her several times, she went to sleep without hesitation. She didn't even drink the porridge. She lay down and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Tang Yuan woke up to the chirping of birds. She stretched lazily and yawned deeply, feeling the joy of sleeping in like she did when she was a child at her grandparents' house. She knew that this feeling only came when she was at peace and felt safe. She hadn't experienced this feeling for many years since her work in poverty alleviation in her previous life, as it was both physically and mentally exhausting. Nor did she feel truly secure deep down. She got up quickly and noticed that the large and small intestines had already been cleaned and soaked in a pot, and the porridge was served in an enamel basin. Feng Chan wasn't there, but he had left a note on the ground saying he had gone to cut pine and cypress branches. Tang Yuan started a fire to boil the intestines. Even without sufficient seasonings, they had salt, soybean paste, star anise, chili peppers, and wild spices like Sichuan pepper, perilla, mint, wild onions, wild garlic, and wild ginger. Unfortunately, the mountains here were too cold in winter, so there were no wild laurel or cinnamon trees. After a while, Feng Chan returned with a lot of branches, and they lit a fire to smoke the meat. They hung the meat pieces on rods, including the pig's ears, tongue, and head split in half. Squatting on the ground, they poked at the charcoal fire with sticks. Suddenly, Feng Chan had a thought. Why am I so stubborn about farming when it's so troublesome and has such a low return? Why not hunt more wild boars and sell them? He looked at Tang Yuan and wondered if he could trade a few wild boars for a bag of fine flour for her to eat. Ordinary people couldn't get fine flour easily, and even Tang Bingda's family didn't have much wheat. But Feng Chan knew that those with power could eat fine flour every day. For example, his aunt-in-law mentioned that some families in the County Revolutionary Committee ate white flour buns daily. He also knew that there was white flour available for trade in villages 2 days away. In the past, he thought coarse grains were filling enough and fine flour was too expensive, so he only bought a few pounds of noodles for his grandmother to eat when she was sick. Now, seeing Tang Yuan eating coarse grains that scratched her throat every day, he felt sorry for her. She should have something better. He wanted her to have something better. Tang Yuan didn't know what he was thinking but sensed a sudden change in his mood. She turned to look at him and smiled. "What are you thinking? Suddenly so serious?" Feng Chan hesitated for a moment and said, "There are plenty of wild boars in the mountains over there. I want to hunt a few more. Smoking one is smoking and smoking two is smoking, right?" Tang Yuan. "I'll thank you on behalf of the wild boars. If this were modern times, hunting would definitely be prohibited, as wild boars are protected animals. But this era is different. Many commune militia units organize hunts to control wild boars because they can cause significant damage when they come down from the mountains, destroying farmland, attacking villages, and even injuring people." "Well, that seems okay, but don't hunt too many. Wild boars in groups are terrifying. Stick to the solitary ones." Tang Yuan eventually gave in to her cravings, thinking that wild boars were abundant in this era, so eating some was acceptable. Besides, the crops hadn't grown yet, so there weren't any urgent farm tasks. After smoking the pork, Feng Chen hung it high in a cave for ventilation, then led Tang Yuan out to hunt. Tang Yuan discovered that although the expert couldn't farm, he was highly skilled at hunting. The area he chose for farming was the safest place, free from dangerous beasts and snakes. But beyond 2 small peaks, there was a ravine where fierce animals roamed. Tigers, bears, leopards, and wolves were all present. Standing on the cliff opposite, Tang Yuan clearly saw the tigers and felt her legs go weak, instinctively hiding herself. Fortunately, Feng Chan wasn't crazy enough to lead her to hunt there. Instead, they wandered around nearby larger forests and hills. There were deer, wild goats, and other delicious game. While hunting, Feng Chan would mark a safe spot outside and Tang Yuan would climb up a tree and sit there. In one day, Feng Chan hunted a wild boar, 2 wild goats, and a deer. Tang Yuan was utterly impressed by his speed and talent in hunting. How could someone face a wild boar head-on? With these skills, why did you wander around the city before? Looking at the pile of prey that resembled a small mountain on the ground, Tang Yuan felt a bit troubled. What should we do with all this? There's no way we can finish it all. We don't even have enough salt to preserve it. She never imagined that after transmigrating, she would one day be troubled by having too much meat. Feng Chan, however, had already planned ahead. "We'll go to the neighboring county and trade for flour. You can see what else you need then." Tang Yuan immediately responded, "Let's get a small jar and 2 basins." They only had wooden buckets but no jars, which made fetching water and raising fish inconvenient. Additionally, they didn't have enough basins. Actually, they could make clay pots themselves, but since they weren't truly isolated, there was no need to live so primitively. Feng Chan naturally agreed. He cut some branches and vines, tying them together into a makeshift sled and lashed the prey onto it. The ground was uneven with protruding rocks, making the sled very bumpy, but he didn't offer to let Tang Yuan ride on it. It would take 2 days to reach the neighboring county. They carried their bedding and provisions, and although the journey involved crossing mountains and rivers, Tang Yuan remained cheerful, chatting happily with Feng Chan as if they were on a pleasant outing. After a day, they began descending the mountain, crossing a mountain fissure in between. After walking for about another day, they arrived at the foot of an even taller mountain. Here, there was a well-trodden path down the mountain, unlike the rugged terrain they had encountered in the mountains. This area was still within the mountains, and they needed to continue going down to leave. Feng Chan stopped. Previously, he had only reached here and had never left the mountains from this route. It was said that there was still a long way to go. There were several villages on this side of the mountain, located in remote areas with tough locals. The production team leaders always complained about poverty, so the commune designated them as poor villages, exempting them from public grain contributions. However, they cultivated terrace fields in the mountains and grew plenty of wheat. Since they didn't need to contribute public grain, the villagers had ample food supplies. But they were very united and dared not sell their surplus grain to the commune for other goods, fearing that the commune would revoke their poor village status and require them to resume grain contributions. Feng Chan knew this because of his exceptional abilities, having secretly eavesdropped on their conversations. If he wanted to hide somewhere, even the most sensitive wild animals couldn't detect him, let alone humans. He intended to trade with them for flour. Along the way, he introduced the situation to Tang Yuan, asking her to pretend she knew nothing. Tang Yuan, being a skilled actress, understood exactly what to do. They wouldn't reveal anything about their own mountainous area either. Just as they were about to head up the mountain, Feng Chan heard something unusual and turned to look to the right, where a river flowed past the foot of the mountain. Beside a large rock by the river, it seemed someone was lying there. Drowning. Tang Yuan followed his gaze. What's wrong? Feng Chan. There's someone there and they don't look good. Out of habit from his previous life, he wouldn't rush to help without caution. Tang Yuan, however, was naturally inclined to help others, especially when there was no danger. She immediately said, "Let's go check it out." Chapter 36 Private Deal. Chapter 36 Private Deal. If it were up to Feng Chan himself, he would never casually rush to save someone. In the post-apocalyptic world, the prevailing worldview did not include acts of bravery or altruism. The primary principle was self-preservation. Moreover, in his previous life, he had grown indifferent to life and death. He didn't want to die, but when death approached, he wouldn't panic or suffer. He felt this way about himself and even more so about others. Everyone had their own journey through life, and he wouldn't interfere excessively. Now that Tang Yuan wanted to save someone, he didn't oppose it. He placed the wooden sled by the roadside. "Stay here and watch. I'll go down and take a look." If anything went wrong, he could handle it. He didn't want Tang Yuan to be at risk. "Tang Yuan, I've learned first aid and can help immediately. Let's go down together." Maybe it was still within the golden window for rescue? Seeing her insistence, Feng Chan didn't object. He intended to have Tang Yuan follow him down, but she had already sprinted ahead. He quickened his pace to catch up. Tang Yuan rushed down the riverbank and found the man with half his body submerged in water, his upper body lying on the shore, his face pale and devoid of color. She reached out to drag the man up, but a large hand from behind scooped him onto the shore first. Feng Chan checked the man's breathing and pulse. No breath. Tang Yuan grew anxious. Is he dead? Perform CPR quickly. There might still be a chance to save him. Seeing Feng Chan unmoving, she thought he didn't know how and was about to do it herself, but Feng Chan lifted the man and patted his back several times. Ugh! On the fifth pat, the man expelled a large mouthful of river water mixed with filth, including some weeds and a small fish. Tang Yuan. The man coughed repeatedly, spitting out water, and gradually regained weak breathing. Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help praising Feng Chan. You're amazing. You saved him without needing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. She gestured, indicating that she couldn't have done it like that. Feng Chan gently laid the man down and massaged his chest a few times. The man finally regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, the man saw Feng Chan and Tang Yuan and visibly relaxed. Thank you. Feng Chan. Rest for a bit and you'll be fine. Are you a villager nearby? The man shook his head. No, Feng Chan. Then you should go home. We have other things to do, so we'll be leaving. He wasn't going to escort the man home. The man was taken aback, struggling to understand Feng Chen's logic. Usually rescuing someone meant seeing them through to safety, which could earn gratitude and rewards. Tang Yuan, accustomed to Feng Chen's considerate nature, was surprised by his detachment but said nothing. They were here to trade with villagers for food, and had no time to escort anyone home or bring them to the mountains. Feng Chen was right. She took out a hard biscuit and placed it in the man's hand. We're outsiders and don't know the area well, so we can't take you home. Sorry. If the man needed help, he could seek assistance from local officials. Feng Chan had feared Tang Yuan might insist on seeing the rescue through. But now that she agreed with him, he felt secretly pleased. Tang Yuan urged him. It's getting late. Let's hurry. Feng Chen. Yes. They left the man behind, climbed ashore, and continued up the mountain with the wooden sled. Feng Chen had told Tang Yuan about these villages. 2 villages lay at the foot of the mountain, neither impoverished nor prosperous, similar to Tongjia village. Halfway up were Slate village and Ginkgo village, followed by Songhuan village near the top, and finally Summit village at the peak. These 4 poverty-stricken villages belonged to Donghu Brigade, led by Captain Song. Tang Yuan was very curious. Why is it called Donghu Brigade if they live on the mountain? Feng Chen. Captain Song says that hundreds of years ago, this area was a lake. Tang Yuan turned to look around, marveling at the transformation over time. Some vines had worn out along the way, so Feng Chen replaced them with spare ones. To avoid the villages at the foot of the mountain, they took a winding path up. Although rugged, it wasn't dangerous, and for Tang Yuan, who often ventured into the mountains, it was manageable. The slope was gentle but vast, with farmland interspersed among forests and rocks. They walked for half a day without reaching the village halfway up. However, they spotted villagers working in the fields. Upon seeing Feng Chen, everyone waved enthusiastically. Young man, you're here. Oh, and this time with your wife. After greeting him, they hurriedly spread the news. Quick, go home. The handsome young man selling meat is here. Spring planting was complete, and the villagers were either weeding or watering the fields. Since these tasks weren't urgent, returning home to buy meat was more important. One person shouted and the others followed, running up the mountain. Tang Yuan naturally heard them say he was bringing his wife, but as long as she wasn't embarrassed, there was no need to clarify. Letting them misunderstand that they were a young couple made things more convenient. Explaining their relationship and why they were together would be too much trouble. It wasn't necessary. They didn't need to reveal their origins or where they hunted to the villagers. They just needed to exchange goods. Feng Chen initially feared Tang Yuan might be annoyed when he heard them say he brought his wife, but seeing her face as usual, even with bright eyes filled with joy, he relaxed. She didn't seem upset at all. Was she happy that they thought she was his wife? Thinking this way made his heart race, and his ears felt itchy and hot. Then he heard Tang Yuan say, our identity is what we make it. We don't need to reveal ourselves to them, we should maintain an air of mystery. If they knew too much, someone might get ideas. Feng Chen. Alright, he was overthinking it. He nodded. Yes, I never told them about my background before. We just exchanged goods. He didn't even tell them his real name, only that he was surnamed Zheng. His original mother's surname was Zheng. But here people didn't call him by his name. They preferred calling him the meat trader. To take care of Tang Yuan, Feng Chen suggested taking a break. Tang Yuan naturally agreed. At that moment, several strong young men rushed down. The leader had a dark face and white teeth, laughing heartily. Brother, you finally came. We've missed you so much. It had been over a month since Feng Chen last came to trade meat. In fact, Feng Chen had only officially come once, and another time he had secretly scouted the area. But he was the first one to bring so much meat up the mountain, leaving a deep impression on the villagers. The team leader, who had wide connections, knew he wasn't from the commune or nearby brigades, so he didn't suspect he was an undercover official. Instead, he guessed he came from the vast mountains to the south. Everyone here operated in secrecy, so no one feared each other. Feng Chen wasn't as enthusiastic, nodding slightly. New wheat is coming soon. I want to trade for some old wheat. Do you have any? The leading young man with bright eyes smiled. If anyone else asked, there wouldn't be any, but for you, brother, there must be. Come, let's go into the village and have a meal at my place. Feng Chen briefly introduced Tang Yuan to the second son of the Donghu team leader. Song Jinbao's smile revealed even whiter teeth than others, sparkling brightly. He greeted Tang Yuan warmly. Sister-in-law, it's your first time in our village, don't feel out of place. Tang Yuan inwardly rolled her eyes but showed a shy smile, hiding behind Feng Chen, which made the young men laugh heartily. He called Tang Yuan sister-in-law, not because he assumed she was younger, but because Feng Chen hadn't mentioned his age. Even if Feng Chen was younger, he still called him brother out of respect. Unmarried young men loved teasing married women, finding it endlessly amusing, as if it had a magical charm. Tang Yuan's initiative to lean against Feng Chen made him stiffen, unsure how to react. Though he had carried her, hugged her, and helped her before, it was always out of necessity, not desire. Thus he never had any strange thoughts. But this was the first time she leaned against him in such an intimate situation, making his heart pound. Quickly, he reminded himself that Tang Yuan was just acting. He simply shifted his shoulder forward to play along without lifting his arm to embrace her. This was enough to make the young men cheer. They helped carry the load, making it easier for Feng Chen and Tang Yuan. They went straight to Sheban village halfway up the mountain. As the name suggests, Sheban village was built entirely of stone slabs and blocks, neat and clean, unlike the muddy ground and mud houses of Tongjia village. The headquarters of the Donghu Brigade was in Sheban village, and naturally the team leader's house was here too. Since the village was built on a hillside, there was no large flat land, so the houses were staggered and uneven. The roof of one house was level with the ground of another. The roads in front of each house weren't wide, so children didn't play there, fearing they might roll into someone's yard. Rolling down wasn't a big deal, but breaking an arm or leg would be disastrous. Such accidents had happened before. The captain's house was taller and wider than the others, with a spacious courtyard. Though limited by the terrain, it was longer east-west than north-south. Captain Song, in his 50s or 60s, looked frail, wearing a forward cap and a black coat. Despite his thin frame, his face was full of shrewdness. Captain Song was very enthusiastic towards Fengchan, inviting him and Tang Yuan to sit down and calling for his wife to boil water and make tea. "Make some extra dinner," he said. "The nephew and his wife will stay with us tonight." Fengchan did not refuse. He could sleep outdoors, but he didn't want Tang Yuan to suffer. He didn't engage in much small talk either. Instead, he started discussing the trade with Captain Song, laying out his game and stating his needs. This was his personality and his way of doing things. He wasn't close to Captain Song, and so far they only had a transactional relationship. He knew that after their last trade, Captain Song had sent someone to follow him, probably curious about where he came from and worried he might be sent by the commune or the county. Seeing him enter the vast mountains must have reassured them, which is why they were so welcoming this time. Naturally, he wouldn't engage in idle chatter about harvests, policies, or family sizes. Captain Song, as Fengchan had guessed, felt relieved and hoped Fengchan would visit more often because Donghu team was desperately short of meat. As a designated poor village, they had to look the part. With insufficient grain, the villagers couldn't even feed themselves, let alone raise pigs. They couldn't even keep many chickens or ducks. Thus they rarely had meat to eat. They truly lacked meat, even more than Tongjia village, making them crave it even more. The mountains where they lived had been overdeveloped for centuries, leaving little wildlife to hunt. To hunt, one had to venture into the vast mountains where Fengchan came from, but those areas were dangerous with fierce beasts. They weren't professional hunters and dared not enter casually. Some had tried before, but the outcomes were grim. Seeing Fengchan emerge unscathed from the deep mountains with his wife and game, Captain Song was deeply impressed. What an impressive young man, not an ordinary person. In that case, please come to our village more often to trade meat. He smiled sincerely. New wheat is coming soon. I'll give you more old wheat. Though they had plenty of wheat, they still hesitated to eat white flour every day. Ordinary people ate it once every 5 days at most, while only new mothers, the sick, the dying elderly, and infants got fine flour. He watched his second son weighing the game Fengchan brought, a wild boar weighing 180 pounds, a smaller wild goat weighing 80 pounds, a larger one weighing 130 pounds, and a roe deer weighing 60 pounds. All of these were meat. Captain Song's already sharp eyes gleamed even brighter. He looked at Tang Yuan beside Fengchan. The young wife was beautiful but shy, leaning close to her husband, perhaps feeling scared in this unfamiliar place. He spoke kindly. "Don't be shy, my nephew's wife. Our village may be poor, but we're all kind-hearted. You look good, just a bit anemic. Our homemade malt sugar is excellent. You should take some back." He didn't know if malt sugar helped with anemia, but he said it anyway. He had been slightly disappointed when he saw Fengchan bring his wife, as he had planned to arrange a match for him next time. If he found a wife for him from the village, wouldn't he visit more often to trade meat? Since Fengchan already had a wife, he couldn't pursue that idea. However, he could see that Fengchan cared for his wife. If he was willing to trade meat for flour for her, he would surely also trade for sugar. His mind raced, thinking of other items that might appeal to Tang Yuan to encourage her to visit more often. He called for his wife to bring over red dates, chestnuts, walnuts, and red beans to show the couple and let them taste them. Their mountains had no game, but they had plenty of wild chestnut and walnut trees. Tang Yuan wanted these items but wanted to bargain since they could find similar ones in the mountains. There were wild chestnuts and walnuts in the mountains west of Tongjia village and in the area where the elder brother had cleared land. But they couldn't eat them now. They had to wait until autumn. It was still worth trading for some. Captain Song's wife understood his intentions. She had heard him mention this many times this month and told her daughter to bring out a pair of new shoes to trade with the young wife. Song Sanmei had already been hostile towards Tang Yuan, and was upset that her mother wanted her to give away her shoes. She pouted. No. She slammed the door and stomped out, glaring at the main room as she passed through the courtyard. She stormed off angry. Tang Yuan sensed her hostility and was confused. Captain Song quickly changed the subject to distract Tang Yuan and Fengchan from his daughter's rude behavior. They lived deep in the mountains, far from the commune and the county, and marriages usually happened within nearby villages. His daughter had taken a fancy to Zheng, who came to trade meat, and had been hoping he would visit again. Alas, this time he had brought his wife. Fengchan paid no attention to others unless he sensed danger. He asked for flour, a small water jar, several earthenware pots, various tools like a sickle, pickaxe, mattock, and hoe, as well as salt, sauce, and pickles. After listing his needs, he looked at Tang Yuan and softly asked, "Is there anything else you want?" To match Tang Yuan's gentle and shy demeanor, his voice was especially soft. Tang Yuan asked for some malt sugar, brown sugar, ginger, and also picked out some chestnuts, walnuts, and peanuts. She didn't ask for red dates. The Feng family had them. Finally, she whispered, "Captain Song, do we have toilet paper at our supply station?" Captain Song opened his mouth. Toilet paper? What toilet paper do people in the mountains use? How could she be so wasteful? People in the mountains used leaves, sticks, or dirt clods. Their bottoms weren't that delicate. They didn't need toilet paper. He didn't say it out loud, just shook his head. "This thing isn't food or drink. We don't need it in our village." His supply station mainly sold salt, kerosene, batteries, vinegar, and not even soy sauce. Tang Yuan was a bit disappointed but didn't say anything. Using the restroom was secondary. The main issue was her menstrual cycle. There were no sanitary pads back then. Urban women used sanitary belts with toilet paper, which came in 3 qualities. Rural women from well-off families used sanitary belts with toilet paper, while ordinary families used cloth bags with wood ash. The Tang family was no different. Actually, wood ash worked fine, being clean and antibacterial, but it was very inconvenient. Thinking about it, it was indeed inconvenient. It was said that wealthy landladies in ancient times had endless amounts of cloth and directly used cloth as menstrual pads, but the amount of cloth needed was terrifying. Washed and never dried, how could ordinary people have so much to change? Well, she could only continue using wood ash. The original owner had her first period last winter, lasting 3 days the first month, and 5 days 2 months later. After that it was irregular, sometimes coming every 2 months. When she first arrived, she had her period during the end of the first month. She stayed in the livestock yard without going out, which was inconvenient but manageable. Since then, perhaps due to the time travel, she hadn't had her period again, but she had a feeling it might be coming soon. Feng Chan looked down at her and confirmed with Captain Song if there were any nearby villages where they could buy toilet paper. Captain Song thought for a moment. "No, these mountain villages are all poor. Who uses that stuff? If you want to buy it, you'd have to go to the commune, which is far away. If it weren't for the distance from the commune, where officials rarely visited, their brigade wouldn't have been able to hide food so easily." Feng Chen still asked about the location. During the trade, Captain Song suggested they use neither the black market prices nor the official low prices, but take a middle value for exchange. For example, 1 caddy of flour was officially priced at 18 fin per caddy, but on the black market it was 50 to 100 fin per caddy. Ordinary people ate third-grade pork at 78 fin per caddy, but on the black market it was around 1 yuan and 50 fun. Raw pork was officially bought at 50 fun per caddy, but on the black market it was 80 fun to 1 yuan per caddy, mainly because raw pork was hard to process. Last time, Feng Chen agreed to exchange 1 caddy of meat for 1.5 caddies of noodles, or 1 caddy of meat for 2 caddies of wheat. This time he wanted an even better deal as there was nowhere else to exchange wheat and flour except for their brigade. Captain Song. "Nephew, why don't we keep it simple? 1 caddy of wheat for 1 caddy of wild game with skin and bones." Tang Yuan. "You old captain, you sure know how to take advantage," she whispered. "Captain, when we sell in the county, 1 caddy of raw pork can get us 3 caddies of flour. You make a big demand, I won't either. We'll just ask for the sky and settle for less. This is only for exchanging flour. We wouldn't come here for coarse grains." Captain Song looked at her in surprise, not expecting the quiet and shy young wife to oppose him. He couldn't help but look at Feng Chan. "Nephew Zheng." Feng Chan replied indifferently. "In our family, my wife makes the decisions." After the first exchange, he felt tricked by Captain Song, so the second time he went to the county to understand the market. Of course, private exchanges of goods were limited by region and availability, so he didn't insist too much. Captain Song. "You're tall and strong with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't think you were afraid of your wife." Tang Yuan bit her lip to suppress a smile and leaned closer to Feng Chan, acting scared and boneless. "Feng Chan." He sat silently, supporting Tang Yuan's weight. Tang Yuan spoke softly. "Captain, my brother said you are honest and generous, which is why he brought me over the mountains to find you. I originally wanted to go to the other side where they give more." Song Jinbao and the others were worried that Captain Song would be too stingy and ruin the deal. They had plenty of grain, so giving more wouldn't hurt. Growing up in the mountains, they had never seen the outside world and were quite simple-minded. Captain Song held back his longing and tried to negotiate with Tang Yuan. 1 caddy of meat with fur for 1 caddy and 2 taels of flour. This is flour, not wheat. Tang Yuan. Captain Song, 1.5 caddies for wild boar, but 2 caddies for wild goats and sika deer, and it must be at least 80% refined flour. Wild goat and sika deer meat are much tastier than wild boar. She turned to Feng Chan and said, "Brother, we're losing out here. The skins of wild goats and sika deer are valuable too. Whether for making coats or mattresses, they'd be great. Should we only exchange the meat with Captain Song and take the skins back for mattresses?" Feng Chan looked down at her with a doting expression. His voice low and gentle. It's okay. I'll hunt better ones for you when we get back. Tang Yuan hugged his arm and rested her head on his shoulder, giving him a shy smile. Captain Song. Young people are so mushy. Why do they have to act like this in front of an old man like me? Feng Chun looked at Captain Song. Captain Song, be more generous and don't be too stingy. We can work together long term. Mother said that stingy men can't find partners, and the same goes for business partners. Captain Song. Am I too easygoing? He thought for a moment. Then for wild goats and sika deer, 1 caddy of meat with fur for 2 caddies of flour, and for wild boar, 1 caddy of meat with fur for 1 caddy and 3 tails of flour. Wild boars are heavy, weighing 180 caddies. Every bit saved counts. The skins of wild boars and goats can be used to make jelly, enough to feed a large group for 2 days. They aren't particularly interested in leather coats or mattresses. After all, during the coldest month, they stay indoors wrapped in thick cotton coats, sitting around a fire pit. This is his bottom line. Anymore, and he wouldn't be willing, knowing that the young couple couldn't find flour anywhere else if they left his team. Meat is rare, but flour is even more precious in the countryside these days. Tang Yuan agreed but didn't exchange everything for flour. She also wanted some beans, corn, chestnuts, walnuts, and other items. Naturally, there was more haggling until both were satisfied. After settling the deal, Captain Song became cheerful and asked his wife to prepare dinner quickly. He also had her arrange a room for the young couple to stay overnight, and instructed his eldest son to gather the necessary items for them. If one family didn't have enough flour, several families would contribute. After all, the meat would be shared among everyone. Although Feng Chan and Tang Yuan came to Stone Plate Village, the meat wouldn't be distributed only to Stone Plate Village but also to the other 3 villages. Fortunately, the other 3 villages weren't very big. The largest had 50 households, and the smallest had 30. Tang Yuan didn't want to take advantage of Captain Song's family and offered flour in return, but Captain Song refused. Captain Song. Niece-in-law, let's keep things clear. Business should be straightforward. Beyond business, you are our friends, and friends who come to visit should be treated well. Dinner consisted of mixed flour pancakes and seasonal vegetables, blanched in boiling water, then mixed with soybean sauce and a spoonful of cooked bean oil. During the meal there were 2 tables. Captain Song sat with his eldest and second sons, accompanying Feng Chun and Tang Yuan. They initially wanted Tang Yuan to sit with the women and children, but she stayed close to Feng Chan, and he didn't seem to mind, so they didn't insist on separating them. Captain Song served homemade liquor from a jug. He and his eldest son drank with Feng Chan, while the second son could only watch enviously. Feng Chan didn't particularly enjoy drinking, but since it was made from grain, he never wasted food and drank it. Putting down his cup, Feng Chan said to Captain Song, "Is there a carpenter in the village? I'd like to order a wheelbarrow." They couldn't carry everything on their backs, and wooden sleds were cumbersome and bumpy, which could break the small jars and basins. Mainly with a wheelbarrow he could push Tang Yuan so she wouldn't have to walk and tire herself. Song Jinbao interjected. Making a new one would take several days. Can Brother Zheng wait? If not, you can use one of ours. We have 2. Captain Song and his eldest son wanted to kick him. Feng Chun. If there's one available, we'll buy it directly. Captain Song was generous again, smiling. Don't talk about buying. Just take it and use it. Next time bring more meat. He wasn't worried about Feng Chun not coming back. With his greedy wife, he would surely return next month. Feng Chun agreed. After dinner, Feng Chun went with the men to the courtyard to inspect the wheelbarrow and figure out how to remove the wheels. They didn't have a clear path and often had to forge their own way, passing through narrow and rugged mountain trails. They couldn't always push the cart. Sometimes they needed to remove the wheels and carry the items in batches. Tang Yuan followed Song's wife to the room to lay out their bedding and asked for hot water to wash up. It was hot, and after traveling she felt sticky from sweat. Even without a proper bath she needed a good wash. Song's wife was a kind and enthusiastic woman, asking Tang Yuan about her well-being and inquiring about other villages and the mountains. Tang Yuan told her what she could, being vague about specific locations. After all, private trading couldn't be exposed, so caution was necessary. As they spoke, Song Sanmei stormed in, glaring at Tang Yuan. Humph. Then she stormed out again. Tang Yuan. Is she a bit off? Song Lao's wife spoke up softly to smooth things over. My dear, don't take it to heart. She's our only daughter and we've spoiled her a bit, making her somewhat willful. She acts the same way with her sister-in-law. Tang Yuan smiled, indicating that she didn't mind. After Song Lao's wife left, Tang Yuan lay down in bed and sighed contentedly. The past 2 days of travel had been rough, sleeping outdoors without much comfort. Although having a powerful companion provided security, sleeping on uneven ground was far from comfortable. Now lying on the warm Kong bed, she felt a wave of comfort spread from her spine, her legs feeling soft and her body relaxed. Her mind sank into sleep. When Feng Chen entered, he saw her sleeping soundly, using a square straw mat as a pillow, which wasn't quite the right height, causing her to snore lightly. He couldn't help but smile, gently supporting her head to adjust her position. In her sleep, she nuzzled her face against his palm, sleeping even more deeply. Fengchan froze for a moment, withdrew his hand and rubbed his fingers. He really was ill, his thoughts running wild and uncontrollable, and he found himself enjoying touching her skin. In his previous life, he despised physical contact and never initiated unnecessary touch with others. Since coming here, he disliked people getting close, yet he felt a natural closeness to her and didn't mind being near her. He was not normal. He pinched his fingers and turned to leave the room, heading out to ask Captain Song about how to get to the commune. Captain Song instantly became nervous. "Nephew, what business do you have at the commune?" "Fengchan. To buy some things." He had brought money with him. If it weren't for Captain Song saying that flour and other food must be exchanged for meat, he would have preferred to spend money on them. However, tools and daily necessities could still be bought with money. Captain Song breathed a sigh of relief and immediately instructed his second son, Song Jinbao, "Older brother, go with your brother Zheng. Not just to guide him but also to see what exactly Fengchan was doing at the commune." Song Jinbao was thrilled. "Sure thing." He had only been to the commune twice in his entire life. Shurban village had no roosters, so the villagers worked from sunrise to sunset, not needing clocks. Tang Yuan slept much longer than usual. The past 2 days of travel had truly exhausted her. By the time she woke up, the sun was already high, probably around 8 o'clock. Song Sanmei had already been humming outside her window, complaining to her mother about how lazy Tang Yuan was, saying she wasn't worthy of brother Zheng. Song Lao's wife picked up a broom to scold her, telling her not to talk nonsense. Tang Yuan got up and Song Lao's wife invited her to eat breakfast together. "I'm old and not in great health, so I usually sleep in a bit in the morning. This is the perfect time for breakfast. Let's eat together." Tang Yuan guessed that the elderly lady did this to avoid any awkwardness, feeling grateful but not saying much. If the person was trustworthy, she had plenty of ways to repay them later. She had heard from Fengchan about the situation in Donghu Brigade, and felt that their planting structure was not reasonable. Terraced fields in the north were prone to soil erosion, which would worsen over time. Once they became closer, she would suggest improvements to Captain Song. While drinking millet porridge and eating flatbread, Fengchan and Song Jinbao returned carrying a large bag. Song Sanmei immediately rushed over. "Brother Zheng, where did you go?" Fengchan didn't respond at all. He wasn't familiar with her. Song Jinbao quickly took over, smiling. "Brother Zheng went to the commune to buy toilet paper." "Huh." Song Sanmei's eyes widened. Brother Zheng was too indulgent towards his lazy wife, buying so much toilet paper for her. She'd have enough to sleep on for years. Fengchan sat down to eat, then said goodbye to Captain Song after finishing his meal. There were quite a few items but they were manageable. Salt, sugar and grains could be placed in small jars tied with straw ropes. Flour was packed in fine linen bags, ready to be reused when new wheat was harvested. Of course, there would still be inconvenient paths to navigate, requiring multiple trips to carry everything. Was it troublesome? He didn't mind the trouble. In his previous life, after the water source dried up, he made countless trips between 2 water sources, sometimes only getting half a mouthful or even just 2 drops. Even alone, he didn't find it troublesome. Now with Tang Yuan by his side, he only felt joy. Tang Yuan carried the large bag of toilet paper herself, bouncing around Fengchan like a happy little deer. "The boss is so nice. He's going to buy her some toilet paper tonight. And this trip back will mean they'll have white flour to eat. Steamed buns, noodles, dumplings, jiaozi, braised pork, stir-fried cured meat. How awesome." Chapter 37 County Cadres. Chapter 37 County Cadres. Song Jinbao and the young men warmly escorted them down the mountain, wishing they could accompany them to their final destination. Unfortunately, after Fengchan and Tang Yuan washed their faces by the river and took a brief rest, they bid farewell to them. Song Jinbao and the others were extremely impressed with Fengchan. "Brother Zheng, you have such strength. It's amazing how you can push all this stuff by yourself." Men tend not to focus on faces but rather on height and muscle. If someone is stronger or better at fighting than oneself, one naturally admires them. "Brother Zheng's sister-in-law, come back early next month. It would be time to harvest the new wheat around then." Fengchan focused on pushing the cart, while Tang Yuan waved a farewell. Of course. Though they had a wheelbarrow for the return journey, the added weight of the grain and the small water jar made it no easy task. Fengchan looked as if he could handle anything, never showing any signs of fatigue or complaint. Tang Yuan deliberately took a half-step back, covertly admiring his impressive muscles. Pushing a cart engages the entire body, especially when the road is uneven. One must maintain balance and have strong arms to control the direction and handle bumps. Tang Yuan had already felt his muscles up close. Even relaxed, they were firm and full of resilient strength. Fengchan noticed her covert glances and was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Caught in the act, Tang Yuan cleared her throat. "Nothing, I just feel something isn't quite right." Just as she was about to make up an excuse, She spotted a figure nearby and immediately pointed. That person! Her memory was excellent, and she recognized people easily, especially after having saved him just yesterday evening. Why wasn't this man at home? What was he doing here? The man emerged from the bushes beside the road, nodded slightly, and greeted them. Fellow villagers, thank you for saving me yesterday. Last night, he ate the bread Tang Yuan gave him and stayed at an elderly man's house at the foot of the mountain, where he had some porridge. After assessing the situation, he left early to wait for his rescuers nearby. Blocking their path, Feng Chun stopped, looking at him coldly. Tang Yuan asked, "You didn't go home?" The man smiled bitterly. "My home is in Binxian County, which is quite far from here." Binxian County was where Tang Yuan and the others lived, while this poor village was in Shangzhou County. Tang Yuan sized up the man. He wore a dark blue cadre uniform with 4 pockets, and had a scholarly appearance. Is he a cadre? Feng Chen's voice was cold. Sorry, we need to keep moving. Tang Yuan smiled at the man. You can ask the local cadres for help. The man began introducing himself. Fellow villagers, I'm not a bad person. My name is Xie Junli, and I am a cadre from Binxian County. While working in the countryside, I was ambushed by thugs and fell into the river, ending up here. He was unfamiliar with the area. He then took out his work ID, which had been soaked in water, though the photo and the red stamp from Binxian County were still visible. Hearing that he was a cadre working in the countryside, Tang Yuan instantly felt a sense of camaraderie. In her previous life, she too had been a cadre involved in poverty alleviation and understood the hardships. She examined the ID carefully, feeling a strange familiarity. She tried to recall where she had heard this name before. She remembered. Xie Junli, a background character in the original story, had once served as the acting head of the county agriculture group. At that time, government agencies were still in the form of revolutionary committees, similar to later agricultural bureaus. Xie Junli did not have a formal role in the story, but was mentioned in conversations between Tang Xiang and Song Huazhang. After settling the share of medicinal herbs with Uncle Feng, Tang Xiang and Song Huazhang commissioned others to gather herbs, which they bought at a base price and sold to the county hospital at an agreed rate. Gradually, they became familiar with the deputy director responsible for herbal acquisitions at the hospital, who mentioned a young cadre from the Agriculture Bureau who wanted to reform the county's crop planting structure and public grain collection policies. If successful, those responsible for acquiring medicinal herbs, tobacco, cotton, and fruits would lose their positions. The deputy director predicted that this cadre was too inexperienced and radical, and would not last long due to the many interests he threatened. Indeed, whenever the cadre tried to conduct field visits, accidents occurred. Bridges breaking during river crossings, landslides during inspections, and attacks by thugs. Eventually, during a field visit, he accidentally fell off a cliff. The militia found his mutilated body, torn apart by wild animals. Seeing Tang Yuan staring at Xie Junli's photo, Feng Chun felt uncomfortable and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Yuan snapped back to reality, smiling. "I've never seen a work ID of a high-ranking cadre from the county before. I'm just curious." She handed the ID back to Xie Junli. At this point, Xie Junli was likely still a greenhorn, full of passion but lacking experience and unable to see the dangers of human nature. In theory, a young idealist should not be appointed as the head of the Agriculture Bureau, but these were special times. Even the county mayor and party secretary might lack competence, having risen through political movements. How much more so for a cadre of the agriculture group? Moreover, some individuals held significant administrative and economic power in the county and preferred incompetent people in higher positions to consolidate their own interests. Those in power come and go, all incompetent ones, so they can forever hold on to their benefits. Tang Yuan doesn't understand politics. In her previous life, she was officially a poverty alleviation officer, but in reality, an agricultural advisor, someone who worked with technology and practical projects. She did whatever her superiors told her to do, and with her position, she couldn't get involved in the struggles and comings and goings of the leadership. So even though she has transmigrated into this world and knows some of the original plot, she has no way to help Xie Junli with his political battles. Knowing he is an idealistic and ambitious good cadre, Tang Yuan wants to help him, but taking him back to the mountain isn't appropriate. That's the base of the big shot. If the county agriculture group officials find out, wouldn't it cause trouble? Seeing that Xie Junli seems reluctant to return to the county and instead wants to follow them, she tentatively says, "Cadre Xie, our home is far from here, and we need to cross mountains and rivers." Xie Junli, "I have good legs and feet and can walk myself. I want to visit your village." This trip was meant for field visits, but there was an unexpected incident along the way. Before taking office, he was full of passion, wanting to do real things for farmers. Upon arriving in Binxian County, he found many unreasonable aspects and wanted to implement reforms. However, he felt constrained at every turn and kept hitting roadblocks. He refused to give up and decided to visit each commune and village, using his own feet to measure every corner of the county. Who knew that along the way, accidents kept happening, making him wonder if all his bad luck had suddenly converged. Though he might be a bit naive and idealistic, he isn't stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. He needs to avoid those spies and infiltrate a purely farming community, or else just stay in the county as a useless cadre. Now Ji Hongyue is more cautious. He notices that although Tang Yuan and Feng Chan are dressed as farmers in coarse clothes and straw shoes, Tang Yuan is beautiful, with clear eyes and articulate speech, not like a shy rural girl who stutters when seeing strangers. Feng Chan is tall and handsome, with a distinguished aura, especially his sharp black eyes, which don't look like those of ordinary farmers but rather like a military elite. He guesses that Feng Chan might be a retired soldier, now part of the militia team. These two are kind and have a clear and upright demeanor. They should be able to help him. Although he lacks experience, he has seen people with such qualities before. He wants to follow them. Please rest assured I will pay for my meals. Our cadres pay 1 jin of food tickets plus 20 fun per day when we stay in the countryside. I can offer 1.5 jin of food tickets plus 50 fon. Of course I don't have it now, but I can write an IOU. Originally, he was very proud and self-respecting, never wanting to impose on anyone. But now he knows he can't go back, and there might be more unexpected incidents waiting for him along the way. He needs to find a safe place to hide temporarily. Tang Yuan doesn't make decisions on her own but looks at Feng Chan, who seems to leave the decision to her. However, she can see his reluctance. He doesn't want Ji Hongyue to go to their reclamation site. After a moment's thought, Tang Yuan says to Ji Hongyue, "Cadre Ji, I think you should find a powerful backer in the city, firmly cling to a strong supporter, and apply to bring a couple of skilled police officers with guns to protect you. Then, find a few honest and upright village cadres, infiltrate the brigade, and gain the support of the villagers and commune members. With their support, no one would dare to touch you easily. For grassroots cadres to accomplish anything in a complex environment, they must have backing from above and support from below. Individual peasants are powerless, and anyone can step on them, but a united village of peasants can scare even the county party committee and public security bureau." Ji Hongyue knows she is right, but he feels conflicted inside. Previously, he believed in having integrity and doing things based on ability, without flattery or relying on connections. Now reality has given him a harsh slap. On his own he seems helpless. But thinking about his parents still in exile, he must achieve something to have a chance to bring them back home. He is quite interested in Feng Chan, who can move freely in the mountains. If he could be his bodyguard, it would be great. Unfortunately, Feng Chan isn't interested. The big shot only wants to farm with Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. "Cadre Ji, why don't you go to Tongja village in Shuangmen Mountain Commune and find Captain Tang Bingda? He is a very upright and respected captain, and will definitely help you." She thinks these two are a perfect match. Tang Bingda wants to do real things for the villagers and reduce cotton planting to increase food crops, while Ji Hongyue also wants to reform Binxian County's unreasonable agricultural policies. They should work well together. Hearing this, Ji Hongyue immediately bows respectfully, "Please lead the way and introduce me." Although he is a county cadre, who made him fall into trouble? Feng Chan nods his chin towards one side. "You can exit the mountain from that direction, take a bus to the commune, then go to Shangzhou County, and transfer to Annan City. You'll pass through Shuangmen Mountain Commune. Ask around and you'll find Tongja village." Tang Yuan nods repeatedly. "Yes, Cadre Ji, when you get to Tongja village, find my 7th grandfather. Tell him I recommended him." "Oh, my name is Tang Yuan." Ji Hongyue is a bit speechless. Why are these two so strange? Aren't you going back to the village? If you're going back, couldn't you just take me with you? Why make me take such a long detour? Honestly, he still feels unsettled after being saved by Tang Yuan and Feng Chan. After encountering danger, he is like a frightened bird, stubbornly believing that only these two are good and pose no threat to him. Even if he goes to find Captain Tang Bingda, it would be best if Tang Yuan personally takes him there. Tang Yuan explains honestly, "Cadre Ji, we can't reach our village from this direction." She points to the mountains. "There's a natural barrier over there and we can't cross it. We also..." She turns and points, fabricating a story. "Initially, we came around from here." Ji Hongyue clearly has no concept of vast mountains. His hometown is flat, and during his time in the capital, he never saw such continuous mountains. Such mountains give him the feeling that a short distance might require a day or two to travel. His expression becomes a bit anxious, and his gaze falls on the handcart. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. He realizes that this couple might be secretly hunting and reclaiming land in the mountains, not wanting others to know. If they bring him into the mountains, they might worry about exposing their location. He immediately states, "Don't worry, fellow villagers. Whatever you do in the mountains, as long as the brigade doesn't interfere, I won't either. After all, whatever you do in the mountains is your skill. As long as there are no mines, the government won't plan anything soon. In remote and inaccessible mountains, unless the government organizes road construction, commune cadres won't care about who reclaims land and cultivates it, nor will they demand public grain contributions. The cost is too high, not worth it." Hearing this, Tang Yuan laughed, her eyebrows arching gracefully. "Comrade Ji, really? Ji Hongyue smiled and nodded firmly. Really, I guarantee it. Others' guarantees might lack persuasion, but Ji Hongyue was a man of his word who wasn't adept at political games, making him trustworthy. Tang Yuan turned to look at Feng Chan. Seeing the spark in her bright eyes, Feng Chan didn't want to disappoint her, so he nodded in agreement but said coldly, "If you break your promise, there will be consequences." Ji Hongyue. Though he was a man of his word, seeing a young villager like Feng Chan face a county cadre without any fear and even issue threats was truly extraordinary. Ji Hongyue had dealt with rural farmers before. Regardless of their personalities, they usually became flustered and tongue-tied in front of cadres, often looking as if they wanted to bury their heads in the ground. How could anyone be as composed as these two? He decided that these two were no ordinary people, and felt they could be of great help. Thus Ji Hongyue joined their team, and was unceremoniously ordered by Feng Chan to carry 30 pounds of grain. Ji Hongyue immediately transformed into a diligent and hardworking ox. When it was just Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, she would chatter away while he occasionally responded. Now Ji Hongyue talked to her while Feng Chan listened silently. Ji Hongyue was gathering information, asking what crops their brigade mainly grew and what public grain they contributed. Upon learning that their brigade needed to grow a lot of cotton, he exclaimed in surprise. According to his understanding of policy, several brigades in Shuangmanshan commune had more mountains than arable land and were unsuitable for growing cotton, thus having no cotton quota. One of these brigades was the Forward Brigade, which included Tongjia village. From Tang Yuan's words, it seemed that Tangjiakan Brigade had a heavy cotton quota, indicating they were unaware that their brigade had no such quota. Without a cotton quota, yet required to grow the most cotton and contribute the most lint cotton. Where did this batch of cotton go if not into the national treasury? Someone must be deliberately deceiving higher-ups for personal gain. This was despicable and unforgivable. Ji Hongyue trembled with anger. Seeing his shaking legs, Tang Yuan kindly suggested, "Let's rest and have something to eat." In the morning, she had traded some grain with Aunt Song for some flatbreads for the journey, along with some pickles to go with them. The coarse grain flatbreads without any refined flour were dry and hard to swallow. It was clear that Ji Hongyue struggled to swallow them. Tang Yuan sympathized. County cadres usually ate white flour steamed buns and were likely unaccustomed to coarse grains. She handed him the bamboo tube. "Comrade Ji, drink some water." The bamboo tube was obtained from Shibankan village. They also traded for a wooden basin, which was sturdier and more durable than a clay pot. Feng Chan glanced at her and silently handed her the water flask he was carrying. Tang Yuan smiled at him and whispered, "Comrade Ji is a good cadre. He will definitely help reduce our brigade's cotton quota." Having Ji Hongyue along made the journey somewhat easier, and he could help move things on steep paths. This allowed him to witness Feng Chen's extraordinary strength more directly, making him even more eager to persuade him to become his bodyguard, promising an urban household registration and a monthly salary of no less than 50 yuan. Unfortunately, the farming expert showed no interest in being a bodyguard. In his past life, no one had ever managed to make him a bodyguard either. For the latter part of the journey, Ji Hongyue started chattering incessantly, seemingly believing it would ease his fatigue. He kept praising Feng Chen's strength, suggesting he should join the military or become a police officer. Feng Chen remained silent, and Tang Yuan pretended not to hear much of it. On the first night, they stayed in the small cave they had used on their way. The cave was small. Originally it was just right for Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, but now with Ji Hongyue it was a bit cramped. Although it was late April, the mountain nights were still cool, so Tang Yuan brought a quilt. To lighten the load, Feng Chan hadn't brought one. At night, Tang Yuan used the quilt, while Feng Chan didn't need one. However, Ji Hongyue didn't have Feng Chen's robust constitution, and shivered without a quilt. Feng Chan let Tang Yuan sleep in the cave and set up a campfire at the entrance to warm Ji Hongyue. Ji Hongyue acted as if he were being considerate and told Feng Chan, "Brother Feng, go sleep in the cave. Young couples, after all, shouldn't feel embarrassed." Feng Chan ignored him. Hearing the howling wind mixed with the roars of wild beasts, Ji Hongyue's heart trembled, and he couldn't help moving closer to Feng Chan. Feng Chan moved away slightly, maintaining his distance. Ji Hongyue gave a nervous laugh. "It's fine, Brother Feng. You go and keep your wife company. I can sleep here." A man cannot admit to being scared. Feng Chan, however, lay down on the makeshift bed of dry branches with his clothes on and fell asleep. Ji Hongyue suddenly had another realization. "Brother Feng, you and Tang Yuan aren't actually married, are you?" "Feng Chen, if you keep talking, I'll cut out your tongue." Knowing that Feng Chan and Tang Yuan were not married, Ji Hongyue started calling Tang Yuan Tang Mei Mei the next day, while still referring to Feng Chan as Brother Feng. Tang Yuan didn't mind, but Feng Chan began to order Ji Hongyue around even more, not allowing him to get too close to Tang Yuan. They returned with fragile pots, walking even more carefully along the way, and it wasn't until the third morning that they arrived back at the clearing site. Initially, Ji Hongyue was awed by the vastness of the mountains, the perilous cliffs and the majestic peaks, but later he just trudged along with his head hanging low, wishing he could lie down and never get up again. Finally reaching the clearing, he couldn't even bother to look around before sprawling on the ground, closing his eyes. Let me take a nap. If his parents saw their son, who always complained about the hardness of beds and mattresses, now sleeping soundly in the wild, they would probably shed tears of heartache. Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, however, immediately went to inspect the wooden shack, the fields, the compost pit, the dried bricks, the cave, and the smoked meat. Everything was as usual. Tang Yuan smiled. The place you found is really great. No wild beasts had come to cause trouble. Of course, they might have been scared off by the aura of the big boss, fearing they'd become his stockpile of food. Feng Chan followed Tang Yuan's instructions and arranged the supplies they brought back. The food was stored in the cave where people slept for safety. Miscellaneous items were placed in a smaller cave. Though the items seemed numerous on the journey, when organizing them, it felt like there was much less than expected. Tang Yuan sighed. When we were carrying everything, it felt like so much. I wish we had bought less. Now that we're done, I wish we had bought more. The self that suffered isn't the self right now. Seeing her still joking despite her fatigue, Feng Chen's eyes softened. Feng Chen, take a nap. I'll ask Ji Hongyue to help build the brick bed. Tang Yuan remembered the collapsed brick bed at Feng's house and asked, do you know how to build one? Feng Chan paused for a moment. Building a brick bed is simple, right? He certainly didn't know how, and neither did the original owner. He had originally planned to learn from Dad Tang, but then they came to the mountains. Tang Yuan. I'm a bit skeptical. I'm afraid I might fall off in the middle of the night. She didn't dare sleep. She needed to guide the big boss. Although she had never built one herself in her previous life, she had seen many and even helped study energy-efficient stoves. Here they didn't need energy efficiency, but a regular stove should be doable, right? Though neither of them knew how to build a brick bed, both were technically skilled and meticulous, planning the size, position, and shape meticulously. However, building a brick bed involved mud, making it more challenging. The big boss found the mud less cooperative than his knife. Tang Yuan thought, forget it, building a brick bed is too hard. Why don't we just stack stones and bricks? It'll be like a non-heatable brick mattress. To their surprise, Ji Hongyue knew how to build a brick bed. Tang Yuan was quite surprised. Officer Ji, you're so down to earth. Officer Ji is impressive. After resting for a while and regaining his spirit, Ji Hongyue declared confidently, of course. I helped my grandfather build one when I was a kid. Tang Yuan. Officer Ji, may I ask how old you were? Ji Hongyue. Around 5 or 6 years old. Don't worry, I'm very smart and have a good memory. I remember things from when I was 3 or 4, so remembering something from 5 or 6 is no problem. Tang Yuan glanced at Feng Chen, somewhat doubtful. Feng Chan, however, indicated that they could let him try. But they didn't have time to dig for stone slabs. Ji Hongyue said irregular stones could also work, similar to building a wall. A good mason wouldn't have trouble using irregular stones, filling gaps with small stones and yellow mud. With Ji Hongyue's technical support, the three worked together to build a 2 meter by 2.5 meter brick bed. Initially, Tang Yuan wanted a 2 meter by 2 meter bed, which was plenty for her and Feng Chan. But when Ji Hongyue heard it was only for the two of them, he protested. He decisively suggested building it larger since there were plenty of adobe bricks. He said, we'll build a thin wall at the 2/3 point. You can sleep on that side and Feng Chan and I will sleep on this side. To make him sleep alone in the small cave was absolutely out of the question. Was he not afraid? He also wanted to sleep in the same room as Feng Chan. The platform for the heated brick bed was completed. No matter how many times they had to redo it, the result was good. This was a well-constructed heated brick bed. They opened a stove port facing the cave entrance and built a cooking stove, placing a double-eared iron pot on top so they could both heat the bed and cook. The flue, made of stones and adobe bricks, was constructed under the end of the bed, extending towards the cave entrance to directly vent smoke outside. If not for Ji Hongyue, Tang Yuan and Feng Chan might not have managed the flue. Tang Yuan was very satisfied. Feng Chan smoothed over all the protruding parts with mud until every surface of the heated brick bed was perfectly flat. After completing the platform, they needed to let it dry for 2 days. To speed up the process, they used a small fire to slowly dry it, hoping to sleep on the heated bed soon. In the evening, Tang Yuan asked Feng Chan to help slice some smoked meat. His knife skills were excellent, slicing the meat uniformly and beautifully, which could cure one's OCD. She stewed a pot of smoked meat and chestnuts and boiled a small basin of various wild vegetables, regardless of their bitterness, all cooked together without fuss. She then steamed a ring of dumplings on top of the smoked meat using a mixture of flour. Although this wasn't the best season for making smoked meat, and it hadn't been cured long enough, it was still meat. Not only did Feng Chan find it delicious, but even Ji Hongyue, who hadn't lacked meat, eggs and milk before his parents were sent down, found it incredibly fragrant. He ate until his mouth was greasy, constantly giving a thumbs up and praising, Sister Tang, your cooking is unbeatable. Tang Yuan poured him a bowl of water infused with dandelion roots to cool him down. Cadre Ji, may all your wishes come true. And may our farmers enjoy white bread buns with braised pork. Ji Hongyue swallowed hard, silently clenched his fist, and nodded firmly. Fengchan poured Tang Yuan a bowl of water and secretly added a piece of malt sugar. Ji Hongyue saw this and reached out. My water is too bitter, I want some sugar too. Fengchan kept a stern face, glanced at Ji Hongyue and said calmly, there's none left. Unless you go sleep in the small cave. Ji Hongyue. How could that be? I just saw a big bag. Fengchan insisted there was none left. Tang Yuan drank her sweet water contentedly, feeling happy inside. In a couple of days they would return home, bringing back some sugar, smoked meat, and fine flour to share with Grandma Feng and her parents. She missed them a bit. They stayed in the mountains for 2 days with Fengchan constantly making Ji Hongyue work. Now, following Tang Yuan's guidance, they paused clearing land and instead collected humus soil, gathered plant leaves for compost, and sprinkled wood ash in small amounts. Additionally, they built separate toilets for men and women. Although their composting efforts might take ages to be effective, the difference between humans and animals included not defecating anywhere. Calculating that the village should be harvesting wheat, Tang Yuan and Fengchan discussed returning. A major storm was expected in a few days, and she feared Secretary Lu might reject Tang Bingda's decision to harvest the wheat. With the support of Cadre Ji, Tang Bingda would gain more credibility. As a poverty alleviation cadre, she couldn't bear seeing the village's grain washed away and had to help. So they packed up, sealed everything that needed sealing, hung items that needed ventilation, and built a short wall with a wooden fence at the cave entrance. Since the cave faced north and was slightly higher than the valley floor, and the mountains blocked summer typhoons, the cave wouldn't be flooded by heavy rains. They took Ji Hongyue and didn't go through Boulder Peak but took a longer route from another direction. They crossed a treacherous canyon that nearly scared Cadre Ji to death, and after 2.5 days, they could exit from another team's territory, less than 10 miles from Tongjia Village. Tongjia Village. Every year, when the wheat was about to ripen, Tang Bingda would ride around the fields, observing which plots were ripe and which were nearing ripeness to plan the harvest. This year, April and May had been dry, with only a few useless drizzles, relying entirely on the accumulated water in the riverbeds. He grew increasingly anxious, remembering the fish immortal predicting heavy rain during the harvest, patrolling day and night, barely sleeping, dreaming of either heavy rain or the wheat being washed away, causing his mouth to blister. Despite a few scattered showers, they were useless, so he believed the fish immortal's forecast, early heavy rain during the harvest, and decided to harvest early. He identified several plots that, while not yet ripe, wouldn't significantly reduce yield if harvested a couple of days early. If they waited until fully ripe and then faced heavy rain, it would all be ruined. Heavy rain would flatten the wheat fields, and everyone knew that submerged wheat grains would quickly sprout. He called the captains and sub-captains of each production team, pointing out the plots and instructing them to lead all the laborers, including the elderly and children, to rush the harvest. Captain Wang Chongshun, Secretary Lu's son-in-law, looked doubtful. Chief, the wheat isn't ripe yet when you bite into it. Wheat is usually harvested at 9/10 maturity. Now it wasn't even at 9/10, and harvesting early would reduce yield. Tang Bingda, who had been stressed lately, had a sore throat and looked increasingly serious, his voice low. Do you think I don't know when the wheat is ripe at my age? April and May have been dry. What if it rains heavily during the harvest? The fish immortal says it will definitely rain heavily. Wang Chongshun whispered. That doesn't necessarily mean it will rain though. It's been so dry for so long. Maybe the summer will be dry too. He always listened to his father-in-law, and if his father-in-law hadn't told him to harvest the wheat, he didn't want to move. He tried to rally support from the second team leader and other squad leaders. You've all seen it. The wheat isn't ripe enough yet. Should we discuss it with the party secretary? If they asked the party secretary, he would definitely disagree, as a reduced wheat yield would affect the public grain quota. Party Secretary Lu was the most selfless cadre, and even his own brigade had to pay the full public grain quota. However, the second team leader listened to Tang Bingda, and he also believed in the fish immortal. He had a good relationship with Dad Tang, who often privately recounted how the fish immortal had saved his daughter and Big Black. He found it incredible, and given that it hadn't rained for so long, it seemed just like what the fish immortal had predicted. The fish immortal said it would rain heavily, so it might really happen. Chapter 38 5 Model Use. Tang Bingda was not the type of village cadre who would explain every detail. He always gave direct orders without needing to justify them to the villagers. And most of the villagers, since the establishment of the People's Commune and the production team in 1958, had gradually developed the habit of following the production team leader's instructions without questioning them. But Wang Chongshun always listened to Secretary Lu. Knowing that Tang Bingda constantly opposed his father-in-law, he was also unhappy. Plowing the land, spreading lime to control pests, and planting less cotton were fine. These were for the good of the production team, and the villagers naturally supported such measures. But what was the point of harvesting wheat early? Wouldn't this reduce the yield? If there isn't enough grain for the state requisition, what will you use to make up the shortfall? The villagers were counting on getting some new wheat to make offerings for ancestral worship. With reduced yields, what would they get? If what you say is wrong, we have the right not to follow your orders. Wang Changshan felt justified and stood his ground against Tang Bingde with his neck stiffened. Tang Bingde coldly said, when the commune cadres came down to inspect, they said the land should be plowed deeply, requiring at least 1 meter of soil to be turned over. This was clearly misguided instruction, yet why did all the teams still follow it? Because it was an order. As long as it comes from a superior, one must obey. If it seems unreasonable, one can appeal afterward, and the higher-ups will correct it. To ensure the third team obediently harvested the wheat, he had to issue a forceful order, not only because of what the fish spirit said, but also based on his decades of experience. He gave his instructions, and the squad leaders of the first and second production teams naturally followed him, immediately arranging to harvest the designated plots of wheat. The captain of the third production team didn't listen, but 2 of the squad leaders did, and they quietly went back to arrange the harvest. They all knew that the team leader and the party secretary were always competing over everything: how much cotton to plant, how much wheat to grow, who should be the production team leader, who should be the accountant, and so on. Though they didn't openly confront each other, there were always a few tense moments each year. Just as Wang Changshan was about to go find Secretary Lu to complain, Secretary Lu had already rushed over with Fei Mao Tue's fast legs. Secretary Lu wore a white sports vest with the words, Huagua, printed on it, and a dark blue jacket with 4 pockets, riding his bicycle hurriedly. Tang, my younger brother. Secretary Lu handed his bicycle to his nephew and strode toward Tang Bingde. Tang Bingde had just issued his orders and was heading to the first production team to oversee the wheat harvest when he was intercepted by Secretary Lu, making his face even darker. Secretary Lu, what's the matter? Secretary Lu. Tang, my younger brother, this won't work. To harvest wheat, it needs to be 9/10 ripe. Tang Bingde. Some fields are already 9/10 ripe. He hadn't ordered simultaneous harvesting of all the wheat but divided the fields. The green stalks were still sturdy and could withstand heavy rain, but the yellow-green fields couldn't handle strong winds and heavy rain, which would cause them to fall over. Secretary Lu. I've checked and it's still 2 days away. Wait 2 more days before harvesting. If you do it now, there'll be at least a 30% reduction in yield. He was truly annoyed. He had initially supported Tang Bingde because he knew how to farm, but later, Tang Bingde often opposed him, and he wanted to replace him. However, despite Tang Bingde's bad temper, he had considerable prestige among the villagers, who always elected him as the team leader. He probably relied on this to repeatedly challenge him. With such low wheat yields, only 130 to 140 jin per mu, and sometimes up to 180 jin, the public grain quota was heavy. A reduction in yield would mean having to hand over several more mu of grain. Was that worth it? He patiently explained to Tang Bingde, urging him not to be so stubborn. Tang Bingde insisted. I feel like it's going to rain heavily. Secretary Lu suppressed his anger. The radio hasn't forecast any heavy rain. What nonsense. Aren't you making the villagers haul water to irrigate the fields all day? Now you're saying it's going to rain. Are you crazy? Tang Bingde didn't care about the villagers hauling water to irrigate the fields. He only cared whether the quotas for cotton and wheat were met. Any reduction in planting or harvesting would affect the quotas. He spoke harshly. I heard someone spreading superstitions in the village, saying some deity predicted rain. Although Tang Bingde believed the fish spirit, he denied it outright. For years, I've never been wrong. My back starts hurting before it rains or snows. Villagers could privately talk about which temples were effective or which deities were powerful, but village cadres couldn't. Secretary Lu couldn't help but sneer. Tang, my younger brother, who hasn't been injured and doesn't have arthritis. Everyone else doesn't feel it's going to rain soon, so why do you? Do you think your lame leg can predict the weather? Tang Bingde held his ground. I am the team leader. According to government regulations, the team leader is responsible for production, while the party secretary handles party affairs. They don't interfere with each other. As the party secretary, you shouldn't meddle in production matters. Secretary Lu's face turned black. So Tang Bingde, you want to have a showdown, huh? What if it doesn't rain, and the premature harvest leads to reduced yields? Tang Bingde gritted his teeth. I'll take full responsibility. Remove me as the team leader, deduct my work points, or send me to labor reform. This risk he took. But Secretary Lu still wouldn't budge. Can you? Can you turn back time to prevent the wheat from reducing yield, or make up for the lost yield? Grain is the lifeline of the cooperative members. Just as the two were at a stalemate, a clear voice came from not far away. Secretary Lu, Captain, the County Agricultural Bureau has sent an expert. Cadre Ji said there will be heavy rain soon and instructed us to harvest the wheat in batches quickly. We should also remind the neighboring brigades. Ji Hongwei, who had come with Tang Yuan to find Tang Bingde for support. When did I say there would be heavy rain? It's been over a month of drought without any sign of rain, right? Is this Tang girl trying to set him up? He suddenly feared encountering another mishap in Tongjia village. Tang Bingda and Secretary Lu, interrupted by them, turned their heads and saw Tang Yuan and a young man with an extraordinary demeanor, clearly someone from the city, approaching. Although Secretary Lu had been to the county before, he didn't know Xie Junli. Hearing that he was a cadre from the Agricultural Bureau made him doubtful. In the past, whenever cadres from the county agriculture group came down to the village for fieldwork, it was always his son who came, even if it was originally someone else's job. Why did a new cadre suddenly appear today? Tang Yuan already introduced Xie Junli to everyone with a smile, even asking him to show his work ID. Though some words on the ID were blurred, it was generally recognizable. Secretary Lu took it and examined it carefully, looking suspiciously at Xie Junli. Are you from the Agricultural Bureau? Xie Junli seemed like a different person, no longer casual and playful as he was with Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, but now composed and reserved. He nodded slightly. I am Xie Junli, the acting head of the county agriculture group, here to supervise the wheat harvest in the brigades. Secretary Lu's face changed instantly. Where's Guangming? Why isn't he here for fieldwork? Why didn't he send word about the new group leader? He didn't know what happened to Xie Junli, but seeing that the work ID was genuine, he naturally respected the county cadre. He immediately put on a respectful and welcoming smile, shook hands warmly with Xie Junli, and reintroduced himself. Group leader Xie, why did you come down here alone? Lu Guangming from the agriculture group is my eldest son. Why didn't he accompany group leader Xie during the wheat harvest? During the wheat and autumn harvests, the county commune always sends cadres to the villages to supervise the crop collection. However, some cadres take their responsibilities seriously while others just go through the motions. The number of county cadres is limited. They can't really stay in the brigades. They usually just visit the commune and then return. Previously, commune cadres used to stay in the brigades according to the agricultural calendar, but after the movement the system became chaotic, and the commune cadres grew impatient with helping with farm work. They preferred to stay in the county instead. So no cadres had come down this year yet. He wanted to call the county immediately to ask his son what was going on. Xie Junli had heard Tang Yuan's introduction on the way. Tang Bingda was a good cadre who worked hard for the cooperative members' well-being, while Secretary Lu focused more on meeting the requirements of his superiors. What else could he not understand? Probably the extra cotton planted and the surplus wheat grain in Tongjia village ended up in those people's pockets. In this era, speculation was prohibited, but the real speculators hid within the system, profiting immensely with access to goods and markets, all legally. Xie Junli was furious but concealed it with a laugh. Secretary Lu, with so many communes and brigades in the county, everyone has their own responsibilities. With Xie Junli's support, Tang Bingda arranged the wheat harvest very smoothly. He gave Tang Yuan a deep look. This girl is not simple. When did she get to know a cadre from the county agricultural bureau? Could this be her fish deity? He apologized to Xie Junli, saying he needed to oversee the wheat harvest and couldn't entertain the cadre, adding that Secretary Lu would surely provide a warm welcome. Then he left. Before leaving, he gave Tang Yuan a meaningful glance, signaling her to follow. On the way, Tang Bingda asked Tang Yuan, "Where have you been recently? How did you come with cadre Xie?" Tang Yuan couldn't admit that she and Feng Chan had been secretly cultivating land in the mountains. She only said that she met cadre Xie when she went to the county with Feng Chan. Tang Bingda looked at her, his eyes conveying disbelief. Tang Yuan immediately said, "Seventh granduncle, I'm telling the truth. The fish deity told me to do this, probably to invite cadre Xie here." Tang Bingda. Didn't you know cadre Xie already? Tang Yuan immediately sensed Tang Bingda's imagination running wild and evaded the question. She wasn't going to clarify. She'd let him imagine whatever he wanted. As long as their logic made sense, they wouldn't press her further. She couldn't resist teasing Tang Bingda. Although he was serious, thinking of such a stern and upright captain believing in the fish deity made her chuckle. "Seventh granduncle, do you really believe it will rain heavily? If it doesn't, won't you be in trouble?" Tang Bingda replied firmly, "There will definitely be heavy rain. I can feel it." In his youth, he had suffered gunshot and knife wounds, with two particularly deep ones that affected his bones. Whenever the weather changed, they would ache. The greater the change, the more severe the pain. These past few nights, he has been in so much pain that he could barely sleep. Even without the help of the fish immortal, he had made this decision, but unfortunately, Secretary Lu's influence was too strong and he was overpowered. However, after this incident, his prestige in Tongjia village grew even higher. The villagers had unwavering faith in him, and would believe whatever he said from now on. Secretary Lu tried several times to replace him but failed each time. Tang Yuan clenched her fists. This time everyone had worked together to save the wheat, which would make 7th Grandpa's prestige soar unprecedentedly. Naturally, they would follow his every word. She paused and smiled at Tang Bingda's back. 7th Grandpa, cadre Xie seems to have something to say to you. You should find him later for a private chat. Tang Bingda responded, sure. Tang Yuan added, I'll persuade Fengchan to help with the wheat harvest. Tang Bingda wanted to tell her that no one could convince that stubborn boy to work for the production team, but she had already run off. Tang Yuan heard that the squad leader and the secretary had gotten into a fight, so she specifically brought Ji Hongyue along to check it out, sending Fengchan home with their things first. She hadn't seen her parents or Grandma Feng in over 10 days and planned to cook them a good meal when she got home, as they had been working hard harvesting wheat. Fengchan delivered the items home first, and was immediately bombarded with questions by Grandma Feng. Qinshan, how were you and Yuan Yuan in the mountains? Is Yuan Yuan getting used to it? Have you been taking good care of Yuan Yuan? Does Yuan Yuan have feelings for you now? Your aunt and I discussed setting up an engagement for you two once you returned. Fengchan. He refused to answer. But Grandma Feng saw signs and laughed happily, teasing her grandson. Oh, is it that Yuan Yuan doesn't have feelings for you yet, but you have feelings for her? The brat used to get annoyed whenever she mentioned matchmaking. He would always clarify that there was nothing between him and Yuan Yuan, saying it wasn't appropriate to spread rumors. Today he didn't deny it? That means he has feelings for her. Fengchan thought of course she does. In the past he preferred being alone, finding it easier than being with others. Now he found it more interesting to clear land and farm with Tang Yuan. He had never met anyone like her. Full of vitality without being annoying, knowledgeable without being stingy, kind without being a pushover, brave and resilient, sincere without scheming. If he kept going he could list many more virtues. In short, she made him feel that the new world was not only rich but also very interesting. Grandma Feng was still questioning him when she heard Tang Yuan return and immediately stopped, transforming from a nosy old lady into a kind, easygoing grandmother. Yuan Yuan, you're back. I've missed you so much these few days. She walked quickly without her cane, took Tang Yuan's hand, and affectionately touched her hair, shoulders and back, saying, Oh, you've lost weight. You must have suffered in the mountains. Was it because Chan didn't take good care of you? Tang Yuan enjoyed Grandma Feng's touch, feeling just like her own grandmother in her previous life. She smiled and said, Grandma Feng, I'm fine. I ate meat every day in the mountains and brought back some smoked meat and white flour. Later, I'll cook smoked meat and chestnuts for you. Grandma Feng. Why bring it back? Leave it in the mountains for your next visit. It's troublesome to carry it around. Tang Yuan gave Grandma Feng some malt sugar to suck on and quietly told her about the things happening in Shirban village, causing Grandma Feng to exclaim in surprise. Fengchan watched them silently as if they were the real grandmother and granddaughter. Looking at Tang Yuan's sweet smile, he felt a sweetness in his heart. Tang Yuan started cooking the smoked meat and chestnuts. With plenty of seasonings at home, it naturally turned out more fragrant. It was hotter down the mountain than up, especially at noon with the sun blazing hot, making people's scalps ache. Tang Yuan let Fengchan eat first, then they went together to deliver food to her parents. During the wheat harvest, families had the elderly and children prepare meals, which were then delivered to the fields where the laborers ate and continued working after a brief rest. Tang Yuan handed Fengchan a scythe. Let's help the team with the wheat harvest. You're strong and can do the work of 3 men. If it were before, Fengchan would never have helped, as he didn't want to earn those work points. Now, since Tang Yuan suggested helping, he agreed, but he had a condition. I'll help with the wheat harvest, but you don't go. Strangely, although they had met in the mountains and he had invited her to farm there, he didn't want her to work and tire herself. Tang Yuan smiled. Okay, let me tell you a secret. I'm actually quite lazy and don't want to work under the scorching sun at all. Fengchan's eyes curved into a smile. Then, after uncle and aunt finish eating, take the basket back home and take a nap. Then cook dinner for us. Tang Yuan agreed readily. In the wheat fields, everyone was enthusiastically harvesting. Men cut the wheat at the front, placing it on the ground, while women followed behind to tie it up. If not tied, it couldn't be loaded onto the carts and would scatter everywhere. Behind them, some people were driving ox carts and loading wheat onto them to take back to the threshing ground to dry and thresh. If the fields were too far from the threshing ground, they would also harvest the wheat on site, plow the land, pour water, and level it like a mirror before bringing the wheat over to dry and thresh. The wheat harvest was even busier and more urgent than the autumn harvest, so all the men, women, and children in the village joined in. Even the old ladies who usually didn't work, like Old Lady Feng, would help out at the threshing ground after cooking meals. They might not be able to handle heavy labor, but they could still turn and dry the wheat ears and grains. Even little kids like Huzi followed behind to pick up fallen wheat ears, let alone young girls like Tang Xiang and Tong Shui. Tang Xiang was crying and feeling miserable. She didn't want to work in the fields. She was afraid of the sun, the labor, and the irritation from the wheat awns. Just a short while had made her feel burning discomfort. The wheat awn scratched her arms, neck, and face. When mixed with sweat and exposed to the sun, it felt as if countless scorching ants were biting her. When will 1977 come? How tragic. In the past, when they hadn't separated households, there were uncle and aunt too, two strong workers, so the family didn't need her to do heavy fieldwork during the wheat harvest. She only needed to follow behind Tang Yuan to pick up wheat ears, cut grass and dry the threshing ground. Why did she have to go into the fields to cut and bundle wheat now? Why weren't Tang Yuan and Fengchan here cutting wheat? She felt very unbalanced. She glanced at Tong Xue beside her and whispered, Tong Jiqing, can you hold on? Tong Jiqing looked like she was about to collapse. Originally, she worked with the other Jiqing group, but Tang Wu asked Uncle Tang to transfer her to the third team so he could look after her closely. He cut the wheat, leaving Tong Xue and Tang Xiang to bundle it. Tang Wu was very strong, unafraid of cold or heat, just afraid of being without a wife. Now that he had one, he was full of energy, cutting wheat swiftly without any fatigue. Tang Xiang and Tong Xue couldn't keep up. Dad, why isn't Tang Yuan cutting wheat? Tang Xiang complained to Uncle Tang, who came over to check the thoroughness of their work. Uncle Tang replied, your uncle too said she hasn't fully recovered from her illness and is afraid she might relapse. Auntie was delighted by Tang Yuan's illness, enjoying the misfortune more than being upset about her absence from work. Not working means no work points. What's there to be angry about? She whispered to Tang Xiang. Has Jiqing Song mentioned anything about getting transferred back? I heard a Jiqing from the Leap Forward Brigade got transferred back to the city through his family's connections. Although Tang Xiang hoped he could return to the city, she knew his stepmother was sweet-faced but cruel-hearted and would use every trick to persuade his father to keep him in the countryside. For years left, how hard it would be to endure. Mother and daughter murmured quietly, with Auntie reminding her daughter not to get too sunburned and to let Tong Xue do more bundling. On the other side, Tong Xue said she felt dizzy, and Tang Wu immediately helped her sit down, fanned her with a straw hat, and gave her water from the soup jar. Seeing this, Auntie was displeased. She pitied her daughter and wanted Tong Xue to do more work. Her daughter-in-law was someone else's daughter, and she wished to make her work more. Xue, since you're working with our family, why don't you get married soon? Auntie thought with disdain and anger towards Tong Xue. Clearly, she had been dating Wu earlier but then pretended to be chaste, saying it wouldn't look good to visit frequently and even quarreled with Wu for a few days. Recently, to get Wu to work for her, she had shamelessly approached him again. Auntie wanted them to get married quickly, without any engagement ceremony. Tong Xue was angry but didn't know at whom. She had previously returned to the city to build connections, and relied on a man who promised to arrange a job for her. After sleeping with her, he said it was difficult and tried to string her along. She refused to give up and caused a scene, but the man's wife beat her up, calling her a loose woman and threatening to send her to re-education. Unable to fight back, she returned to the countryside. Though she relied on Tang Wu, she didn't want to marry him. She only wanted him to help with the work. Once a Jiqing marries a local farmer, they are rooted in the countryside forever, unable to return to the city. The household registration system was an insurmountable barrier between rural and urban areas. She truly felt unwilling. So many others had returned to the city, why not her? She kept an eye on which Jiqing might have a chance to return and tried to connect with them, hoping they could take her with them. Even the male Jiqing from the Leap Forward Brigade, whom Auntie mentioned, had been approached by her, but he ignored her. Feeling both angry and embarrassed, with no hope of returning to the city, she faced another round of intense physical labor. She couldn't bear it anymore. She compromised with Tang Wu, giving him a bit of affection to make him serve her diligently. She truly felt unwilling. If she didn't care about the household registration and wasn't determined to return to the city, once she said she would marry, these country bumpkins would line up to please her. So it wasn't that she wasn't good enough or pretty enough, it was because she lacked connections. If only she had an urban household registration, she could marry into a city family with a salary and be taken care of. If only that were the case, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. The more Tang Wu treated her kindly, the more she resented him and hated him. Tang Wu, however, showed no awareness of this. He would find any excuse to help her, touch her hand or pinch her waist. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have dragged Tong Xue to the back mountain to do something. Xue, that why don't you stay at my place tonight? He whispered pleadingly. Tong Xue felt utterly disgusted. How could this man be so stupid, always thinking with his lower half, as if he wanted to devour her? It was truly nauseating. She really felt like vomiting. Just then, the commune postman rode up on his bicycle from a distance, passing by the wheat field and shouting, "Is this Tongja village's land?" Someone responded, "Yes, it is." The postman immediately pulled out a letter and shouted, "Perfect timing. Here's Wu Jin's order to return to the city. You can take it to the brigade office for me." What? The villagers and educated youths who heard this were stunned. Wu Jin could actually return to the city? Didn't he get sent to the brick factory for re-education? The postman laughed and said, "So what? Like father like son. His father has the means so he can get his son transferred back. Now he doesn't even need re-education." With that, he pedaled away on his bicycle to deliver mail to the next village. Hearing about Wu Jin's order to return to the city, the villagers mostly just chatted about it without much feeling, since it didn't affect them. But Tong Xue was different. She was shaken to the core. Could Wu Jin really return to the city? Was it not just a joke? Then, did his promise to take her back to the city still hold? In another wheat field, the arrival of Tang Yuan and Feng Chen almost made the villagers' jaws drop. Look who's that. I can't believe those idle rascals are working in the fields now. TSK, the sun must be rising in the west. More people speculated whether Tang Yuan and Feng Chen had gotten together. They lived in the same house and often appeared together, so it seemed natural they would become a couple. I wonder who's taking advantage of whom. One is crazy, the other is a rascal. They're a perfect match. Tang Yuan paid no attention to these whispers. When playing a game, would you care what the NPCs say behind your back? She held a sickle while Feng Chen carried a basket of food and a soup jar. They headed straight for Mother Tang and Dad Tang's group. Everyone usually earned fixed work points, with full laborers getting 10 points a day. But during the urgent wheat harvest, Tang Bingda offered extra points. Those who cut wheat quickly and well got 12 points, normal workers got 10, and those responsible for tying the wheat into bundles got 8 points. A pair tying together could earn 5 points each, but if one tied less than the other, they got 4 points each. Mother Tang didn't tie wheat. She also cut wheat and earned 10 points. Dad Tang, Tang Wu, and the others who cut wheat quickly earned 12 points. Dad Tang also got 3 extra points for taking care of the animals. They worked hard and earned many points, so they didn't want Tang Yuan to work in the fields. Seeing their daughter carrying a sickle, Dad Tang immediately said, "Daughter, after you deliver the food, go home and rest. Cooking is tiring too." Feng Chen volunteered, "Uncle Tang, while you and Auntie eat, I'll help you cut wheat." Mother Tang quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Work points are counted daily. Cutting more won't give you extra points. Go tell the captain to give you extra points." During the wheat harvest, Tang Bingda was more generous with points to speed up the process. Feng Chen replied, "Then I'll count my work under Yuan's name." While Dad Tang and Mother Tang ate, he and Tang Yuan went to talk to Tang Bingda about helping with the wheat cutting. Tang Bingda was the captain of the first production team, and also worked with a sickle after making arrangements. He was working in the nearby wheat field and was currently eating. Tang Yuan gave him some smoked meat and chestnuts. Tang Bingda said, "Your family's food isn't plentiful. Take it back." Tang Yuan quickly poured the food into his bowl. Tang Bingda. He couldn't chase her to pour it back, so he accepted it and shared the meat with his sons. Tang Yuan then told him about Feng Chen helping with the wheat cutting. "Grandpachi, Feng Chen cuts wheat faster and better than those earning 12 points. Count his work under my name, and you need to be generous." Tang Bingda was amused by her. This girl. It seemed the two families were close to a good match. Tang Bingda's 3 sons kept praising the smoked meat and chestnuts Tang Yuan gave them and asked how they were made. Tang Bingda glared at them, telling them not to be so greedy, and they immediately quieted down to eat. Tang Bingda pondered for a moment and said to Tang Yuan, "Then let's give him 13 work points? But we'll need the team leader and the scorekeeper to be there to witness it and confirm his capability." The work points were not solely determined by him. He was merely making a suggestion, which would then be supervised and evaluated by the team leader and the scorekeepers. This was very straightforward. Indeed, he was clearly more capable than the others. Tang Yuan began to offer advice to 7th Grandpa again. "7th Grandpa," the fish immortal said, "why don't you group them? Look at how much they can do in half a day with 12 work points. Then assign more plots with higher work points to each group. Those who want to earn more and work faster can take on more plots. This way they earn more work points, do more work, and the team can finish harvesting the wheat faster, right? A strong man like him, capable of doing the work of 3 people, should not be limited by just 12 work points. If he worked without restriction, he might even earn 40 work points in a day." Tang Bingda looked at Tang Yuan and then at Feng Chen. With such strength, not utilizing him would indeed be a waste. After some thought, he pointed to another plot of wheat that had not yet been harvested and said, "There are 6 acres over there. All the work points from cutting that will be yours." Wheat that grows well is easier to cut. One can grab a handful of stalks and cut them down with one swing of the scythe. If the wheat grows poorly, with uneven heights and some fallen stalks mixed with weeds like wild barley and ash, it becomes troublesome. Moreover, this year's wheat lacked water, so in areas where it wasn't irrigated, the wheat was shorter and required squatting to cut, making it even more tiring. The plot that Tang Bingda pointed out had been irrigated and grew well. In the morning it still looked green, but after being baked by the scorching sun at noon, it had turned yellowish green by now. If one started cutting from the yellow parts, eventually all of it would turn yellow. This wouldn't reduce the yield of the wheat. Seeing Tang Bingda's instructions, Feng Chen immediately picked up the scythe and went over. Tang Yuan quickly put a straw hat on his head, gave him the arm sleeves from Grandma Feng, and hung the towel she received from Grandma Feng around his neck. With this outfit he truly looked like a skilled farmer. Tang Yuan chuckled and poked Feng Chen's arm lightly. "Go ahead, remember to rest. Don't overwork yourself. If you hurt your back, it'll hurt for a long time. Harvesting wheat and picking cotton can be very hard on the back." Feng Chen whispered, "My back is fine." Tang Zhonghe's family lived close to Mother Tang's. and the two families often worked and ate together. Zhang Guifan, Tang Zhonghe's mother, smiled at Mother Tang and said, "Those two kids really suit each other." Ever since Tang Zhonghe got closer to Tang Yuan and went to treat Grandma Feng's foot, Zhang Guifan learned more about Feng Chan. Mother Tang was quite pleased, especially with the fact that Feng Chan didn't let her daughter do any work. On the other hand, Lu Laizi's mother was unhappy and spat when she saw Tang Yuan and Feng Chan. A madman and a hooligan, lazy as hell, what work can he do? Ever since Lu Laizi went to the quarry, his mother became obsessed, cursing and making voodoo dolls at home every day. She cursed Tang Bingda, Grandma Feng, Feng Chan, Dad Tang, Mother Tang, Tang Yuan, and even the big black ox. Unfortunately, these curses seemed to have no effect, and instead, everyone else seemed to be doing better. Soon, everyone witnessed the terrifying speed at which Feng Chan cut wheat. Is this humanly possible? You're doing the work of 3 people alone? Several young men felt indignant and tried to compete with Feng Chan, but almost broke their backs in the process and had to admit defeat. Previously, they had looked down on Feng Chan, but now it seemed he was actually more capable than they were. Dad Tang had initially been somewhat displeased that his daughter and Feng Chan were alone in the mountains, but seeing how capable Feng Chan was, he instantly felt better. He sincerely praised, "Feng Chan is truly both capable and kind-hearted." Someone teased him, "We can see the capability, but how do you know he's kind-hearted?" Dad Tang replied confidently, "If he worked like this every day and took the work points of 3 people, wouldn't everyone earn fewer work points? Why doesn't he come here normally? I think it's because he doesn't want to take our work points. He only comes to help during urgent times like the wheat harvest." Everyone thought about it and realized it made sense. Looking at Feng Chan now, they felt admiration and respect. He was clearly not a lazy hooligan but a handsome, kind-hearted, and capable young man. Chapter 39, Torrential Rain. Feng Chen's arrival to harvest wheat stirred the men of Tongjia village, making them work with renewed vigor as if injected with a stimulant. Originally, some families had more laborers and thus more work points, so even without pushing too hard during the wheat harvest, they could still earn a decent number of points. However, now that Feng Chan was far ahead, leaving them behind, they, although conceded his skill, couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Especially the young men. So they worked harder than in previous years. Some felt they were exceeding their 12 work point quota, and went to Tang Bingda to request permission to take on an additional wheat field. Tang Bingda, though unfamiliar with the principle of introducing a catfish into a school of sardines, could see the intense competition among the men, driving them to work tirelessly. This year's wheat harvest was clearly faster than in previous years. Approved. Tang Bingda led the villagers in the enthusiastic wheat harvest, while Secretary Lu was responsible for hosting Cadre Ji. He invited Ji Hongwei to have lunch at his home and had his wife prepare a room for him to stay in. In the past, when cadres from the commune came down for inspections, the brigade would assign meals, with all village members taking turns to provide food and lodging. There was no need for special meals. The cadres simply ate whatever the family was having, with a payment of 2 mao and 1 jin of grain tickets per day. Now that Ji Hongwei had arrived, Secretary Lu naturally wanted to give him a good reception. He didn't want Ji Hongwei to stay at Tang Bingda's place, fearing that Tang Bingda might get close to him and say something inappropriate. Although he believed himself to be fair and incorruptible, not fearing slander, he also didn't want Tang Bingda to distort facts in front of the county cadre. Though the brigade had planted a few more acres of wheat and cotton, wasn't it for the benefit of the brigade? Without these extra efforts, how could the brigade enjoy those preferential policies and numerous achievements? One must give to receive. Tang Bingda, growing older and more stubborn, had a narrow-minded view and couldn't see the bigger picture. During meals, he tried to probe Ji Hongwei, thinking this young cadre seemed quite naive, probably inexperienced and lacking depth. He wondered about his background, how he managed to parachute into Binxian County as an agricultural cadre at such a young age. His own son, Guangming, was already in his 30s and only a section chief in the agricultural department. He feared Tang Yuan might say something inappropriate to Ji Hongwei, so he decided to test him. Despite appearing innocent and clear-eyed, Ji Hongwei was cautious around Secretary Lu, and did not let himself be probed. He showed no suspicion towards Tongjia Village Brigade, and did not mention any irregularities with the cotton quotas. Instead, he appeared quite close to Secretary Lu, moved by his stories of revolutionary times, and raised a toast to him. He greatly admired Secretary Lu. "Cadre Ji, our brigade is not easy. With many mountains and little land, and soil that doesn't look fertile, other brigades would have become impoverished long ago, relying on relief rations every year. Yet our brigade is doing well, with the villagers showing a positive spirit and great enthusiasm. This shows that our cadre is both capable and hardworking." Ji Hongwei, who usually despised empty flattery, had learned from reality and been slightly misled by Tang Yuan, growing very quickly. Secretary Lu felt gratified and relieved, believing Ji Hongwei had no ulterior motives. However, he still took the opportunity to make a small complaint about Tang Bingda. Old Tang is a good cadre, but he's getting old and sometimes relies too much on experience. He's stubborn, which can be embarrassing for Cadre Xie. He was referring to Tang Bingda's insistence on harvesting wheat early. Without saying anything else, this will definitely reduce the yield. We'll have to tighten our belts again to meet the public grain quota. Xie Junli. The lack of rain in March and April generally reduces wheat yields. The higher-ups understand this and will appropriately reduce the total public grain quota. Secretary Lu looked at him happily. Cadre Xie, really? If we could get a reduction, that would be great. Xie Junli smiled. Definitely. He refused to rest and told Secretary Lu he wanted to help with the wheat harvest. Secretary Lu, usually exempt from fieldwork, accompanied him to please Xie Junli. Upon reaching the wheat fields, Xie Junli immediately spotted Feng Chan cutting wheat. He couldn't help but praise, "Secretary Lu, our villagers are full of enthusiasm." Feng Chan stood out, and even from a distance Secretary Lu saw him. Surprised, he squinted his eyes and confirmed, exclaiming, "That rascal is cutting wheat?" Seeing Xie Junli's curious gaze, Secretary Lu joked about Feng Chan. He used to be undisciplined, but now he's being responsible. That's good. Xie Junli was astonished, his image of Feng Chan crumbling. Brother Feng was like this? But he soon understood. Working with the brigade yielded limited returns, whereas farming in the mountains brought personal benefits. Thinking this way, he realized Feng Chan was smart and resourceful. He would make a perfect bodyguard. To build a rapport with Feng Chan, Cadre Xie ignored Secretary Lu's objections and went over to help him tie the wheat. Secretary Lu. Cadre Xie, let's go inspect other fields. His underlying meaning was that harvesting wheat is both hot and tiring, so Cadre Xie shouldn't go through the trouble. Xie Junli had already run over. He greeted Feng Chan. "Where's Sister Tang?" Feng Chan glanced at him. "The team leader is in the field next door. Go find him." In recent days, Xie Junli had been pestering Sister Tang Yuan, which had annoyed Feng Chan to no end. Secretary Lu saw that Xie Junli went to help with the wheat harvest and decided not to follow. After a moment of consideration, he turned and left. He had probed before and found out that Xie Junli was just here to supervise the wheat harvest and had no other special intentions. Still, he felt something was off. After all, Xie Junli's arrival itself was unusual, so he rode his bike to the commune. Tongja village was surrounded by mountains, and one had to cross 2 hills to reach the commune where there was flat land. Fortunately, there was a path trodden by many on the hilltop, allowing him to push his bike over and then ride to the commune. First, he went to the commune revolutionary committee to greet the leaders who were staying behind. In a few days, the wheat harvest would begin, and the commune cadres would start their fixed assignments. The dedicated section chiefs had already rushed to their respective brigades, while those unwilling to go either stayed at the commune or went elsewhere to attend to personal matters. Administrative procedures were lax now, without the formalities of later times. He found Section Chief Zhao, who was originally responsible for Tongja Village Brigade. "Section Chief Zhao? Have you spoken with the county recently? What about our Guangming? When will he come down to squat?" Section Chief Zhao was in his early 30s with a fair complexion. He helped Secretary Lu sit down and personally made tea for him. "Uncle Lu, if you had something, why didn't you send someone else? Why did you come yourself?" He had a good relationship with Lu Guangming, who was a division chief in the county. Since he usually looked up to Lu Guangming, he naturally treated Secretary Lu warmly as well. "Uncle Lu, I was planning to visit your place in a couple of days. Guangming said his in-laws had some issues, so he won't be coming down this year. I'll go instead." Lu Guangming had risen thanks to his father-in-law, and any matter from his in-laws required his immediate attention. He wasn't as free, especially to return to the countryside. Secretary Lu nodded. "That's fine. I came to ask why Section Chief Ji from the County Agriculture Group went to our brigade." Section Chief Zhao was taken aback. "Section Chief Ji? Which? Oh, Xie Junli, that fool." Secretary Lu frowned, displeased. "How can you talk like that, Section Chief Zhao? Although he's younger than you, he's still a county cadre." Section Chief Zhao placed the white porcelain teacup in front of Secretary Lu and smiled. "What kind of county cadre is he? Just another relation trying to build credentials. He'll probably only stay here for a couple of years." Secretary Lu. "Then why did he volunteer to come down? If it were one of those young masters sent down from above, they would prefer leisure and comfort and wouldn't come down to suffer." Section Chief Zhao. "Uncle Lu, did he go to your brigade to inquire about something?" Secretary Lu shook his head. "Not really. I just found it odd that a young section chief suddenly showed up. I wanted to call Guangming and let him know." Section Chief Zhao thought for a moment and decided to call the county. The call connected, but he couldn't find Lu Guangming. Instead, Deputy Section Chief Gao from the Agriculture Group answered. Deputy Section Chief Gao was surprised to hear that Xie Junli had gone to Tongja Village. He laughed a few times and then asked curiously, "Secretary Lu, how did our Section Chief Ji end up at your brigade?" It was amusing to think about. Xie Junli was young and shallow. As soon as he arrived, he called a meeting to make a splash, claiming he would lead the entire county out of poverty. The cadres at the County Revolutionary Committee watched him like a monkey performing. When he said he would lead a team to inspect the villages, Deputy Section Chief Gao laughed, thinking he was acting like an imperial inspector. Did he really think he was assigned this position because they valued him for his youth and talent? Bah, what a joke. This time Xie Junli led a few staff members from the agriculture group to visit villages and gather information. On the way, they encountered fighting dogs and were chased by a mad dog. They also stumbled upon a group of village ruffians fighting. The ruffians, blinded by rage, attacked anyone in sight, including Xie Junli and his team. Xie Junli and the staff members fled in panic. Xie Junli fell into a river, while the others returned with black eyes and bruised faces to report the incident. Back then, the Public Security Bureau hadn't been restored, and the Revolutionary Committee's People's Protection Group handled public security work. The People's Protection Group chief registered the case, saying they would send people to look for Section Chief Xie, but they couldn't find him for several days. Today, Secretary Liu called to say he had gone to their brigade. Deputy Section Chief Gao was genuinely curious about how Xie Junli ended up at Tongji Village Brigade. Secretary Liu briefly explained the situation. Deputy Section Chief Gao. Secretary Liu, just treat him well. There's nothing to worry about. Secretary Liu. Our brigade definitely has nothing to hide. I'm just worried he might be targeting Guangming. Deputy Section Chief Gao laughed. No need to worry. Division Chief Liu acts uprightly and has nothing to fear from an investigation. Secretary Liu felt relieved. He could guarantee that Tongji Village Brigade had nothing to hide. Although he had some grievances with Tang Bingda, old Tang was good at production. He had even less to worry about. He was an old revolutionary with a solid background, not greedy for money or material goods, living a simple life with a clean record. He recommended brigade cadres and worker peasant soldier students fairly, never favoring anyone. He had nothing to fear. He was worried that Guangming might occasionally indulge in drinking and eating in the county, or that someone might come to him with a request, crying and pleading, which he couldn't refuse and would end up helping. Since Deputy Team Leader Gao said it's fine, then it must be fine. Deputy Team Leader Gao has no conflict with Guangming. He always wanted to be the team leader but ended up with an inexperienced young graduate from above taking the position. It's natural for him to feel resentful. He didn't report to the commune about his brigade starting the harvest early. It was just a couple of days ahead, and only part of the fields were cut, so the reduction in yield would be minimal. This year's drought has affected the wheat harvest, and the county is aware of it. The leaders should proactively reduce the public grain quota. He'll talk to Guangming about this after the harvest, asking Guangming to help the brigade with this matter. It was dark, so he stayed overnight at the commune and returned to the village the next day. Passing by the neighboring Yuqing brigade, he heard Tang Bingda talking to Captain Chan here, which made Captain Chan start arguing. Old Tang, why do you insist on us harvesting the wheat early? The sun is scorching hot, and the wind is so dry it could ignite a fire. Where's the rain going to come from? This is a critical time for the wheat. Harvesting a day early means losing 10% of the yield. We can't waste food. Tang Bingda had a grim face. He was reminding cannon-fodder because they had a good relationship. Yesterday, after riding around his own brigade's wheat fields, he also checked out the wheat in Yuqing brigade. Unlike his brigade, Yuqing brigade hadn't mobilized the villagers to irrigate the fields, so their wheat was shorter, the ears smaller, and ripening faster. Yesterday morning, he sent someone to tell Captain Chan to start harvesting early, at least the nearly ripe parts, as there might be heavy rain in a few days. But cannon-fodder agreed at the time and did nothing. Today, Tang Bingda came over himself to persuade Captain Chan. They were friends since their youth, having ambushed lone Japanese soldiers together and put hoods on traitors. They considered themselves to have a strong bond. He was certain there would be heavy rain and became anxious seeing cannon-fodder unwilling to harvest the wheat. At first, cannon-fodder debated calmly, but when Tang Bingda saw him being slick and not starting the harvest, he got angry and told him to be responsible for the brigade and the villagers. In the end, cannon-fodder got angry too, suspecting Tang Bingda's motives. Tang Bingda was even more furious but, being a serious man who spoke little, compressed all his words into one sentence. Cannon-fodder, we've known each other for years. Could I harm you? Suit yourself. During the Great Leap Forward in 1958, everyone was feverishly enthusiastic and behaved crazily. The whole nation was smelting steel, vowing to surpass Britain and America. The crops were actually bountiful, but everyone went to smelt steel, eating communal meals, and no one was left to harvest the autumn crops. As a result, the abundant harvest rotted in the fields. In winter, the brigades ran out of food, the canteens closed, and people went home hungry. The villagers had to dig up rotten sweet potatoes from the fields to eat. At that time he was clear-headed, believing that this couldn't continue. He kept the farming tools and half the villagers to work the land while the others went to smelt steel. He suggested cannon-fodder do the same, and cannon-fodder listened. Both brigades thus had food, surviving those years without anyone starving, and even secretly helping relatives and friends. Because of that incident, both he and cannon-fodder gained high prestige in their respective brigades, allowing them to remain captains for many years, even when they stepped down temporarily. The brigade still relied on them for farming matters. Now, hearing cannon-fodder say these things, Tang Bingda felt a bit cold-hearted. After so many years of friendship, this old fellow thought he was meddling. Forget it. Tang Bingda turned and rode away. Cannon-fodder felt uneasy and hurriedly called out, "Brother Tang, you know what kind of person I am. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't be angry." Turning, he saw Secretary Liu and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Liu heading to the commune?" Secretary Liu hummed, "I see your wheat is ripe, yet you haven't harvested it yet?" cannon-fodder smiled. "This year, due to the spring drought, our brigade has less water for irrigation, so the wheat yield isn't good. We're thinking of waiting a couple more days to let the wheat mature better." Secretary Liu. "Harvest the wheat when it's 9/10 ripe. If you wait until it's fully ripe, you'll lose a lot." Saying this, he rode off. Cannon-fodder, deeply influenced by Tang Bingda, often sought his advice whenever faced with issues. Though Tang Bingda had developed a habit of meddling, acting like the actual captain of Yuqing brigade, which sometimes annoyed cannon-fodder, he still felt uneasy ignoring Tang Bingda's advice. "Fine, let's start the harvest, focusing on the 9/10 ripe parts." Cannon-fodder went to make the arrangements. Tang Bingda rode back to his brigade, first circling around production team 3, where he scolded Wang Chongshan for slacking off and instructed the squad leaders to divide the fields among the villagers, encouraging them to cut more wheat and earn more work points. Production team 2 was progressing quickly, as the team leader followed the captain's instructions precisely. When the captain divided the fields among the villagers, the team leader did the same, so the villagers' enthusiasm for harvesting was high, and their efficiency was excellent. Returning to production team 1, he saw the smooth stubble fields, carts loaded with wheat sheaves, and children picking up dropped wheat heads in the fields. Tang Bingda felt quite satisfied. Arriving at the threshing ground, the elderly men and women were responsible for drying and threshing the wheat. Blinding the donkeys, they pulled the rollers over the wheat heads to thresh them. When there weren't enough donkeys, people pulled the rollers to thresh the wheat. There were also people responsible for threshing the wheat. Once it was dry, they would store it to prevent moisture at night. Although it was impossible to harvest all the wheat in just a few days, they could still try to gather as much as possible before the rain came. Tang Bingda felt reassured and wasn't worried. Tang Yuan wasn't worried either, knowing that they had a skilled hunter to rely on, no matter what time of year. In the past few days, although she hadn't gone to cut wheat, she hadn't been idle. Besides cooking with Grandma Feng, she had also tended to the yam fields. The compost pits that she and her parents had dug earlier were now being put to good use. The humus was directly spread as fertilizer on their plot of land, while the compost pits involved digging holes to bury leaves, grass, branches, soil and earthworm castings, along with an appropriate amount of lime to decompose and ferment. Now these compost pits had turned into real fertilizer. She and Grandma Feng applied green manure to both families' plots and filled up the compost pits, which left them quite exhausted. Originally, Feng Chan had offered to do it himself, since it was only 8/10 of an acre, and he could finish it in half a night. But Tang Yuan wanted him to focus on cutting wheat, as heavy rain was imminent, and every bit counted. Currently, the entire brigade was in the heat of wheat harvesting. They went to the fields before dawn to cut and bundle wheat. When the sun rose, they started eating, then continued harvesting. When the sun became too intense, they ate lunch and took a nap under the shade of trees. The wheat cutters fell asleep as soon as they lay down. After a short rest, they got up and continued cutting wheat under the scorching sun. Even after dinner, they could work under starlight for a while, but only the most skilled old hands could manage without risking injury to their legs or hands. Under such intense labor, even skilled workers like Dad Tang and Mother Tang were exhausted, their feet feeling light and their hands covered in blisters turning into layers of calluses. Because the wheat was so low, they had to squat or kneel in the fields, often bruising and scraping their knees. They knew they couldn't slack off, they had to finish the harvest in one go. If they stopped, they would feel too weak and want to rest for several days. Tang Bingda kept encouraging them. "Is it hard? Think of the Red Army's long march, covering 25,000 li. We didn't march, didn't cross snowy mountains or marshes, but we have our own long march, cutting wheat and harvesting crops. Today, if we grit our teeth and endure, we can rest well once we're done. This time it's urgent, and there's no time to slaughter pigs. When it rains, we'll slaughter pigs and celebrate Dragon Boat Festival properly." In previous years, Tang Bingda would first motivate everyone, then slaughter pigs to provide extra meals for the commune members before starting the harvest. This year, with the impending rain, he couldn't afford to waste time slaughtering pigs. Since it would rain anyway, they would have to rest then, so why not wait until then? Fima Tui, who was Secretary Liu's nephew, was also disgruntled. He couldn't help complaining. "It's so hot. Where's the rain? I feel like I'm in Africa or Mauritius, my soul is melting away." He liked carrying a radio to commune meetings to show off the international and national news he heard, but recently the brigade leader hadn't held any meetings, so he had no chance to show off. He was quite dissatisfied. They said it would rain heavily, but they had been harvesting for 4 or 5 days, and there was still no sign of rain. Wouldn't it be better to wait until after the harvest to plant and then have the rain? It should be raining about now, right? The members of Xiangyang Brigade, which bordered Tongja village to the south, found it amusing to see how desperately the Tongja village members were working. There's always more work to do. Take your time, what's the rush? After all, it was communal property, not their own. Tongja village's early wheat harvest also affected Xiangyang Brigade to the south. While the leader of Xiangyang Brigade mocked Tangbingda for being paranoid about the rain and preferring stability over production, he was also concerned. He understood Tangbingda's mindset. It was better to reduce production slightly, but ensure some wheat was safely stored, rather than risk losing a large portion to heavy rain. With this mindset, he also started the harvest a day earlier than usual. However, the members of Xiangyang Brigade noticed the leader's relaxation and believed it wouldn't rain. Since it wasn't going to rain, why rush? They could take their time, avoiding exhaustion. It was communal wheat, not their own. These harvested grains would be public grain, not for their personal consumption. So why should they work so hard? These two men couldn't match the output of a single strong laborer from Tongja village, known colloquially as slacking off. That day, the sunset cast a vast red glow over West Mountain, gradually growing larger and redder, resembling a duck egg yolk hanging in the western sky. The duck egg yolk trembled a few times before finally sinking into the boundless darkness. Fimatui looked up and said to Secretary Lu, who had come to inspect the wheat harvest, "Second uncle, look at that red glow. It'll be another scorching day tomorrow." "Where's the rain?" Secretary Lu sighed. Although Ji Hongyue claimed he was just casually visiting, he was still worried about his son and couldn't afford to have a conflict with Tangbingda these days. He only reported the situation to Ji Hongyue behind the scenes, hoping to give Tangbingda a hard time. But he didn't really expect Ji Hongyue to suppress Tangbingda. "Our village's affairs should be handled within our village. We don't need outside help to avoid unexpected situations." The sky darkened. It was getting dark rather quickly. Secretary Lu turned and looked around. "Why is it so dark today?" "It's summer. The sun usually sets around 6 and it doesn't get completely dark until after 7:30 or 8. The sun just set a little while ago, why is it already dark?" It wasn't naturally getting dark, but a thick cloud like spilled ink surged over and covered half the sky in a short time. The eastern sky was pitch black, while the western sky was ablaze with red from the sunset. The darkness rapidly advanced westward, gradually swallowing the crimson sunset clouds. It was dark. Secretary Lu involuntarily shivered, not out of fear but because a cold wind blew in from the southeast. Soon a fierce wind rose, swirling countless stalks of wheat and dead leaves low in the air. Tangbingda picked up his large metal megaphone that didn't need batteries and shouted hoarsely, "Attention all teams. Stop cutting wheat and start bundling and loading it onto carts. If there aren't enough carts, use your shoulder poles to carry it to the threshing floor. Hurry up." Tangbingda's back and legs had been hurting severely these days. When the wind blew earlier, he also shivered, and the pain in his bones reached its peak. He knew a heavy rainstorm was coming. All the commune members got busy. All the wooden carts were hitched up and oxen, horses, mules, and donkeys were put to work. The men stopped cutting wheat and carried it to the threshing floor using shoulder poles. Children also helped by tying sheaves of wheat and carrying them to the threshing floor. Single-wheeled carts rolled along, pushing wheat swiftly to the threshing floor. The old men responsible for pressing the wheat at the threshing floor stopped their work and quickly piled the wheat into stacks. Wheat grains were packed into sacks, large baskets, and large wicker baskets. Unthreshed wheat sheaves were stacked inside, layer upon layer, forming a wheat pile, which was then covered with woven wheat straw mats. The dense wheat straw ensured that even if heavy rain poured down, it would flow off the straw without seeping inside. Even if some moisture did seep in, only the top layer would be affected, leaving most of the wheat dry. Of course, this could only last a few days. Over time, the wheat would naturally breathe and generate heat, causing the grains to spoil, mold, or sprout. If it rained for only 2 or 3 days, they wouldn't be worried. But if it rained for more than 3 days, the commune would have the members take the wheat home to dry indoors. There would be some loss, but it was better than everything rotting. Tangbingda urged the members to hurry and transport the wheat to the threshing floor, calculating how much wind and rain the unharvested wheat fields could withstand and for how long. In the end, he concluded, "Success depends on heaven. We must leave it to fate." Crack! Purple lightning flashed through the leaden clouds, as if an invisible force was tearing open cracks in the black sky. It was as if giant dragons were circling in the air. Rush! Heavy rain poured down, large raindrops hitting heads and faces, causing stinging pain. "It's raining! It's raining! Run!" Luckily, our captain has experience and told us to harvest the wheat early, reducing the loss and saving most of it. You bet. I respect no one more than our captain. Our captain is mighty and can serve another 20 years. Yes, we'll vote for him again next term. The members of the forward commune rejoiced and praised their captain for saving most of the wheat. The remaining wheat in the fields could still be salvaged once the rain stopped, at least half of it. With food in hand, they felt reassured and even had the mood to joke. The captain said he'd slaughter a pig when it rains. Where's the captain? Should we slaughter a pig? Slaughter it. The captain said to do it when it rains, so everyone can rest and be rewarded. Ooh, let's go slaughter a pig and eat pork. The members cheered, and the children jumped and shouted about slaughtering a pig and eating meat. The excitement seemed unrelated to Secretary Lu. He stood in the rain, pale-faced and trembling slightly. He was scared. He was terrified of what might have happened. Thankfully, Tang Bingda had ordered the early harvest of the wheat. Otherwise, this heavy rain would have ruined all the wheat. If half of the wheat were flattened in the fields, there wouldn't be enough left to meet the public grain quota or to distribute among the commune members. Without food for sustenance, the members would go hungry. Then, the forward brigade would become a poverty-stricken village and would have to rely on relief rations. Once they started relying on relief rations, all their honors and achievements would vanish and he and Tang Bingda would become the sinners of the forward brigade. Secretary Lu's imagination ran wild, making him shiver with fear. Tang Bingda rushed into the village through the heavy rain. Although the last cart got a bit wet, it wasn't a major issue. They could dry it out in the brigade's house. Seeing Secretary Lu standing in the rain, drenched like a drowned rat, he shouted, "Secretary, what are you doing? Come inside to avoid the rain." Secretary Lu grabbed his rough hand, tears mixing with the rain, and said hoarsely, "Brother Tang, you saved everyone, you saved the forward brigade. We are all grateful to you." He was trembling, as if about to collapse at any moment. Tang Bingda quickly dragged him inside to get warm by the fire. Soaked by the heavy rain, his body ached terribly. At the Leap Forward Brigade, Chun Fada looked at the mountain of wheat stacked outside and the sacks of wheat stored indoors. Thinking about the few plots of wheat yet to ripen and harvest, he knew that half of them would be ruined by the rain. Smack! He slapped himself, filled with regret. If only he had arranged for the wheat harvesting when Brother Tang sent someone to remind him on the first day, or even when Brother Tang came personally the second day. How much more wheat could they have saved if the entire brigade had worked together? Although he did arrange for people to harvest the second day, he didn't take it seriously, and the commune members were lackadaisical, so very little was harvested. They only began in earnest on the third day. He slapped himself repeatedly, cursing the 2 days lost. 2 whole days, how much wheat could they have harvested? The cadres and members of the Xiangyang Brigade were even more panicked, completely stunned by the heavy rain. They had just begun the harvest. They wanted to save some effort by waiting until the wheat was fully ripe, then directly threshing and bagging it without needing to dry it much before delivering it as public grain. Half of the wheat was already golden and ripe, and the other half was nearly ready. Now the ripe wheat was flattened by the rain in the fields. What could they do? What could they do? It wasn't just about losing the position of brigade leader. There was also the public grain and food supply to worry about. Chief Dan cried in the wheat field under the heavy rain, wailing, "What can we do? What can we do? Heaven doesn't give us a way to live." Tang Yuan didn't know others' joys and sorrows. She hadn't gone to harvest but stayed home with Grandma Feng to cook delicious meals. They killed a non-laying wild chicken and sliced a piece of smoked meat. Yam stewed with wild chicken, chili garlic sprout stir-fried smoked meat, green onion scrambled eggs, leek and egg pancakes, and the main dish was coarse flour pancakes. Over the past few days, Tang Yuan hadn't gone to the fields but helped Grandma Feng grind starch to make coarse flour pancakes. In the summer heat, eating cold pancakes with vegetables was convenient and delicious. Ji Hongyue had originally planned to eat rotationally at Secretary Lu's and Tang Bingda's homes, but after having lunch at Secretary Lu's, he came to Tang Yuan's for dinner. He stayed at the Feng family's house that night, insisting on sharing a bed with Feng Chan, which annoyed Feng Chan greatly. Ji Hongyue, young and handsome with a sweet mouth, had charmed Grandma Feng, Dad Tang and Mother Tang, especially given his status as a high-ranking official from the county who treated them so warmly and without pretense. They held him in high regard. Outside, the rain poured heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning bright as daylight, while inside the house was warm and refreshing. The family gathered around the table, eating and laughing, relaxed and content. Feng Chun offered wine to Grandma and Dad Tang and Mother Tang. Dad Tang took a sip of the wine, feeling deeply satisfied. Though exhausted, it was worth it since the wheat hadn't been damaged by the rain. Looking at the heavy rain outside, Ji Hongyu glanced at Tang Yuan and then at Feng Chen. "Is the fish immortal real?" Tang Yuan replied confidently, "Of course." Dad Tang, Mother Tang, and Grandma Feng all agreed that it was real. Dad Tang now firmly believed in the fish immortal, having developed a coherent logic. He thought that his daughter wasn't crazy initially but rather unfamiliar with the fish immortal. As she got to know the fish immortal better, her behavior became normal. As for why she went crazy, it must be because the fish immortal disliked her aunt and second cousin. Ji Hongyue didn't believe it. He shared the same thoughts as Tang Bingda and others, thinking that the girl had made up the story to deceive them. As for how she knew it would rain, that was easy to explain. After such a long drought, May would inevitably bring rain, though the exact day was uncertain. If not today, then surely tomorrow or the next day. There was a high probability it would rain during the wheat harvest. He suspected her support came from Tang Bingda, who suspected that Ji Hongyue was the fish immortal. He didn't suspect that Tang Yuan was planning anything bad. Instead, he believed she wanted to help the brigade. He was convinced that she and Fengchun could assist him. He had already discussed this with Tang Bingda, though not revealing everything, just mentioning suspicions of issues within the county, and that someone wanted to drive him away or cause an accident. He needed a simple excuse to seek protection in Tongja village. Tang Bingda agreed, offering necessary protection and assistance, and promised to send young men from the brigade to protect him when he went to the city after the wheat harvest. Infected by Tang Yuan's happiness, Ji Hongyue felt good now, not panicking or afraid, and regained confidence in achieving something. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Tang Bingda arriving. The 3 production teams of the brigade each slaughtered 2 pigs, and he personally came to find the fish immortal to collect the pork. Fengchun wanted to answer the door, but Tang Yuan told him to stay seated while she went to check. Ji Hongyue took the opportunity to raise his glass and said to Fengchun, "Brother Feng, I wish you both soon realize your mutual affection, have a long and happy marriage and grow old together." He flattered Fengchun relentlessly to get his help. "Fengchun, I won't be your bodyguard, so don't interfere with Yuan and me farming." Chapter 40. No one is to touch her. Tang Bingda, wearing his straw raincoat, had come to express his gratitude. Although he was stern by nature, he was fair in meting out rewards and punishments. Those who slacked off were penalized, while those who worked hard were rewarded. Tang Yuan had saved the brigade from a major loss under the guise of fish immortal, so naturally, he came to thank her and to commend her with a reward. Seeing Tang Bingda approach, Tang Yuan warmly invited him inside. "Seventh uncle, have you eaten yet?" Tang Bingda. "Not yet." Tang Yuan then invited him to join them for dinner. Tang Bingda did not really want to eat, but he had something important to discuss with Tang Yuan and Fengchun, so he followed them inside. He had always admired Dad Tang somewhat, and now that he saw Tang Yuan was resourceful and could handle the strong-willed but reluctant worker Fengchun, and that she could also influence her parents, he became even more optimistic about Dad Tang's potential. He wanted to groom Dad Tang as his successor. Though Dad Tang wasn't very smart, with this girl's help, he would be more capable than himself. Under the eaves, Tang Bingda took off his bamboo hat and straw raincoat and hung them on a wooden peg on the wall. Dad Tang, Mother Tang, and the others got up to greet Tang Bingda, and Ji Hongyue also stood up out of respect. Tang Bingda felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly asked everyone to sit down, regardless of Ji Hongyue's status as a county official. "Granny Feng, anyone who comes is a guest. Please sit down and eat with us." Fengchun had already brought over a bowl and chopsticks. Tang Bingda tried to decline. "I came to call you all to help slaughter a pig. Fengchun should know how to do it, and he's strong so he can help." If he could get Fengchun to work, Tang Bingda wouldn't miss the opportunity. When he grew too old to manage things, he planned to make Tang Fulin the new team leader. And when Tang Fulin couldn't handle it anymore, Fengchun would take over. He thought this generational succession was ideal. Fengchun didn't want to go but didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he looked at Tang Yuan first. He had gotten used to looking at Tang Yuan before refusing anything. If she wanted him to go, he would agree. If she didn't, he would refuse. In his eyes, Tang Yuan was mysterious, brave, kind, knowledgeable, positive, humorous, and talented in singing and dancing. She was far better than him, who only knew how to fight. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled. "Slaughter a pig? Ah, that sounds good. They could have braised pork, braised trotters, and boiled pig head. Domestic pigs were tastier and tenderer than wild boar." Seeing her bright eyes and moving lips, Fengchun understood and nodded. "Sure, we'll go after eating." Ji Hongyue curiously asked, "Team leader, why not wait until tomorrow morning?" Before Tang Bingda could explain, Granny Feng laughed. "They're just eager. They haven't had meat since the new year. Who could resist? They'd rather stay up all night to slaughter the pig and eat some meat." Mainly because it was raining heavily outside, making the fields muddy and the wheat wet, which meant it couldn't be harvested. It was the perfect time to prepare food. Ji Hongyue pondered, realizing that life in the countryside was much harder than he had imagined. He thought his parents' reassignment was tough, but even reassigned, they were still local officials and enjoyed the benefits of urban workers. After all, it was reassignment, not labor reform. But life in Tongja village was truly difficult. They hadn't eaten meat since the new year. No wonder Tang Yuan and Fengchun had gone to the mountains to farm and hunt. A small flame ignited in his heart again, wanting to change the situation in Binxian County, to help them escape poverty, not necessarily to become wealthy, but at least to have enough food and occasionally enjoy some meat. While chatting, Tang Bingda ate some stewed wild chicken and smoked meat, and despite his usually stoic demeanor, he couldn't help but praise the cooking. It's delicious, fragrant stir-fry, tender stew, and even the scrambled eggs taste better than anyone else's. At least better than what his wife and daughter-in-law made. Tang Yuan smiled, Seventh uncle, I use plenty of oil. Scrambled eggs without oil aren't tasty. Once we get the pork, I'll make a stir-fried pork dish which will be even better. You must come and try it then. Tang Bingda showed a hint of a smile. He was genuinely happy. Despite his aching bones, he had saved the brigade's wheat, ensuring they could deliver their quota and distribute some grain to each household, avoiding the need for relief supplies and the stigma of being labeled a poor brigade. Remembering why he had come, he mentioned the fish immortal. After slaughtering the pig, we'll hold a meeting to summarize our experiences and commend the active participants in the wheat harvest. The fish immortal helped the brigade so much. It should be recognized and thanked. Tang Yuan, feeling uneasy, quickly interrupted him, smiling. Seventh uncle, the fish immortal said it doesn't want to see anyone or join in the festivities. I've already offered sacrifices to it. She had no qualms about pretending to be crazy to fool Grandma Tang and her aunt, and she didn't feel awkward performing in front of the villagers, but she couldn't do it in front of Tang Bingda and Ji Hongyue. Perhaps they wouldn't believe it and could guess what was going on. Tang Bingda also realized that Tang Yuan likely didn't want to publicize the fish immortal. Mentioning it privately was fine, but officially recognizing it in a meeting was inappropriate. So he came to discuss it first, and as expected, Tang Yuan didn't want public recognition. Then he would give more rewards. Your contributions to pest control, irrigation, and early wheat harvesting are significant. The brigade will reward you accordingly. I will propose to the committee to give you extra wheat and pork. Tang Bingda had planned this on his way here. Others wouldn't object either. Even Secretary Liu would have to give strong support this time. Tang Yuan was about to agree when Feng Chan spoke up. Captain, we don't want it for free. Just give us the chance to buy it with our money. Dad Tang quickly added, right, we'll buy it with our work points. Their family had no money but they had work points. Tang Yuan. Dad, let's save our work points for building a house. We'll need the help of the team for wood, adobe, and stones then. The money was the salary the boss gave her, so she felt no guilt using it. Grandma Feng glanced at her grandson, wondering how he had coaxed Tang Yuan, as she still wanted to build a house outside. Our yard is big enough for them to live in. Feng Chun. Don't worry. Building next door will be the same. With that settled, Tang Bingda was about to take his leave. Dad Tang said, Seventh uncle, stay a while longer, have a full meal before you go. Tang Bingda looked at him in surprise. Tang Fuli had truly grown up. He actually took the initiative to say such things. It seemed he was getting along well with the Feng family, as only someone who felt at ease could speak like that with a sense of ownership. If he felt uneasy and constrained, he wouldn't dare to invite someone to stay for a meal. Only someone who felt at home would do so. This showed that Grandma Feng must be quite nice, not as harsh as she used to appear. Of course, ultimately it was all thanks to Tang Yuan. She made both Grandma Feng and Feng Chan cherish her, willing to treat her parents kindly for her sake. He recalled overhearing Tang Yuan's aunt talking to her own children, saying that Tang Yuan and her parents would surely be scolded by Grandma Feng and driven out within days. In reality, they were getting along like a close family, which was truly remarkable. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Tang Bingda's mind. After Dad Tang spoke, he felt a bit embarrassed and nervously glanced at Grandma Feng and Feng Chan. Seeing their approving expressions, he felt reassured. All this was thanks to his daughter training him to interact better with others, not to always look naive and easy to deceive. Now that he was valued by the captain, even a simple man like him couldn't help but want to present himself more decently. His daughter secretly gave him a thumbs up, making him even happier. However, Tang Bingda wouldn't stay long. The others had lit a bonfire at the team office, calling out to slaughter a pig, and he needed to oversee it. Come over once you're done eating. Help with slaughtering the pig and distributing the meat. We'll hand it out tonight so everyone can cook it tomorrow morning. Dad Tang, showing good judgment this time, took the raincoat and hat for Seventh uncle. The heavy rain outside showed no signs of stopping, so he also put on a hat and went over together. He ate quickly and was already full. The others went back to continue eating. After finishing, Tang Yuan and Feng Chan brought Ji Hongyue over, while Mother Tang, who disliked blood, stayed home to wash clothes. On the surface, Ji Hongyue was a county cadre, but in reality he was just a young man. In informal settings he was not at all solemn, being lively and energetic and could easily blend in with the villagers. During wheat harvesting, the village's young men would compete with him. If they couldn't beat Feng Chen, they could surely beat him. They thoroughly defeated him, and he acknowledged his loss, praising their skills. Everyone liked him very much. The pig slaughtering scene was bustling, with women and children even having tears in their eyes. They were more emotional. According to the second team leader, if it weren't for the captain insisting on harvesting the wheat early, their wheat would have been ruined in the mud, and they would have been doomed this year. Imagining the scene of their wheat being destroyed, everyone turned pale and teary-eyed. Now, not only had they saved their wheat, but they also had pork to eat. How happy they were. They heard that Xiangyang Brigade was crying bitterly. TSK, how pitiful. Happiness truly comes from comparison. Tang Bingda spoke a few words and emphasized, I was able to make the decision to harvest the wheat early because of the reminder from that child, Tang Yuan. This time her parents and Fengchun were very proactive in harvesting the wheat. We must reward those who contribute. Allow them to buy a few more pounds of wheat and pork. Does anyone object? In public talks they didn't mention the fish spirit, but the villagers had long spread the story. At the villagers' meeting, Tang Yuan said the fish spirit taught them how to treat pests and advised watering the fields in March and April, and predicted heavy rain during the wheat harvest. Many people had seen and heard this. Is there really a fish spirit? How could it be false? It seems this girl wasn't crazy. She was chosen by a deity. How laughable that her aunt-in-law always criticized her, saying she was beyond help. The aunt-in-law, overhearing this, blushed with anger, unable to argue against so many voices. She wasn't just fighting against Tang Yuan's popularity, she was fighting against the entire brigade's wheat. How could she win? Naturally, she suffered a miserable defeat. She wanted to find her daughter but couldn't locate her amidst the crowd. The sent-down youths came over to distribute meat, and Song Huazhang was nowhere to be seen either. She guessed the two young people had gone out to talk privately. Thinking about her daughter-in-law being a sent-down youth, her son-in-law being a sent-down youth, and Tang Yuan ending up with a wife-beating thug, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Slaughtering pigs, draining blood, singeing hair, boiling water for skinning, and dividing the meat. The commune members started bustling about. Tang Yuan and her two companions, with their pant legs rolled up and straw hats on, walked in the heavy rain. She suddenly remembered something. Wu Jin's transfer order had come back. He should have returned to the brigade from the brick factory these past few days, right? Would he start flirting with Tang Xue now? Tang Xue should also break up with Tang Wu. She didn't care how they messed around, but Tang Wu shouldn't even think about stealing landmines or anything like that this time. She needed to remind Grandpa Qi again. Tang Yuan was thinking about Wu Jin, and coincidentally Wu Jin was thinking about her too. Wu Jin had actually returned a couple of days ago, but he still had some procedures to complete before he could return to the city. He had worked hard labor at the brick factory for over a month. At first, his legs would wobble from exhaustion, but later, through gritting his teeth and enduring, he managed to get better treatment. That place was no place for humans. Not only was it exhausting, but the environment was terrible, with dust and dirt choking him every day, making breathing difficult. He felt that working there for 2 years would shorten his life. During the month he worked there, he meticulously reviewed everything that had happened. Not only did he hate Tang Bingda and the rich peasant, but he also came to despise Tang Feline. It was Tang Feline who discovered epimedium, and it was Tang Feline who suggested setting up the trap with the brigade leader. How did such an honest, simple farmer suddenly become so cunning? Previously he had no impression of Dad Tang. He was the type that blended into the background, working diligently and silently like an old ox, so no one paid much attention to him. But this ordinary person, almost invisible, had tricked him. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, vowing revenge. Now that his transfer order had come through and his re-education was over, he had a plan for revenge upon returning to the brigade. He was going to flirt with Tang Yuan, the village girl. She was temperamental and strange, with no outstanding men pursuing her. Once she received attention from a man as excellent as him, she would surely fall quickly. With just a flick of his fingers she would rush into his arms. Even someone as aloof as Tang Xue couldn't resist the charm of his return to the city. A village girl would be even easier. On the night he returned to the brigade, Tang Xue approached him, asking if the promise he made to take her back to the city still stood. Ha, how laughable. Did she really think she was some celestial beauty? He had merely been bored and lonely in the countryside, looking for a woman to pass the time, and she took it seriously? In the past, when he showed interest, she repeatedly rejected him, giving him no face. Now that his transfer order had come through, she was showing interest again. Would he degrade himself by treating her well? He immediately proposed intimacy, and she half-heartedly agreed. But she was a used woman wanting him to take her back to the city? Dream on. He slept with her and wouldn't give her any benefits. A woman who had been with countless men. Today, during the pig slaughter, he wandered around the brigade office, wondering if Tang Yuan was there. At first he didn't see Tang Yuan but spotted Tang Xue looking around, probably searching for him. When she saw him her eyes lit up. Then she was stopped by Tang Wu, the ugly brute. They were whispering, and it looked like they were about to argue. This was his doing. He slept with Tang Xue and set her up. He promised to settle her affairs once he returned to the city, even supporting her financially if necessary until he could arrange a job for her. She was moved to tears, completely devoted to him. He deliberately asked in a seemingly jealous tone, "What about your rural boyfriend?" Of course Tang Xue would break up with him. Watching Tang Wu lead Tang Xue away, Wu Jin wasn't interested in seeing them break up. A superior male like him should dominate more females, while inferior males like Tang Wu should remain single. That was the natural law. Soon his gaze paused as he saw Tang Yuan. After a month this girl had changed significantly. He couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Her clothes were still as rustic, she still wore straw shoes, and her hair was unevenly cut, but she seemed so striking. Before, he thought she looked decent, but her constant scowling and sullen demeanor made her seem unapproachable, unattractive, and rough, leaving him uninterested. Now her features were bright and lively, catching the eye. Especially in the firelight, she looked stunningly beautiful, captivating. Her appearance hadn't changed, but she seemed to radiate a comforting light. How could someone suddenly possess such outstanding charisma out of nowhere? Wasn't she crazy? Crazy? When did being crazy transform someone so thoroughly? Wu Jin was incredibly curious. He wanted to take her down before returning to the city, making her wait for him properly. Once he settled down, he would come back to fetch her. He smiled, smoothed his hair with a hand, and walked toward Tang Yuan with unwavering confidence. Although he had been sentenced to labor reform for a few months, it was only because he wanted to eat beef, not because he intended to harm anyone or steal their money. Therefore, he didn't feel ashamed and stood tall in front of the commune members. The commune members naturally envied city dwellers and treated them well. Besides, nothing happened to the big black ox, so now that Wu Jin was returning to the city, they were quite friendly toward him, and no one criticized him. He even greeted a few sisters-in-law proudly. As he approached Tang Yuan, she was discussing with Zhang Guifan which cuts of meat were best and how to prepare them for optimal taste. Wu Jin listened, finding her voice even sweeter and more enchanting than before. In the past, what he remembered most about this girl was her shrill and harsh voice, much like the old woman Feng. Now, however, her voice was sweet and crisp, stirring something within him. He longed to hear her whisper sweet nothings in his ear, which would surely be tantalizing. With these thoughts, he became excited and reached out to touch Tang Yuan's shoulder. "Hi Tang." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just as his hand was about to land on Tang Yuan's shoulder, a large hand suddenly gripped his wrist, causing him excruciating pain that made his soul tremble. It felt as if his bones were cracking. Which bastard? His face turned deathly pale from the pain. Feng Chun looked down at him coldly, his expression stern, his voice even colder. "Don't touch her. You're not worthy." Tang Yuan heard the commotion and turned around, seeing Feng Chun holding Wu Jin's wrist. She asked in surprise, "Feng Chun, what's going on?" Wu Jin, playing the victim, said, "I just wanted to talk to you about something, and he came out of nowhere to attack me." Feng Chun looked at Tang Yuan, realizing he might have been overly vigilant. Afraid that Tang Yuan might blame him for Wu Jin's actions, he released his grip. However, Tang Yuan's face hardened, and she glared at Wu Jin. "Didn't you go for labor reform? Why did you sneak back?" Wu Jin rubbed his aching wrist and retorted irritably, "My transfer order to return to the city has arrived. Didn't you know? I'll be leaving in a few days. Why don't you beg me to take you into the city?" Tang Yuan rolled her eyes. "Then why haven't you left yet? Are you trying to get a share of our pork?" "No way. Forget it." Wu Jin was livid. He thought this girl had changed, but she was just becoming even more spiteful and blind. "I was trying to tell you some news, and you treat me so rudely." He wanted to use the news of Tong Shui breaking up with Tang Wu to win Tang Yuan's favor, but she turned out to be so crude. Tang Yuan replied coldly, "A dog can never spit out an ivory tooth. What good news could someone as shady as you possibly have? Get lost." While Tang Yuan mocked Wu Jin, several children who mimicked adults joined in, chanting, "Bad thief, get lost." These children hadn't been completely corrupted by the adults and hadn't learned to envy and fawn over city dwellers. To them, Wu Jin was simply a bad person who tried to kill the big black ox for meat. The big black ox worked hard during plowing and harvesting. The commotion drew the attention of other adults, who asked what was happening. Zhang Guifan said, "Someone isn't behaving. Let's ignore him and focus on dividing the meat." She guessed that Wu Jin had tried to flirt with Yuan Yuan and got thwarted by Feng Chan. Even she found Tang Yuan attractive and lovely, whether as a daughter or a daughter-in-law. Wu Jin, embarrassed and humiliated, couldn't stay any longer and stormed off. He always vented his anger, never bottling it up. He decided to find Tong Shui to unleash his frustration. The heavy rain had turned light, so he put on a bamboo hat and headed back to the educated youth residence. On the way, he saw Tong Shui and Tang Wu tussling under a shed south of the village office. He coughed loudly and then strode away. Tong Shui, who had been hesitating about breaking up with Tang Wu, suddenly mustered the courage upon hearing him. Returning to the city was her biggest wish. She steeled herself and said, "Tang Wu, we're not suitable for each other. Let's break up." Tang Wu was thinking about how to coax Tong Shui to sleep at his place, so they could spend the night together. She hadn't let him touch her for several days, and he was desperate for her. Suddenly hearing her say break up, he was momentarily confused. Rural people weren't educated and didn't use refined language like break up or divorce. They would say things like we're done, it's over, let's call it quits, or that's it. Break up? What does that mean? Seeing his dazed expression, Tong Shui gritted her teeth and whispered, "It means we won't be together anymore. I haven't taken your family's dowry, and we weren't officially engaged. We agreed that if we didn't suit each other we'd part ways. There was no obligation to stay together. She turned and walked away, intending to chase after Wu Jin. Tang Wu grabbed her by the arm. Tang Shui let out a low cry, warning him. Tang Wu, don't pull me around in public. It looks like you're being a hooligan. Tang Wu was both anxious and scared. You are my girlfriend, my wife. I'm not being a hooligan. Tang Shui, irritated by his persistence, snapped. Why can't you understand? We agreed from the start that we would see how things go and split if it doesn't work out. Why are you clinging on now? At first, Tang Wu had smiled and agreed, saying he would listen to everything she said. How could Tang Wu remember that now? All he remembered was when Tang Shui said she wanted to be his girlfriend, which had left him dazed. How could he recall anything else? Being his girlfriend meant for life. He never thought of breaking up. They absolutely couldn't break up. He couldn't lose his wife. He couldn't be laughed at for losing her. If that happened, it would be even harder for him to find another wife. And he was determined about Tang Shui. They couldn't separate. Tang Shui glared at him and demanded he let go. A man's cold laugh came from the darkness outside. Bullying a woman, huh? Tang Wu's heart trembled, and he released her as if burned. Tang Shui took the opportunity to run away. Tang Wu felt as if he had fallen into an icy cellar, his body numb with a single thought. I won't break up, I don't agree, I can't live without a wife. He didn't care about the meat anymore and rushed out, bareheaded into the rain, stumbling towards the educated youth quarters. Tang Yuan had already found Tang Bingda and quietly reported the situation. 7th Grandpa Wu Jin is back. He wants to seduce educated youth Tang. She has been deceived and wants to break up with Tang Wu. Tang Wu is going crazy. You need to keep an eye on our guns, ammunition, and those landmines. Tang Bingda was stunned and asked, What? Slow down and tell me again. He was old and couldn't quite keep up with young people's romantic entanglements. Tang Yuan slowed down and repeated herself. Tang Bingda looked doubtful. Did the fish immortal say this too? Tang Yuan chuckled. 7th Grandpa, this is my analysis. I saw Wu Jin and educated youth Tang pulling each other around. Just now I heard her say she wants to break up with Tang Wu. Tang Wu is obsessed with having a wife. He once said he would kill her if she dared leave him. Better safe than sorry. She didn't know exactly how far the three had gone, but that didn't stop her from reporting it. She only needed the team leader to believe that Tang Wu might go crazy. This time, she didn't use the fish immortal's name because it wasn't about weather prediction but about people, whose temperaments have patterns. She believed Tang Bingda would take it seriously. Everyone was delighted to share the meat, working late into the night without complaint. By midnight, the rain had lessened but hadn't stopped entirely. The team members went home happily with their meat, but Tang Bingda led several team leaders to check on the wheat fields. 1/3 of the wheat remained unharvested, and the heavy rain had caused some lodging in every field. Fortunately, the damage wasn't severe. The losses were within acceptable limits. There was always some loss each year, which was normal. The rain stopped in the early hours of the morning, but the sky didn't clear up, occasionally dropping a few drizzle drops. By dawn it started raining lightly again. The fields were muddy, and the wheat heads were wet. It was impossible to harvest them until the sun dried them naturally. Today was a day off, so the production team organized tool repairs and sharpening scythes. Every household prepared meat as a treat. Tang Yuan's family was no exception. Tang Yuan, along with Grandma Feng and Mother Tang, cooked the meal. The team leader allowed her to buy 2 extra pounds of meat and 3 ribs beyond her share. According to Dad Tang and Mother Tang, the meat should be eaten sparingly, ideally lasting until the end of the year when they slaughtered the New Year pig. But Grandma Feng was pragmatic. It's getting hot and the meat won't keep. It will spoil in a day under the sun and attract flies and maggots. Eat to your heart's content and savor the memories tomorrow. Besides, Feng Chan still hunted, and they could enjoy stewed meat occasionally. Though Dad Tang and Mother Tang weren't particularly clever, they had one great virtue. They listened to advice and loved their daughter. To ensure their daughter ate more meat, they agreed to cook and eat freely. In the morning, the rain was light, so they couldn't stay idle and went to tend to the sweet potato and yam vines in their plot, preventing them from growing roots randomly and depleting nutrients. Feng Chan, unaware of these tasks, called Ji Hongyue to help. He was good at ordering Ji Hongyue around. Who could blame him when Ji Hongyue ate and drank his food? Originally, Tang Bingda wanted to take advantage of the muddy fields and the light rain in the morning to personally escort Ji Hongyue to the city. However, Ji Hongyue gave him a look that silently said, "What, you don't want me to eat this stewed meat?" This made Tang Bingda reconsider, thinking it would be better to let him finish the meat before sending him off. To the city. The pot was filled with stewing meat while Old Lady Feng and Tang Yuan fiddled with the fabrics, encouraging her to make clothes during the rainy day. Since they were for her anyway, it was better to wear them sooner rather than later, and more would be bought in the future. Tang Yuan thought about how she could exchange herbs for money and earn from helping the boss farm. It seemed reasonable. She started measuring the fabric. Old Lady Feng, don't just measure, cut it. Tang Yuan chuckled. Grandma, I don't know how. Old Lady Feng, If you don't know, why are you grinning so widely? Old lady Feng couldn't cut fashionable clothes either. Not the kind of fashion from the future, but the current styles popular among young girls and city dwellers. She only knew how to make traditional jackets and button-front robes for old ladies. She didn't know how to make the trendy styles with different collars and sleeves. Never mind, I'll have Zhang He's mother make them for you, she's skilled. Tang Yuan naturally agreed. Before entering the mountains, she had collected good herbs and given them to Tang Zhanghe, who could use them to treat people according to the barefoot doctor's manual. Before the meet was done, another drama unfolded in the village. Tang Shui wanted to break up, but Tang Wu refused and ran to the educated youth quarters, causing a scene. Tang Shui, losing her composure, told him to get lost and stop embarrassing himself. Tang Yuan went to the crowd and listened for a bit. The guy was truly embarrassing. At the educated youth quarters, Tang Wu held onto Tang Shui's hand while she clung to the door handle, ready to either rip the door off its hinges or her arm out of its socket. The other educated youths tried to persuade Tang Wu not to act rashly. Friends should part amicably. There's no need for such clinginess. Tang Wu roared like a wild beast. Get lost. Stay out of my business. Someone shouted. Where's Song Huazhang? Has Tang Xiang arrived yet? Get them to come and talk some sense into him. Another voice called out. Quick, fetch the team leader. He can handle this. In the end, Tang Bingda rushed over, barefoot and with his pants rolled up, his calves covered in mud. Seeing Tang Wu's crazed state, Tang Bingda fully believed Tang Yuan's words. Hiding those things wasn't enough. This guy needed to be locked up. He scolded in a low voice. Tang Wu, what are you doing? Seeing Tang Bingda approach, Tang Wu regained some sense, released Tang Shui, and then appealed to Tang Bingda. Seventh granduncle, I'm dating her, and she wants to break up. I don't agree. Tang Bingda was furious and cursed. When it rains, do I agree with it? Does that mean it won't rain? You fool, do I agree with it? Does that mean you'll behave? Tang Wu hung his head under the scolding but felt even more resentful. He didn't want to say anything bad about Tang Shui, fearing others would look down on her for their misbehavior. But he desperately wanted to use this to keep her. If he publicly admitted they had slept together, wouldn't others support them? Other men wouldn't dare to want Tang Shui anymore? Everyone would call her a loose woman, leaving her no choice but to marry him. But Tang Shui was even tougher, crying, I said we'd try dating, and if it worked out we'd get married. If not, we'd split. But you always want to hug and kiss. I don't like it. Let's break up and don't bother me again. Or I'll report you for indecent behavior. In those days, if a woman accused a man of indecent behavior, and he had no connections, he could easily be convicted and sent to labor reform or even executed. Tang Bingda didn't want this for Tang Wu, so he kicked him and ordered, if you dare to harass any female educated youth again, I'll break your legs. Tang Wu still wasn't convinced. Tang Shui, you can't be so heartless and cruel. We've been intimate, we've slept. Before he could finish, Tang Bingda hit him on the head with his pipe, making a loud thud, showing the force used. Tang Bingda instructed Fei Mao Tue, lock Tang Wu up and watch him closely. If he comes out to harass the educated youths, you'll all be punished. Fei Mao Tue immediately called people to take Tang Wu away. Brother, don't drag us down with you. Tang Wu wanted to cause trouble but dared not challenge Tang Bingda's authority. He stomped his foot angrily and left. But deep down he was still resentful. Once the rain stopped, the team would need to harvest wheat. Who would watch him then? Even the team leader would need him to help with the harvest. Tang Shui was his wife and she wouldn't get away. Watching Tang Wu being dragged to the team office by Fei Mao Tue and others, Tang Yuan whispered to Feng Chan, it would be best to break his leg, not so badly that he can't work, but enough to prevent him from causing trouble. Feng Chan looked at her and nodded. Tonight, I'll quietly break his leg without anyone seeing. Tang Yuan was startled by his serious demeanor. No, what do you mean, boss? Are you really going to break his leg? That's something for his father to do. He's not your son. Feng Chan couldn't help but curve his lips at the look of astonishment on her small face. How could she be so adorable? Chapter 41, Big Brother Seal. Tang Wu was ordered by the squad leader to be confined and cool off, which made Tang Shui the happiest. She had finally seized an opportunity to return to the city and didn't want to miss it. Now she only wanted to keep a close eye on Wu Jin, making sure he would honor his promise. It was still raining today. Tang Bingda organized the members to drain water from the low-lying farmlands and handle the piled-up wheat at the squad office. They also needed to weave straw mats, twist hemp ropes and repair farming tools. Even if the rain stopped, they couldn't immediately harvest the wheat. They had to wait until the wheat dried in the sun and the ground was dry enough for people to walk on. All the educated youths went to work, but Wu Jin packed his luggage to return to the city, so he naturally didn't go. Tang Shui relied on Wu Jin to take her back to the city, so she refused to work, using being scared by Tang Wu as an excuse to ask for leave from the squad. She personally helped Wu Jin pack his luggage and placed a handkerchief used during their intimate moments in his pocket. With a tone that was both reluctant and fearful of him breaking his word, she said, Wu Jin, these past few days, I might already be carrying your baby. You must find a way to bring me back. Wu Jin sneered inwardly, who knew whose bastard you were carrying, but he smiled and stroked her face, saying, Don't worry, once I settle down I'll send you money. When you come over we'll get married. If you don't have a job I'll support you. Tong Xue's eyes instantly welled up with tears, moved as she nestled into his arms. Rest assured, I will wait for you faithfully and won't pay attention to anyone else. There were plenty of male-educated youths interested in her, but she wouldn't entertain them. She truly regretted being betrayed by a man and being schemed against by her own father, leading her to despair and recklessly end up with Tang Wu out of desperation. It was indeed a rash decision, unwise and a misstep. If only she had waited for Wu Jin. Fortunately, she managed to placate Wu Jin by lying that she hadn't been intimate with Tang Wu, and that he had always been the one making advances while she firmly resisted. As for why she wasn't a virgin, she fabricated a story about being molested by a neighbor's older brother when she was young, not understanding or daring to tell her family. Wu Jin not only didn't mind but felt even more pity for her, promising to help her seek revenge on that man. Being able to stabilize Wu Jin and make him promise to bring her back to the city made her genuinely happy. Tong Xue was delighted that Tang Wu was confined, and Tang Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought her second brother Shinjin was crazy, driven mad by his desire for a wife. These lower-class men were truly hopeless, having no aspirations in life other than chasing women and having children. It was better for him to be confined, avoiding further embarrassment. She vented to Song Huazhang. But the eldest aunt was anxious, seeing her son about to marry Tong Xue without paying a dowry, now losing the bride. She had boasted about this good fortune, and now it had fallen through. How could she bear the humiliation? She couldn't afford to lose face. She pulled Uncle Tang to find Tang Bingda to intervene. We can't just let this go. Uncle Tang, embarrassed by his son's actions and his wife's public display, replied irritably, Seventh uncle confined Tang Wu to clear his head. He'll be released tonight. The eldest aunt argued, What about that little vixen? We can't just let her go. She seduced our Wu and promised to marry him. Now she's reneging on her word, that won't do. Seeing others watching, their eyes filled with gossip, Uncle Tang quickly pulled his wife aside and whispered, Even real couples can break up. They were just dating, and if she doesn't want to continue you can't force her. It's not reasonable. The eldest aunt insisted, I think she's a slut. She's seen Wu, so she's our daughter-in-law. She can't escape. Uncle Tang didn't want to argue further. The squad leader wouldn't support her. Even if Tang Wu had slept with Tong Xue, it was to his advantage, and using it to threaten her wouldn't work. Only a girl could demand responsibility after sleeping with a man, not the other way around. Seeing his lack of concern, the eldest aunt grew angry. Isn't Wu your son? Don't you care about his future? Am I supposed to handle everything alone? Uncle Tang replied. Then prepare the dowry and arrange another match. Settle something soon. Setting a match meant spending dowry money, at least 40 yuan. She couldn't bear the thought of spending that much. Now that the two families had separated, this money would come out of her own pocket, like cutting flesh from her body. She went to Tang Bingda for an explanation, but he was rushing to Tang Yuan's house for stir-fried meat and ignored her complaints. How absurd. Your son sleeps with a girl, and you expect her to be responsible to him? Aren't you afraid she'll expose him for harassment and get him sent to labor reform? He coldly pointed this out, shocking her into silence. Taking advantage of her shock, Tang Bingda put on his hat and walked away. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had boasted to her natal family, the villagers, and Tang Yuan's parents about getting a daughter-in-law without spending a penny, cheaper than when Grandma Tang traded for Tang Yuan's mother. Now the engagement was off? She returned home slamming and crying, blaming the second branch for abandoning them, calling them heartless and unfilial. Grandma Tang, busy with the meat she had divided last night, couldn't help but sneer, everyone has their fate. Why should we peasants look for an educated youth? From the beginning, she never approved of Tong Xue. That girl was too cunning, never truly interested in Tang Wu, and would abandon him at the first opportunity. She had also thought her grandson was a man and wouldn't suffer, so she let them be. The aunt-in-law complained to Grandma Tang for not thinking about her grandson and complained to Dad Tang for not thinking about his nephew. In any other family, wouldn't an uncle come forward to support his nephew in such a situation? Without us even asking. He would take the initiative to bring that little vixen over and force her to marry the nephew. She wanted to grab Tong Xue and directly have her marry Tang Wu. After all, no one would stand up for a female-educated youth in the countryside, and according to Tang Wu, Tong Xue's parents didn't care for her either. Giving her a home was essentially giving her a chance at life. Once Tong Xue was in the door, she would treat her better than the mother-in-law did. What more could Tong Xue want? She knew she couldn't do this. The men wouldn't allow it, and even if the man was the squad leader, he wouldn't do it either. But couldn't his second uncle do it for his nephew? Even if the team leader scolded them, who else would they fight for if not their nephew? She wanted to force Grandma Tang to order Dad Tang to stand up for his nephew. Grandma Tang would just spit at her. Our Tang family isn't a gang of bandits. Just arrange a matchmaking meeting and sell the pig to gather more dowry money. Previously, old Tang feared division within the family, fearing that her two sons would drift apart and that after the division, she would be weak and bullied by her daughter-in-law. But now she had regained confidence because the second son's family was capable. The second son's family was benefiting from the Feng family, and Feng Chan had recorded the points for harvesting wheat under Tang Yuan's name. It seemed the two families were planning to become in-laws. Although Feng Chan had a bad reputation in the past, he now appeared normal and seemed to cherish Tang Yuan and protect her. Most importantly, the second son was very filial. Sometimes he would secretly give her 2 slices of meat, one to put in her mouth and the other to save for her young grandson. The second son said that after the division, whenever Yuan had something good, she would tell him to secretly send it to grandma. The second son also said that if the eldest daughter-in-law didn't want to raise her, the second family would, and neither Yuan nor her mother would object. When old Tang couldn't sleep, she pondered that the second daughter-in-law was quiet but inherently filial and wouldn't neglect her needs. Although Yuan didn't get along with her, as long as she didn't show favoritism, the girl wouldn't target her. Because of this, old Tang had regained confidence, but she wouldn't go to live with the second son's family. While the aunt-in-law was causing trouble at home, Tang Yuan's house was filled with laughter. She made sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts and black fungus, sautéed pumpkin vines, and a pot of vegetable soup. At this time, cucumbers and tomatoes hadn't grown yet, only vegetables were growing quickly. Tang Bingda wasn't one to take advantage of others. He brought a piece of meat and 5 eggs, along with 2 mixed grain pancakes. In this era, sugar was precious, so dishes like braised pork and sweet and sour ribs were rare treats. Thinking of Tang Zhonghe and rich peasant, Tang Yuan sent each of them a bit, 2 pieces of braised pork and 2 pieces of ribs, to sweeten their children's mouths. Both families exchanged gifts, so it wasn't a freebie. They traded their ordinary meat for it. Tang Yuan didn't refuse. Tang Bingda saw everything and felt that their family had changed significantly since the division, and even Grandma Feng and Feng Chan had changed too. This was all for the better. Today's liquor was brought by Tang Bingda, a half bottle of white spirit. Ji Hongyue couldn't help reciting Su Dongpa's pork ode while eating. Sis Yuan, wait until I get a foothold in the city. I'll come back to Tongja village. From sister-in-law to Sis Tang to Sis Yuan, Feng Chan was very sensitive to these changes in address. He snatched the piece of pork belly Ji Hongyue was aiming for, and secretly placed it in Tang Yuan's bowl. Everyone present saw it clearly. Tang Yuan smiled warmly at him. She was chewing on a rib with crunchy cartilage, which made her cheeks puff out, looking adorable to Feng Chan. Tang Yuan whispered to him, "Later, let's exchange more rock sugar and white sugar. Wild boar, roe deer and mountain goat can also be braised." Though Tang Bingda wasn't young, he had sharp senses and heard their whispers. No wonder this kid stayed in the mountains for 10 days without coming back, feasting on meat every day. This was an overly enjoyable life. He left with Dad Tang and Ji Hongyue coughed and asked Feng Chan, "Tomorrow we can't go to the fields to harvest wheat. You should take a few people in the mule cart to send Cadre Ji to the city. We'll count it as full labor points." Then he remembered something and asked, "Can you drive the cart?" The team leader suspected that this kid, who never worked in the fields, might not know how to drive a cart. Feng Chan nodded decisively, "Yes, I can." His mental power was stronger than those in the New World. Even if he couldn't command wild boars to plow, he could certainly control animals like mules and horses. Seeing Feng Chan willing to escort him to the city, Ji Hongyue felt even more relaxed, and his initial unease disappeared. He started toasting Tang Bingda and Dad Tang again. Dad Tang usually feared cadres. Even commune cadres made him nervous and tongue-tied. But Ji Hongyue was young and lively, without any airs of a cadre. He looked like a younger family member and respected Dad Tang, so Dad Tang wasn't afraid at all. Dad Tang liked Ji Hongyue very much, and would have been willing to lead the team to escort him if Feng Chan hadn't offered. "Cadre Ji, you're so young and capable. You'll definitely become a high-ranking cadre." Dad Tang sincerely hoped for Ji Hongyue's success. Ji Hongyue clinked glasses with him. "Uncle Tang, rest assured. I will make sure all our members can eat white flour and braised pork." The next morning, Feng Chan took Ji Hongyue to report to Tang Bingda at the team office. Tang Bingda selected 5 young men, including his second and third sons. He unlocked the warehouse and let Feng Chan and the others in to fetch the guns. The forward team's militia had 12 762 rifles and 3 Soviet-made submachine guns, along with various ammunition, all leftover from the end of the Civil War. Previously, the team would regularly organize militia shooting practice, escort meetings with armed guards, and hunt wild boars in the mountains. In recent years, Tang Bingda focused on production and fewer large meetings, so the militia only used guns when wild boars came down to destroy the fields. The guns, poorly maintained, were rusty and jammed. Most of them had inaccurate sights and crooked trajectories. They seemed useless, good only for scaring people. But in Feng Chen's hands, they were different. This was the first time he had seen such outdated firearms, but as an expert with guns, he knew how to repair and use them after a brief inspection. If he could get permission from the team leader to take two into the mountains, hunting would be much easier. Tang Igua is Tang Bingda's second son. A big and burly man with a muscular build. He is the deputy commander of the militia company, while Fei Mao Tue is the commander. Of course, this is just a familiar title, and does not represent his actual position or military rank. He knows how to use rifles. Seeing Feng Chan holding a gun, he smiled. Feng Chan, do you know how to use it? Be careful not to fiddle with it. You might accidentally discharge it. Of course, there wouldn't be any accidental discharge since the bullets were locked in a box and hadn't been issued yet. Tang Igua used to dislike Feng Chan, thinking that he had nothing but brute strength and was idle. Now, seeing Feng Chan outperform him in harvesting wheat, though he didn't want to admit it, he had to concede. However, he still felt a bit resentful, thinking that cutting wheat fast relies on strength, but handling guns doesn't depend on strength alone. As long as one can lift the gun, withstand the recoil, and pull the trigger, they can shoot. Feng Chan weighed the gun, took him casually, and calmly said, "Yes." Tang Bingda glanced at him. Just now it seemed like the boy's demeanor changed when he touched the gun, giving him the feeling of encountering a fierce beast in the jungle. He opened the ammunition box, took out a box of bullets, and looked at Tang Igua. Tang Igua immediately stood straight and recited the gun usage rules. After Tang Igua finished, Tang Bingda made the other youths recite them too. Tang Adong also recited them, while the other two stumbled, and one couldn't recite them at all. Tang Bingda let out a light humph. The youths immediately hung their heads and whispered, "We haven't touched the guns for a long time. We've been working in the fields." Every time they held guns, Tang Bingda made them recite the gun usage rules. It had been a long time since they last recited them. Tang Igua looked at Feng Chan and smiled. "Feng Chan, since you haven't learned them, I'll teach you on the way." "Feng Chan, no need, I know them by heart." He smoothly recited them. Ji Hongyue, watching nearby, chuckled. It was just a few lines. Hearing them once was enough to memorize them. Yet these people forgot them despite reciting them every time they used the guns. TSK, they deserved a slap on the wrist. Tang Bingda was very pleased with Feng Chen's performance. He gave him 3 bullets to try out and asked his youngest son to set up targets at the corner and ensure no one approached. Feng Chan loaded the bullets, then asked Tang Bingda, "Team leader, can I shoot sparrows?" Shooting targets wastes ammunition. Shooting a couple of sparrows would be more practical for a meal. While harvesting wheat, flocks of sparrows swooped down to peck at the grains. Tang Yuan mentioned that sparrows were quite tasty, whether roasted in mud or fried clean. Tang Igua couldn't help laughing. "Feng Chan, don't brag." At that moment, Feng Chan had already walked to the door with the gun. A few birds flew overhead, and he aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. 3 shots. 3 birds fell to the ground. Tang Igua. The youth stared in disbelief. Was he that skilled? Ji Hongyue clapped. "Good shooting. You must be my bodyguard." Tang Bingda laughed outright. This kid, well done. He seemed carefree before, but he must have secretly learned a lot. A promising seed. The forward team has a successor. He will be the team leader in the future. Though Tang Bingda is a serious and steady person, he was once a daring adventurer in his youth, otherwise, he wouldn't have organized ambushes on lone Japanese soldiers. He didn't choose Fei Mao Tue to lead because he was Secretary Lu's man, nor did he choose his sons because his second son was rash and his third son was timid. Naturally, Feng Chan was the right choice. He handed the entire box of bullets to Feng Chan. "You are the captain responsible for escorting Comrade Ji. You make the arrangements." When Feng Chan took the bullets, he felt a momentary daze, as if he had returned to a certain moment in his past life. He received a crucial task from the base leader. His usually cold tone carried a hint of solemnity. "Team leader, rest assured." Tang Bingda patted his shoulder. "Good lad, with you leading, I'm at ease." Tang Igua had originally been a bit resentful, but now he had no choice but to admit it, muttering about how Feng Chan had secretly practiced his marksmanship. His brother had already eagerly started learning from Feng Chan. Tang Bingda gave them a few words of advice and sent them off with dry rations, pickled vegetables, letters of introduction, food coupons, and the like. Fei Mao Tue was very unhappy. At first, he had suggested leading the team himself, but Tang Bingda insisted that he keep an eye on Tang Wu and even said he should tie Tang Wu to his waist with a rope, taking full responsibility if Tang Wu caused any trouble. In a fit of anger, he simply locked Tang Wu in the detention room at the brigade headquarters, having meals delivered from home and not allowing him to go out, to see if he would still cause trouble. Tang Wu's protests to his mother were useless. He just said that the brigade leader had ordered that Tang Wu would only be released when he stopped harassing Tong Jiqing. Watching Feng Chan and the others leave on a mule cart with guns on their backs, Fei Mao Tue gritted his teeth and ran to Secretary Lu's house to complain. "Second uncle, the brigade leader is pushing me aside. He sent Feng Chan to escort Comrade Ji to the city, even though I'm the militia leader." Secretary Lu was sick, having been drenched like a drowned chicken that day and feeling humiliated. which diminished his authority within the brigade. He lay down, feeling a mix of discomfort, shame, and anger. Upon hearing his nephew mention that Tang Bingda had dispatched armed men to escort Xie Junli into the city, he was perplexed. Why such a high level of protocol? The brigade had never sent anyone off like this before. Fei Mao Tue. Who knows? He must be trying to curry favor with Comrade Ji to compete with you and Brother Guangming. Secretary Liu. That can't be. He has always focused on production while I handle party and government affairs. We don't interfere with each other. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable. Why hadn't Tang Bingda told him about escorting Comrade Ji to the city? And why hadn't Comrade Ji come to bid him farewell? In fact, Tang Bingda and Xie Junli had visited him yesterday evening to inform him about today's trip. But he had been feeling unwell since the night before, with a sore throat and chills during the day, making him too drowsy to pay attention. He told Fei Mao Tue not to worry about it, as such a minor task didn't require the militia leader's involvement. Go to the commune and tell Chief Zhao to call the county. After sending off Xie Junli with Feng Chan and the others, Tang Bingda checked all the firearms again, examined a few grenades, landmines and defective ones, and carefully locked them in an iron box. These items were no longer needed by the brigade and posed a danger if left unattended. Moreover, over time the firing pins could rust and render them ineffective. It seemed they needed to find a way to dispose of them. Perhaps they could use them to blast rocks in the mountains someday. Many families in the village were queuing for wood and stones. Wood could be cut, but stones had to be blasted and quarried. In the office of the agriculture section of the Binxian County Revolutionary Committee, Lu Guangming received a call from Chief Zhao this time, and hurriedly went to discuss it with Gao Sheng. Chief Gao, Tang Bingda, that old diehard, has sent someone to accompany Xie Junli to the city. It's evident that he's planning to inform on us. What should we? He made a gesture that spoke volumes without words. Gao Sheng shook his head and smiled. Guangming, don't worry. If he wants to go, let him go. There's nothing to fret about. We shouldn't panic. Does Xie Junli think he can fight the entire Binxian County on his own? That's wishful thinking. Does he think he can get the city to intervene against Binxian County? Does he realize how common this situation is? Local law enforcement and government institutions are paralyzed, and there are significant issues with party and government affairs, education, agriculture, and culture. Comprehensive reform is impossible. City leaders privately issue permits to sell public goods for personal gain, far more than what they do. They merely ask the people to grow more grain and cash crops, making small profits. Even if higher-ups investigate, they might at most blame it on the initial chaos during the movement and suggest adjustments, without holding anyone accountable. Moreover, even if higher authorities correct things, they have ways to continue collecting extra grain and crops under different names. Apart from the 25% agricultural tax mandated by the state and the recommended 15% surplus grain, they also collect militia training fees, education fees, barefoot doctor medical fees, road and bridge construction fees, and labor obligations. There are many ways to collect extra money. As for the villagers going hungry and not having enough to eat, what does it have to do with them? They don't need to feel guilty. Throughout history, local officials have been adept at exploiting the people. They haven't been as ruthless, not forcing villagers to sell their children. Just eating 7/10 full and consuming more coarse grains, while handing over wheat and cotton isn't wrong, is it? He explained this logic to Lu Guangming, who nodded frequently. Lu Guangming. Chief Gao, you're right. That makes sense. Before, he had been quite uneasy, fearing that their actions were illegal, and worried that Xie Junli would uncover them. Gao Sheng got up and opened a row of filing cabinets against the wall, which contained 2 sets of accounts. One set was official, showing the mandated 25% public grain, the recommended 15% surplus grain, and specialty crops. The other set was private, detailing the extra grain and crops collected beyond the mandated agricultural tax, which did not go into the national or provincial treasury but into their private coffers, then converted through special channels into legitimate income. Lu Guangming's heart raced. Chief Gao, for safety, should we move those accounts somewhere else? Gao Sheng. There's no need. Even if higher authorities investigate, we have our reasons. Agricultural taxes are meant for the state, but local governments need to function, don't they? Lu Guangming swallowed his saliva. Team Leader Gao was right. When it comes to agricultural economics, we should rely on Team Leader Gao. My father-in-law is a retired soldier, always thinking like a military man. He knows nothing about economics. He thought for a moment and then said in the tone of an inspection team, local officials get paid and have benefits. What more do they need? Gao Sheng snorted. Is just the salary enough? What can you do with that little bit of salary and rations? We're administrative cadres, getting only 27 to 30 pounds of rations a month. How can a grown man survive on that? He didn't want to go hungry, so naturally they had to make the farmers work harder. Moreover, does the local area not need roads, irrigation channels, education, healthcare, militia training, and so on? Gao Sheng smiled. He wasn't afraid at all. The law doesn't punish the masses, and many places operate this way. Not just the county but commune and brigade cadres don't do this either. Anyone with a bit of power wants to gain some benefit. If he were the brigade leader, could he arrange easy jobs for his family? Could he make his son a village cadre? If he were in charge of the brigade's grain, would he not want to take some? No one would notice anyway. If he were responsible for the commune's pig slaughterhouse, wouldn't his family eat more pork than others? Wouldn't they gorge on offal? If he were a driver, could he use the car for personal use? If he were a barefoot doctor, wouldn't his family get free medicine and treatment? If he were a teacher, could his children use school supplies for free? Could they become student leaders? Haha, so why shouldn't these county cadres gain some benefits? And Xie Junli, if his father hadn't had some power before, how could he be a young county cadre? Being a clerk might be more fitting. He told Lu Guangming to change their strategy towards Xie Junli. Since Xie Junli went to the city to find a backer, they didn't need to cause any accidents anymore. They would let things happen naturally. If someone from above came to investigate, they would let them investigate. After all, records of road construction, irrigation channels and mountain clearing were kept. Those expenses were significant. Lu Guangming, who came from the countryside, knew the details better. County-organized projects like channel digging and road construction required rural commune members to provide labor for free, without pay or food. They brought their own dry rations. So what expenses did the county incur? Forget it. Since team leader Gao said so, he wouldn't scare himself. 5 days later, Tang Yuan was delivering lunch to her parents in the wheat fields when she heard the distant shouts of young people. Someone laughed and cursed. Tang Igua is back from the city showing off. Soon Tang Igua ran over shouting, "Comrades, dear ones, brother Fengchan successfully delivered Cadre Ji to the city without a single hair missing. And on our way back we hunted a whole pack of wild boars. We're going to share the meat again." Really? Are you serious? Everyone forgot to correct him about being younger than Fengchan. Another man who chased them from the village entrance laughed. It's true. On the way they encountered a pack of wild boars. Tang Adong was so scared his legs were shaking. Luckily, Fengchan was amazing, taking down a bunch of wild boars with one shot each. Tang Igua didn't try to act tough anymore, completely convinced. Yes, they all froze. Only Brother Feng and I were still standing. Someone asked curiously, "Igua, how many wild boars did you kill?" Tang Igua proudly replied, "I was busy reloading Brother Feng's gun." Although he wasn't as fast as Fengchan, who was still the one who killed the last charging wild boar with a knife. Goodness, before leaving when Fengchan shot sparrows, Tang Igua thought he looked different with a gun. Who knew that when hunting wild boars, he looked even scarier. Even scarier still was when he stabbed the wild boar with a knife. That stab really went straight into his heart. From now on, Fengchan was his big brother, the big brother of the entire militia company. Tang Yuan listened intently and couldn't help asking, "Second brother, where is Fengchan?" Only then did Tang Igua see her and laughed. Yuan, brother has gone home. He brought something for you." Tang Yuan, upon hearing this, told her parents and ran home. On the way, she ran into Fengchan, who was looking for her. The originally cold youth's expression softened instantly upon seeing the joyful girl. He handed her a bottle of mosquito repellent. "Were you bitten again? Apply it quickly." Tang Yuan took it, smiling sweetly, feeling happy inside. "Thank you." Her smile melted Fengchan's heart. Chapter 42 Breaking Legs. After 2 days of drying following the rain, Tang Bingda let everyone go into the fields to harvest wheat. They still used the contracted plot system, and the commune members worked harder than usual to earn more work points. This year's wheat harvest was more efficient than in previous years, so they could relax a bit after the initial rush. Xiangyang Brigade was wiping tears while harvesting the fallen wheat in the fields, but Qianjin Brigade had it much easier. Tang Bingda instructed the other commune members to continue cutting wheat, and asked the rich peasant's son to accompany Fengchan and the others to slaughter and distribute the pork. Originally, Tang Igua should have been cutting wheat, but since he wanted to be near Fengchan, he sent his brother to cut wheat instead. Tang Adong dared not express his anger and had no choice but to go cut wheat. The other commune members kept asking him, "Adong, what happened? Why did you go hunting wild boars and come back still talking about wild boars?" Being questioned by others made Tang Adong feel more important than going to help with slaughtering and distributing pork, so he immediately became happy. When we passed a field of wheat, we saw a group of wild boars wreaking havoc. The militia of that brigade was useless. They couldn't drive away the boars and were even knocked around. Cadre Ji knew that Brother Fengchan is a good shot, so he asked us to help. We managed to kill over 10 wild boars. In the end, Cadre Ji negotiated with the other brigade, and we split the boars evenly. We took 4 big ones and 2 small ones to the city. "Wait, how did you kill them? Tell us slowly." The commune members were eager for more details and felt that Tang Adong had skipped the exciting parts. Tang Adong. Brother Fengchan shot one after another. One after another. What else was there to say? It was just one shot after another. He barely saw it happen. He only heard the bangs and then the boars fell down. The commune members loved hearing him say one shot after another, feeling particularly exhilarated, as if they had eaten watermelon chilled in well water on a hot summer day. Tang Yuan also pulled old lady Feng along with her, and followed Feng Chun to the brigade office to slaughter and distribute the pork. She applied mosquito repellent on herself and old lady Feng, which attracted a group of children who kept sniffing them and saying how nice it smelled. They only stopped when Tang Yuan rubbed the remaining repellent on their bodies. Several elderly men and women were drying wheat in the courtyard and greeted old lady Feng when she arrived. Old lady Feng walked with her head held high, proudly yet modestly nodding in response. Drying wheat, you're working hard. The elderly men and women were surprised, thinking old lady Feng had become unexpectedly friendly. She really has changed. Her grandson has improved, no longer idle and can now work in the fields and hunt boars. Of course she's happy. Someone couldn't help but feel envious and said sarcastically, "Don't get too cocky. Really, if you want to change, do it gradually. Why change so drastically and overshadow other young people?" The rich peasant's son is the younger brother of the rich peasant, and he has been responsible for slaughtering pigs in the brigade for years. With villagers helping, Feng Chun didn't need to get involved and sat in the shade with Tang Yuan, cracking walnuts and pine nuts for her to eat. These were traded from Shirban village. He whispered to Tang Yuan, "We originally planned to give those 6 wild boars to Ji Hongyue as a gift for the Municipal Revolutionary Committee, but the commotion was too big, so they only accepted 1 large and 2 small ones and paid us money and food tickets for the rest, considering it a purchase. Their leaders wanted to be clean, so they accepted 50 cents per catty, which was roughly the price of live pigs, and helped with the slaughtering. They also ate stewed pork at the cafeteria there. The other 3 large pigs were sold to the canteens of affiliated units at 1 yuan per catty, with assistance in slaughtering and cleaning. Feng Chun was only responsible for slaughtering and distributing the pork, while Tang Igua led a team to clean the offal." Tang Yuan listened with great interest. "So what about these 4 pigs? Did you wipe out an entire herd? Sustainable hunting is essential." Feng Chun chuckled. "Of course not. On our way back, Tang Igua mentioned that we had eaten wild boar meat in the municipal committee, and it was a pity that our families hadn't tasted it. So we went searching in the nearby mountains again. It wasn't difficult, as he was skilled at tracking prey and easily found several groups of wild boars. This time they only hunted the adults and left the young ones alone. Since Feng Chun led the hunt, Tang Bingda generously gave him half a pig, a whole pig's head, and all the cleaned offal. The others each received 5 catties. All of this was given freely without needing work points as a reward. Feng Chun handed a handful of pine nut kernels to Tang Yuan. She stuffed them into her mouth, finding them both fragrant and sweet. "Let's cook the pig's head tonight." Tang Yuan saw that the cleaning was almost done. The men were strong and worked quickly, but she needed to supervise them to ensure the intestines were thoroughly washed with coarse salt. Boiling the pig's head and offal together, then cooling it and hanging it in a bucket in the well would make it refreshing, delicious, and preserve it for several days. Hearing Tang Yuan's suggestion, Feng Chun could almost smell the braised pig's head. He stood up. "They're taking too long. I'll go help. The sooner they finish, the sooner they can start braising." Yuan said it needs to braise all afternoon. He discussed inviting the brigade leader to share the braised pig's head with Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan naturally agreed and went to the brigade office to borrow paper and pen to write a letter. Feng Chun whispered to Tang Yuan, "I want to borrow some guns and ammunition from the team leader to take hunting in the mountains. It'll be more convenient." It turned out that Tang Bingda was not just strict but fair and understanding, an old captain who knew how to reward and punish appropriately. When Tang Yuan invited him for braised pig's head at night, he volunteered. "The team's guns are rusting away. Let Feng Chun take care of a few of them and come by to maintain the rest when he has time." Of course Feng Chun agreed. He had been studying these guns for a few days and already had plans to modify them. He intended to assemble a shorter one with less recoil, easier to aim and capable of rapid fire, specifically for Tang Yuan to use. If she had a gun in the mountains, her movements would be safer. After returning home, Tang Yuan and Grandma Feng carefully washed the intestines again with bean flour, and then prepared the spices for the braised meat. Besides their own Sichuan pepper, star anise, scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, Grandma Feng also asked Fei Mao Tue for cardamom, cinnamon, and bay leaves. Of course, it wasn't Fei Mao Tue being particular, but rather Secretary Lu's family. Lu Guangming had brought them back from the county, and Secretary Lu's wife found them too fragrant and left them unused. Slow cooked over a low flame all afternoon, the braised pig's head and offal were so fragrant they could lure anyone's soul. A taste was enough to make you want to swallow your tongue. In the evening, when it was time for dinner, Feng Chun and Tang Bingda arrived together, carrying 3 guns, an iron box, and a basket of tools. They waited for Dad Tang and Mother Tang to return before starting the meal. A small bowl of garlic paste, several platters of assorted pork dishes, pig ears, pig tongue, pig's head meat, braised intestines, and pig liver. Seeing such a sumptuous feast, even Tang Bingda felt dizzy. overwhelmed by the aroma. Despite being the team leader, he had never experienced such a lavish meal, let alone one so delicious. Cadre G said that what Yuan made was better than the food at the county restaurant. He believed it. After a few sips of wine, Tang Bingda told Dad Tang, "Feline, do a good job." Seeing the team leader about to entrust him with a task, Dad Tang was flattered and quickly raised his cup to toast seventh uncle. The braised meat was delicious, and the wine was good, but Tang Bingda did not indulge. He forced himself to eat until he was 7 or 8/10 full, then put down his chopsticks, saying he still needed to patrol, check on the team office, and the wheat fields before leaving. Tang Yuan and the others saw him off. At the door, she handed Tang Bingda a letter. "7th Grandpa, read this when you get home. If it's okay, send it. If not, forget it." Tang Bingda looked puzzled. "What is it?" Tang Yuan smiled. "Wu Jin is malicious and tried to harm our big black pig to eat its meat. He also lured Tong Shui away from the city, which is improper behavior. Even if Tong Shui didn't report him, shouldn't we inform the city authorities?" Wu Jin left Tongja village for the city as soon as the rain stopped, making a grand speech at the team office before departing. Tang Yuan couldn't stand seeing a scoundrel leave so triumphantly. Jobs were hard to come by in those days. Tang Bingda took the letter without hesitation. All right. Wu Jin's parents weren't influential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken years to get him back from the countryside. Even if they knew someone from the team wrote an anonymous letter reporting their son, they couldn't do anything about it. Who made him commit such a heinous act? Tang Bingda first patrolled the nearby wheat fields, where people were still harvesting. Then he went to the team office and saw Fei Mao Tue fiddling with the radio. His face darkened. "Where is Tang Wu?" Fei Mao Tue was annoyed but stood up quickly, smiling. "Team leader. Tang Wu has been very obedient these past few days, helping me harvest wheat. Since there's pork today, I let him go home to eat." Tang Bingda first checked the small room next door. The guns were there, and the locked boxes were intact. Earlier, Feng Chun had requested 3 guns and a box of ammunition, taking a few defective grenades and landmines to extract the gunpowder for use in the mountains. Tang Bingda now trusted Feng Chun and Tang Yuan unconditionally, knowing they wouldn't harm anyone and must have legitimate reasons. If Tang Yuan hadn't mentioned it earlier, he wouldn't have been so vigilant, always worried about Tang Wu stealing dangerous items. Seeing everything in order, he was relieved. But in reality, Tang Wu had not reformed. Instead, he was plotting. A man obsessed with getting married couldn't accept being single, especially after his fiancée ran away. For days he kept thinking, why did Tong Shui break up? How would everyone mock him? How humiliating it was. How pitiful and unfair his life was. He never considered his own shortcomings or how to improve himself. He didn't even think about earning money to prove himself to Tong Shui. He only thought about how shameful it was that she left and how unfair life was to him. The more he thought, the more extreme he became. Finally, he decided to force Tong Shui to marry him because his mother always said, "You slept with that little slut. Why won't she marry you? You didn't beat her hard enough." He would find Tong Shui and give her another chance. If she refused to marry him, he would die with her. Even during dinner, the meat in his bowl tasted like sawdust. His mind was consumed by thoughts of forcing Tong Shui to marry him. Hutu, chewing on a piece of fatty meat, suddenly noticed his uncle's face and was startled. Uncle looked terrifying. Auntie was still complaining. These days, parents treat their daughters like cash cows. Are they marrying off their daughters or selling them? They ask for such high dowries. She started secretly arranging blind dates for Tang Wu, but couldn't find a suitable match. People saw that he was still single, and despite Auntie saying she wanted to take her time to find the right one, no one believed it. Clearly, all the previous attempts had failed. If you were a good catch, wouldn't people be lining up to meet you? He was being rejected. Naturally, they would raise the dowry even higher. These days, men with jobs in their late 20s didn't struggle to find partners. In fact, their longer work experience and higher salaries gave them an advantage in matchmaking. But it wasn't the same for rural boys. 18 or 19 was considered the prime age, perfect for getting married in their early 20s. If a man hadn't married by 23, he was seen as leftover in the countryside, likely having some flaw, either ugly, unhealthy, extremely poor, or disabled. Auntie was anxious, cursing those girls for being blind and calling Tong Shui a little slut. When she rambled anxiously, no one dared to speak up, fearing she might explode. Tang Xiang was annoyed to death. She had told her second brother and mother not to worry, that she would find a way to earn money, but they didn't believe her. Before the family split, she was doted on by everyone. Afterward, with the household in disarray, no one was happy, and no one pampered her anymore. Feeling dejected, she just wanted to finish eating and go chat with Song Huazhang. Tang Wu lay straight on the bed, gripping the sharp knife he had stolen from Speedy Legs. His mind raced with a single thought. She must marry me. If she doesn't, we both die. He stayed awake until dawn, his mind increasingly agitated and confused. As the sky began to lighten, everyone went to the fields to harvest wheat before breakfast, And he also left with the knife. Standing at the crossroads, he hesitated. That stubborn girl Yuan refused to arrange a marriage for him. He should teach her a lesson first. But Fengshan was strong, and he couldn't beat him. With a humph, he ran to the educated youth residence. Tang Shui had tied wheat stalks yesterday and ended up dizzy and with stomach cramps, almost fainting. After returning, she vomited uncontrollably and sought medicine from Tang Zhonghe, taking a day off from work. Today, she still felt weak and lightheaded, so she rested on the bed. The other educated youths had gone to harvest wheat, and it was still dark outside, so she fell back asleep. Suddenly, she felt suffocated, as if a massive stone was crushing her, making it hard to breathe. Struggling to wake up, she was horrified to find someone frantically kissing her. It was Tang Wu. She fought desperately, but Tang Wu held her down, babbling incoherently. Tang Shui screamed for help. Tang Wu. We've slept together, you're my wife now. You have to marry me and bear me sons. He pulled out a rope to tie her up, thinking this way, he wouldn't need to kill her but could take her home. No matter how much Tang Shui pleaded, Tang Wu wouldn't let her go, insisting they get married. Seeing that he hadn't truly hurt her even in his madness, she decided he couldn't bear to harm her and began taunting him. Tang Wu, can you take me back to the city? If you can, I'll marry you. Tang Wu remained silent, continuing what he was doing. Tang Shui finally couldn't take it anymore and cried out. I want to go back to the city. Wu Jin can take me back. I don't want to stay in this dirty, smelly, tiring, and chaotic countryside. Who wants to be here? When it rains, the mud is so thick you can't move your feet. And there are mosquitoes, bugs, and fleas everywhere. Rats run around the roof and we work all day long, exhausted like dogs but never full. We barely eat any fine flour or meat throughout the year. I want to go back to the city, I want to go back to the city. I'd rather die than stay here. Just then, a child from the village passing by heard the commotion and came over to investigate. The bamboo gate of the educated youth residence was open, but the door was locked from the inside. The two children peeked through the window, where the winter paper had long since torn, revealing the scene inside. Tang Wu is naked on the bed attacking Tang Shui. One child was shocked and immediately shouted. The other child was equally terrified. The two children yelled and ran to call for adults. Most adults were in the fields harvesting wheat, and children over 8 were either collecting wheat stalks or cutting grass. Only the elderly who couldn't work and young children who didn't need to work were left in the village. An old woman, hearing this, was shocked and told the children to stop shouting and quickly find Grandma Tang. Though they had quarreled in the past, those were minor issues. Today's incident was serious and shouldn't be used to mock Grandma Tang. Using this to ridicule her would create a lasting feud. She hurried to inform Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang looked at the old woman who usually didn't get along with her, her face full of wariness, fearing that she had come to cause trouble. The moment she heard that Tang Wu was causing trouble for Tang Shui at the educated youth point, she immediately felt weak in the knees and hands. Grandma Tang was also one of those who were tough within the family, able to be fierce with her son and daughter-in-law at home, but when faced with real problems, she was completely at a loss. She wasn't like Grandma Feng, who appeared harsh and sharp-tongued but actually had a backbone and could make big decisions. What should we do? She muttered, this dead child is courting death. If he's caught by the brigade for hooliganism, won't they execute him? The old woman who came to report reminded her. Find his father and his second uncle. Grandma Tang then calmed down a bit. Yes, find someone. She then pleaded with the other woman. Sister, go call our second son from the northern fields. I'll go call his father from the southern fields. In recent days, Grandma Tang had been responsible for delivering meals to the fields, knowing where Uncle Tang and others were working. Naturally, she also cared about her second son and asked where he was working. Last night, the second son had secretly brought her a large piece of fatty pork, saying it was given by Yuaner. She knew where the second son's family was working. With all this commotion, it was time for breakfast. Tang Yuan, carrying a basket and a soup jar, went to deliver meals to the fields and happened to run into Old Lady Sun running to report the news. Hearing Old Lady Sun stammering about what Tang Wu did to the female educated youth, Dad Tang didn't react at first. What was going on? But Tang Yuan understood immediately. Was Tang Wu looking for Tang Shui? She had thought Tang Wu had been locked up at the brigade office to cool off and behave himself. Now things were very different from the original story. In the original story, Wu Jin hadn't gone to labor reform. He left the village with high spirits after receiving the order to return to the city. In the original story, Tongjia village didn't harvest wheat early. The early ripening half was beaten into the mud by heavy rain. Now that the rain had stopped, they were busy salvaging the wheat from the mud. Now the brigade harvested the wheat in time with no losses, and there was plenty of time. The commune members were in high spirits after eating pork. Under such good circumstances, no one would stir up trouble, right? Even Lu Lizie's mother had calmed down. Yet damn it, Tang Wu still acted crazy. She had warned Grandpa Qi that Tang Wu shouldn't be able to take away the landmines, right? From what Old Lady Sun said, the two were fighting on the bed without using landmines to threaten each other. When Dad Tang understood what was happening, his deeply tanned face turned instantly red, and he immediately told Mother Tang that he needed to stop his nephew. Ignoring it was not an option. Tang Yuan knew his character. If he didn't intervene, he would feel guilty if something happened. But if he did intervene, he would definitely get involved. This was his instinctive protection of his family, something Tang Yuan couldn't change through short-term persuasion. Pretend to have a fit? Feng Chan was nearby, and she couldn't muster the emotion for it. Dad Tang had already run off. Tang Yuan decisively sought Feng Chen's help. Upon hearing this, Feng Chan put down his sickle, looked down at Tang Yuan and whispered, "Break his leg." Tang Yuan, "Don't let him know. Feng Chen, you can trust me." If he wanted to break someone's leg, he wouldn't let them know. With Feng Chen's help, Tang Yuan felt relieved and followed to watch the commotion. By the time they arrived at the educated youth point, the courtyard was already filled with people banging on the door and shouting through the windows. Inside, Tang Wu and Tong Xue had already dressed, but the situation was tense. Tang Wu held a sharp knife to Tong Xue's neck, his eyes bloodshot, roaring, "Marry me!" Tong Xue's neck was bleeding slightly, her legs weak and trembling as she leaned against Tang Wu, unable to escape. Dad Tang rushed over, and everyone made way for him to squeeze through. Zhang He also hurried over. He had just returned from treating a patient in the 3rd production team and heard about the incident, so he rushed over to mediate. "Everyone, please leave and don't crowd here. Something might happen and you could get hurt. It's the busiest season for harvesting wheat, and you still have the leisure to do this." Dad Tang rushed forward shouting, "Wooer, put down the knife. Let's talk calmly. It's just about getting married. We can pay more dowry." His mind was in a frenzy, buzzing, unable to think clearly about the situation or how to handle it. All he could think about was preventing his nephew from killing someone. Feng Chan followed behind him, worried that Dad Tang might blurt out something like, "It's just dowry money. Your second uncle will help you." What would you do if Tang Wu really asked for money later? Would you give it? How would you explain it to your wife and daughter? He pressed his large hand on Dad Tang's shoulder, signaling him not to rush. Sure enough, this gesture interrupted the rash promise Dad Tang was about to make. Seeing Feng Chan approach, Dad Tang subconsciously asked, "Feng Chan, what do you think we should do?" If Feng Chan hadn't come, Dad Tang would have acted on instinct and kicked the door down to stop his nephew. Now that Feng Chan was here, he felt that Feng Chan was smart and capable, so he naturally sought his opinion. Feng Chan gestured for him to step back. "I'll kick the door down, and then everyone can rush in together to stop him," Dad Tang exclaimed. "Like that?" Feng Chan nodded, serious. "Yes, with more people, he'll be overwhelmed." Inside the room, Tang Wu was still going crazy. Suddenly the 2 wooden doors, which he had firmly wedged shut and propped with a thick stick, both fell down at once. With a loud clang, the doors hit the ground, kicking up choking dust and a strong gust of wind. Tang Wu and Tong Xue immediately turned their heads, covering their mouths and stepping back. Then they saw Dad Tang, Zhang He, Tang Igua, and a crowd of others rushing in shouting, "Tang Wu, don't act recklessly." Thud. Ah! Tang Wu let out a cry of pain. There were too many people, filling up the not-so-spacious main room. In the chaos, someone pulled him, and then Tang Wu was kicked in the leg, causing him to kneel from the pain. Tong Xue was supported by 2 women and pulled out. Zhang He also urged the others to retreat. "There are too many people, get out. Back up. Back up." Finally, Tang Wu was carried out and placed in the courtyard. It was too dark inside. Zhang He examined Tang Wu. "Oh, Tang Wu, how did your right leg break?" Although it wasn't dislocated, it was clearly fractured. His daily life shouldn't be affected, but he definitely couldn't go on a rampage anymore. Women's Committee head Lu Hongxia supported Tong Xue, comforting her and whispered, "Tong Xue, do you want to report him for hooliganism? They'll send him to work in coal mines or quarries for hard labor, at least 5 years." Tong Xue had initially been humiliated by the children's shouts and later terrified by Tang Wu's rampage. After being rescued, she felt a sense of relief. Now leaning against Lu Hongxia, she momentarily forgot her embarrassment, looking at Tang Wu lying in the courtyard. His leg was broken, and he was pale with sweat rolling down his face. He looked terrible. Should she make him suffer even more? Send him to dig coal? Chapter 43, A Great Help. She clearly hated him with all her heart and looked down on him, yet for some reason, the thought of his mad love for her, his desperation for her, and his willingness to die for her filled her with a strange, twisted sense of pride. So it turned out that there was someone in this world who truly loved her. Her parents favored boys over girls, first making her take her brother's place in the countryside, and then trying to marry her off to an old widower to secure a job for her brother, never once caring about her well-being. But Tang Wu loved her so much. She whispered softly, "Sending him to labor reform is having him work for others. It's better if he does labor reform for the brigade." In any case, she was leaving for the city and would never come back. Letting him go would be her way of repaying him for what they had shared. Lu Hongxia looked at Tong Xue with a peculiar expression. This Tong Xue had previously dated Tang Wu but dumped him for Wu Jin. Now when Tang Wu was trying to kill her, she didn't take the opportunity to send him away. Instead, she seemed to still have feelings for him. If any man dared to treat her like that, she would castrate him without hesitation. Well, it's their business. Dad Tang saw that his nephew's leg was broken, but at least he hadn't killed anyone or committed suicide, so he was still alive. He felt guilty towards the female volunteer and wanted to apologize on behalf of his nephew. But Fengchun held him back. Fengchun whispered, "Uncle Tang, Yuan is outside." There were too many people at the door, so Tang Yuan couldn't get through. When Dad Tang heard his daughter was outside, he suddenly remembered that the fish spirit didn't like Tang Wu, and his daughter had mentioned it casually before. That evening after dinner, everyone was cooling off in the courtyard, and his daughter had said casually, "Dad, Tang Wu and Tong Shui will definitely break up. When that happens, Tang Wu might go crazy. Don't get involved. Think more about me and Mom." At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously, wondering how his nephew and Tong Shui could break up when they were already dating. How could they break up when they were dating? Isn't dating supposed to lead to marriage, and marriage lasts a lifetime? Now everything made sense. His daughter had predicted it again, which must mean the fish spirit had told her beforehand. So, was breaking his leg the fish spirit's punishment? Dad Tang immediately felt guilty, fearing that others would know it was his daughter's fish spirit who broke Tang Wu's leg. He shrank back and didn't move forward. He whispered to Tang Zhonghe, "Zhonghe, let's carry Wu back on a door panel." Tang Zhonghe replied, "Let's go. His leg doesn't need a splint. Just let him rest." Tang Bingda rode around the brigade every day. The brigade had 3 production teams. The first 2 were from Tongja village, and the third was from 2 smaller villages nearby. It was a bit far, so he had to ride his bike to patrol 3 times daily. By the time he heard that Tang Wu had threatened Tong Shui to marry him, and somehow ended up with a broken leg, Tang Wu had already been carried back to Tongja village. Uncle Tang didn't rush home upon hearing from his mother. Hearing that someone was going to see his younger brother, he took his time returning. By the time he got back, Tang Wu had already been carried home. Seeing no chaos, he used the excuse of being busy in the fields and left again. Aunt Tang heard about it and incited several women to confront Tong Shui. She seduced our wooer, promised to date and marry him, and slept with him countless times. That slut can't refuse to marry him now. Let's go beat her up. These women liked causing trouble and often gathered to complain about their mothers-in-law, daughters-in-law, daughters and sons-in-law. They were willing to band together whenever someone called for help. Just as Tang Bingda returned by bike, he saw these women heading angrily to the volunteer quarters to attack someone. Tang Bingda glared fiercely and shouted, "Do you want to dig stones or coal?" Aunt Tang wasn't afraid of her mother-in-law but was terrified of Tang Bingda. Her bravado instantly diminished and she muttered, "But she played with our wooer. Can we just let it go?" It wasn't wooer bullying her. She played with him, and he went to reason with her because he was angry. Although Tang Wu likely did something, given the villagers' suggestive looks, something must have happened. However, since Tong Shui didn't report it, Tang Bingda didn't expose it. Maybe she didn't want to report it or feared the shame. After all, such incidents hurt the woman's reputation, and keeping quiet meant it never happened. Or perhaps, they still had feelings for each other. After all, they had been close, spending time together in the woods and working side by side. Outsiders couldn't be sure. As the team leader, Tang Bingda hoped to maintain the brigade's reputation and stability. Wu Jin and those people wanted to harm Big Black and couldn't be tolerated. Although Tang Wu seemed to threaten Tong Shui to die together, he actually didn't want to die. He just wanted to scare her into not breaking up with him. Tang Bingda couldn't understand matters of the heart. It was all too complicated. He stormed into the Tang family house and yelled at Tang Wu on the bed, "Tang Wu, I warn you, stay away from the female volunteer from now on. If you dare approach her again, I'll break both your legs regardless of who tries to stop me. Do you hear me?" Tang Wu lay on the bed like a corpse, silent. After his tantrum, he decided to sulk, refusing to eat, drink, or work. Tang Bingda sneered, pulled out his copper tobacco pipe, and slammed it onto Tang Wu's forehead with a loud bang. Roaring, "Did you hear me?" Tang Wu cried out in pain, "Ow!" and sat up, hurting his broken leg even more, crying out louder. He touched the instant swelling on his forehead, looking even worse. "Tang Bingda, are you deaf?" Tang Wu dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. "I heard it." Only then did Tang Bingda hum and turn to leave. He just deserved a beating. The eldest aunt had hoped for Tang Bingda to back her up, but instead, he came over and scolded his son harshly, even hitting him hard before leaving without saying anything about backing her up. She couldn't stand it. Are we supposed to let our Wu's leg break for nothing? Is that little slut going to get away with playing us? Grandma Tang saw her buzzing around like a headless fly and scolded. "Shut up already. Do you want to force them to accuse your son of being a hooligan?" His broken leg wasn't caused by those educated youths. As for why Tang Wu broke his leg, even he himself couldn't explain it, let alone anyone else. But Grandma Tang still remembered how Tang Yuan went crazy shouting for Grandpa. Perhaps the old man broke his leg because he found his grandson unworthy. She felt that the eldest daughter-in-law was truly unreasonable. Even if the educated youth Tong slept with your son, what does your son lose? He doesn't lose any flesh or get pregnant. Now that they've broken up, you're bringing this up again. Are you trying to make people think your son is no good and that Tong isn't satisfied? It's common to hear of men sleeping with young girls and their families demanding responsibility, but not the other way around. Embarrassing. Seeing she couldn't blame Tang Bingda, the eldest aunt started blaming Dad Tang. What's wrong with your second uncle? When he went to break up the fight, didn't he know to protect his nephew? How could he have broken Wu's leg? It was really strange. With the soon-to-be daughter-in-law running off and the marriage prospects raising the dowry price, the eldest aunt couldn't help but start thinking about Tang Yuan again. Mother, I see Yuan going into the mountains and delivering meals, wandering around the village. She must be better now, right? If she's better, can't we use her to arrange a marriage for her brother? Her eyes glared at Grandma Tang. Mother, don't let your second uncle just talk about caring for his nephew without doing anything substantial. Grandma Tang had already seen Feng Chen's abilities and was pleased with Old Lady Feng's acceptance of the second family. Most importantly, Old Lady Feng never lost out but always made the second family gain. Even if it was just for the marriage, they would be good in-laws. What had the eldest daughter-in-law's family ever done to benefit the Tang family? If you're capable, go and talk to them yourself. Grandma Tang left with these words to do her work. Apart from cooking, delivering meals, and looking after the children, she also took time to pick wheat ears in the fields. After harvesting the wheat, it couldn't be directly pressed. Instead, a sickle was used to cut off the wheat ears first. There were also some short wheat stalks at the base that needed to be picked out. The team leader said half of the picked wheat would belong to them. This was a welfare provided by the team for the elderly and children, and she wouldn't miss it. While the eldest aunt schemed against Tang Yuan wasn't worried at all. She couldn't control what others thought, and she and Feng Chan planned to go back to the mountains after the wheat harvest. In the past few days, Feng Chan hadn't gone to harvest wheat because the wheat harvest in the forward team was nearing its end, and the team members were working more leisurely. He didn't want to compete for points with them. He was busy modifying guns and ammunition, dismantling defective landmines and grenades, and turning the explosives into miniature bombs. He wanted to create some footholds on Boulder Peak so that taking Tang Yuan into the mountains would be more convenient and safer in the future. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in carrying Tang Yuan into the mountains as he did the first time, but the first time he was focused and confident, believing he could carry a wild boar effortlessly, so carrying Tang Yuan should be easy. But later, he became more concerned and felt that the first time was too careless and not cautious enough. One can never be too careful. What if she fell? Thinking about it now, he broke out in cold sweat, feeling that he shouldn't have been so arrogant. He imagined terrifying scenarios, but his expression remained calm and composed, making it impossible for outsiders to tell. Tang Yuan peeked through a small crack in the door, admiring him greatly. A master is a master indeed. Not only was his hunting skill maxed out, but his gun modification skills seemed impressive too. To keep the air still and prevent the wind from disturbing the gunpowder, Feng Chan hung curtains over the windows, lifting only a corner for light, and kept the door slightly ajar. Tang Yuan opened only a tiny crack, revealing half of her bright, dark eyes. In a different setting, this would be a horror movie scene. She whispered, "How's it going? Need any help?" Feng Chan smiled slightly, covered the oil paper containing the gunpowder, and turned to look at her. "Your voice won't blow here. No need to act sneaky." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Time to eat." Feng Chan. Coming. He didn't insist on finishing everything before eating but tidied up, got off the bed, opened the door and stepped out. Tang Yuan was still leaning against the door, curious to see how he modified the gun. How did he shorten the barrel? Did he use a small steel saw to cut it? The doorway was small, and she stood there motionless. Feng Chan, tall and broad, had to lower his head slightly to exit, bringing him closer to her. She had just washed her hair, which was sticking up in all directions, making two tufts on top of her head look adorable. On impulse, Feng Chan reached out and flicked those two tufts. The flick sent a puff of fine water droplets flying, but the tufts stubbornly stood back up, carrying a faint scent into his nose. He could smell her unique fragrance, one that even strong-smelling perfume couldn't cover. He squeezed past her. "It's not done yet, nothing to see." Tang Yuan withdrew her head. "Time to eat. It's hot, and even with the well water, we need to eat the pig's innards quickly." Before, when they had the pig's head and offal, they didn't keep it all to themselves. Tang Yuan still sent some pork to Tang Zhonghe and the rich peasant. In those days, everyone loved fatty meat, and pork, lard, and streaky bacon were the most popular. She also gave a bit to two aunties who were close to Mother Tang. Additionally, she sent some in Tang Bingda's name to the two households in the village that were supported by public welfare. With plenty of food, giving to those who deserved it made her feel good and gave it more meaning. She could tell that Tang Bingda had high hopes for her father. Although her father wasn't particularly smart, he was an excellent farmer. Having him as the team leader would make things easier for her. Tang Yuan went to the fields to deliver meals to her parents. After they finished eating, she returned home to eat. Feng Na ate first and then went to the team office to gather wheat stalks with the other elderly women. She wouldn't miss this opportunity. Not taking advantage of such opportunities means losing out. Feng Chun waited for her to return before eating together. Tang Yuan said casually, "You don't have to wait for me, you can eat first." Feng Chun, "I haven't been waiting. I just went to the private plot to turn over the sweet potato vines and yam vines, and added some feed to the earthworm pools and cleaned out the mud." Now there were 3 earthworm pools at home. Although the number still fell short of Tang Yuan's expectations, it was a successful start. The next step was to raise piglets, chickens, ducks, and geese. There weren't many earthworms, so they couldn't raise too many animals, perhaps 1 piglet, a few chickens, and a couple of geese. Geese could guard the house, ate less than dogs, and were just as useful. As he set the table, he chatted casually with Tang Yuan, who nodded frequently. Look, they were starting from scratch. Hey, proud. After dinner, Feng Chun told Tang Yuan to take a nap while he went out. Tang Yuan, "Can I go with you?" Feng Chun smiled, "No need. We'll go to the mountains together in a couple of days." Tang Yuan nodded. Okay. He was worried about his saplings in the mountains, but Tang Yuan wasn't concerned at all because the first crop of grain in the mountains was bound to be sparse. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. Haha. Feng Chun had already prepared several small explosive packets and carried tools like hammers, chisels, and iron wedges into the mountains. He didn't want to carve steps directly into Boulder Peak, but instead planned to create resting points at intervals, making it easier to bring Tang Yuan up. He hadn't considered bringing anyone else on this path. Others would have to go around the mountain stream, which, after heavy rain, would become impassable. The valley inside Boulder Peak truly seemed like a paradise, shielded to the south and surrounded by mountain streams on other sides, a natural refuge. He couldn't help but speculate that perhaps in some past era, a group of people had lived there in hiding. Without Tang Yuan, Feng Chun didn't hold back his speed. He moved swiftly through the mountains, startling flocks of birds perched on branches, chirping and pointing at him. The next morning, Tang Yuan yawned as she got out of bed and saw Feng Chun washing his face and feet outside. His hair was wet and dripping as if he had just washed it. She reminded him, "The well water is quite cold in the morning. It's best not to wash your hair." Feng Chun had washed in the mountains and only rinsed his muddy feet upon returning. He didn't argue but nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll remember that. Grandma said that a man should be strong, and in a relationship the least important thing is talking back, especially not arguing. Grandma said that some men look decent and handsome, but have a knack for annoying others with their words. To pursue a girl you must go along with her, not try to educate her or argue. Especially with a girl like Tang Yuan. Of course you must be capable. If you're capable and still go along with her, it shows how valuable you are. If you're useless and still go along with her, it won't help. Strength comes from within after all." Although Feng Chun wasn't skilled at pursuing girls, he listened. Tang Yuan used straw to cook. On her way back, she noticed Feng Chun standing there with red ears and a flushed face. Concerned, she asked, "Are you feeling cold or running a fever?" She tiptoed to touch his forehead. Feng Chun stiffened, not daring to move. Her hands were beautifully shaped, slender and even, though rough from years of work. Touching his forehead made him feel a tingling sensation. His heart raced and his whole body heated up. Tang Yuan felt a coolness at first, then a warmth rising beneath her hand. She asked in puzzlement, "Are you running a fever?" Feng Chun quickly stepped back to avoid her touch. If she kept touching him, he really would start burning up. "No fever. I was just practicing holding my breath. Next time we cross the ravine, we'll have to swim." Tang Yuan was puzzled. Swimming means crossing by water, not holding one's breath underwater. Since he wasn't running a fever, she left it alone and went to cook. Old Lady Feng hid nearby, watching with delight, and even pulled Mother Tang to watch together. "Look, aren't they getting along well?" Mother Tang nodded, feeling happy too. Especially that Feng Chun didn't make any inappropriate moves on her daughter. Old Lady Feng, "I think we should set their engagement first. As for marriage, they'd have to wait 2 years. Tang Yuan was still young, and childbirth would be difficult until she fully matured. Best to wait until she's 18 or 19. Mother Tang agreed. Her greatest wish in life was for her daughter to find a good man and have 2 healthy children. The wheat harvest was nearing its end, and Tang Bingda was busy planning for summer plowing and planting. A heavy rain had just fallen, so there was no worry about drought for summer planting. Instead, they were concerned about the dozens of acres that might flood. Fortunately, the fish immortal had previously warned them, so those low-lying areas treated with flooding for pest control hadn't been planted with spring crops. Otherwise, they would all be submerged now, unable to drain the water. But even now, the flooding was severe. Even flood-resistant sorghum wouldn't survive. What could they plant? The fish immortal said rice. But they didn't have rice seeds. Tang Bingda thought of Kadre Ji and Tang Yuan, So he had his wife steam some jujube buns and brought them over to see Tang Yuan and Feng Chan. Tang Yuan and Feng Chan were also packing things, making various pickles and preserved vegetables, including the pickled vegetables Tang Yuan had prepared earlier, to take to the mountains. Tang Bingda got straight to the point, as he never beat around the bush, not even during meetings. He hated wasting time with unnecessary talk. Tang Yuan had been waiting for him to bring this up. It was more effective when the team leader sought advice than when she offered it unsolicited. Tang Yuan. 7th Grandpa, why don't we call the city and check on Cadre Ji? Tang Bingda. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go to the commune today. Feng Chun immediately said, Team leader, let me take Tang Yuan. He was young and strong, making it easier to carry Tang Yuan through the mountains. Tang Bingda nodded. All right, negotiate the terms yourselves. If they're reasonable, agree to them. Recently, Secretary Liu had been unwell and barely involved in production matters, leaving Tang Bingda free to act, giving him a smooth and efficient feeling like a well-oiled machine. They stopped packing and headed into the mountains early. Spending an extra day there didn't matter since the first year was mainly about clearing land, not harvesting. There was no urgent farm work waiting for them in the mountains. However, to avoid returning late at night, Feng Chun packed some dry rations, pickles, and a water bottle, and brought a jacket for Tang Yuan to protect her from dew. He didn't forget the mosquito repellent either. Now Tang Yuan carried mosquito repellent wherever she went. The young couple had boundless energy, riding their bicycles swiftly on flat ground and easily climbing hills. On the descent, Feng Chan teased Tang Yuan, asking if she dared to ride down. Tang Yuan sat down without hesitation, hugging his muscular waist confidently. Let's go. This time Feng Chan was the one who froze, his body rigid as if bound by a mysterious force. Downhill, the bicycle sped up even faster due to gravity, tripling the speed. Naturally, one had to lean forward. Tang Yuan pressed herself against Feng Chen's back, tightly clinging to him and even feeling his abs. They felt quite nice, and she couldn't resist touching them again. Feng Chen. He clearly felt her hands roaming over his abdomen. This person. Feeling her touch made him tense, tightening his muscles, forming a beautiful V-line and defined abs. Tang Yuan silently counted them. Taking advantage was indeed enjoyable. Good thing it was the expert riding the bike. Any ordinary person would lose control going downhill, likely ending up flying through the air. The two of them descended the slope smoothly, gliding for a long time before reaching the commune effortlessly. They went to the post office, showed their introduction letter, and made a phone call. Calling the city from the commune required county-level relay, but fortunately, few people were calling at this hour, so it only took 10 minutes to connect. Upon receiving their call, Ji Hongyue sounded delighted. Little Sister Yuan, I've missed you so much. Well, Little Sister Yuan became Little Sister Yuan again. Tang Yuan chuckled. Comrade Ji, we all miss you. The squad leader especially misses you. We made some delicious braised pig's head and offal the other day. It was so fragrant and oily. Hearing Ji Hongyue slurp appreciatively over the phone, Tang Yuan let out a crisp laugh. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ji Hongyue asked if they needed anything. He wasn't naive enough to think that Tang Yuan had called just to chat. Tang Yuan then explained about the rice seeds. We had 2 days of heavy rain which flooded a large area. Our squad would like to ask you to help us buy some rice seeds. We can trade wheat or pay for them. Of course, it hadn't rained non-stop for 2 days. There were periods of heavy rain turning into light showers. But she wanted to emphasize the severity. Tang Yuan had discussed planting rice with Ji Hongyue while in the mountains, mentioning the worry about rice seeds. The underlying message was clear. Comrade Ji should take the initiative to help the people by getting them rice seeds. Ji Hongyue had been pondering his work priorities recently. Before, he hadn't been entirely clear. But now, hearing Tang Yuan's words, everything became crystal clear. He smiled. Sure, I'll help you get the rice seeds. However, I'll need to come and stay at your squad for an extended period. Tang Yuan happily responded, of course. You're welcome anytime. We'd be delighted if you stayed here every day. We just hope you won't get bored. Comrade Ji, our survival this year depends on you. On behalf of our entire squad, thank you. Ji Hongyue laughed. Don't try to flatter me. I believe you. He then spoke briefly with Feng Chan, thanking him for the escort earlier and asking if he wanted to come to the city. He offered to help him join the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Feng Chan declined as usual. After hanging up, Ji Hongyue went to Deputy Director Shun Jiaming's office. Shun Jiaming was the Deputy Director of the Municipal Committee, equivalent to the former mayor, responsible for the city's economic affairs. The Revolutionary Committee chairman was overseeing party and administrative matters. Since the military took over the government in 1969, military officials had held key positions in the Revolutionary Committee. However, they were skilled in military affairs but not in politics or party work, so gradually these responsibilities returned to civilian officials. This year, military personnel had started withdrawing from the government, allowing it to fully return to the Municipal Committee. At 45 years old, Xie Junli looked like he was in his 30s, thanks to his power and successful career without any hardships. He was in the prime of his life, exuding charm and vitality. Hongyu, you came at the right time. Let's go have lunch together. Ji Hongyue didn't refuse. He helped carry the lunchbox and thermos, walking out together. On the way, Xie Junli analyzed local governance and economic matters, offering advice and urging him not to rush. Ji Hongyue was his cousin's son and also his good friend's son. Bringing Ji Hongyue to Binxian County was his idea. Initially, he planned to have Ji Hongyue serve as a deputy in Binxian County, learning through rotations and gaining grassroots experience. However, internal power struggles within the Revolutionary Committee led to Ji Hongyue becoming the head of the agriculture group. Being parachuted into such a position naturally made him a target, likely leading to being sidelined. Ji Hongyue then shared his plan. Uncle Shun, I want to select a squad as an experimental site, adjust their agricultural policies, and spend 3 years observing changes to see if we can improve agricultural production. He no longer mentioned county-wide agricultural reforms, knowing it wouldn't work, but focusing on a single squad might gain approval. Compared to an entire county, a single squad was insignificant. Xie Junli nodded. That's a good idea. I support it. What do you need? Seeing Ji Hongyue's expression, he knew he had a request. Ji Hongyue then explained Tangjikan Brigade's desire to experiment with rice planting, adding, it's not a whim. They have a low-lying area that floods during rain, reducing yields for any crop except rice. Xie Junli agreed. In that case, I'll help arrange for a batch of rice seeds. They don't need to purchase them. They only need to keep planting records and submit selected seeds after harvest. We can then replicate this in similar squads. Ji Hongyue readily accepted. This was Tang Yuan and Feng Chen's first request, and failing would make him look incompetent. Xie Junli planned to contact friends and classmates in the south to send 3 bags of rice seeds via train as soon as possible. Current rice seeds weren't as high quality as those in the future. In the future, 1 mu about 0.067 hectares required only 8 pounds of seeds for wet seeding, or 3 pounds for transplanting. Now, 1 mu needed at least 10 pounds of seeds, or 4 pounds for transplanting. Yields were also lower than in the future. With pesticides and fertilizers, future yields could reach 1,000 to 1,600 pounds per mu, while current yields were around 400 pounds, still double the 180 pounds of wheat. Since they had to wait for the rice seeds, Tang Yuan and Feng Chen didn't rush into the mountains, but instead wandered around the outskirts, visiting the yam fields and orchards. Tang Yuan increasingly believed someone had intentionally built this orchard. Surrounded by mountain rocks, the center had fertile soil planted with various fruit trees and yam fields. While the terrain sloped inward, facilitating water retention, it wasn't too steep, allowing for timely drainage to prevent flooding. They arrived just as the apricots were ripe, hanging golden yellow on the branches invitingly. The topmost fruits, most exposed to sunlight, had a rosy hue. The ripest ones had already been pecked by hungry birds. The peach trees bore fruits the size of eggs still unripe. The plums were green and looked tart. There was also a plum tree with fruits the size of pigeon eggs, green and sour-looking. Tang Yuan stretched and tiptoed, picking the golden-red apricots, wiping them and popping them into her mouth, constantly searching for the next one. Feng Chen stood beside her, picking the higher, ripe fruits and putting them in her pocket. Tang Yuan's cheeks bulged as she exclaimed, delicious. So sweet, with a honey-like sweetness and a unique tangy flavor. You should eat too. Eat yourself. Seeing Feng Chen put the fruits in her pocket, she wiped one and tiptoed to stuff it into his mouth. Feng Chen had his mouth stuffed full. His teeth gently bit through the skin, and immediately a sweet and fragrant juice filled his mouth. That sweet and aromatic taste made him feel incredibly happy. The new world is truly wonderful. With fertile land and abundant produce, there is fresh milk, and there are also, dear girls. Chapter 44. An engagement. This apricot tree was large, bearing numerous and sizable fruits. The two of them spent 3 days picking. They took back 2 baskets each day. Apricots don't last long after being picked. They ripen quickly. Initially, Tang Yuan planned to dry them into apricot slices for storage, but Grandma Feng said, peaches nourish, apricots harm, and plums can carry away the dead, implying that one shouldn't eat too many apricots. Tang Yuan thought about it and decided, this being the first time she had picked so many apricots, to share them with the village children and women for a treat. She kept 1 basket for her family to eat and dry into slices, while giving the rest away to earn goodwill. In her previous life, she was a poverty alleviation cadre, and one of the key performance indicators was the reputation and feedback from those she helped. Although there were a few people over 8 years who took advantage and complained even when receiving assistance, saying the government wasn't doing enough and constantly reporting her for supposedly embezzling their subsidies, claiming she was cold and never visited their homes during follow-ups. However, 90% of those she helped were grateful and praised her. Even after she moved elsewhere, they still sent her messages about their work and lives, thanking her for her dedicated help. To gain influence in the village, she needed both authority and a good reputation. Currently, the authority lay with Tang Bingda, and the reputation came from the women's mouths. Once the apricots were distributed, Tang Yuan immediately became known as Sister Yuan among the children, even though she had scolded before, now fawned over her, saying, "Sister Yuan is beautiful and generous. She will definitely marry a good man." Lu Lizie's mother would inevitably gossip, saying she shouldn't be allowed to go into the mountains to pick apricots without working, calling it false generosity. The children didn't need adults to refute this. They immediately countered. "Sister Yuan gave up earning work points to get us apricots to eat. Isn't that generous? We wander around the mountains all day and couldn't find any apricots. How did Sister Yuan find them? This shows she has good fortune. She must have been guided by a fish spirit. You're just jealous, saying the apricots are sour because you can't have them. Ha, they're actually very sweet, like honey." Anyone who privately called Tang Yuan a crazy girl would face the children's disapproval. Sister Yuan was clearly sweet, not crazy. Tang Yuan, pleased, promised to find more fruits like plums and peaches for them, making them even happier. Of course, Tang Yuan hadn't been idle these past few days. Besides picking apricots, she had been guiding the team on preparing the seedling fields. With wheat harvesting nearing its end, Tang Bingda began assigning strong laborers to plow the land. Besides plowing the wheat stubble fields for corn, beans, and sweet potatoes, the most important task was preparing 3 to 4 acres for rice seedlings. Rice could be directly sown in dry soil, but this method resulted in uneven germination. Most preferred to first grow seedlings and then transplant them to the main field. Tang Bingda had no experience with rice paddies, so he entrusted this task to Dad Tang, who led Tang Aigua and Tang Adong along with 5 other young men. Naturally, Tang Yuan and Feng Chan served as technical advisors and assistants. Tang Bingda had already calculated that since the fish spirit said they could grow rice, it meant the spirit understood the process of land preparation, seed soaking, seedling cultivation, and transplantation. Though he himself didn't understand, he was bold enough to entrust the task to the fish spirit. Indeed, under Tang Yuan's guidance, Dad Tang and his team performed excellently. The 3+ acres of seedling fields were plowed smoothly and finely, without a single clod of earth, as if sifted. According to Tang Yuan, this was a semi-dry seedling cultivation method, significantly different from the traditional water-based method used in the south. For semi-dry cultivation, seeds were soaked to sprout, then sown in dry soil, and later irrigated with a small stream of water. This prevented the root system from becoming overly weak due to lack of air, allowing the seedlings to grow stronger. Once the seedling fields were prepared, Xie Junli arrived at Tongjia village with 3 sacks of rice seeds. This time, he was particularly impressive, arriving in a truck with 2 armed police officers accompanying him. The journey was exceptionally safe. Tongjia village was relatively remote, situated near the mountains and without a national highway nearby, so trucks were rarely seen. To see a truck, one had to climb over 2 hills to reach the highway connecting the commune to the county town. Most children, and even many adults who had never left the commune, had no such opportunity. As the truck entered the village, children chased it, shouting, "Big liberation, big liberation!" The villagers were excited, wondering why a truck had suddenly appeared. Even the elderly who didn't work anymore hobbled over to see what was happening. Soon, the truck stopped in front of the brigade office, and the tall door opened, revealing the handsome and dashing Cadre G jumping down. Wow, in just a few days Cadre G seemed like a new person, looking so impressive. He was also accompanied by 2 police officers in blue and white uniforms for protection. Upon arrival, Xie Junli sought out Tang Bingda, Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, inviting the police officers and driver inside for water and rest. At the end of the wheat harvest, Secretary Lu, who had recovered somewhat, was helping the accountant with the accounts in the office. Seeing Cadre G enter with others, he hurriedly welcomed them. Xie Junli shook hands with Secretary Lu, expressing surprise and concern. "Secretary Lu, how are you? You look so haggard. What happened? And you've lost weight." Secretary Lu coughed lightly. "Sorry, I caught a chill from the heavy rain a few days ago. Recovery is slow, but I couldn't stay idle once I felt better, so I came back to work." Xie Junli praised him appropriately, showing the care and approval of a superior toward a subordinate, perfectly gauging the tone. His time with Shen Jiaming had not been wasted. Soon Tang Bingda returned with Dad Tang and Tang Aigua, and Tang Yuan and Feng Chan joined them. After the initial greetings, Xie Junli proudly declared, "I've fulfilled my mission and bought the rice seeds for you." Tang Bingda was very pleased, repeatedly thanking them and arranging to entertain the 2 public security officers and the driver. Secretary Lu cleared his throat. "Captain Tang, leave this matter to me. Although I'm sick and can't get out of bed, I can still handle entertaining guests." His words sounded nice, but in reality, he always had to be present whenever someone from above came. Tang Bingda was used to it. Tang Bingda wasn't good at flattering people, so it was better for him to do the entertaining. Tang Bingda thanked and apologized to everyone for not being able to accompany them, as he needed to check on the seedlings. The two public security officers and the driver didn't mind at all. Xie Junli also went with Tang Yuan and the others. Xie Junli personally came to inspect their rice seedling field, thinking that since Tongja village had never grown rice before, they wouldn't know how to plant it, and he would have to guide them step by step. He had spent a few years in the fish and rice country of southern Jiangnan when he was young, so he knew all about growing rice. But when he arrived and took a look, wow, Tongja village really had some capable people. The seedling field was perfectly arranged. It seemed Tang Yuan really did know how to grow rice, but wasn't she originally from Tongja village? How could she know how to grow rice if she had probably never even seen it? Could it be that the fish immortal taught her? Tang Bingda didn't seem like he knew how either. Xie Junli thought he didn't resemble the fish immortal. But Tang Bingda, seeing Xie Junli's knowledgeable manner, thought he looked very much like the fish immortal. After inspecting the seedling field, Tang Yuan took Dad Tang and Feng Chan to soak the seeds. Tang Igua and Tang Adong could also learn from this process. When soaking rice seeds, a certain amount of pesticide is added to prevent pests, such as legua, omitted, and dichlorvos. If conditions permit, fungicides like carbendazim are also used, and last year, jingingmycin was developed to treat rice sheath blight. On the surface, Xie Junli was just a young man, but he was very considerate. Besides the rice seeds, he also asked Shen Jiaming to help procure pesticides. At least locally, there was no jingingmycin, which he specifically brought along with the rice seeds. Additionally, he also brought legua and carbendazim. Previously, Tongjia village only had highly toxic organochlorine pesticides like BHC and DDT, mainly used for pest control in cotton fields, rarely for other crops due to their extreme toxicity. Even so, every year when applying pesticides to cotton, some commune members would fall ill, and sometimes after spraying, if it rained, the pesticide-laden rainwater would flow into the ditches and rivers, killing the fish. This showed how toxic these pesticides were. In fact, organochlorine pesticides were not initially developed for agriculture. In 1950, right after the founding of the People's Republic, the U.S. dropped many bacteria-carrying flies and spiders over China. The government quickly launched a sterilization campaign and urgently developed organochlorine pesticides. Later, they were gradually used for agricultural pest control, but the downside was their high toxicity. Subsequently, organophosphate pesticides were developed, including omitted, dichlorvos, methylparathion, phorate, monocrotophos, and legua. Some of these are still in use in the 2020s. The ratio of soaking seeds and pesticides must be controlled precisely, and Tang Yuan taught this to Dad Tang. Dad Tang learned quickly. After a few explanations from Tang Yuan, he remembered everything and got the hang of it quickly. During plowing, Tang Yuan also taught him how to mix lime and soil to sprinkle into the fields to kill pests again. The fields were also fertilized with fermented manure and humus, providing sufficient nutrients for the seedlings to grow. Once the seedlings emerged and grew for 15 to 20 days, they could be transplanted into the main fields. During this period, they also needed to prepare the main fields. Fortunately, Dad Tang had already led people to till the land and kill green plants for pest control. Killing green plants involved gathering tender leaves of cottonwood, Sophora japonica, and other green manures, mixing them with lime, and turning them into the soil, where they naturally decomposed into fertilizer and killed pests. By the time of transplanting, the base fertilizer would be ample. Since it was their first time growing rice, Tang Yuan made a detailed and somewhat rigid plan for them, instructing them to level the paddy fields, avoid low-lying areas, and divide the fields into sections with separate embankments for better water management. They had plenty of time, about 10 days, to plow and prepare the paddy fields. After the seedlings were planted in the nursery field, Tang Yuan explained everything clearly to Dad Tang, and with Xie Junli supervising, there was nothing to worry about. Tang Yuan and Feng Chan were going to the mountains to take a look. They could also build a few paddy fields in the mountains. Thinking about having a few fields that didn't require paying grain taxes, Tang Yuan felt secretly pleased. In those days, a significant amount of grain tax was required, 25% of the yield, and another 15% had to be sold at a low price. With such low yields, it was impossible for the commune members to have enough food. Why did the exaggeration campaign in 1958 lead to famine in 1959, 1960, and 1961? It wasn't because of real natural disasters. Even if there were any, they wouldn't have affected the entire country simultaneously. It was due to the exaggeration campaign. Some grassroots officials got carried away, boasting wildly about yields of 1,000, 2,000, or even 10,000 jin per mu. The government, considering the people, thought that with such high yields, they didn't need to collect 25%, so they collected only 15%, expecting a more substantial grain reserve than before. With a yield of 150 jin, 25% is less than 40 jin, but with a yield of 1,000 jin, 15% is 150 jin. How could the commune members have so much grain to hand over? So they had to hand over all their grain. What would they eat then? So wouldn't you go hungry? Back then, it was Tang Bingda who withstood the pressure and refused to engage in exaggeration, even if it meant enduring ridicule and criticism from his superiors, being called a pest and accused of hiding grain yields, expressing dissatisfaction with the government, or deliberately holding back progress in catching up with Britain and surpassing America. Others claimed yields of 2,000 jin per mu, while he only had 200 jin. Was he not ashamed? It was Secretary Liu who protected him, as Secretary Liu could see clearly that the grain yield was what it was. The exaggeration came from county officials who did not work the fields. Any cadre who had worked in the commune or brigade would never dare say such things. Yet there were always those who praised the county officials, leading to the spread of exaggeration. But with Grandpa Yuan's hybrid rice continuously improving, along with more advanced and safer pesticides and fertilizers, modern society can indeed achieve yields of 1,000 to 1,600 jin per mu. Of course, Tang Yuan wouldn't say this, lest she scare Tang Bingda into thinking she wanted to exaggerate yields. After all, it couldn't be done now. Time and technology were needed. Tomorrow morning, Tang Yuan and Feng Chan were set to depart for the mountains. That evening, she and Grandma Feng prepared a delicious meal for everyone. Ji Hongyue was quite dissatisfied. Sis Yuan, I should go with you. Tang Yuan. Cadre Ji, you're here to observe and work. Please be professional. What kind of cadre would supervise us? We are just honorary members of the cooperative. Ji Hongyue looked at Feng Chen. Feng Chan completely ignored him. Feng Chan certainly didn't want him to come along. He insisted on sharing the same room and bed, making it so bright they didn't need lamps at night. Tang Yuan wanted to give Dat Tang some extra instructions. She felt relieved when he answered her questions fluently. Grandma Tang told her that the team would catch piglets in a couple of days, and they should get one first. Additionally, she would buy a few ducklings and chicks, and 2 goslings from the villagers. After dinner, as everyone was digesting their food in the courtyard, Mother Tang pulled Tang Yuan into her room to have a private conversation. Mother Tang whispered, "Daughter, your Grandma Feng wants to arrange an engagement for you. What do you think?" Tang Yuan widened her eyes. Huh, an engagement? An engagement with the big shot? No, the big shot doesn't show interest in women. You don't know that, right? Haha. She didn't entertain the idea that the big shot would suddenly change his ways for her. She wasn't that narcissistic. As for why she took every opportunity to take advantage of the big shot, well, cough cough, since he didn't have a partner anyway, someone had to appreciate those muscles, right? Looking wouldn't hurt another woman, so why not look? Grandma Feng wanted to arrange an engagement for her grandson, and Tang Yuan understood. Parents worry about their children's marriage, education, jobs, and having grandchildren. As the saying goes, raising a child brings 99 worries. Grandma Feng was anxious and blamed herself for her grandson's bachelorhood, fearing she let down Feng Chen's parents and worried about him being alone. Even with a large family business, she still fretted. Without an heir, what was the point of all that wealth? Tang Yuan knew her parents also wanted her to find a good partner. But she didn't have that intention. She wasn't interested in marriage, but dating might be worth a try. Of course, if the big shot needed a partner as a shield, she could consider it. It would be a win-win situation. She didn't outright refuse but whispered, "I'll ask Feng Chan." And she really went to find him. Feng Chen was repairing baskets and various farm tools with Dad Tang in the courtyard, sharpening sickles and machetes and preparing saplings to take into the mountains. Tang Yuan winked at him, signaling that she had something to say. Feng Chan immediately stopped his work, washed his hands and walked over to her. Tang Yuan waved him outside to talk. The holiday of Dragon Boat Festival had passed, but the bundle of mugwort tied to the doorframe still hung there, its unique scent refreshing each time they passed by. Stepping outside, Tang Yuan closed the courtyard gate and whispered, "The moon is beautiful tonight. Let's take a walk." This left Feng Chan bewildered. In the past, Tang Yuan only discussed serious matters with him, never idle chatter. Why tonight? His heart raced. Half the moon peeked out from behind a veil of light clouds, clear and bright like half an orange slice. It shyly watched over the young couple bathed in moonlight. Tang Yuan cleared her throat and whispered, "That? Feng Chan, you know, Grandma Feng really wants you to have a partner." Feng Chen's heart raced even faster, and his body felt a bit weak. He hummed in agreement, "Yes, I've always wanted to." His voice was low and hoarse, incredibly sexy. Tang Yuan's ears tingled a bit, and she raised her hand to tug at her earlobe, chuckling, "How do you think I am?" Feng Chan only heard a thump, 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 as if someone was drumming far away, yet it was deafeningly loud. Oh, it was his heartbeat. She was offering to be his girlfriend. How could she be so good? He hadn't even had the chance to show more of himself. He was so excited he didn't know how to express his gratitude. He squeezed his fingers trying to find the right words. Tang Yuan burst into laughter, swaying her shoulders with her hands behind her back. "Haha, I was just teasing you." The big shot had been silent all this time, making her feel quite awkward, as if she had forced him into being her boyfriend out of her own infatuation. Feng Chen. It seemed like something had shattered in the distance. It couldn't be his heart. Although it wasn't thumping as loudly anymore, it certainly wasn't broken. He then heard the girl laugh lightly again. I know you don't like women and don't want to get married. But people need to adapt to their surroundings, especially in this era where no one can easily escape societal norms. You might not care, but Grandma Feng does. If you stay single and don't get married, Grandma Feng will definitely be sad. I don't want to get married either, but my parents won't agree. Even if they did, others would gossip, and they'd be too embarrassed to face anyone. So, she laughed again, looking up at Feng Chen's handsome face and said softly, why don't we pretend to be engaged? We can make Grandma Feng and my parents feel relieved, and stop the villagers from talking. What do you think? Feng Chen wanted to say no, but also yes. When did he ever say he didn't like women or didn't want to get married? So she didn't want to get married either? Pretending to be her boyfriend for now wouldn't be bad. Maybe over time it could turn real? He didn't have many skills, but patience was his forte. Thinking this, his slightly cracked heart quickly mended, beating strong and steady. His face felt warm and his ears were burning. Tang Yuan, fearing he might refuse, immediately said in a feigned stern tone, don't think I'm after you or trying to take advantage of you. I genuinely want to make Grandma Feng feel at ease. Feng Chan pressed his hand against his chest. All right, I agree. No need to explain further. He nodded quickly, okay. Afraid that saying anything more would be too late. Tang Yuan giggled happily. Don't worry, I won't cling to you. If you ever fall in love with someone else or feel that having a girlfriend is getting in your way, we can break it off immediately. Feng Chan firmly replied. We won't break it off. Tang Yuan happily patted his tense arm, chuckling. Deal. She didn't continue walking with Feng Chan but gestured for him to go home. Of course, the countryside moonlight was beautiful, but the mosquitoes were relentless, swarming around them. Who wouldn't be afraid? They walked side by side, and when entering the door, Feng Chan paused to let her go first. Tang Yuan ran to find Grandma Feng and Mother Tang. Feng Chan, however, went to the haystack beside the door and pulled out Ji Hongyue, who had been eavesdropping. Ji Hongyue pleaded quietly, Brother Feng, spare me. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. He thought he could overhear some gossip, but instead he learned that they weren't actually a couple, and the silly girl was still setting boundaries with Feng Chan. Aha, these two were so amusing. Feng Chen gave a light hum. Ji Hongyue immediately swore. Rest assured, I won't compete with you for Yuan Yuan. I declare her my sister, and I'll be your brother-in-law. You're not allowed to bully her. Tang Yuan might still be trying to clarify things, but Feng Chen's eyes betrayed him. Feng Chan finally let him go. You'll stay in my room and help take care of Grandma. Make sure the team plants the rice properly. Ji Hongyue replied, Big brother Feng, don't worry. Your little brother will definitely do it. After seeing Feng Chen's skill in hunting wild boars, Ji Hongyue, like Tang Aigua, agreed to call him Big Brother, mainly because he sensed a powerful aura from Feng Chan that made it hard to act arrogant around him. Tang Yuan and Feng Chen's promise to get engaged delighted Grandma Feng, who laughed and wiped away tears. Holding Tang Yuan's hand, she promised, Good Yuan Yuan, don't worry. Feng Chan must treat you well for life and never bully you. If he dares to bully you, tell Grandma and I'll break his leg. Thinking of Tang Wu's miserable state, Tang Yuan quickly said, Grandma, it won't happen. Feng Chan treats me very well. Feng Laotai handed the key to her wardrobe and money box directly to Tang Yuan. I'm getting old and forgetful. You keep these things for me. Tang Yuan took them and smiled. All right, Grandma Tang. We're going into the mountains tomorrow. You can help me keep them safe. She then reattached them to Feng Laotai's waist. According to Feng Laotai's wishes, she insisted on buying several strings of firecrackers to set off for the engagement of Feng Chan and Tang Yuan, and also wanted to host 2 tables to invite Tang Bingda, Tang Zhonghe, Grandma Tang, and others to witness the occasion. However, Tang Yuan preferred not to make it extravagant, just informing others about their engagement would suffice. The engagement banquet could be discussed later. They had no time for such festivities now. They needed to go plant rice first. In the early hours of the next morning, Tang Yuan woke up, got ready and set out with Feng Chan. Feng Chan was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all, but it didn't matter since he could compensate with his daily practice. This time entering the mountains was even easier for Tang Yuan because they were engaged, allowing Feng Chan to be more relaxed with physical contact. For instance, in the past, when they encountered extremely steep sections, Tang Yuan would only be lifted over if she couldn't manage it herself. Yes, he would lift her. This time, whenever they faced a higher slope, he would carry or lift Tang Yuan over. Yes, carry her. Princess style, face to face, one-armed around the waist. All kinds of carries. Even when a shallow depression in the valley could be crossed by rolling up her pants to her thighs, Feng Chan would still carry her over. He didn't mind the trouble at all, carrying her across first and then returning to carry their luggage without any issues. Even with this back and forth, it was faster than Tang Yuan crossing alone. By afternoon, they arrived at the foot of Boulder Peak. Instead of spending the night in the cave, they climbed straight over the mountain. Feng Chan had already prepared safety ropes, fully equipping Tang Yuan. He could climb above while she followed below, or she could wait at rest points for him to pull her up layer by layer. Tang Yuan, with ample time, also inspected the resting spots he had created. As expected, the master was a master indeed, with his meticulous approach. After climbing over the mountain, they descended to the cave as night fell. First, they lit a bonfire to warm the cave and then started a fire to heat the bed. With no one around for days, the bed would become damp. The cave also had moisture bugs and centipedes that needed to be smoked out. While doing this, they prepared dinner. With the fire burning in the hearth, they checked the surroundings with torches to ensure no wild beasts had wandered in. Once again, it proved to be a paradise. Even with heavy rain outside, here it was serene and peaceful. Look, no rain entered the cave, and the fields in the valley automatically turned into paddy fields. Tang Yuan. It seems this place used to grow rice. When it rains, it turns into a paddy field, and when the water level drops in autumn, it drains naturally, turning into dry land suitable for wheat. The small lake formed from the water bubble had an automatic outlet. If the water exceeded that point, it flowed out, likely heading to other mountain streams. There must be a magnificent and beautiful waterfall somewhere. In just a few days, the valley was filled with blooming flowers, and the moon reflected in the lake, creating a shimmering beauty. Tonight was their engagement night. Thinking about it, Tang Yuan felt a little excited. Though it was fake, she was engaged to the master. Only they knew it was fake. Everyone else believed it was real. She was taking advantage of the master. The master thoughtfully set up their new room, hanging mosquito nets, sprinkling insect repellent, and tossing various herbs into the fire outside the low wall, filling the air with a pleasant scent. Red-hot charcoal was picked out and placed in ceramic basins inside the cave to remove dampness. Despite it being summer, the cave was cool, requiring blankets, making for a comfortable night's sleep. The next morning, Tang Yuan woke up to the sounds of birds singing throughout the valley. Dawn broke and the early birds sang in harmony. The mountain breeze blew over the lake, through the flowers and onto her face, bringing a gentle fragrance. Tang Yuan. Wow! Fengchen, look how beautiful. We have an entire valley to ourselves, ha ha ha. Fengchen's deep black eyes softened with tenderness. Chapter 45. The Experimental Field. Tang Yuan woke up early and did some simple stretches, pulling her arms and legs to loosen up before starting to cook breakfast. Fengchen carried a bucket to fetch water. The flood season had arrived, and the mountain was rich with water sources. A small waterfall on Boulder Peak flowed down with a gushing sound. He tasted it and found it surprisingly sweet. He remembered that there were several small hills in the area covered with bamboo, both mozo bamboo and reed bamboo. With this in mind, he informed Tang Yuan and set off with a machete. By the time Tang Yuan finished cooking breakfast and started washing clothes, he had already returned dragging a bundle of long mozo bamboo. Tang Yuan was amazed at his strength. Most people would struggle just carrying one piece of mozo bamboo, but he managed to drag several pieces effortlessly. She watched him in admiration for a while before running over to ask if she could help. Fengchen. I'll split some bamboo to create pipes and channel the spring water from the cliff over there. This will make cooking and washing clothes much easier. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up. Great idea. After breakfast, Fengchen continued working. Tang Yuan brought over a large pickaxe and marked a spot. We should dig a small pool here. When it fills up, the water can flow directly into the vegetable field below. They could later catch fish to keep in the pool. Fengchen nodded. Leave it to me. I'll dig it later. Tang Yuan didn't wait for him to start digging. He still had to split the bamboo. Fengchen worked quickly, splitting the thickest sections of mozo bamboo in half to use as pipes. He hammered the bamboo pieces and thick sticks into the ground as supports. The pipes connected one by one, leading from the small waterfall to the edge of their cave. He then spent some time deepening and widening the pool Tang Yuan had dug, laying stones at the bottom and adding a layer of pebbles from the lake. This ensured the water remained clear and free from sediment. Tang Yuan directed him to build drainage channels and overflow areas. Even small projects needed dedicated drainage channels and overflow zones to prevent the embankments from being washed away by floods. Despite its small scale, everything was meticulously planned perfect. Tang Yuan happily played with the water nearby and ran to fetch some apricots to wash and eat. Fengchen brought over a large stone slab from the lake, which they could use for washing vegetables and clothes. It was both fun and convenient. Of course, they had more important tasks to accomplish. This time, they brought 20 pounds of rice seeds that had been soaked in the village. The temperature in the mountains was slightly cooler than outside, making it ideal for seedling cultivation during this season. They found an empty plot of land at a slightly higher elevation and began plowing and preparing the soil. Although the mountains had experienced heavy rain, the terrain's natural barriers protected them from strong winds. The higher ground also received rain, making the soil easy to till and breaking up clumps effortlessly. Tang Yuan marveled once again at how this place was truly blessed. Building farmland on higher ground wasn't easy. They had to level the slope and enclose the fields to prevent soil erosion. After leveling the small terraces, they manually dug trenches, sowed the seeds and covered them with soil. They then waited for the seeds to germinate and used small amounts of water for irrigation. After finishing the seedling field, they moved on to leveling the larger field. Fengshan had previously leveled the larger field, and under Tang Yuan's guidance, added wood ash and humus soil. The failed seedlings from before served as green manure, and the rain had softened the soil, turning even the unbroken clumps into soft mud. This made for excellent paddy soil. Tang Yuan witnessed Fengshan's plowing skills and was thoroughly impressed. For the already tilled and flooded paddy field, they didn't need a large plow or pickaxe but instead used a tool similar to Pixie's rake to break up grass roots and small stones and crush any remaining clumps. It was essential for the soil to be soft and muddy. They spent 5 or 6 days preparing the paddy field and then went to a higher area to level several terraces of various sizes. They planned to plant corn, soybeans, sorghum, millet, sunflowers, and other grains. Firstly, to supplement their food supply in the mountains, and secondly, to practice intercropping between forests and crops. Without professional soil testing equipment, Tang Yuan relied on her experience. This required trial planting to adjust the soil structure as needed. Jujube trees are a widely consumed economic crop with high sales. They have small leaves and low canopy density, allowing sunlight to reach the crops beneath. Another advantage is that they grow well in slightly impoverished soil, and can be paired with soybeans, corn, and medicinal herbs. She planned to plant a few jujube saplings on these terraces alongside other crops. They brought 3 small jujube saplings from below, and she wanted Fengshan to find wild jujubes and wild sour jujubes to plant as well. The soft jujubes and wild sour jujubes have medicinal uses and will bring significant economic benefits in the future, especially the seeds of the sour jujubes, which are excellent for insomnia sufferers. In later years, they were sold for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per caddy, and most people couldn't get the genuine ones. Instead, they bought imported American sour jujube seeds that had no medicinal effects. Whatever Tang Yuan wanted to do, she would always communicate with Fengshan beforehand, explaining clearly why she was doing it and what precautions to take afterward, ensuring he understood the principles so he could handle various situations on his own in the future. Fengshan was a good student, listening attentively and learning quickly, even offering insights that inspired Tang Yuan. After working for over 10 days, Tang Yuan was utterly exhausted. On this day, she lay down in the field like she had given up. I'm done, let's rest for a bit. Fengshan held the large pickaxe steadily, looking at the girl lying at his feet, feeling an instant sense that this girl always managed to surprise him. He put down the pickaxe, bent down to pick Tang Yuan up, blew away the dirt from her cheeks, and carried her to a nearby open space where she could lie down and rest, while he continued working. Tang Yuan lay on the hillside, crossing her legs, hands interlocked behind her head, humming a tune. Boss, we can't keep plowing like dumb donkeys, it's too slow. Fengshan. Are you calling me a dumb donkey? I'll turn you into my dumb donkey wife. Tang Yuan sat up. Let's stop plowing and go for a walk in the mountains to find a suitable place for mixed forest and medicinal herb cultivation. When it comes to collecting herbs, wild herbs are undoubtedly more effective, but how many wild herbs are there left in nature for people to collect? Especially as the population grows and people become more health conscious, using herbs for tea, chicken soup, baths, foot soaks, and traditional medicine shops. Therefore, medicinal herbs will inevitably be cultivated artificially. Their approach of mixed forest and medicinal herb cultivation in the mountains is almost as good as wild growth. They aim to simulate the natural growing environment of medicinal herbs as closely as possible. For example, mountain chrysanthemums growing in rock crevices. Naturally, there wouldn't be enough for 2 years of harvesting. They could help increase the number of such crevices. If others can't manage it, surely the boss can. With Boulder Peak being so vast, there's plenty of room for expansion. Fengshan looked at her, feeling that her chuckle seemed to carry some hidden meaning. Well, better not to delve too deeply. She gets close to him flirtatiously, making you wonder if she has feelings for you. But really, she just wants to take advantage and feel his muscles. She thinks he doesn't know. But when she doesn't try to take advantage for a while, he starts to worry, wondering why she isn't trying anymore, thinking he might have lost his charm. Fengshan agreed readily, stopped plowing, packed a basket, and took a machete, sickle, and hoe to accompany Tang Yuan into the mountains. They didn't need to go far, just wandering around the small hills in the valley, where there were no dangerous animals, making it quite safe. There were many pine, cypress, and fir trees, and Tang Yuan found several wild grapevines. Although the grapes were sour, they were excellent for grafting and hybridization and needed to be transplanted back. Fengshan silently followed her, digging wherever she asked, providing both action and security. For several days, they wandered through the mountains. They discovered wild pear trees, wild sour jujubes, soft jujubes, chestnuts, walnuts, wild hawthorns, pomegranates, persimmons, and Sichuan pepper. Additionally, Tang Yuan found a few trees whose fruits could be used for oil extraction. These were all excellent economic trees. The oil extracted from their seeds could be used for lubricants, paints, and soap. The mountains were truly a treasure trove, offering everything one might need. Tang Yuan recognized some plants but not others, as it was past flowering season and before fruiting season, making identification by leaves and bark challenging. So she made markings. The boss had an even better memory. He never got lost in the mountains, needing neither a compass nor deliberate orientation. He could remember the locations of the key trees Tang Yuan mentioned, which ones were certain or uncertain, and which seedlings had already been transplanted and which hadn't. Tang Yuan didn't have such an incredible memory, but she believed in writing things down. She marked the rice paddies, dry fields, lakes, hills, and forests, noting where to plant what and how to develop each area, simulating these plans in her mind whenever she had time. This was her and the boss's secret base, and she needed to plan it well. At least until the government could build a road here, it belonged to them. Unless after 2010, the government installed an elevator directly to Boulder Peak, she didn't think anyone would want to come up here for tourism. If they did, they could lease it out. That's what the boss did in the book. Of course, she wasn't impulsive, aiming to achieve everything at once. Plans were easy to make, but planting crops was another matter entirely. Planting was affected by seasons, droughts, floods, soil quality, and pests, so it had to be done gradually, step by step. That evening, when returning to the cabin from the mountains, Tang Yuan said she couldn't walk anymore, so Feng Chan carried her, leaving the seedlings that couldn't be taken immediately at the foot of the mountain to be transported back later. Originally, they had a wooden cart, but the wheels cracked during the terracing work. They hadn't yet found suitable wood to bake and make new wheels, so they had to put it aside for now. Feng Chan wanted to buy rubber wheels if he ever got the chance to go to the county town. Wooden wheels were bumpy and not durable. Back at the cave house, Feng Chan tried to put Tang Yuan on the Kong, but she immediately protested. No, I'm covered in dirt and rotten leaves. I'll dirty the Kong. So Feng Chan placed her on a tree stump by the hearth. In the mountains, there were lightning-struck trees and large ones strangled by vines. Some were near water channels, with their roots exposed by the water's erosion. Feng Chan dug them up, dragged them back, chopped them, and made chairs for Tang Yuan to sit on. The seats had a curved shape, similar to recliners, and Tang Yuan quite liked them. Tang Yuan lay on the tree stump, not wanting to move. Feng Chan washed his hands and feet, then returned to cook dinner while listening to Tang Yuan plan the crops for the mountains. He was captivated. The nearby hills weren't tall or dense enough to have wild goats or deer. For him, they were only good for gathering firewood. He didn't even bother hunting there unless he needed quick game like chickens and rabbits. But according to Tang Yuan, those areas could be planted with cash trees and medicinal herbs, which would continuously bring in money once grown, turning them into a treasure trove. How did she come up with these ideas? Tang Yuan. The demand for salvia, scrofularia, scutellaria, isatis, and astragalus is huge. Additionally, I've noticed many wild apricot trees here, which are excellent medicinal plants. Feng Chan asked, not understanding, for the kernels? Tang Yuan. The apricot tree we had before was for fruit, but for kernel use we don't eat the fruit. We just take the kernels. Apricot kernels are great food and medicine, and also used for oil extraction. They have many uses. Many desserts wouldn't be complete without the addition of apricot kernels. Feng Chan. Should we transplant some? Tang Yuan clapped her hands. Yes. We can't let them go to waste. Pluck the feathers as the geese fly by. However, this was a long-term project, not something that could be done overnight. There was no rush. Now they needed to prepare for transplanting rice seedlings. Their plot was small, and they lacked any transplanting tools, so they had to do it manually. Transplanting rice was very labor-intensive. Even though it was late May, the mountain water was still icy cold, and they had to bend over constantly. It was exhausting. Feng Chan didn't want Tang Yuan to get wet. Early in the morning he told her, I'll transplant the rice. You help me make some ginger soup with Sichuan pepper to warm me up. Tang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. They had agreed to work together. I'll join you when it gets warmer. Feng Chan. No, the water will still be cold even when it's warmer. As a girl, you shouldn't be exposed to the cold. Even if Grandma Feng hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have let her get wet. Initially, he admired her for catching fish and gathering wild vegetables in the mountains. Now he couldn't bear to see her suffer. Tang Yuan. If we had more paddy fields, it would be best to get a rice transplanter. I wonder if Ji Hongyue has made one. She could tell that Ji Hongyue was capable and ambitious. He had experience with farm work from his childhood, and knew what modern rice transplanters looked like in the South. These transplanters weren't the automatic ones of later times but simple tools that made the job easier. Instead of bending over in the water, people could sit on a wooden frame pulled by an animal, planting rice as the animal moved. This way they wouldn't need to stand in the water and bend over, making the work less strenuous. While Feng Chan and Tang Yuan were busy transplanting rice in the mountains, Tongja village was also bustling with the same activity. As Tang Yuan had predicted, Ji Hongyue was a thoughtful leader. During the half-month wait for the seedlings to grow, he not only helped Dad Tang with the land preparation but also suggested to Tang Bingda that they gather carpenters to build a simple rice transplanter. This would reduce the strain on the villagers who had to stand in the water and bend over. Though it might take some getting used to, practice would make perfect. Even transplanting required practice for those who had never done it before. If the force wasn't right, the seedlings would either sink too deep or float on the surface. Tang Yuan had taught Dad Tang and the others the proper technique for transplanting. Now they needed to practice. Holding the base of the seedlings between thumb and index finger, they should insert them firmly into the mud, with the water level reaching just above the hand. This was exactly what Xie Junli had learned from his grandfather when he was young. Dad Tang was a natural farmer, learning quickly and transplanting efficiently. Xie Junli was amazed. Uncle Tang. Anyone who didn't know better would think you came from the south. Dad Tang was both proud and a bit embarrassed. Not really. I'm average and need more practice. Tang Bingda came to inspect and couldn't help but smile at the gleaming paddy fields, surprising Tang Igua. His father rarely smiled, always looking stern, as if smiling cost money. Seeing Dad Tang's skillful work, Tang Bingda nodded frequently, pleased. If these 50 acres of rice have a good harvest, 1 acre could yield more than 2 acres of wheat. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to distribute rice as food for the commune members? Although they haven't eaten rice before and might not get used to it right away, it would still be 100 times better than dried sweet potatoes, right? If other crops could yield 400 jin per acre, who would worry about going hungry? Even if not 400 jin, 300 jin would be fine too. He didn't want his commune members eating sweet potato porridge and blackened dried sweet potatoes every meal. They must catch the fish immortal, and cadre G, and make them create more benefits for the forward brigade, so that the commune members can eat well and be full. Tang Bingda felt instantly energized and rode off with vigor. Dad Tang didn't even look at him. He had to teach Tang Igua and Tang Dage how to transplant rice. Transplanting rice earns more work points, and when the rice is harvested, they will definitely get more shares. Even without mentioning this, just working under cadre G allows them to learn a lot. Dad Tang also wants to help his nephew when there's a good opportunity. The men in the Tang family learn quickly. Even though Tang Wu is skilled at farm work, Tang Dage, with his steady nature, learns even faster and soon gets the hang of it. Dad Tang and Tang Dage worked on a wooden frame together, and after becoming proficient, they could chat while transplanting rice. How's Wu's leg? He asked, concerned about Tang Wu. Tang Dage. Brother Zhang, he said it'll be fine as long as he rests and doesn't overexert himself. There's no major issue. But Tang Wu was sulking at home, pretending to be dead, refusing to eat or drink unless he got a wife. His mother cried at home, either nagging grandma or arguing with dad, insisting they talk to uncle about getting Tang Yuan to arrange a marriage swap. Apart from targeting Tang Yuan, his mother even considered his sister-in-law's younger sisters, asking if there were any eligible girls or cousins who could marry Tang Wu. Tang Dage's wife was so angry she hasn't spoken to her mother-in-law for the past few days. Tang Dage secretly comforted his wife, telling her to ignore it and not take it to heart or get upset. He didn't tell anyone else about this and didn't want to mention it to uncle. It was embarrassing. Dad Tang sighed but didn't say anything about helping his nephew gather money for a dowry to get married. When they separated households, he didn't take a single penny. Now the money they use comes from his daughter and Feng Chen's earnings from digging herbs, or borrowing from Feng Chen. What did he have? He earned his daily rations by working hard to support his wife and daughter. He originally wanted to visit his nephew after work, but after hearing from Tang Dage, he decided not to go, fearing Tang Wu would pester him and his sister-in-law would cry. He couldn't bear seeing his family cry. It made him soften. In the past it was different, but now that Tang Yuan and Feng Chen are engaged, Aunt Feng often chats with him saying things like, "Feline, I'm old and don't have many years left. They're young, you must take good care of them and plan for their future." He took those words to heart. Of course he must plan for his daughter and son-in-law. His son-in-law has promised him a grandson. He and his wife share the same view. A granddaughter would be fine too. Both are great. They worked until sunset, transplanting rice, and then went home. Not having to stand in water and bend over to transplant rice was much easier, although the animals had to work harder. Dad Tang cared for the animals, sending them back to the stable after work and preparing some warm feed for them. He was still an auxiliary caretaker at the stable, and had done plenty of work serving these animals. His previous statement about breeding a mule wasn't empty talk. Under his efforts, the mare was already pregnant. The brigade could earn a lot by selling mules. Though it was late, he wasn't in a hurry and methodically added extra feed to the pregnant cow and mare, mixing it with soybean cake, which was very nutritious for the animals and pigs alike. The black cow always rubbed against him affectionately while eating, and Dad Tang was happy, brushing its coat with a wooden brush. He also brushed the mare. Horses like to roll in dry soil to relieve itching and remove lice, so he arranged for that too. After finishing everything, Dad Tang bid farewell to the rich peasant and went home. The rich peasant slipped something into Dad Tang's hand like a thief. "Since Tang Yuan and Feng Chen are engaged, this is my belated gift." Dad Tang naturally refused. Everyone was poor, especially the rich peasant's family. But the rich peasant insisted. "Feline, we're honest people. Once given, it's not taken back, right?" Dad Tang nodded and accepted it. I'll give it to my daughter when she returns. The rich peasant gave Tang Yuan a piece of red cloth, which he had kept for many years. It was still bright and hadn't faded much, clearly high-quality material from the past. Given the current situation, the rich peasant's family had no chance to use it, so he wanted to give it to Tang Yuan as a favor. Tang Yuan had never forgotten to share good food with them. His wife and children benefited from the nutrition, and he was grateful. Dad Tang carried the red cloth home but encountered Tang Wu, leaning on a stick at the crossroads. It wasn't completely dark yet, and he could see Tang Wu's scruffy face and gloomy expression. Wu, your leg isn't healed yet. Why are you out? Dad Tang was very concerned about his nephew. Tang Wu had a gloomy face, but he was also dejected, dragging out his words with a sob. Second uncle, have some pity on me and find me a wife. Dad Tang was at a loss. How am I supposed to find him a wife? Tang Wu. Yuan is all better now, let her. Dad Tang, as if his tail had been stepped on, shouted at Tang Wu for the first time. Yuan has been betrothed to Feng Chen. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Chen won't allow it. The current custom, or rather a bad habit, was that before a woman was betrothed, men could fantasize about marrying her, saying she would be given to this one or that one. The girl's parents couldn't get angry because having many suitors was seen as a compliment, indicating their daughter was popular. Once a woman was betrothed, others couldn't talk about her like that anymore. It would make enemies. Tang Wu was even angrier. Second uncle, you'd rather choose a hooligan as your son-in-law than help your nephew? When I was little, you always held me and said you loved me the most, that you'd find me a wife when I grew up. Dad Tang. Isn't that just playful talk from when he was a child? Adults often tease kids like that. But Tang Wu didn't care. He was obsessed with getting a wife and needed one desperately. He wasn't fixated on Tong Xue. He just needed a woman to be his wife. Tang Wu started to pester Dad Tang shamelessly, acting without any dignity. Dad Tang was embarrassed and angry. Wu, didn't Grandma say she'd find you a wife once the pigs were sold? Why are you humiliating yourself like this? Tang Wu wanted to bring up Tang Yuan again. Dad Tang suddenly got angry. Don't you dare mention Yuan again. She's betrothed to Feng Chen. She's part of the Feng family now. If you keep talking like this, Feng Chen will come and beat us up. Even old lady Feng would swing a stick at Tang Wu if she heard him still insisting on Yuan being his wife. Dad Tang, who had never lost his temper in his entire life, did so for the first time today. And it was directed at his beloved nephew. Tang Wu was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Second uncle? You're scolding me. Dad Tang. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. Go home and rest. I need to weed the fields. The rain made the weeds grow wildly. There's no end to weeding. With that he left quickly. Tang Wu tried to lunge at him but missed, watching his uncle walk away heartlessly. He was furious, thinking that all the love shown to him before must have been fake. Are you so happy to see me stay single? I don't want to live anymore. Tang Wu threw his stick aside and deliberately used his broken leg to walk, making it hurt more and more, which gave him a perverse satisfaction. What's the point of having a leg if I can't even get a wife? He limped home, and by the time he arrived, his almost healed leg had cracked open again. As soon as he got home, he fell to the ground in pain. His aunt rushed over, crying, Wu, what happened? What are you doing? Tang Wu lay on the ground, giving up. If you don't find me a wife, I won't live anymore. His aunt immediately comforted him, saying the matchmaker had found an excellent girl for him, with a big butt and pretty face, guaranteed to bear sons, and they would come to meet him soon. Grandma Tang had promised to find a wife for her grandson after selling the pigs, but seeing Tang Wu's behavior, she grabbed the stick, propped against the door and swung it at him. You worthless piece of mud. You're not even married yet and already causing a scene. You don't want to live? Fine, I'll kill you today. In a fit of rage, she hit both his aunt and Tang Wu with the thick stick. For a moment, the old Tang household was filled with wailing and howling. Old Lu, the neighbor, stood on a broken pot by the wall, enjoying the spectacle. Good beating, great beating, splendid beating. Just as the Tang family was in chaos, someone unexpected hesitantly entered the house. She looked at Tang Wu lying on the ground, at Grandma Tang swinging the stick, and at his aunt running around, and hesitated whether to retreat. But Tang Wu saw her right away. He closed his eyes and shouted, I didn't come near you. What are you doing here, you heartless woman? Chapter 46, The Technical Round. Chapter 46, The Technical Round. Tong Xue tugged at her tight clothes hesitantly and said, Tang Wu, do you want to marry me? What? Tang Wu doubted his ears had heard correctly. But old Lu on the wall heard it clearly. Good heavens, big news. Grandma Tang and Auntie also heard it and stopped in their tracks, staring at Tong Xue in disbelief. Tong Xue's face turned pale as she bit her lip hard. I said, do you want to marry me? Oui. Auntie suddenly snapped back to reality and slapped her thigh. Are you pregnant? Ah, good heavens, this little hussy wanted to dump my son, but now what? Turning around to beg him again? Truly embarrassing. Seeing her son's overjoyed expression, she immediately became wary. No way, she couldn't let her agree so easily. She thinks she can leave when she wants and come back when she wants? Does she think the door of the old Tang family is that easy to enter? Auntie immediately put on an act, snorting. I say, Tong Jiqing, do you think our old Tang family is anyone? My son is dating several girls right now, all virgins. She emphasized the word virgins, trying to humiliate Tong Xue. So what if you're a Jiqing? You were still slept with by my son. A woman who sleeps with a man before marriage is indecent and worthless. She thought it was perfect, believing a pregnant woman could only be controlled. Wanting to enter so easily? Dream on. You should be paying us dowry instead. But Grandma Tang caught the key point. Is it Wu's? She then looked at Tang Wu. Is it yours? Tang Wu, overwhelmed with happiness, sat up and nodded vigorously. Yes, it was that time on the hillside. Oh dear, old Lu on the wall covered his face. Don't say it out loud. I'm embarrassed for you. Grandma Tang then turned to Tong Xue. Weren't you going to the city? Not going anymore? We don't have the means to send you there. Previously, there were rumors that Wu Jin would take Tong Jiqing to the city, which led to her breaking up with Tang Wu. Tong Xue remained silent, lowering her head and looking at Tang Wu, tears falling like broken pearls. Tang Wu's first thought was, Tong Xue is carrying my child and can't marry Wu Jin. She refused Wu Jin for me. Tong Xue cares about me. He felt elated, ignoring the pain, and helped Tong Xue into the house, sitting her down. It's been more than 2 months, right? Are you feeling unwell? Auntie tried to act tough but was stopped by Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang was frustrated with her eldest daughter-in-law's stupidity, missing the crucial point. Try to get some information from her, find out exactly when it happened, then call Zhang He over to check and confirm the exact timing. If it's a grandson of the old Tang family, he absolutely cannot be left outside. But if it isn't, Grandma Tang glanced at Tang Wu, who seemed to have transformed overnight. If they drove Tong Xue away without finding him a wife immediately, This is a man desperate for a wife, any wife will do. As for the child, it's still young. Considering it part of the old Tang family wouldn't be wrong. Who would dare say otherwise? Grandma Tang quickly made a decision. Forget having Zhang He check. It doesn't matter either way. It's less than 3 months, so it doesn't matter. In reality, if the woman didn't tell the truth, Zhang He couldn't determine the exact age without instruments. Auntie kept nagging, trying to control and humiliate Tong Xue, making her feel inferior even before entering the family. But Tong Xue wasn't a pushover. She wasn't seeking to become a daughter-in-law of the old Tang family. She just wanted a man who loved her deeply and would pamper her. If she couldn't rely on a man to enter the city, she needed to find someone who could support her and listen to her. Thus, Auntie instantly tasted the bitterness of her own tactics. Tang Wu, clearly a man who forgets his mother once he has a wife, ignored his mother's attempts to control him, loudly proclaiming, my wife, my son, I have a wife and a son. Auntie watched, her eyes and heart aching, hating her son's behavior. Because the woman came forward herself, Auntie forgot how difficult it was for her son to find a match and entered a delusion that her son was excellent, with many women vying to be her daughter-in-law. Due to Tong Xue's pregnancy, Tang Wu didn't want to wait a day. He arranged for Tong Xue to stay at home that night and announced the wedding the next day, applying to the village committee to transfer Tong Xue's household registration to his family. Wife, come. Let me show you our new room. Tang Wu was proud and excited. His elder brother had helped repair the house recently, and it was freshly whitewashed inside, bright and clean. Tong Xue found it distasteful but slightly lowered her head, softly saying, Tang Wu, I'm here because you treat me well, listen to me, and can work hard to support the family, not for the house. She knew she couldn't expect a dowry without family support, and no one would take her seriously. But a wedding was necessary. It was her dignity in the village. Without a proper wedding, she'd be laughed at as a cheap catch, entering barefoot with no status. Tang Wu readily agreed. Forget the wedding. If Tong Xue wanted the stars from the sky, he would jump to reach them. Auntie refused. Tomorrow is too rushed, there won't be time to prepare the feast. But Grandma Tang supported it. She understood that Tang Wu was determined to have this wife, and opposing him could have serious consequences. It was better to satisfy him. What difference did a day or 2 make? Besides, holding the wedding sooner would give them an excuse for inadequate preparation due to the rush. Moreover, by supporting Wu and Tong Xue, she could prevent the eldest daughter-in-law from ever ganging up with her sons against her again. This family still belonged to her. In the evening, family members returned one by one. When Tang Wu mentioned it, Uncle Tang and his elder brother were very pleased. With Tang Wu getting a wife, he would settle down and work hard. They couldn't bear seeing Tang Wu being lazy any longer. Uncle Tang could understand. After all, Tang Wu was his own son, and his laziness could be seen as taking a break when tired. But the elder brother was just a brother. The 2 brothers worked together to support the family, and if Tang Wu slacked off, the burden fell entirely on the elder brother. He didn't mind, but the elder sister-in-law wasn't happy about it. One's own man, one's own concern. If her husband got worn out, she wouldn't be willing to use food and meat to nourish him later. The elder sister-in-law was even happier. Tang Wu had been obsessed with finding a wife, acting like a madman, standing at the door of the East Wing every morning, staring at their West Wing with envy and jealousy. She found it repulsive and feared that Tang Wu might do something desperate. As for Tang Wu becoming arrogant with a wife, showing off and being passive-aggressive, acting as if they should be jealous because his wife was younger and prettier than theirs, the elder sister-in-law didn't care at all. Let him brag, as long as he didn't act like a criminal with a gloomy face. No one expected Tang Xiang to be the most opposed. Upon hearing that Tong Shui had come looking for them, she immediately felt something was wrong. Tong Shui was supposed to return to the city. Why would she seek out second brother? There must be a reason she had no choice but to find second brother. Sure enough, when she heard Tang Wu say they needed to get married the next day because Tong Shui was carrying his child, she sneered, eyeing Tong Shui with a look that said, "Are you going to reveal yourself or should I?" Tong Shui remained calm. She only pretended with Tang Wu and Grandma Tang. She didn't bother with Auntie. After dinner, Tang Wu eagerly pulled Tong Shui towards the East Wing to openly spend time alone. Tang Xiang chased after them. "Second brother, I need to talk to you." Tang Wu was impatient. "Xiang'er, go play with Song Jiqing. Your second brother and your second sister-in-law have matters to attend to." Tang Xiang. "Second brother. You'll regret this." Tang Wu was puzzled. "Xiang'er, why can't you wish me well?" Tang Xiang sneered. She wanted to say, "I don't wish you well, or are you just too stupid? When Tong Shui first approached you, I warned you that she wasn't genuinely interested in you but was forced to find someone to take her in. You thought she truly liked you. Why are you so full of yourself? What do you have that makes her interested? Your poverty? Your rudeness? Your birthmark? Or your obsession with finding a wife? When you ignored my advice and Wu Jin received the order to return to the city, Tong Shui broke up with you, didn't she? Didn't you feel like the world was ending? Can't you see she was just using you? How many days has it been since then, and you've already forgotten the pain? She shows a little kindness, and you're groveling at her feet again? Don't you fear she'll hurt you even more? Wait and see, she'll divorce you and tell you the child isn't yours." These words are too many and require logical reasoning, which Tang Wu, a simple-minded man, wouldn't understand. So Tang Xiang didn't say them outright. Tong Shui, however, understood. She said to Tang Xiang, "Tang Xiang, let's chat for a bit." She gestured for Tang Xiang to step outside with her. Tang Wu, full of excitement, wanted to embrace his wife. His ex-wife had returned. How could he not be overjoyed? He was ecstatic. But Tong Shui ignored him and walked out, followed by Tang Xiang. Once outside where no one could hear them, Tang Xiang sneered, "Tong Shui, everyone knows what kind of person you are. You know very well that you look down on my second brother, and the child you're carrying isn't his. What right do you have to keep hurting him again and again?" Tong Shui scoffed. "If you really cared for your second brother, why don't you find him a different wife? Since you won't, he's found one himself. Yet, you can't bear to see him happy and insist on exposing that he's wearing a green hat. You say you care for him? He'll probably hate you to death." Tong Shui was certain that Tang Wu loved her madly, and wasn't afraid of Tang Xiang exposing anything. She and Tang Wu had indeed been intimate, and it was possible she might be carrying his child. How could Tang Wu possibly doubt it? Even if he had any doubts, she would make sure to dispel them. "If you suspect me, fine, I won't cling to you, I'll leave. Let's see if he kneels before me begging me to stay." Why did Tong Shui choose Tang Wu? Could it be because of his strength and ability to work hard and support a family? To be honest, as long as a family could provide enough food, there were plenty of strong and capable young men in the countryside like Tang Wu. She didn't seek out families of officials because they were too shrewd, had high standards, and were difficult to deal with. If she chose Tang Adong, could she break up with him so easily? Wouldn't Tang Bingda withhold her letters of introduction and household registration? If she chose someone good-looking and easy to date, wouldn't he have other opportunities? Could he be as devoted to her as Tang Wu, who would think, "Bah, you're just jealous of my beautiful wife and want to ruin my happiness," when others tried to sow discord about her giving him a green hat? When choosing an ordinary man, she had to gain something. She chose Tang Wu because he was easy to deceive, treated her well, and was irreplaceable to her. Hearing Tong Shui's words, Tang Xiang replayed her previous thoughts about her second brother. Tong Shui was right. If her second brother wanted a wife, exposing his deception would only make him hate her. Would he divorce her or continue? Divorce her, and he'd be without a wife, which would feel like the sky falling. Continue and face ridicule as a cuckold. So it was better not to know. Caught off guard by Tong Shui's retort, Tang Xiang, feeling angry, said, "Do you think I learned about you and that director being caught by his wife by chance?" Tong Shui's expression changed, but fortunately, it was too dark to see clearly. Tang Xiang relished Tong Shui's embarrassment. "Wu Jin told me. He wrote to Song Huazhong about it. He was just playing you, never intending to take you back to the city, just like how you played my second brother." Tang Xue's shoulders trembled as she gritted her teeth. I didn't play your second brother. I truly intended to live with him. Tang Xiang, that's only because you didn't have the chance. If you did, you'd run faster than a rabbit. She decided not to tell Tang Xue about the potential restoration of college entrance exams, denying her the chance to prepare early. Tang Xue didn't deserve it. The next morning, Tang Wu's legs seemed to have stopped hurting, and he walked vigorously with a stick. He ran to report the good news to Tang Bingda and invited them to his wedding. Seventh grandfather, come drink at my wedding. Tang Bingda's face instantly darkened. You infuriating fool, useless thing, mud that won't stick to the wall, a scoundrel. If that female-educated youth wants a divorce next time and you dare to act desperate, I'll beat you to death right then and there. To prevent you from harming the village. Tang Wu looked smug and triumphant, as if he were a provincial official visiting the countryside. He loudly invited Dat Tang, second uncle, make sure to come home for drinks tonight. It's your nephew's big day. Dat Tang was still dazed, unsure of what was happening. Why did Tang Xue suddenly decide to marry Tang Wu? Just as he couldn't believe it when Tang Xue broke up with him, he still couldn't believe that the once disdainful Tang Xue was now coming back to him. They say a good horse doesn't eat grass it has already chewed. Tang Wu also proudly invited Ji Hongyue. Cadre Ji, since you're close with my sister you wanna come too. Let you share in the joy and get married soon. In the past, without a wife he felt humiliated, always thinking people were laughing at him. In reality, he accepted this hierarchy of disdain. Having no wife was shameful, but having one made him proud and allowed him to mock those without. Ji Hongyue thought, what an utter fool. Do you think I can't find a wife? It's just that I don't want one, okay? What do you know about grand ideals and pursuits, you dog who only thinks about women? Ji Hongyue, not a lamb, immediately asked Tang Wu, are you preparing the banquet today? Tang Wu smiled. My grandmother and mother are handling it at home. And there's my second uncle too. How could he not help with my wedding? Dat Tang. Right, the vegetables in the garden are ready. Feel free to pick whatever you need. I'll bring some over at noon. He had cultivated a small plot of land in the corners, planting a couple of green beans on the east side and some vegetables on the west side, all growing very well. He had thought about his nephew's wedding long ago. He didn't have money but he had strength. He would contribute his labor, and fortunately, Tang Xue didn't ask for a dowry, saving them money. So he would provide the vegetables. Meat and oil were out of the question. His mother hadn't given him any chickens, ducks or pigs, so he had no meat. His mother secretly gave him a bit of oil, but it wasn't enough to take out. As for the smoked meat, now he could distinguish clearly. If it was something he earned himself, taking a little for his nephew would be fine. But this was what his daughter and Fengchen had earned, so he wouldn't touch it. Even eating along made him feel guilty, fearing that taking advantage of his son-in-law's family would make his daughter look down on herself. He used to think about going with Uncle Tang to trap wild rabbits and pheasants in the mountains, but it turned out that being a hunter wasn't easy. Wild pheasants and rabbits weren't foolish. They wouldn't wait to be trapped. They weren't professionals and couldn't learn without years of training. So naturally, they returned empty-handed. Mainly because they were busy farming and had neither the time nor energy to study this, so there was no progress. As for giving part of the year-end dividends or work points as a wedding gift, living beyond one's means was not an option. It was better to save something and give it when the grandchild is born. Isn't marriage ultimately for the sake of children? Being good to the child is the same thing. Although Tang Wu boasted loudly, in reality, he didn't get the grand wedding he imagined. Tang Bingda disapproved. Tang Bingda had long established rules, no weddings or banquets during the busy farming season, as it would delay fieldwork. They should be held during the off-season, preferably in winter. If you insist on having it during the busy season, then keep it simple. A family dinner will do. No need for a grand celebration inviting relatives and friends. No time. And he wouldn't even show up to save face. Tang Wu and Tang Xue had caused quite a stir before, and Tang Bingda already looked down on them. Now he certainly wouldn't attend the wedding. No face. They might not be ashamed, but he still had his dignity. If this had happened a few years ago, Secretary Liu might have led people to criticize them for their improper behavior and boasting. You must be asking for trouble. Now, however, Tang Bingda's authority in the brigade had grown, and Secretary Liu couldn't organize such criticisms anymore. So Tang Wu's wedding was quiet. Dad Tang remained honest, bringing a large basket of various vegetables and exchanging 30 cicada nymphs in a hand-woven cage with the children as a gift. Afraid his sister-in-law would dislike him, he didn't stay for dinner, and the old Tang family ate alone. After finishing transplanting rice seedlings in the mountains, Tang Yuan and Fengchen toured the peaks, formulating more detailed development plans, and then returned home to check on the brigade's transplanting progress. They originally planned to visit Shirban village, but a mountain stream they needed to cross had flooded, so Fengchen decided to build a raft first. They returned to the village first. Upon returning, the villagers noticed that they seemed like a couple, but something was different. No, something was added. Whether familiar or not, whether related or not, whether married or not, it was obvious. But the couples in the village, regardless of their relationship, always acted professionally outside, discussing only matters concerning children and elders, never anything romantic or flirtatious. Flirtation was reserved for unmarried couples who liked each other. Now, Tang Yuan and Feng Chun seemed like a couple, but with an added layer of affection that other couples lacked. Was this still the Feng Chun who used to hide from women? Seeing a sister-in-law approaching, he used to wish to disappear, but now his gaze was glued to Tang Yuan like a thread. We know you're engaged, but keep it private at home. No need to be so public, right? Tang Yuan was much the same as before, but visibly closer and more relaxed with Feng Chun. Only Ji Hongyue knew why, because their engagement was fake, and Feng Chun was still pursuing her, so of course, he was clingy. Keeping secrets was hard, but he feared Feng Chun would beat him up, so he kept quiet. Tang Yuan asked Feng Chun to go home with the items while she went with Ji Hongyue and Dad Tang to inspect the fields. Looking at the rows of rice that weren't perfectly straight, Tang Yuan recalled how Feng Chun transplanted rice, like someone with OCD, making the rice plants line up perfectly straight, measured by a ruler without error. That was quite extraordinary. The villagers didn't expect such high standards, but they couldn't be too shabby either. Well, actually it wasn't bad. Dad Tang and Big Brother Tang did a good job. Tang Aigua and Tang Adong did well initially, but due to lack of skill, the seedlings shifted slightly the next day. Moving in 8 directions according to their whims, the difference became apparent. Ji Hongyue defended. Actually, they were perfectly aligned when we finished. This is his experimental field, the starting point for whether he can become a qualified county official. He naturally has to maintain it. Tang Yuan smiled and nodded, praising him. For your first time transplanting rice, this is really good, truly. After inspecting the rice fields, she had originally planned to go home, but Tang Bingda rode over on his bike to find her. Come, let's go see our wheat stubble, corn, soybeans, and sweet potatoes. Several members of the cooperative who saw the team leader being so proactive and enthusiastic toward someone were silently speechless. Those who knew him understood that he definitely wanted to consult the fish immortal about something. Those who didn't might think Tang Yuan was his own daughter. Oh, even his own daughter wouldn't get this kind of treatment. Didn't you see how his own son was treated like grass? With Tang Bingda leading the dry land cultivation, there's naturally no problem, but Tang Yuan isn't particularly interested. Tang Bingda. Following the fish immortal's guidance this year, we intercrop some crops and they're growing well now. You should take a look. Since the team leader invited her so enthusiastically, Tang Yuan naturally went to see them. In the wheat stubble fields, due to the urgency of the planting season, the land is plowed immediately after the wheat is harvested, and then corn is planted, leaving no time to deal with the wheat stubble. Except for the wheat stubble that people dig up to burn at home, the rest is left in the field to rot slowly. After several rains in summer, the wheat stubble basically decomposes into fertilizer. Tang Bingda. This time we use the sunflower seeds you suggested to fill in the gaps in the corn and soybean fields. Look, the seedlings have already sprouted. It's really good. Planting crops isn't something that can be done perfectly in one go. When the germination rate is uneven, gaps need to be filled. In the past, whatever was missing would be replanted, but now Tang Bingda follows Tang Yuan's suggestion to plant sunflowers as fillers. When distributed to the cooperative members, whether for oil pressing or frying during the new year, it's all very good, nutritious, and tasty. This time he also followed the fish immortal's advice and intercropped and mix-planted the fields that previously had severe pest problems. For example, alternating 3 rows of sweet potatoes with 6 rows of peanuts or soybeans, and adding corn, which can fully utilize sunlight, air, water, and fertilizer, effectively preventing the spread of pests and diseases among different crops. Although the seedlings are still small, they have already taken initial shape. Tang Yuan found it pleasing to the eye. The young green seedlings of this season are indeed delightful. Just as they were talking, a smell of pesticides drifted over. In the distance was a cotton field where cooperative members were spraying pesticides using backpack sprayers. In the past, they didn't wear masks, but this time, following Tang Yuan's suggestion, they all wore multi-layered gauze masks. Spraying pesticides requires attention to wind direction. Otherwise, the pesticides could end up on themselves, which would be dangerous. Tang Bingda sighed. Even if DDT and BHC are highly toxic and unsafe, our team doesn't have much of them. This year it's enough for the cotton fields, but in previous years, it wasn't even enough for the cotton, let alone other fields. Cotton attracts more pests, but that doesn't mean other crops don't have pests either. As he sighed, he glanced at Tang Yuan. Wasn't the fish immortal going to come up with a solution? He had unwavering faith in the fish immortal. Since the fish immortal could suggest intercropping to prevent pests and diseases, there must be other methods to control pests. Sure enough, Tang Yuan thought for a moment and started giving advice again. With limited and mostly unsafe pesticides, Tang Yuan tried to find ways for biological pest control. Intercropping crops that attract different pests, where one can prey on the other, such as ladybugs, which are beneficial insects, along with frogs and dragonflies. planting more insect-repelling plants along the field edges and extracting plant juices with pesticidal properties to repel and kill pests. For example, using wood ash water to control onion flies, root maggots, aphids and Japanese beetles, and using castor leaf infusions to control aphids, cabbage worms, fly maggots, cutworms, Japanese beetles, and diamondback moths. Additionally, infusions of chili peppers, ginger, tobacco, onions, garlic, mugwort, oleander, and others can be used to control certain pests. Of course, biological pest control focuses on prevention, controlling the emergence of pest larvae. For large, fully grown pests, only pesticides are effective. But with insufficient pesticides, biological pest control is necessary. This requires careful planning by agricultural technicians. Tang Yuan had extensive experience with this, as organic vegetables are popular in modern times, aiming to avoid pesticide use. Even without pesticides, modern times still have many pests, requiring biological pest control methods. Some are effective, some less so, and some need to be applied at specific times. She casually shared this information with Tang Bingda. Tang Bingda waved and Tang Yuan noticed a scorekeeper behind him, diligently writing down what she said. Tang Yuan. Why did she suddenly feel like a leader being taken seriously? Of course, she wasn't a leader. She smiled at the scorekeeper. I'll organize it and give it to you later. The scorekeeper proudly replied. Fish. Yuaner, I can take shorthand. It's quick, just keep talking. Fish Yuaner? Tang Yuan blinked and received a big smile from the other person showing their white teeth. Team leader. The head of the public security department from the commune and the director Lu from the county are here together. They seem to be looking for trouble about us planting rice without approval. Tang Adong ran over quickly to report. In front of others, he doesn't call him father. He calls him captain. Tang Bingda frowned. Chief Zhao and Lu Guangming? During the wheat harvest, these two weren't stationed here. Chief Zhao came by for a quick look and left when he saw everything was fine. Why did they suddenly show up today? Could it be that Secretary Lu is up to something? No way. Tang Bingda had his doubts, telling Tang Yuan to go home while he went to greet the two. As Tang Yuan was walking home, she ran into Tang Xiang and Tang Shui returning from the fields together. Tang Xiang looked at Tang Yuan and suddenly said, Why did you suddenly push the brigade to plant rice? This place isn't suitable for rice cultivation at all. Don't you know that? Tang Yuan was suspicious. What's wrong with this person? Chapter 47. A Pill of Reassurance. Chapter 47. A Pill of Reassurance. Tang Xiang wasn't skilled at farming, was she? After all, she was a city girl born and raised. A precious gem in her parents' eyes. Someone who couldn't even wash socks or underwear. How could she know how to farm? But even if you don't know how to farm, you must have heard of Wuchang rice, right? Tang Yuan didn't want to engage with her further. The separation from the family meant she had severed ties with old Tang's household, no more connection. She deliberately showed an evil expression. Of course it's because you're crazy. With that she walked away, head held high like a villain. Watching Tang Yuan's arrogant departure, Tang Xiang's fingers trembled with anger. She pointed at Tang Yuan. This person, she's sick. Tang Shui said softly. Didn't she go crazy before? Is she better now? Tang Xiang sneered. How could she be crazy? She nearly drove others mad. It was all an act. At Tang Yuan's unusual behavior, Tang Xiang's first thought wasn't that they were similar but rather that Tang Yuan had somehow met Ji Hongyue at some point, and he had taught her everything. For some reason, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. In the past, Tang Yuan was always fiery and temperamental, with poor social skills. Watching her always gave Tang Xiang a sense of unspoken superiority. She would look at Tang Yuan with pity, believing that one's character determined their fate, and with Tang Yuan's temperament, things wouldn't end well for her. She had the mentality of watching an NPC make fatal mistakes. Now Tang Yuan had suddenly changed, stopped making fatal mistakes, and even got engaged to Feng Chan, whom she couldn't get close to. She also managed to connect with county officials and the team leader. When did Tang Yuan meet Ji Hongyue? Why didn't she know about it? Was Tang Yuan's act of going crazy and separating from the family also Ji Hongyue's idea? Was getting engaged to Feng Chan after separating from the family also his suggestion? Why would this Ji Hongyue help her? The more Tang Xiang speculated, the more curious she became, and the more frustrated she felt without answers. She needed to figure this out. I need to go see the village's rice fields, Tang Xiang said urgently. Tang Shui replied, I'll go too. She was also curious about Ji Hongyue. He was a young county official, which meant his parents must be quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an official. Her situation didn't allow her to wait. She had to choose Tang Wu, but she wasn't satisfied. If there was any chance to return to the city, she would seize it. On her way home, Tang Yuan realized that Tang Wu and Tang Shui ended up together. For Tang Yuan, this was too explosive. Although reality hadn't deteriorated as badly as in the original plot due to her and Feng Chen's intervention, Tang Wu was still obsessive and deranged, threatening suicide if his girlfriend broke up with him. It seemed logical to stay far away from him. Yet Tang Shui married him. This was truly surreal. Tang Yuan suspected that Tang Shui might have been coerced by Tang Wu, perhaps with threats like, "If you don't marry me, I'll make sure both you and your child die." Otherwise, why would she marry him? Even if she was pregnant, couldn't she just terminate the pregnancy? Though abortion was difficult in those days, if she managed to convince the team leader to issue a letter stating she was raped, it could be possible. Despite Tang Bingda's stern appearance, he was actually kind-hearted. If Tang Shui pleaded, Tang Bingda would sign the document. Was it that Tang Shui wanted to keep the child to leverage against the city official? Simple-minded people couldn't understand the logic of complex-minded ones, so Tang Yuan gave up trying to figure it out. She wasn't particularly interested in the gossip anyway, as it was like eating a melon with half a worm inside. Disgusting. They brought back 2 wild chickens and 5 rabbits this time. Wild chickens were manageable, but rabbits bred prolifically, especially during the lush summer months when water and grass were abundant. This worked to Tang Yuan and Feng Chen's advantage. Since Tang Yuan and Feng Chen got engaged, old lady Feng straightforwardly declared that Tang Yuan would be in charge of the household. So she didn't interfere with how the game was handled, whether to sell, eat, or give it away, leaving the decision entirely to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, feeling guilty since the engagement was fake. She secretly asked Feng Chen, "Feng Chen, is there anything you want to buy? If so, we can exchange it for money." Tang Yuan thought for a moment. "We still have plenty of toilet paper, so we don't need any for now. We didn't have time to gather herbs this time, and these few rabbits aren't worth the trip to town. A round trip takes 2 or 3 days, which isn't worth it." Actually, how could there be nothing she wanted to buy? Her family all wore straw shoes. To make cloth shoes, they needed to prepare shoe uppers, which required both money and coupons. Coal oil, batteries for flashlights, needles and thread, farming tools, and other necessities also needed to be replenished regularly. Next time when she went back, the season would be right, and many herbs would be ready for picking. She could gather more herbs to sell then. As for meat, she still wanted to provide more nutrition for her family. After all, wasn't earning money all about living better, eating well, and dressing warmly and beautifully? Feng Chan said, "Then let's tan the hides we've been saving. I'll make you a rabbit fur vest to wear." He planned to hunt some wild boars and mountain goats in the mountains again. They would eat the meat and use the hides to make fur coats for winter. Dad Tang and Mother Tang couldn't sit idle. They would want to do something even in winter, and such fur coats would be very useful. Tang Yuan thought about wearing a puffy coat while catching wild chickens and rabbits in the snowy mountains and immediately nodded. "Yes, please." Feng Chun loved seeing her unguarded excitement. Unable to resist, he reached out and stroked her hair. Her hair had grown a little longer. When it was short, it was a bit coarse and prickly, but now it felt smooth and silky. Tang Yuan showed no embarrassment and looked up with a smile. "How does it feel? Is it nice to touch?" Feng Chun was taken aback, slightly embarrassed. Who would expect a girl to react to being touched by asking, "How does it feel? Is it nice to touch?" instead of being shy? He withdrew his hand, rubbing his fingers together, and nodded. "It feels good." Tang Yuan chuckled and patted his shoulder, signaling him to lower his head. "Feng Chen, what is it?" Tang Yuan. "Just lower your head." Feng Chen slightly lowered his head. Tang Yuan tiptoed and raised her hand, touching the top of his head. She had long coveted his thick, lush and black hair. His hair seemed to have a natural wave, as if it had been permed, standing up from the scalp and curling at the ends, naturally covering his head in layers. This made her curious about whether his hair was soft or hard. So fluffy, wouldn't it feel great to touch? Now that she could touch it, Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she praised him without hesitation. "Boss, your hair feels so good." Feng Chen. Visibly, his ears and cheeks turned bright red. Even his lips were rosy. Tang Yuan didn't let go after touching it once, running her fingers through it twice more, sighing, "It really feels great." She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but Boss's hair seemed to be in better condition and thicker than before. She envied him. She withdrew her hand, rubbing her fingers, still savoring the feeling. Feng Chen was secretly glad he washed his hair every day. Otherwise, he didn't know if she would have found it disgusting. He wouldn't mind if she didn't wash her hair because he thought she was cute either way. Dad Tang and Mother Tang were working, and Grandma Feng had prepared food for them, wanting to call them to eat. But when she saw them touching each other's heads and one blushing and the other grinning, she couldn't help but chuckle. These two were acting like children in love. Grandma Feng made hand-pulled noodles, diced cured meat stir-fried with eggplant, and added some green garlic sprouts. Knowing that Tang Yuan liked tomatoes, she mixed a large bowl with sugar, and used Tang Yuan's method to make a cucumber salad with chili oil and minced garlic. With summer in full swing, the vegetables in the garden grew lush and abundant, more than they could eat. Tang Yuan exclaimed, "Wow, Grandma, your cooking is getting better and better." Grandma Feng's face lit up with joy, her wrinkles dancing. She loved it when Tang Yuan called her Grandma, not Grandma Feng. This feeling of happiness was indescribable. She left the couple alone, happily heading to the vegetable garden to weed and catch insects. Tang Yuan was in a state of mind where she believed her relationship with Boss was pure and innocent. No matter what they did, there was no ambiguity. She felt completely justified. To Grandma Feng and others, the couple seemed to be in a sweet, intimate relationship, but to Tang Yuan it was perfectly pure. She enjoyed drinking the water from sugar-preserved persimmons and shared it generously with Feng Chan, taking a sip herself and then passing it to him to drink from the other side. They were careful not to drink from the same side. Just as they were taking turns drinking, Ji Hongyue came in, wearing muddy slippers, and teased them. "Oh, interrupting your toast, are we?" Feng Chan found the idea of a toast quite pleasing. Tang Yuan retorted, "Officer Ji, why are you so old and blind at such a young age?" "Ji Hongyue, I see it's red in your..." He gestured, messing around. Tang Yuan handed over the large bowl. "Here, have a taste so you won't talk nonsense." Ji Hongyue wasn't shy or easily intimidated. He leaned forward to drink. But Feng Chan took the bowl back and placed it in front of Tang Yuan, not letting Ji Hongyue have any. "Ji Hongyue. So stingy, you should be more generous." "Feng Chan. We're engaged. How dare you, an outsider?" Ji Hongyue shrugged. "What a miser." He turned and grabbed a ripe, pink tomato from a small earthenware pot on the stove and started munching. The sweetness spread, making his mood quite pleasant. Tang Yuan. "By the way, why did you suddenly come home before work was over?" Ji Hongyue, De Baer and De Banya were there blabbering. "I came back for some peace and quiet, leaving the captain to deal with them." The villagers of Tongjia village liked giving people nicknames. Secretary Liu had big ears, so he was called Big Ears. Lu Guangming had a big forehead, so he was De Baer. Zhao, the section chief, had big front teeth, so he was De Banya. Tang Yuan widened her eyes. "Cadre Ji? Ji Hongyue, you're a county cadre, and you're leaving the captain to deal with your own agriculture bureau section chief? That's too unrighteous." Ji Hongyue lowered his gaze, smiling, hiding the anger in his eyes. Why did he come back? He feared he couldn't resist the urge to kill Lu Guangming. Tang Yuan, already full, said to Feng Chan, "I'll go take a look." Feng Chan finished the last sip of noodle soup. "I'm done too, let's go together." Tang Yuan glanced at his large bowl and couldn't help saying, "Don't always drink the leftover broth at the bottom. All the oil, salt, and purines are in that last bit." But she understood. In these times, everyone tried to eat every bit of food, fearing waste. But Feng Chan would be a future tycoon with countless assets. If he didn't develop good eating habits, he might end up with high blood pressure when he became wealthy. Feng Chan, however, couldn't bear to waste any food, including oil, salt, and sauce. It all provided energy. But he agreed readily. "All right, I'll remember that. Whatever your partner says, just remember it. Unless you don't want this partner anymore." Ji Hongyue made a face. These two together. Feng Chan would definitely be henpecked. Thinking about the tall and mighty Feng brother being henpecked made him feel instantly better, even lessening the disgust brought by Lu Guangming. Tang Yuan and Feng Chan went to the brigade office. Tang Bingda was using his characteristic seriousness and silence to counter Lu Guangming and the section chief's onslaught. Lu Guangming. "Uncle Tang, it's not that I don't consider our brigade, but there's no such policy. Although the government has given planting rights to the brigades, it doesn't mean they won't supervise and guide us. It also doesn't mean our brigade can act arbitrarily." Tang Bingda squatted on the ground, puffing on his pipe. Seeing his stubbornness, Lu Guangming got angry and glanced at the section chief. The section chief smiled warmly and kindly. "Captain Tang? Why didn't you consult with the superiors about planting rice? We could have prepared if we had known earlier." Tang Bingda finally looked at them. "Has our brigade failed to deliver the public grain or cotton?" He had already heard from Ji Hongyue that the forward brigade didn't actually have much of a cotton quota. At the time, he hadn't lost his temper in front of Ji Hongyue, as Ji Hongyue couldn't do anything about it either. As a brigade captain, his influence in the county was even smaller, without even the right to voice objections. He could only try to make things easier for the forward brigade. Despite Lu Guangming's arrogance in the county, back in Tongjia village, everyone who had watched him grow up from a child surrounded him. Everyone knew what kind of temperament he had as a child and what embarrassing things he had done. One cannot be arrogant in front of those who know one's dark history. So Lu Guangming's anger seemed somewhat impotent, and Tang Bingda paid it no mind. What if you're a county section chief? Back in Tongjia village, you're still just Lu's kid. He could even guess why Lu Guangming was angry. It was because the 50 acres planted with rice meant less land for cotton later. This would reduce the extra benefits Lu Guangming and others could get. And Tang Bingda wanted to stop growing cotton altogether. Of course, they couldn't say this outright, pretending the other didn't know. But this meant Lu Guangming couldn't confidently accuse Tang Bingda of failing to meet the cotton quota this year. It's really frustrating. He had already negotiated with people to deliver a certain number of gene of cotton in the fall. Lu Guangming truly wished all the farmland was planted with cotton. Cotton is in such high demand. There's never enough no matter how much you have. He didn't even give Tang Bingda any face, sneering, "Captain, since you're doing this, Then next year you'll have to plant 50 more mu of cotton. He really wanted to confiscate the entire yield from those 50 mu of rice fields at that time, but unfortunately, he didn't have the authority because the local area didn't grow rice, and there were no regulations about rice tax. They could manipulate things but they couldn't create something out of nothing. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, Tang Yuan and Secretary Lu arrived. Secretary Lu was, of course, invited by Tang Yuan. Secretary Lu, like Tang Bingda and others, believed that Tang Yuan's change was due to Ji Hongyue's guidance. Now that Ji Hongyue lived with the Feng family, when Tang Yuan sought him out for advice, it was assumed to be Ji Hongyue's intention. Secretary Lu naturally wouldn't underestimate her. Tang Yuan's explanation to Secretary Lu was straightforward. Tongjia village can definitely succeed in growing rice. If they can do it in the vast northern wilderness, why can't Tongjia village? The natural conditions are perfectly suitable. Moreover, those several dozen mu of land get flooded every year during the flood season and are not suitable for dry crops. Having rice fill this gap would be a great opportunity. Tang Bingda had previously discussed with Secretary Lu and others whether to abandon this land and dig a large reservoir in the lowest lying area to store water. They had also considered bringing in soil from elsewhere to fill it, but the project was too massive. It wasn't just about the scale of the project. Where would they get the soil? Wouldn't that mean destroying other farmland to fill this area? That would be counterproductive. Tang Yuan had also gauged Secretary Lu's thoughts. He hadn't opposed planting rice initially because he agreed with the plan. If he had wanted to oppose it, he would have intervened like he did with harvesting wheat before the rain. She even suspected that Secretary Lu hadn't told his son, otherwise, why hadn't Lu Guangming come down to stop the seed soaking and seedling cultivation? She further doubted whether this section chief Zhao knew anything about farming. Otherwise, how could he not have seen Tongjia village's rice seedling fields during his regular inspections? Wouldn't he find it strange and ask questions? Or perhaps he hadn't been concerned about the summer planting work in Forward Brigade and hadn't visited the village, which would be dereliction of duty. Such an obvious matter. Yet the two of them still came to the village to question Tang Bingda. Where's their shame? Sure enough, when Tang Yuan went to talk to Secretary Lu, he immediately came over with a stick. Secretary Lu, with his mustache raised, leaned on his stick and saw his accomplished and illustrious son shouting at Tang Bingda, immediately getting angry. He slammed his stick on the ground. Guangming, how are you talking to Uncle Tang? Seeing his father approach, Lu Guangming complained. Dad, I'm not being disrespectful to Uncle Tang, but you're making things very difficult for me. However, Secretary Lu thought the same as Tang Yuan. 50 mu of land had been flooded, and due to its location, it was impossible to drain manually, and the river overflow always flowed into that area. Should they just leave it fallow? Why not try growing rice? At least the commune members would have more food. Rice for rations while more wheat and corn for public grain taxes, isn't that the same? Since it didn't interfere with official duties, he hadn't intended to tell his son. Besides, his son had been busy with his in-laws' affairs recently and probably didn't have time to worry about this. But Lu Guangming was very unhappy. This year, based on last year's cotton production, he had negotiated with a procurement officer from the garment factory to pay 50 cents more per jean of cotton. 50 cents. He had planned to negotiate for Tongjia village to plant a few more mu of cotton after the agreement, but his father had reduced it by 20 mu without consulting him. Now they were planting 50 mu of rice. What good is rice? It doesn't bring in money. The South has plenty of rice. You can get as much as you want. Why bother growing it? Even if Lu Guangming was upset, as long as Secretary Lu supported Tang Bingda, he had no choice but to comply. If they fell out, he might not get to plant a single mu of cotton. With a sullen face, he said to Tang Bingda, Uncle Tang, I was just too anxious about my work, so my attitude was a bit hasty. It's not personal, don't be angry with me. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother. Apologize. Not worth it. But Tang Bingda was different. Tang Bingda still needed to grow cotton for him. He wasn't as powerful as old Gao, who could get other brigades to help grow tobacco, sesame, or medicinal herbs. He could only rely on his own brigade. Tang Bingda then tapped his pipe bowl, stood up and said, No problem. He turned to Secretary Lu and said, Secretary, other brigades suffered from floods this year and couldn't meet their public grain quotas. Our brigade paid our full quota, but some of our wheat was damaged by the rain, leaving the commune members with less food. We should strive for this exemplary recognition. He knew that Secretary Lu placed great importance on gaining recognition and glory, almost obsessively. He feared that Lu Guangming and Section Chief Zhao might harbor resentment and deliberately sabotage their chance at the recognition. Secretary Lu immediately looked at his son. Although Lu Guangming was angry, he suppressed it for now. He sensitively sensed that the relationship between his father and Tang Bingda had undergone a significant change. This was astonishing. In the past, although his father did not interfere with the production of the team, he still had a say in these matters, and Tang Bingda did not dare to strongly oppose him. Now, Tang Bingda spoke more assertively. while his father seemed to be at a disadvantage, even deferring to Tang Bingda? To think that his father would cater to Tang Bingda's whims, Lu Guangming rejected this idea. It was impossible. His father was the secretary higher than the team leader. Realizing this, he did not press further on the rice issue but instead improved his attitude toward Tang Bingda. Compared to his previous aggressive questioning, he now acted warmly, showing concern for the production situation in the village team. Doesn't Tang Bingda know him well enough? Watching the 3-inch nail grow into a young man, relying on an influential father-in-law, who doesn't know who? Previously, feeling that his father was the team secretary and his father-in-law worked for the county party committee, he naturally looked down on him as the team leader but pretended to be humble and respectful. But once it involved his own interests, he would rush over in a fit of rage, without any pretense of respect. Tang Bingda didn't bother to maintain a facade of cordiality with him. He was busy and went straight to the fields. Lu Guangming, still angry, pulled his father home to talk. Chief Zhao hesitated for a moment before leaving for the commune. As soon as they got home, Secretary Lu started coughing. He had caught a cold and fever from being drenched in the rain, and his cough hadn't improved. His bronchitis had flared up and he probably had a mild case of pneumonia. But without an X-ray it couldn't be confirmed, so he just took some medicine and endured it. He was getting older and old injuries were acting up again. Lu Guangming poured him a mug of hot water and handed it over. Dad, isn't Uncle Tang getting a bit arrogant now? Although Secretary Lu had open and hidden conflicts with Tang Bingda, he did not allow his son to be disrespectful. He picked up the mug and took a sip. He spat the water back into the mug. Was his ungrateful son trying to scald him to death? Seeing his father scalded, Lu Guangming did not reflect on not adding cool water but blamed his father. Dad, why do you drink like a child without testing the temperature? Secretary Lu retorted. Now you only know how to serve your father-in-law and not your own father. Would you dare give your father-in-law such scalding water? Lu Guangming felt embarrassed and tried to explain. My father-in-law doesn't drink plain water. He likes tea which needs boiling water. He blows on it first, takes a sip and spits it out. As he spoke, he mimicked the action. Secretary Lu wanted to hit him with a stick. Lu Guangming then asked about Xie Junli, pretending not to care. Dad, I heard our acting group leader is here in our village? After Xie Junli fell into the river, he didn't return to the county but went directly to the city and helped Tongjia village with their rice planting. His position as acting group leader wasn't revoked, but the work was divided among Gao Shang and Lu Guangming. Originally it was already divided among them, and nothing changed except that Gao Xing actually took on the role of group leader. This time his visit ostensibly was to hold Tongjia village accountable for planting rice without permission, but in reality he was there to gather information about Xie Junli. What was Xie Junli's ulterior motive for setting up a rice experimental field in his hometown? Was it because he couldn't deal with Gao Shang and was targeting him? Even though Secretary Lu didn't tell him about the village planting rice, how could he not know? He also knew that those 50 acres weren't suitable for cotton, but that didn't stop him from using it as an excuse to reduce the 20 acres. He originally planned to pressure Tang Bingda to plant 50 more acres of cotton. If you can plant rice, why can't you plant more cotton? But his father unexpectedly defended Tang Bingda, and Tang Bingda wasn't very polite to his father either. So he stopped pushing Tang Bingda to plant more cotton. He clearly saw Xie Junli's back, but the kid turned away to avoid him. Why was he avoiding him? Did he suspect that the accident was orchestrated by him? Damn, he was innocent. He wouldn't take the blame for others. Secretary Lu had no particular feelings for Xie Junli and spoke frankly. I see him more as a technician, not someone suited for politics. He won't amount to much. Xie Junli never used official language in the village and never talked about county affairs. All he talked about was planting rice. Secretary Lu thought he lacked political sensitivity and awareness, making him unsuitable for politics. He felt that Xie Junli was nothing to worry about, just as he had never worried about Tang Bingda. He had seen through Tang Bingda. This man only wanted to be the team leader, leading the members in farming. He hadn't even coveted the position of secretary, let alone aim for the commune. So even though Tang Bingda sometimes butted heads with him, he never threatened his status. Naturally, he didn't treat him as an enemy and would even protect him at times. Lu Guangming trusted his father's judgment, and thus he completely relaxed about Xie Junli, while becoming increasingly disdainful. This kind of guy relying on his parents had no real ability. What could he possibly achieve? If he had parents who could help like that, he would have secured the position of director long ago. He didn't know what price he would pay later for today's reassurance and disdain. He also didn't know that there would be such earth-shattering changes in 1976. He only wanted to show some concern to Xie Junli as a subordinate, but unfortunately, Xie Junli couldn't be bothered to pretend and refused to see him. Lu Guangming didn't stay longer and hurried back to the county the next day. Xie Junli truly didn't want to see Lu Guangming. He thought this person was incredibly stupid yet had the audacity to consider himself smart and capable, priding himself as the most handsome guy around. Still, he was genuinely annoyed. After all, he had come to Binxian County full of passion, hoping to make a difference and lift the county out of poverty. But reality slapped him hard. Fortunately, he learned quickly and acted well, even fooling Secretary Liu. Of course, he didn't want to deceive Tang Yuan and Feng Chan. He frankly told them that he wasn't a match for Gao Shang and others now and could only hide in the countryside. It was you who saved me. It was you who made Captain Tang willing to shelter me. He silently vowed in his heart that he would repay Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, repay Tongja village. Without Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, he wouldn't have known Tang Bingda, and even if he had found him by luck, Tang Bingda might not have been willing to help him. Other villages had no feelings for him and certainly wouldn't protect him, and he couldn't hide in the city forever. Otherwise, he might as well go back to his parents. He had passion and ambition and naturally wasn't content. Feeling unhappy, he drank a bit more with Dad Tang during dinner. Dad Tang went to work in his private plot after drinking, while he muttered to the moon. Tang Yuan might not have any political acumen, but she was a time traveler, knowing the future direction, which was her greatest advantage. Through Grandma Feng, she knew that Lu Guangming's success wasn't due to his intelligence, but rather the era that shaped him. A group of people stormed into the county government, seizing power, and later, when the military reorganized the administration, they managed to stay on. But unlike the previous administrative personnel, who had some political aspirations, whether elected or promoted, Gao Shang and his group climbed up purely for wealth. They didn't know their big backer would fall in 1976, nor did they foresee the eventual reckoning. Tang Yuan didn't directly tell Ji Hongwei these things, but she could offer some simple guidance. You must believe in the government and wait patiently. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, there will be an opportunity. An opportunity for a top-down crackdown. When the chaos is rectified, order will be restored. She winked at Ji Hongwei and whispered, "The fish immortal asked me to tell you this." Ji Hongwei's drunken state instantly vanished as he suddenly leaned close to Tang Yuan, scaring her so much that she recoiled, almost thinking he was going to kiss her. She nearly died of fright. Beside her was Feng Chan, and she leaned back right into his arms. Feng Chan circled one arm around her, while the other hand pushed against Ji Hongwei's shoulder, preventing him from getting any closer. Ji Hongwei's eyes were clear as he stared at Tang Yuan. 3 to 5 years? In 3 to 5 years, he could accumulate experience in the countryside. He had considered going to another county, but he knew it might not necessarily be better. Now he wasn't a match and neither was Shen Jiaming, so it was better to lie low and wait for an opportunity. After these days of interaction, he already knew that Tang Bingda wasn't Tang Yuan's fish immortal. She must have other secrets, but he wouldn't pry lest he lose a friend. With this reassurance, he felt relieved and returned to his room for a sound sleep. Tang Yuan and Feng Chan didn't rush back to the mountains but helped the team with biological pest control, soil improvement, and simple intercropping practices. She used window paper to bind a large book and spent 5 days drawing the locations and shapes of Tongjia village's fields, scaled down on its pages. With limited tools, she could only estimate, mostly based on Tang Bingda's descriptions and corrections. She then classified the land simply based on soil type, fertility level, and drought or flood susceptibility. With this classification, the fields of Forward Team became clear at a glance. She labeled the fields by area, allowing anyone besides Tang Bingda to understand the overall layout of the team's farmland. Through this incident, Tang Yuan discovered that Tang Bingda was truly a responsible captain. He could remember every detail of nearly 2,000 acres of land in the entire brigade. Which plots were barren, which were fertile, which were deteriorating, which were improving, what had been planted last year and what would be planted this spring, summer, and autumn, and where the serious pest infestations were. All these details he remembered clearly. None of the other production team leaders or squad leaders could remember such details, not even about the land they were directly responsible for. However, Tang Yuan also realized that her father had great potential. Her father hadn't had the chance to manage all the land in the brigade before, but any land he had worked on, he could describe in detail. No wonder Tang Bingda thought highly of him. Actually, Uncle Tang had a good memory too, but what he remembered vividly was who said something bad about him here in which year, who criticized the captain, who was dissatisfied with whom, and who failed to keep their promises, rather than the condition of the land. The scorching sun burned the earth, distorting the air with its heat. The waves of heat made one feel drowsy. Tang Yuan felt a bit heat-stricken and pressed her straw hat down, heading into the small hut in the fields for shade. If it were anyone else, Tang Bingda would have immediately criticized them for being delicate and lacking exercise. But with Tang Yuan, he was very tolerant, turning to Tang Adong and saying, "Take your brother Feng to the fields and find a melon for Yuan to eat." That kind expression made Tang Adong suspect someone was impersonating his father. Seeing his son's dumbfounded look, Tang Bingda immediately scolded. "There are some melons planted in the sandy area to the south. Go pick a few." The brigade would plant some fruits and melons, mainly in poorer areas or to fill gaps where crops were missing. The land should not be left idle. Leaving it empty would feel like a sin. Tang Adong snapped back to reality, realizing it was indeed his father. The kindness was reserved for Tang Yuan. He gestured for Fengchen to follow him. But Fengchen wanted to check on Tang Yuan first. The girl's face was flushed red from the sun, and her bangs were sticking to her forehead. She must have been badly sunburned. In the mountains, though tiring, it was cooler. Unlike the flat farmland in the village, there wasn't even a tree for shade. Tang Yuan sat on the muddy ground in front of the hut without caring about her appearance, waving at him. Phew, I almost got heatstroke. Grandpa Qi can really walk. She was helping Tang Bing to plan the farmland, and he was so enthusiastic that he didn't even ride his bicycle, walking alongside her. He said the sun was too hot, fearing it might age the bicycle, especially the rubber valve stem, which could become sticky. Good grief, the bicycle is afraid of the sun, but I'm not? Leading her on this long walk. It was also her own fault for being naive. She only knew that Tang Bingda was an old man, not realizing he was as tough as iron. At first she tried to keep up, but eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and ran to the hut for shelter. Fengchen strode over, squatted down to look at her, and reached out to feel her forehead. No fever. Although it was hot, she was sweating, making her forehead cool. This was a sign of good health in young people. For example, Fengchen was warm in winter and cool in summer. In the summer his body felt cool, and he wasn't afraid of the heat. He told Tang Yuan to wait here while he went to pick a melon to eat. Tang Yuan. That Ji Hongyue is really cunning, he didn't come. She called him, but he said he had something to do and slipped away like an eel. As slippery as an eel. However, Tang Bingda wouldn't waste any time. He still needed to walk around and check the nearby crops for any collective diseases or pests, if there were any fallen plants, or if they were lacking water. All these things he needed to keep in mind. He walked up to Tang Yuan and smiled. Are you overheated? You can have some melon in a bit. Saying this, he squatted down to fill his pipe and then asked Tang Yuan about the intercropping of trees and grains. Tang Yuan took out a large notebook that was marked with sweat and pointed to a section. The soil here is sandy, so we should plant more leguminous crops to improve the soil. Additionally, we can mix in some jujube trees. Their fruits are more profitable than grains. We can also plant apricot trees for their kernels. Medicinal fruits are even more profitable than edible ones, and jujubes have medicinal uses too, so they have great economic value. At the mention of jujube trees, Tang Bingda started thinking, would apples and hawthorns be more profitable? Those canned goods are quite expensive. Tang Yuan. Jujubes have more uses than apples and hawthorns, and they are suitable for planting alongside grains because they don't block much light. At the mention of blocking light, Tang Bingda immediately understood. Alright, no apples then. Blocking light won't work. Tang Yuan continued to offer suggestions. As long as it's not a fixed task from the commune, we can privately contact buyers who will pay significantly more than the set price. When members sell their surplus grain themselves, the grain station pays at most 13 fun per caddy for top-grade wheat. If they want to be nasty, they might only give 11 fun, saying the moisture content is too high. If we contact buyers ourselves, we can start at 30 fen and even get up to 40 or 50 fun. That's several times more. Tang Bingda had never done this before. He knew how to farm and was the final say in the forward brigade, but outside the brigade, he had little influence. Especially when it came to finding buyers in the city. But now there's Ji Hongyue. Alright. Tang Bingda did it. Fengchen and Tang Adong came back carrying a few melons. Tang Yuan felt a bit sorry for them. These poor melons, no bigger than fists and already picked. They were growing small sweet melons and slightly larger ones that didn't require as much fertilizer. Watermelons, which needed more water and nutrients, wouldn't grow well in the fields that weren't well tended. The melons, about the size of fists, had a fine layer of white fuzz on them. With no pesticides used, Fengchen simply rubbed one on his clothes and handed it to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan took it and took a big bite. At first it was slightly bitter, but then a refreshing sweetness filled her mouth. Wow, so sweet, she said, squinting with pleasure. Delicious, you guys should try it. Seeing that Tang Adong still had a few more, she thought it would be perfect for each of them to have one. Tang Adong swallowed hard, earning a glare from Tang Bingda. I dare you to take a bite. Tang Adong. Big brother Feng, you eat? He handed one to Fengchen and continued holding the rest for Tang Yuan. Fengchen wiped it again and quietly passed it back to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan glanced at Tang Bingda, who had gone off to smoke, and whispered, You eat it. Fengchen. I'm not thirsty. He had brought a water bottle and had already drunk some, though the water was warm from the sun. He especially enjoyed watching Tang Yuan's eyes widen with delight when she tasted something delicious, and then seeing her smile. It was pure and easily satisfied. Her vitality almost made him forget the darkness and pain of the past. Chapter 48, Teacher Yuan. Chapter 48, Teacher Yuan. June is generally considered a relatively idle time in agriculture. Normally, people would go to the fields to hoe and weed, tend to the spring crops and summer corn, and mainly manage the cotton fields, hoeing, weeding, applying pesticides, catching pests, pruning side branches, and topping the plants. Additionally, they organized the commune members to dredge the riverbeds, clean the mud, and compost it for preparing the soil for planting winter wheat in autumn. The brigade wasn't as busy, allowing the commune members to take leave and visit relatives. Those planning engagements or weddings could also proceed without waiting until the end of the year. This was usually the case, but this year the forward brigade was different. They were quite busy. Indeed, Brigade Chief Tangbingda was convening another meeting to assign new tasks. We need to go to West Mountain to find saplings, things like prickly ash, wolfberry, sour jujube, cotton locust, and licorice. If anyone has sweet and large jujube trees, they can send saplings to the brigade. We'll record the work points. Tangbingda listed all the medicinal fruit trees suggested by Tang Yuan, adding wolfberry, which he believed to be useful. Every time Lu Guangming returned from the county, he brought wolfberry and wild chrysanthemum for Secretary Lu, saying that drinking water infused with them was good for health. Wolfberry is a medicine, actually a common dogwood shrub in the countryside. Tang Yuan suggested that Tangbingda plant cotton locust and licorice in large patches on slopes, along ditches, rivers, field edges, cliffs, and around exposed square ponds and round wells. These two types of plants are cheap and easy to grow, capable of preventing soil erosion and stabilizing slopes. They also have medicinal uses, can serve as feed for livestock and poultry, can be used as green manure, and can be made into baskets, crates, and fences. Their applications are incredibly diverse. Upon hearing this, Tangbingda thought it was a great idea. How could he not have thought of something so simple before? Preventing soil erosion and stabilizing slopes is crucial, especially for those living at the foot of the mountain. It's also necessary to protect the square ponds and round wells. In the 1950s, the nation embarked on a fervent campaign to construct water conservancy projects, with the Forward Brigade being no exception. They excavated man-made rivers and ponds and established wells in areas devoid of natural watercourses. Some of these square ponds and round wells were left bare in the middle of the fields, with no protection. During the flood season, they often filled up halfway or even to the brim, their greenish-blue waters making passers-by uneasy, fearing they might fall in. Especially those in the fields, with only narrow paths between the crops and the wells, making it difficult to avoid stepping into the wells. The wells were dug without stone walls, and over time the edges would collapse. Every year, there were reports of people falling into the wells, both children and adults. Those round wells had no climbing spots, making it hard to get out once someone fell in. It was indeed very dangerous. Planting a protective ring around them would automatically keep people and livestock away, and prevent the soil around the wells from sliding down. The entire Forward Brigade was swept up in the enthusiasm of collecting saplings, planting them, and sowing seeds. When the Leap Forward Brigade heard about it, Captain Chun approached Tangbingda. "Brother Tang, is there anything we can help with?" Previously, during the wheat harvest, Chun Fada felt deeply remorseful when it rained and couldn't harvest the wheat. He came to apologize and thank Tangbingda, admitting his mistakes and asking Tangbingda not to be angry with him, and to continue including him in future activities. Hearing that Tangbingda had a new initiative, he naturally wanted to offer help and learn. Tangbingda didn't hide anything and shared his plans. "We don't need your help. You should go back and enclose your wells too." Chun Fada readily agreed. "By the way, our brigade has a mountain hollow full of cotton locust and licorice. I'll have some sent over." Tangbingda replied straightforwardly, "No need. We'll just go and cut them ourselves. These plants can be propagated through cuttings or seeds, so there's no need to dig them up with roots." Seeing that Tangbingda wasn't cold towards him, Chun Fada felt relieved and laughed heartily again. He took out his tobacco pouch, wanting to share a smoke with Tangbingda to foster their friendship. Tangbingda glanced at him. "Aren't you supposed to be working?" Chun Fada paused, then put the tobacco back. "Ah, right, I'll head back then." Sigh, old Tang is really stingy, never inviting him for a meal. He watched Tangbingda lock a stack of papers in a drawer, curious but unable to see what it was. That was the map of the Forward Brigade's farmland drawn by Tang Yuan, which Tangbingda treasured. Worried that the paper might tear easily, he bought a roll of rice paper to reframe it, and redrew it with a steel pen and colored pencils to prevent the ink from fading over time. He kept it locked in the drawer, not allowing others to touch it casually. While Tangbingda and his team were busy, some were skeptical. Secretary Lu supported the trial planting of rice, but disagreed with planting jujube trees in the fields. He approached Tangbingda. "Brother Tang, big trees attract wind and have deep roots. How can crops grow under such trees? Won't they all die? With such big roots, all the nutrients would be absorbed, leaving no room for crops to grow." Tangbingda responded, "When the trees are small, it doesn't matter. As they grow, the crops will be planted farther away with minimal impact." He relayed the knowledge he learned from Tang Yuan to Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu frowned. "I don't think it's a good idea. People usually planted trees away from field edges and vegetable gardens, preferring to plant them near houses and courtyards." Tangbingda didn't want to argue further. He had already explained it to the production team leaders who accepted it. There was no need to convince Secretary Lu. Besides, he didn't do any field work. He cited Ji Hongyue. This is the professional advice of Cadre Ji. He also suspected that Ji Hongyue was not Tang Yuan's fish spirit. But if Ji Hongyue wasn't the reason, it would be hard to explain Tang Yuan's change. So he pretended to be confused and pushed the matter onto Ji Hongyue. In any case, Ji Hongyue wouldn't clarify it. Sure enough, mentioning Ji Hongyue made Secretary Lu go silent. Secretary Lu sighed, sounding quite old and frail. Sigh, I'm getting old, too old to be of much use. People don't listen to him anymore. Tang Bingda. Brother Lu, I remember your in-laws' village has an orchard with some good jujube trees. Would you like to help the brigade get some saplings? Yes, get them for free, not buy them. The forward brigade is poor and has no money. If they can get something for free, they will, even if it means repaying with jujubes later. Secretary Lu. Tang the penny pincher is still Tang the penny pincher. He didn't refuse. All right, I'll ask. If I can still help the brigade, I will definitely do so. Tang Bingda flattered him. Secretary, don't talk like that. You are the backbone of our forward brigade, our leader. Everyone relies on you. Seeing that Tang Bingda still respected him as before except for farming, Secretary Lu felt more at ease. Tang Xiang, however, was very unhappy about this. She had planned to take leave during the farming off-season to do some business with Song Huazhang, but now the brigade wanted her to dig up tree saplings again. Who came up with such a stupid idea? Could it be Tang Yuan again? What's wrong with Tang Yuan? First, she urged the brigade to plant rice, and now she wants fruit trees in the fields. She hasn't seen anyone planting crops in an orchard. Even in her previous life, when she went picking with her parents, the orchards didn't have any crops. Who is Ji Hongyue, and why does he help Tang Yuan so much? She was really curious but failed to find out when she tried a few days ago. She and Tong Shui went to see the rice fields, hoping to get closer to Ji Hongyue. But he kept his distance from female comrades, staying far away. She couldn't help but complain to Tong Shui. I think those 50 acres of paddy fields are going to be wasted. Now they're messing around with fruit trees and crops together. It's all going to be for nothing. Everyone knows that fruit trees compete with crops for nutrients. Without enough fertilizer, it's all for naught. Tong Shui, however, didn't care at all. She only accompanied Tang Xiang because she didn't want to do extra work. She was focused on how to return to the city and improve her situation. Whether the brigade planted crops or did something else was irrelevant to her. Hearing Tang Xiang grumble, she smiled. Are you jealous of Tang Yuan? Tang Xiang was taken aback and denied it outright. Nonsense, why would I be jealous of her? What's there to be jealous of about Tang Yuan, who's just a firecracker? Tang Yuan is tall and skinny with no curves, and her skin isn't particularly fair and smooth. At most, her legs are a bit longer and straighter. What else? As for intelligence and studies, there's even less to be jealous of. Jealous of her dating Feng Chan? She couldn't care less. Is Song Huazhang not better looking than Feng Chan? Song Huazhang is someone who would stand out even in modern entertainment circles, and he's not effeminate. Feng Chan. Okay, she admits he's also a handsome guy with a better physique, but he's blind. She suspected Tang Yuan might have learned some voodoo tricks from Ji Hongyue to bewitch Feng Chen, or maybe Feng Chen really is blind. To hide her unease, she declared firmly. They're just wasting their time. Wait and see, the rice won't bear grain, and the fruit trees and crops won't grow well. Ever since she crossed over, she had developed a strange confidence, or rather an uncertain power. Things and people she disliked always ended up in trouble. For example, she once said her second brother was a bit obsessive and would cause trouble if he kept thinking about his wife. And sure enough, he ended up with a scene with Tong Shui. She also said Tang Yuan was too hot-tempered and would cause trouble. And indeed, she did go crazy, though not completely. And her sister-in-law, whom she thought was outwardly generous but inwardly calculating, would also cause trouble eventually. Everything she predicted came true. So saying the rice won't bear grain and the fruit trees and crops won't grow well will surely come true too. If Tang Yuan heard this, she wouldn't be angry. Even if the rice isn't fully matured, it's not due to Tang Xiang's curse but rather the soil being unsuitable. The fruit trees and crops, however, will definitely grow well. This is based on her personal experience with poverty alleviation. She and Feng Chan didn't help the brigade find tree saplings. Instead, they planned to return to the mountains. Ji Hongyue also wanted to go. The rice in the brigade was growing well, and he didn't need to watch it every day. He wanted to check out the mountains. Mainly, he was curious about what Tang Yuan and Feng Chan were doing in the mountains. Not in that way, but to see what secret production they were engaged in and if there was anything he could learn from them. Initially, he thought he'd have to argue with Feng Chan for a while, but this time Feng Chan agreed readily. Ji Hongyue couldn't quite believe it. Was he really being so agreeable all of a sudden? When they reached the bottom of the mountain and he looked up, he nearly fainted on the spot. No way. Climb from here? This wasn't being agreeable. This was trying to kill him. Fortunately, the expert didn't actually want him dead. While he wasn't as attentive as he was with Tang Yuan, he wouldn't leave him behind either. He received the same treatment as Tang Yuan, able to use the safety rope system, but only after Tang Yuan went up first. He was worried sick. Feng Chen, I'm much heavier than Yuan. Will this harness hold me? Feng-chan, don't worry. It's reinforced with steel wire and very strong vines. It can handle 2 of you easily. Ji Hongyue suspected that Feng-chan was just trying to reassure him. Where could Feng-chan get steel-reinforced ropes in the countryside? The rope looked strange, not like something made by a proper manufacturer. It must be his personal stash. But Ji Hongyue was still a young man full of passion, having faced danger before. He had been adventurous even as a child. Climbing a mountain shouldn't scare him now. I'll climb. Of course, Feng-chan had to pull him up several times during the ascent, eventually lifting him like a bucket of water. Ji Hongyue collapsed at the cave entrance, asking Feng-chan to drag him inside since his limbs were too tired to move. Feng-chan, can't you find a place with a slightly less steep incline? This is almost vertical, it's terrifying. Feng-chan, other areas are either cliffs or even steeper. After hauling Ji Hongyue up, he still had to go back down for their luggage. Ji Hongyue watched in amazement. What kind of stamina was this? If he joined the military, wouldn't he rise through the ranks quickly? Even if he didn't become a battalion commander soon, he'd certainly be a top soldier. And yet, he was content to farm in the mountains? Because Ji Hongyue was with them, they took longer than expected. By the time they descended from the north side, it was completely dark. Tang Yuan had come down earlier and started a large bonfire next to the cave, using herbs to fumigate it, then starting a fire to warm the bed and cook dinner. Sure enough, 2 snakes slithered out of the cave. Fortunately, they were harmless grass snakes. With the expert hunting for meat and a small lake nearby for fish, Tang Yuan didn't want to eat snake anymore. She planned to feed the snakes to the wild chickens tomorrow. Dinner was simple coarse grain porridge with diced smoked meat and a small pot of blanched vegetables. It provided carbohydrates, protein, and vitamins, making it a balanced meal. Ji Hongyue's legs were still shaking when he came down. He didn't bother checking out the changes in the valley and instead sat by the fire, complaining to Tang Yuan. For a moment, I really thought I would fall to my death. Tang Yuan giggled, scooping a bowl of cooled porridge for him. Quickly replenish your strength. Ji Hongyue was curious. Aren't you scared? Tang Yuan. I trust Feng-chan. He's very capable. If he says it's safe, it definitely is. He carried her up the mountain without hesitation but didn't take her across swollen streams carelessly. Ji Hongyue gave them a thumbs up. You two are truly meant for each other. Tang Yuan's cheeks turned slightly red. She coughed lightly and said confidently, that's right. We're engaged. She and the expert had a fake engagement, but everyone else believed it was real, so she couldn't let on. Ji Hongyue winked at Feng-chan. Feng-chan ignored him, appreciating the compliment about them being a perfect match. He washed his hands and feet and came over to eat. Seeing a wild chicken egg in his bowl but none in Tang Yuan's, he transferred the egg to her bowl. Tang Yuan refused. You expended a lot of energy climbing. You should eat more. There was only 1 egg left in the cave, but fortunately, it hadn't gone bad, so she boiled it. Feng-chan gently split the egg in half and placed the larger yolk portion in Tang Yuan's bowl. Ji Hongyue watched in astonishment, then glanced at his own bowl. He felt excluded. These two were too sweet. Had they taken their fake relationship to a real one? After dinner, Feng-chan asked Ji Hongyue to wash the dishes and pots while he helped Tang Yuan dry out all the bedding to remove any dampness. These past few days saw 2 heavy rains. Although the cave wouldn't flood, it still became damp, as moisture would seep in from the inside. Ji Hongyue looked at Feng-chan's domesticated goodman appearance and felt a bit disoriented. He wasn't this attentive at home. But he didn't dare to voice his opinion, lest Feng-chan make him sleep in the small cave. At least now he could still sleep near the boss. Although climbing mountains was tiring, they were all young with good sleep quality, so 1 night's rest would restore their energy. The next morning when the sky was just beginning to lighten, Tang Yuan woke up. The valley was filled with the chirping of birds, making it hard to fall back asleep. Ji Hongyue naturally couldn't sleep in either. Feng-chan didn't bring him here to laze around. As soon as it was light, he was woken up by a pat. Ji Hongyue stretched and walked out of the cave, stunned speechless by the sight before him. Was this still the valley he had come to before? The bird songs made the valley seem even more serene. Below, the lake was like a mirror. The water fields were neatly divided, and wildflowers flourished. Streams flowed from the spring near the cave, fish swam in the small pond, and there were vegetable plots and flower beds below. The flower beds looked casual, as if dug randomly, with some unknown wildflowers and grasses blooming in purple, red, pink, white, and yellow. He couldn't help but start reciting Peach Blossom Spring. Feng-chan, however, handed him a machete. Go chop bamboo. He didn't bring you here to enjoy the scenery. This time Feng-chan brought Ji Hongyue for work. Tang Yuan had made many plans. Transplanting medicinal herbs, fruit trees, and other plants like goji berries, jujubes, Sichuan pepper, and oil trees. They also needed to build a bamboo raft. Now he didn't want Tang Yuan doing these rough tasks. The more he understood her, the more he felt she resembled the researchers from the agricultural college in the previous world. They wore lab coats and smart helmets, studying and caring for precious plants without ever venturing into dangerous industries. Since Tang Yuan didn't have a smart helmet, she could wear a straw hat, tie a handkerchief, carry her notebook and pen and inspect things. Hearing that they were going to chop bamboo and build a raft, Tang Yuan didn't want to cook alone, so she asked Feng Chan to bring a double-eared iron pot and an appropriate amount of food to cook on site. Then Feng Chan caught a few fat bamboo rats in the bamboo forest, cleaned them, and stewed them in a pot. Tang Yuan picked mushrooms nearby. Summer rains were abundant, and each rain brought a mushroom feast, growing densely together. Finding one meant finding a whole patch. While the local mushrooms weren't as diverse as those in the south, wild mushrooms were always delicious. Tang Yuan only picked the ones she knew were safe, avoiding any she wasn't familiar with to prevent any accidents, as there was no omnipotent Yunnan hospital here. Besides mushrooms, there were various wild vegetables. Though most were old, new tender leaves and hearts could be picked. Most wild vegetables were medicinal, each with its own benefits, either cooling the body or reducing swelling. It took them 2 days to build the bamboo raft. Then they used vines to bind it and weighted it down in the water to soak for another 2 days, ensuring it wouldn't fall apart before testing it. For 2 more days they worked in the rice fields, where the main weeds were barnyard grass. Barnyard grass competed with rice for nutrients, so they had to pull it out whenever they saw it. Xie Junli recognized this weed and helped Feng Chan check the fields, not letting Tang Yuan get wet. Afterward, they planted the necessary saplings and fruit trees in the newly cleared fields and transplanted some medicinal herbs in the designated mixed farming plots. They found a few wild yams and marked them. After several days of work, Xie Junli felt more exhausted than ever. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, he sighed, "Farmers really do have it tough." When he truly has the power to govern a county, he vowed to treat farmers better. He wouldn't belittle them for their lack of education or being tied to the land, nor would he exploit them. Agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Farmers are the cornerstone of the country. He swore he would never break this vow. Sitting on the ground, Tang Yuan rested and laughed. No profession is easy. If everyone held a grievance-sharing conference, everyone would have their share of complaints. Workers suffer too. Some single-income families live in tiny 10-square-meter rooms, feeling they are the most unfortunate. Rural officials also suffer, feeling the pressure from superiors and dealing with unenlightened farmers, often living in rural areas like farmers themselves. Urban officials also suffer, feeling overworked, underpaid, and constantly facing the risk of scrutiny. Everyone sees their own hardships and feels them deeply, amplifying their own pain while others' struggles seem lighter, mere words and tears, impossible to fully empathize with. So grassroots officials need to immerse themselves in the lives of farmers like Xie Junli, understanding their hardships to appreciate their difficulties. Leaders who can empathize downward are true leaders. Only by focusing on the superior's moods can one be considered merely a good subordinate. Tang Yuan poked Xie Junli's head and praised him. "Comrade Xie, I believe you will definitely be a good official who cares for the people. In the future, the annals of Binxian County should have a vivid portrayal of you." Xie Junli. "Don't praise me yet, I haven't done anything substantial yet." Tang Yuan. "Didn't we get rice in our brigade? That was all thanks to you. You can't dismiss your achievements as small. Some officials, despite their positions, do nothing beneficial for the people, only causing harm. You, however, have brought us tangible benefits. Even the smallest benefit is an achievement if someone benefits from it." Xie Junli felt his spirits lift. Tang Yuan was truly magical. No matter how frustrated he felt, talking with her always lifted his mood. He felt she could be his teacher. Feng Chan planted the last sour jujube sapling and said to the two, "We still have time. Let's try the bamboo raft." Tang Yuan got up, patted the dirt off her bottom, and happily followed him. Lying on the ground, Xie Junli decided to retract his earlier praise for Tang Yuan. This girl had no manners. Good thing Feng Chan didn't mind the details and valued her inner qualities, or else he would have been scared away. He got up, wiped the dirt off his face haphazardly, and followed them. Sitting on the bamboo raft, Tang Yuan marveled once again at how capable Feng Chan was. Was there anything he couldn't do? Cutting bamboo, assembling the raft, and then effortlessly controlling its speed and direction in the water. How could you be so skilled? She sat on a small wooden stool on the raft, looking up at Feng Chan with a smile, giving him a big thumbs up. Feng Chan looked down at her, his eyes crinkling in a smile. "Xie Junli, what am I doing here? I shouldn't be on this raft, I should be in the water." After a while, he heard Tang Yuan humming a song. "Little bamboo raft floats in the river, majestic green mountains walk along both banks, heavy revolutionary burdens on our shoulders, the party's teachings in our hearts." He clapped. "That sounds nice. What song is that?" Tang Yuan was surprised. "You've never heard it?" Xie Junli shook his head. Tang Yuan realized that The Red Star Shines Brightly hadn't been released yet, so she evaded the question vaguely. Xie Junli didn't press further but memorized those few lines, finding them particularly moving. The next morning before dawn they went hunting in the mountains. The night before, Tang Yuan had prepared plenty of dry rations. On the third day before dawn, they set off downstream on the bamboo raft. Due to recent heavy rains during the flood season, several reservoirs nearby were releasing water, causing the mountain streams to rise significantly. This made it convenient for them to directly paddle to Shibankin. They just needed to follow the current and make a turn, then follow the large river at the foot of the mountain. Encountering strong currents was no problem with Fengchen around, and they spent a night on the shore. The next evening, as the sun turned red and hung low over West Mountain, they arrived at the foot of Shibankin. Once again they received a warm welcome from the villagers, especially the children, who ran home to call their parents. Song Jinbao rushed down to greet his brother Zheng. Song Jinbao's suntanned skin gleamed, making his teeth appear even whiter. He greeted them enthusiastically. "Brother Zheng's sister-in-law, why did you take so long? I waited at the foot of the mountain after the wheat harvest, but in vain for several days." Fengchen, disliking idle chatter, briefly explained that the rain delayed the wheat harvest, and they had been busy plowing and planting afterward. Now things were slightly easier, allowing him to take leave. He introduced Ji Hongyue, mentioning only his surname Lin. Ji Hongyue's mother's surname was Lin. Song Jinbao smiled and greeted them, then asked Fengchen, "Did your brigade's wheat get wet?" Fengchen, "Just a bit at the end." Song Jinbao, "That's great. When I went to the commune to buy supplies, I heard that many villages' wheat was ruined by the heavy rain. Their rainfall was much heavier than ours. Oh, not meeting the public grain quota must be terrible." After exchanging pleasantries with Fengchen, he spoke to Tang Yuan and Ji Hongyue. "Sister-in-law, you came at the right time. Our village has been grinding new wheat flour together these past few days, making dumplings and large steamed buns for offerings. We'll make sure you eat well." Tang Yuan smiled. "It looks like another bumper wheat harvest for you. Congratulations." They entered Shibankin laughing and chatting. Although Song Jinbao was smiling, Tang Yuan sensed something strange about the village's atmosphere. The last time she visited, it was during the busy farming season, and the villagers seemed relaxed. This time, however, the passers-by looked worried, and some even appeared tense. What had happened in the village? Chapter 49: A Gentle Kiss. Chapter 49: A Gentle Kiss. They carried their prey to Captain Song's house, where Auntie Song was preparing dinner. Seeing them approach, she warmly greeted them. With no conflict of interests and regular meat exchanges, they were considered esteemed guests in the village, deserving of proper hospitality. She served everyone mung bean soup, even adding a piece of caramel candy to Tang Yuan's bowl. Tang Yuan sat on a small chair, sipping her soup slowly from a large bowl, while Fengchen and Ji Hongyue quickly finished theirs and went over to inspect the prey with Song Jinbao. Song Sanmei, upon hearing that Brother Zheng had arrived, rushed back only to see Tang Yuan sitting on a small chair drinking mung bean soup. Instantly, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Recently, her family had been arranging blind dates for her, but none of the men met her standards. Having seen someone better, she couldn't help but compare her suitors to him. One wasn't as tall, another not as handsome, and none as capable. As the daughter of the team leader, she had grown up being pampered in the village. As long as she stayed within the team, she was treated like a little princess. Accustomed to getting what she wanted, she believed everyone should cater to her. This brother Zheng didn't even give her a proper glance, which infuriated her. She didn't blame Fengchen for ignoring her. Instead, she blamed Tang Yuan for always following him around, thinking that it was because of Tang Yuan that Fengchen didn't look at her. If it weren't for Tang Yuan, Brother Zheng might have already developed feelings for her. Tang Yuan, meeting Song Sanmei's cold, dagger-like gaze, paid it no mind and continued chatting with Auntie Song while sipping her soup. She wanted to find out about the strange atmosphere in the village. Could it be that the pretense of poverty had been discovered by higher-ups? Auntie Song, who wasn't particularly cunning, didn't guard herself against Tang Yuan and soon revealed the truth. This year I don't know what happened. Just a few rains and several fields collapsed. In previous years there were heavier rains, yet nothing happened. It turned out that since the heavy rain in late April, several more rains had followed. Heavy rains, moderate rains, and light rains alternated, causing the mountain terraces to collapse under the constant waterlogging. 2 cotton fields and 2 cornfields were affected. When the collapse occurred, several members were working in the fields and got injured. They sent the injured to the commune and reported the incident, but they couldn't make it sound too serious, fearing that the commune would send people down to inspect or technical experts to guide the field repairs. After all, the collapsed fields were not officially registered. They had cleared and cultivated these fields themselves without notifying the government or paying taxes. The mountains were vast, and their hidden fields were deep inside, far from outsiders or commune personnel. But if they led them to see the fields, wouldn't their secret be exposed? Of course, she didn't mention the hidden fields to Tang Yuan, only the collapse and the difficulty in repairing them, worried that other fields might also collapse. Tang Yuan felt a slight pang of discomfort upon hearing this. She had previously considered the risk of landslides in mountain terraces during extreme weather, but thought that the locals had their own methods to deal with such issues, so she didn't want to offer unsolicited advice. She planned to suggest improvements after becoming closer to Captain Song, hoping to exchange more wheat. Now, before she could offer any suggestions, several fields had collapsed, injuring people, making her feel guilty. Working as a poverty alleviation officer for a long time had instilled a complex psychology, shaped by different experiences and environments. Initially, she projected her affection for her grandparents onto the farmers, feeling passionate and sincere. However, after encountering betrayal, she quickly changed her mindset, believing that some people were destined to be poor due to their laziness, greed, and deceitfulness, and deserved their fate. She once wanted to escape from her job, but then encountered genuine cases of poverty. Widowed elderly women and young girls denied education by their parents. Helping them, she received their efforts and smiles in return, leading her to understand her purpose. She decided to work for those who deserved it, rather than catering to greedy slackers. Over time, helping more people made her feel responsible when she couldn't assist those suffering. She wondered if she could have done more to alleviate their hardships. Later, she underwent psychological counseling, accepting that poverty alleviation was a job, not a personal responsibility. She didn't need to feel guilty about others' poverty. After all, she wasn't a saint or a savior, just an ordinary poverty alleviation officer. Still, she couldn't help but be affected, perhaps due to professional ethics, similar to how doctors and nurses instinctively help strangers in emergencies and feel uneasy if they can't provide timely assistance. This was the conscience instilled by their profession. Understanding this, Tang Yuan didn't feel overly burdened, knowing the reasons behind her feelings and quickly adjusting. She said to Auntie Song, "Is Captain Song still busy in the fields? This time we brought a very knowledgeable, educated youth. He's even better than the county technicians and can definitely help." Auntie Song's eyes lit up at the news. If he could help, it would be wonderful. Her husband had been so anxious lately that he couldn't eat or sleep properly, developing a large boil on his back, making it painful to lie down. She poked her head toward Song Sanmei, who had joined the men, and called out, "Sanmei, go to the fields and bring your father back." Song Sanmei, trying to get closer to Feng Chun by inspecting the prey, found herself unable to stand near him due to the crowd around him. She frowned. "My father will come back on his own. Brother Zheng isn't leaving tonight anyway." Auntie Song, unusually stern with her, urged her to go, and Song Sanmei reluctantly ran off to fetch him. Captain Song was leading a team to inspect the problematic terraces in the mountains. After all, they weren't professional terrace builders, so their work had inherent risks. After several heavy rains, no, not just this year's rains, but over the years since the terraces were built, day by day and year by year, the fields finally collapsed. If it were just a few plots, it wouldn't be a big issue, but there were other sections that also looked problematic. They might not collapse today or tomorrow, but they could very well do so next month or the month after. Should they abandon these terraces? In fact, the brigade didn't only have narrow terraces. There were also many large, flat fields passed down from their ancestors, which were fine. However, the old fields weren't enough to feed everyone in the brigade, which is why they had secretly cut down trees to create more farmland. They had only enjoyed a few good days before encountering such trouble again. It was truly worrying. The production team leaders and squad leaders were at a loss too, suggesting that they could only give up on those terraces. At this moment, Song Sanmei came panting to call for someone. "Dad, Mother told you to go back quickly. Brother Zheng brought an educated youth who's better than a technician." An educated youth? What's so impressive about an educated youth? Captain Song didn't take it seriously. Those educated youths were just junior high school students who couldn't find jobs or continue their education in the city. Ordinary members thought they were knowledgeable, but he didn't think so. They couldn't carry loads or do manual labor, and when sent to the countryside, they would only waste the brigade's food, unable to contribute much, let alone earn their own rations. That's why he claimed his brigade was poor and refused to accept any educated youths. It was also to keep their secrets hidden. As night fell, he called everyone to disperse and followed his daughter home. When they arrived, dinner was being served. Song Jinbao quickly introduced Brother Lin to his father, praising how cultured and capable Brother Lin was. This, of course, was all due to Tang Yuan's promotion. Ji Hongyue's acting skills were already masterful, perfectly playing the role of an educated youth, as Captain Song didn't know him anyway. To honor their distinguished guest, Mother Song prepared a few special dishes and set a table for Captain Song and the others to dine with the guest. Song Sanmei noticed that Tang Yuan was sitting at the men's table with Feng Chun instead of joining the women and children, and immediately voiced her displeasure. "Mother, she's a woman, why is she at the men's table?" Mother Song patted her, telling her to be quiet. Was she trying to embarrass herself? "Your father will find someone who cherishes you, and then you can sit at the table too." Song Sanmei huffed. "I don't care." Tang Yuan sitting at the men's table didn't bother Captain Song. He had noticed last time that this young couple was particularly affectionate, with the man always protecting his wife, seeming inseparable. They were just here to trade for grain, not to become part of his family, so why should he interfere? But when the topic turned to the collapsed terraces, he found that the young wife spoke with remarkable insight, pinpointing the core of the problem with one sentence. Tang Yuan. Captain, the collapsed terraces were ones you cleared by cutting down trees, right? There were some large, flat fields in the mountains that wouldn't collapse. If they did, half the mountain would come down with them. The ones that could collapse and injure people were likely those originally unsuitable for farming, where people forcibly cleared land by cutting down trees. The terrain wasn't flat enough, so the terraces they created were naturally narrow. Removing tree roots destabilized the soil, leading to inevitable collapses. Captain Song nodded. Ah, you've also come from the mountains, so you understand how difficult life is for us living in the mountains. With few fields and a large population, they faced hunger every year. He had to find ways to ensure everyone was fed, right? Tang Yuan knew their location was even worse than Tongja village. Tongja village was at the foot of the mountain, while they lived deep in the mountains. Ji Hongyue and Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, showing understanding and sympathy. Feng Chan didn't comment. He quietly listened to what Tang Yuan said, absorbing her knowledge. Tang Yuan and Ji Hongyue went out to discuss and returned with suggestions for Captain Song. Captain Song, you should rework the narrow terraces, reducing the number of plots and increasing their size. Larger fields would be less prone to collapse. By combining several plots into one larger plot, the base would be wider and safer. Trees should be planted around the terraces to stabilize the soil and prevent erosion, otherwise, all the terraces will eventually collapse. That was bound to happen sooner or later. Song Sanmei hid to the side and eavesdropped, snorting. That tiny patch of land, how can you plant crops if you grow trees there? Isn't it precisely for planting crops that they cut down the trees? Her voice was low, but Tang Yuan could hear her mumbling behind her and didn't take it seriously. Those who have worked as poverty alleviation officers always have excellent composure. What if your poverty alleviation target says his 40-year-old son is in his early 30s, and you, at 25, are almost 32 and suggests you marry his son? Would you be angry? What if your poverty alleviation target says it's convenient since you're from City X, and his nephew is also from there, and asks you to arrange a school district house for him to attend a key high school? Would you be angry? When you say you can't do it, and during the follow-up visit they complain about your bad attitude, saying you never visited their home to inquire about their difficulties and never provided any assistance, and all you did was play on the computer and enjoy the air conditioning in the office. Would you be angry? Would you be angry? Even if you were, what could you do? Leaders would say not to let personal emotions affect your work. Learn to adjust and focus on doing your job well. Before she transmigrated, her composure might not have been perfect, but after transmigration with such a drastic change in environment, what else could be wrong? She wasn't angry at all. Why should a person from the 21st century get angry with someone from the 20th century? There's no internet in the village yet. Captain Song felt this aligned with his thoughts. But what kind of trees should we plant? Tang Yuan. Broomcorn, millet, cotton thorn and the like. Shrubs that prevent wind erosion, don't block sunlight, and have multiple uses. They are truly great helpers for humans. Captain Song's eyes lit up. Will those small shrubs really work? He had previously looked down on those shrubs, thinking they weren't very useful and that preventing landslides might require replanting large trees. Tang Yuan. Yes, with regular maintenance, once the roots spread out, they will be quite sturdy. Of course, this isn't a one-time solution. They still need to improve soil quality, increase its cohesiveness, and reduce the rate of desertification. Captain Song knew nothing about this. Some farmland has overly sticky soil, making it impossible to walk or plow after rain without waiting for it to dry somewhat. Other fields are too loose, causing rainwater to flow away before the crops can absorb it. Tang Yuan suggested increasing the content of animal manure, humus, and green manure. Even if it can't be solved immediately, gradual improvement is better than none. The amount of animal manure is limited, so using humus from the mountains or directly decomposing leaves, grass, wood ash and lime, then burying them in the fields is an alternative. After several cycles of cultivation, the soil quality will significantly improve. Of course, new green manure must be added annually to maintain soil conditions. Otherwise, they will gradually deteriorate. Tang Yuan always shared these ideas freely, hoping to break them down and teach everyone. Captain Song nodded frequently, respecting Tang Yuan by not smoking his pipe, instead putting tobacco in his mouth and sucking on it without lighting it. Last time, he noticed the young wife didn't like the smell of smoke and would go outside when he smoked. Captain Song, enjoying the conversation, instructed his sons late at night. Quickly, grind more flour overnight. He also asked his wife to prepare dough that night to make egg and meat-filled buns for the esteemed guests in the morning. Tang Yuan didn't refuse but brightened up and gave Captain Song another suggestion. Captain, your mountain area is rich in resources. You can raise chickens and ducks in the mountains. Raising sheep might be inconvenient since they need a lot of grass. And they've expanded the arable land where grass used to grow, leaving no place to feed sheep. But free-range chickens are easy to raise. In summer and autumn, they can find food themselves in the mountains. If there's no grain to feed them in winter, they can be slaughtered for meat. Chickens raised in spring and slaughtered in winter would be delicious young chickens. Captain Song wasn't particularly enthusiastic about raising chickens, because they might damage the crops if allowed to roam freely. If raised in the mountains, weasels and rats could harm them. Moreover, would the chickens stay obediently in the mountains? They might run all over the place, and the number lost might exceed the number raised. He was only interested in Tang Yuan's suggestions for improving soil quality and preventing soil erosion, asking for detailed explanations and urging Tang Yuan and Lin Jiqing to elaborate. Just talking wasn't enough, so he asked his wife to fry some steamed bun slices for Tang Yuan to eat. At this time there were no snacks, and steamed bun slices dipped in sugar made a good dessert. Who could casually eat fine flour and sugar? Tang Yuan was already full. Mother Song's large, firm steamed buns were chewy and sweet, and she could eat a whole one without any side dishes. This was a special treat, as they usually only made such buns for ancestral offerings, not for everyday consumption, which typically included coarse grains. They happened to catch this opportunity, and Tang Yuan ate until she was stuffed. They talked until nearly 10 o'clock, and Captain Song reluctantly and a bit embarrassedly said goodbye, telling them to go to sleep quickly. Aunt Song is so thoughtful. She arranged for Tang Yuan and Feng Chun to share the same bed, but placed Ji Hongyue in her son's room. Ji Hongyue. This isn't right, is it? Why isn't Tang Yuan sharing a bed with Aunt Song's daughter, while he, Feng Chun, and Aunt Song's son share another bed? Treating an outsider like this, are you sure that's okay? Of course he doesn't doubt Feng Chun. He knows Feng Chun is very proper. Sometimes he even admires Feng Chun's self-control, being able to stay so calm next to the girl he likes most. He's truly extraordinary. Feng Chun naturally enjoys sharing a bed with Tang Yuan, as he can protect her and keep her close. It's also convenient to sweat mosquitoes for her. Tang Yuan is more accustomed to sharing a room and bed with Feng Chun. It was her request from the beginning after all. Sleeping with a big shot gives her a great sense of security. Besides, since the big shot doesn't like women, what's the difference between sleeping with a reliable person of the same gender? She lies down and falls asleep soundly and quickly. After all, climbing mountains is exhausting, and she was kept up half the night chatting with Captain Song. She's been incredibly tired. Looking at Tang Yuan's peaceful sleeping face, Feng Chun feels a sense of tranquility. When he first crossed over, he would see the devastated base, the sky filled with volcanic ash, and the desolate landscape whenever he closed his eyes. During his survival alone in the end times, even zombies were no longer considered enemies. In the face of nature's power, any virus was trivial. Humans, zombies, mutated animals, and plants, all headed towards extinction. This serene and content sleeping face gradually covers those painful memories. He and the girl he loves sleeping in the same bed without any reaction? Of course there is a reaction, but he can control it. For him, her existence means more than possessing her. Even in his past life, he wasn't controlled by the typical male hormones. After all, if he were so easily controlled, how could he have become the top warrior? Men who acted on their urges recklessly died off in the first wave of chaos. Yet, at this moment, he still felt something unusual. This feeling drove him to give her a light kiss on the side of her hair. Then he lay down contentedly beside her and slept until morning. The moment Tang Yuan woke up, she smelled the fragrance of steamed buns. Aunt Song got up before dawn to fry eggs, chop vegetables, and prepare fillings, then led her daughter-in-law to make buns. Captain Song went out early with his eldest son and several other team leaders to inspect the fields, giving instructions and assigning tasks to their respective teams. After Tang Yuan finished washing up, Aunt Song handed her a small basin full of delicious, greasy buns, filled with eggs, wood ear mushrooms, carrots, lard and vegetables, and pure meat. Yesterday, the meat Feng Chun brought was used to make the tenderest filling for the buns. They had to treat their esteemed guests well. They were specially hired technicians for the brigade. That was what the old man muttered last night. Captain Song came back covered in mud, looking for Tang Yuan and smiling. "Daughter, your brigade isn't busy right now, is it? Why not stay a few more days at our place? We can go into the mountains, pick some wild fruits. There are plenty of delicious wild fruits in these mountains." Tang Yuan looked at Feng Chun, who naturally followed her lead. Ji Hongyue was keen on exploring. As a county official with ambitions, he wanted to understand all the brigades, not just the forward brigade. So Tang Yuan agreed to stay 2 more days. During these 2 days, they accompanied Captain Song to inspect the fields in the mountains, providing on-site advice for improvements. Although Tang Yuan initially praised Lin Jiqing, she believed she was even better. But she didn't ask any more questions, focusing only on professional advice for improving the fields. When they got tired, Captain Song had a few young men carry her using a special tool similar to a sedan chair, which was once used by wealthy landlords to patrol their fields. Feng Chun wanted to carry her, but she felt embarrassed, mainly because she didn't want him to tire himself out. The big shot was one of them. They were supposed to stay for 2 days but ended up staying 4 more days, helping Captain Song adjust the planting structure and suggesting they plant earlierMy on some slopes. EarlierMy can stabilize soil, prevent erosion, and has good economic benefits and many uses. Captain Song adopted all her suggestions and was immensely grateful to the three of them. He sincerely said to them, "From now on we'll take care of your food supply, only the finest flour." He couldn't promise for all three as brother Xing eats a lot, equivalent to several people, and Lin Jiqing receives subsidies from the city so they don't need to worry about him. Feeding and taking care of this daughter is definitely manageable. Tang Yuan naturally refused. It was already good enough that they could help exchange for grain. Even if they didn't, she would still guide them. Seeing that Tang Yuan was unwilling, Feng Chun said to Captain Song, "It's great if Captain Song can continue to exchange grain with us. His wife, he could support himself, he didn't need others to take care of her." Captain Song was not the same type as Tang Bingda. He was particularly shrewd and adept at handling situations. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was smooth in all directions. He never put on a serious face, especially not towards esteemed guests, whom he treated warmly and kindly. Right, brother Zheng is top-notch whether it's hunting or farming. Supporting his family is no problem. We just want to express our gratitude. If we can't do so, we won't feel at ease. You must accept the extra grain. Please don't refuse it. He gave them 50 extra pounds of wheat, enough for Tang Yuan to eat for over a month. If he gave more, he was afraid it would be too heavy for the three of them to carry, considering the mountainous journey. This time, besides exchanging wheat and flour, they also exchanged some daily necessities, sugar, salt, kerosene, and bought a large bundle of toilet paper. Captain Song had sent his son to the commune specifically to buy this for Tang Yuan. On their way back, they took a detour to avoid the upstream section, which added half a day to their journey before they reached their residence. Upon returning, Feng Chan immediately went to work with Ji Hongyue. They were transplanting tree seedlings and herbs, tasks that could be done anytime and were never ending. Meanwhile, outside the mountains, Tang Xiang finally managed to get some leave and arrived in Binxian County with Song Huazhang. She and Song Huazhang discussed for a long time but couldn't find any way to make money other than selling herbs to the county hospital. Collect eggs to sell in the city? It takes nearly 2 days to travel from Tongja village, walking part of the way through the mountains before catching a ride into the city. What eggs wouldn't break? Besides, where would they collect eggs? Most families in the commune barely have enough eggs to trade for matches, kerosene, and salt. Selling chickens and ducks? That's even less realistic. When others transmigrate, they usually have a mysterious space or system, allowing the heroine to create something out of nothing and do business without capital. She, however, came through empty-handed with nothing. Tang Xiang couldn't help but complain. Why give her the chance to transmigrate without a golden finger? Recently, she felt pressured and believed she must earn money. Otherwise, the constant arguments at home were too annoying. Before, her second brother wanted a wife. Now that he has one, he wants eggs and chicken soup to nourish her. Grandma Tang naturally wasn't willing, leading to more arguments. It's all because of poverty. If they had money, there wouldn't be so much noise. Tang Xiang didn't really want to get involved, but there were still 4 years until 1977. For these 4 years, she had to live with her family. Unable to escape the chaotic situation, she could only try to improve it. Song Huazhang not only didn't think she was overdoing it, but considered her a kind-hearted girl. A girl as kind, filial, and caring as her was rare. Having been tormented by his stepmother since childhood, with his father siding with her like a stepfather, he hadn't experienced much family warmth. Deep down, he yearned for it. When he was sick, he felt maternal warmth from Tang Xiang, who cared deeply for him. He believed she would be a good wife and mother after marriage. He was willing to help her overcome difficulties, which would deepen her feelings for him. Let's go directly to Accountant Feng's house and give the gift to his wife, asking her to help secure a quota for medicinal herbs. Previously, when they approached Accountant Feng, he refused, probably because he had given the quota to Feng Chan. However, they believed he wouldn't have only that much quota. Sometimes going through the family route is easier. Chapter 50. Can you take a beating? Chapter 50. Can you take a beating? Uncle Feng's family lived in a small courtyard next to the county hospital, where they had their own space and enjoyed a comfortable life without having to share with others. Tang Xiang and Song Huazhang hesitated for a moment as they approached Uncle Feng's door, holding their bags. Song Huazhang. What's wrong? Tang Xiang couldn't help but lift her arm to smell herself, showing disgust as she complained. It stinks. She moved closer to Song Huazhang. Song Huazhang sniffed seriously. A bit, but not much. Tang Xiang's face darkened even more. She wanted Song Huazhang to say something like, "You smell nice, what's the problem?" instead of confirming that she smelled bad. Such a straight man. She pouted. It's not good to visit people smelling like this. They might refuse us if we stink. Song Huazhang laughed. That's easy to fix. We can get a room at the nearby guest house and take a shower. In the city, there were public baths, but they belonged to various units and streets and required special bath tickets, which were not available to outsiders. They could get bath tickets by booking a room at the guest house. Tang Xiang's cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head slightly, giving Song Huazhang a slightly reproachful look. Song Huazhong quickly waved his hands. No, I didn't mean it like that. We just need to take a shower. Tang Xiang immediately smiled. I didn't mean anything else either. The two of them ran to the guest house to book a room and get bath tickets. Recently, Uncle Feng had been busy with mid-year accounting, so he would eat dinner at the hospital and work until around 9 before heading home. Today, when he returned, he noticed his wife Yang Xuan looking particularly pleased and casually asked, "Any good news?" Yang Xuan smiled gently. "Just living our lives, nothing special." Then she chided him. "You've been coming home too late lately." Uncle Feng replied, "It's the accounting. It'll be over in a few days." "Where's Feng Yi?" Feng Yi was their younger daughter, 16 years old and in high school. Yang Xuan said, "She went to Dean Zhang's house to watch TV with her friend and will stay there tonight." Televisions were rare back then, expensive and a symbol of status, and only those in certain positions were eligible to buy one. Feng Yi and Dean Zhang's daughter had been close friends since childhood and often slept together now. Yang Xuan felt quite proud of this. Uncle Feng didn't say anything more, rolled up his sleeves, washed his hands and face, and planned to rest early after a long day. Yang Xuan prepared a large basin of foot-soaking water with herbal medicine, making it a deep brown color. "Old Feng, soak your feet to relieve some fatigue." Uncle Feng grumbled about how hot it was to soak his feet in summer, but still obediently put his feet in. Yang Xuan also brought a chair and sat opposite him, soaking her feet alongside him. This was a small pleasure they shared as a couple, from their young dating days to now. Back then it was romantic, but after decades the feeling had faded. Uncle Feng asked, "What is it?" Usually this meant his wife had something to say. Yang Xuan smiled. "Just soaking our feet, what's the matter?" Uncle Feng closed his eyes slightly to rest. Working in the hospital for years, he had picked up some health tips. After a while, he heard his wife speak. "Old Feng, can't we increase our herbal medicine quota?" The county hospital had a fixed annual quota for collecting herbs, divided into the amount to be submitted and the amount retained for use. The hospital and the county health department split it equally. Besides a few leaders, he, as the accountant, also had a quota. They wouldn't collect the herbs themselves but could ask members below to deliver them regularly. They didn't even need to collect them personally. The hospital would return the difference in price after collecting the herbs. The difference was between the government set purchase price and the actual price paid to the members. Rural farmers valued any extra income, so they wouldn't demand a higher price for gathering wild herbs. They were happy to accept whatever the hospital offered, considering it additional income. Of course, common herbs were cheap, while rare ones were more expensive. He shook his head slightly. It's already a challenge to maintain the current quota. Increasing it is impossible. Where could they get an increase? Would other directors give theirs up? Or would the higher-ups collect more and make patients buy more? Even if the superiors take more, the leaders still want to get more for themselves. It's not his turn yet. Yang Xuan wasn't really concerned about the increase. She said, "Old Feng, you see, Feng Chun doesn't come to deliver every month. How about allocating 20 pounds from his quota each month?" Today, those two young people brought valuable gifts to ask for her help. They gave a pack of milk powder, a large bag of candy, a box of imported chocolates, plus a cashmere scarf and a gold-plated pen for her. These are indeed valuable gifts. All they want is a monthly quota of 20 pounds of medicinal herbs. Of course, the price for such relationship-based procurement is higher than the set price for the cooperative members who supply the herbs. After all, one has to make a profit too. Uncle Feng frowned and pursed his lips. "That's for Feng Chan, it can't be touched." Seeing him refuse without hesitation, Yang Xuan felt annoyed and laughed dryly. "Old Feng, you see." Uncle Feng interrupted her. "Xuan, my mother stayed in the countryside and didn't come to live with us even when she was sick in bed. It was all done by Feng Chan. If not for Feng Chan, the old lady would have had to rely on him, as he is the eldest son. Back then father passed away early. Because I did well in school, mother and my younger brother supported me. It sounds simple, but those days were hard to endure. I studied at school while mother worked grinding mills for others. At first, we couldn't afford a donkey, and her shoulders would often become raw and infected. My younger brother, 3 years younger than me, started doing heavy farm work at 13. During the busy harvest season, he would sometimes fall asleep right in the fields from exhaustion. As the elder brother, I earned money through education but didn't help support the family. Instead, mother and my brother sold their food rations to help me marry. I vowed to repay my mother and brother, but unfortunately, my brother and his wife passed away unexpectedly. Now my mother is taken care of by my nephew at home. Even though my nephew used to be idle and always wanted to find a job in the city, he hasn't done anything outrageous and is taking care of grandma. I know my wife doesn't like Feng Chan, but he is my nephew. Not bringing my nephew to live with us was out of respect for my wife, but I can't completely ignore him either." Yang Xuan patted him. "Old Feng, I'm not stopping you from being filial to your mother. Bringing the old lady here would be appropriate, and I wouldn't object. But Feng Chen is different. He's a nephew idle and lazy. Should he come and compete for resources with our children?" Moreover, why doesn't he stay in the countryside and earn work points by farming? Others can stay in the countryside, so why can't he? Going back to the countryside from the county isn't convenient, so Uncle Feng doesn't go often unless Grandma sends a message or Feng-chan comes to town. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what's happening back home. However, today Tang Xiang and Song Huazhang came to seek favors, and Yang Shuwan chatted with them a bit longer when she heard they were from Tongjia village, asking about the Feng family. Through Tang Xiang, she learned that Feng Chen still doesn't do farm work and spends his days hunting in the mountains. Yang Shuwan was quite unhappy, feeling that Feng Chen relies on their family for support. Although she only gives him 5 yuan a month, which isn't enough to support him, she feels uncomfortable knowing he doesn't earn work points by farming. Additionally, Tang Xiang mentioned that he hunts frequently. Where do the game animals go? Does he eat them himself? Or sell them secretly? Why hasn't he brought any to our family? It's impossible that he never catches anything. As Tang Xiang said, he often brings home wild chickens and rabbits and once even hunted several wild boars. She thought that since Feng-chan can hunt, he should be able to support himself and doesn't need his uncle's help. Thus, the 50-pound monthly quota of medicinal herbs could be returned. Uncle Feng has a total annual quota of 1,000 pounds, but he gives 600 pounds to Feng-chan, leaving only 400 pounds for his cousin. Other leaders who receive quotas buy the herbs at low prices and sell them to the hospital at fixed prices, but Uncle Feng purely helps his nephew benefit without making a profit himself. Feng-chan doesn't come to deliver 50 pounds of herbs every month, which seems like a waste of the quota. If he doesn't deliver, the quota should be given to someone else. Uncle Feng. Herbs aren't delivered monthly. They are sent according to the harvest season. Last time, he said he found wild yams and planted them. Soon he will bring wild yams. Wild yams are heavy, and he might bring 200 or 300 pounds. If the wild yams are of good quality, he plans to help Feng-chan sell them directly to the canteen and hospital staff, so these yams won't count towards the herb quota, allowing his nephew to sell more herbs. Grandma keeps saying she wants to save money for his marriage. This way he can save more money for living expenses. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Yang Shuwan became upset. With a splash, she stomped off in her sandals, no longer wanting to soak her feet with Uncle Feng. Yang Shuwan was furious. If he won't give Feng-chen's quota to her, does she have to squeeze it from her cousin? Her cousin has several children and raising them is not easy. Besides, Feng-chen gets 200 pounds more than her cousin. Even if not all the herbs are expensive, the common ones are worth about 1 yuan per pound, so 200 pounds equal 200 yuan. Uncle Feng has been married to her for 20 years and has always been gentle and compliant with her. But when it comes to his mother and brother-nephew, he becomes stubborn and refuses to yield. It's infuriating. She wiped her feet and got into bed shouting, "You care so much about your nephew. Has he ever thought of you? I heard he hunts in the mountains every day, with more wild chickens and rabbits than he can eat. Yet he never shows respect to you, his uncle." Uncle Feng, however, laughed. "Oh, Feng-chen is now so capable? He knows how to hunt. Is this real or not? He must be selling them to save up for marriage." He calculated that Feng-chen should be coming to the city soon to deliver herbs and buy daily necessities. He reminded Yang Shuwan to keep this month's sugar tickets and snack tickets for when Feng-chan comes over to help buy things to take back for the old lady. The offerings to the old lady weren't much, and Yang Shuwan didn't have much objection to it. Of course, what she resented was that the old lady wouldn't eat the things she gave her but instead saved them all for Feng-chan. Uncle Feng's guess was right. After a few days, Feng-chan did come to the county town. This time he wasn't alone. Tang Yuan came with him. He needed to deliver herbs and bring Tang Yuan to buy some necessary items. Tang Yuan suggested bringing some sika deer meat, wild goat meat, wild boar meat, along with a live pheasant and a live rabbit. The pheasant and rabbit were alive so they could be killed fresh when needed, while the sika deer and wild goat meat were smoked. In the hot summer, raw meat would spoil in 2 days so it had to be salted. Smoked meat tasted better than just salted meat, so Tang Yuan had them all smoked. If it were up to Feng-chan, he wouldn't have given any of these precious foods to Uncle Feng's family. After all, the old man didn't lack food, so why give him meat? But since Tang Yuan suggested it, he didn't want to go against her wishes and reluctantly agreed. He picked out a few pieces of meat for Uncle Feng, hoping he could sell them on the way, which would make it easier to part with them. Tang Yuan couldn't say he was stingy. They had collected herbs for a long time, filling 2 sacks, weighing nearly 200 pounds in total. The herbs Feng-chen delivered were either roughly processed or unprocessed. Some were dried in the sun as required, some air-dried, and some were fresh for the hospital to process themselves. Fresh herbs naturally weighed more. Not wanting to tire Tang Yuan, he borrowed a wooden cart from the team to pull the herbs in her. Tang Bingda, hearing that he was going to the county town, generously offered his mule without being asked. Others could only borrow livestock if they were going to the hospital, but for Feng-chen, the team leader lent him the mule without hesitation. A mule pulling 200 pounds of goods plus 2 people was quite easy. Tang Bingda also reminded him, "Take a gun." The journey from the team to the county involved a long distance and mountain roads, where there might be bandits. Each team had a few idle troublemakers who were not restrained by the team and spent their days stealing chickens, grain and robbing travelers, always looking for an easy way out. Feng Chan had already repaired the team's guns and modified one for Tang Yuan. The barrel was only half as long, reducing recoil and making it easier to aim, and he had made sure it wouldn't jam. Tang Yuan carried the gun now, though without ammunition, which was kept in her pocket, ready to be loaded when needed. Before leaving, Feng Chan had taught Tang Yuan how to use the gun, aim and shoot. She had a steady hand and good aim, and most importantly, she was brave. Tang Yuan didn't tell him that in her previous life, she had handled guns during university military training and practiced shooting with 2 retired officers working in the township government. She had learned basic self-defense techniques and how to drive a tractor. Carrying the gun, Tang Yuan sat on the cart's shaft with Feng Chan, her left leg bent and her right leg swinging down. Thinking about Feng Chan's bravery and agility while hunting, she couldn't help but hold the gun and pretend to aim. She imagined if several wolves suddenly appeared in front or to the side, she would need to stay calm, load the gun, aim and pull the trigger. Bang! She wondered if she could hit the target with one shot, probably not, so she'd need to stay even calmer. Seeing her enthusiasm for the gun, Feng Chan felt his efforts hadn't been in vain, as modifying a gun with rudimentary tools wasn't easy. After imagining for a while, Tang Yuan said she would sing a song for Feng Chan. It was a song she found on her grandmother's old records, called The Legend of Yue the Hero. Wolf eyes are fierce, white teeth are sharp, suddenly blocking your path. Life is full of encounters with wolves. Times are tough, fate is bumpy. The mountain breeze blew gently as Feng Chan listened, entranced. Because he had Tang Yuan with him, Feng Chan didn't camp out but stayed overnight at a village school before setting off early the next day, arriving in the county town around noon. In the hot summer, the county town was even hotter than the mountain village. The two washed their faces and feet by the river, wetting handkerchiefs to hang around their necks to cool off. Then they went straight to the county hospital to deliver the herbs. Feng Chan wasn't like those villagers who sold herbs at low prices and faced quality scrutiny and price cuts. Instead, he delivered directly to acquaintances. These were people Uncle Feng had spoken to, ensuring no one would make things difficult for Feng Chan. He knew his nephew had a short temper and feared a fight if someone deliberately troubled him. Feng Chan went to weigh the herbs and then pressed his thumbprint to receive a receipt. The staff member responsible for receiving the herbs was named Xie Junli, a round-faced, friendly-looking man in his 30s. He greeted Feng Chan warmly. "Hey, Xiao Feng, you brought your girlfriend today?" Feng Chan replied straightforwardly. "Yes, my girlfriend. I'm taking her to the city to buy some things." Tang Yuan approached with a piece of smoked meat and smiled at the man. "Brother Shan, hello. Thank you for your hard work. We country folks don't know much about the market, so we really appreciate Brother Shan's help." She handed him the smoked meat wrapped in large catalpa leaves. Xie Junli raised an eyebrow, surprised. This young wife was more adept than her husband, being so generous. He hadn't received anything from her husband before. Although he wanted it, thinking of the accountant, he hesitated slightly, but if they took it back, that would be fine. Tang Yuan naturally wouldn't take it back. Instead, she smiled and said a few more words before smoothly placing it in the bag, next to Xie Junli. Xie Junli was very happy. Although Accountant Feng had greeted him and they often ate and drank together, who would complain about having extra things, especially meat? Because of this piece of meat, he now felt more genuine towards Feng Chan and Tang Yuan, no longer treating them with the purely business-like attitude of before. He laughed and said, "Next time you come, bring some extra food and I'll help you handle it." This meant bypassing the quota system and selling some goods internally. Things like eggs, chickens, or ducks would be fine. Tang Yuan's heart stirred. "Brother Shan, we're poor in the countryside, but we have planted some wild yams that look excellent. When they mature, can I bring a basket for you to try?" Xie Junli's eyes lit up. "Wild yams? That's good stuff." He immediately nodded and laughed. "Sure, our hospital doctors and nurses pay great attention to health. Wild yams are great, whether steamed or stewed with meat." It was settled then. On the other side, Uncle Feng heard his nephew had arrived and put aside his work to greet him, inviting him to stay for lunch and even spend the night at home. As for who told him, despite his nephew's previous bad reputation, he was very handsome and tall, and several couples with only daughters had asked if he'd be willing to marry into their families, offering to solve his job situation. Generally, city dwellers would never casually find a rural partner. Men who couldn't marry city women might find a rural woman, but city women rarely married rural men. In those days, household registration and employment were most important. If a man didn't have a city household registration and job, relying solely on a woman was absolutely not an option. The fact that people wanted their daughters to marry Feng Chan spoke volumes about his charm. Unfortunately, Feng Chan wouldn't even listen. He came over to check if his nephew was getting into any conflicts, as Feng Chan had a bad temper. But what he saw was Feng Chan standing there, staring intently at a girl who was chatting and laughing with Xie Junli. Whatever she was saying made Xie Junli laugh heartily. Seeing his nephew's face darken, Uncle Feng quickly went over to greet him. Feng Chan turned his head, then continued talking to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan immediately bid farewell to Shan Xuejuan. Feng Chan called out to Uncle Feng and introduced them. Uncle Feng laughed heartily when he heard his nephew say they were engaged. "You're Yuan, of course I remember you. You had big, bright black eyes when you were little." Tang Yuan's eyes were still big, bright and black, just not as round anymore. But her head was still round, haha. After laughing, Uncle Feng started to worry. Feng Chen had a bad temper and was somewhat irritable, while Tang Yuan was known to be quite stubborn and often got into arguments with others. Would these two constantly fight after getting engaged? If they had big fights every 3 days and small ones every 2, life would be unbearable. Could it be that Feng Chan had such difficulty finding a match that his mother had no choice but to find him such a fierce girl? While he pondered this, he spoke kindly to Tang Yuan, noticing her warm smile and feeling slightly relieved. Entering Uncle Feng's office, he personally poured water for both of them, adding extra tea leaves. As an accountant, he had his own small office where no one would disturb them. Tang Yuan immediately brought over the basket to give Uncle Feng the items inside. Uncle Feng Chan used to hunt some wild chickens and rabbits, but there weren't many, so he quietly traded them for food in the countryside. This time he borrowed a gun from the team and hunted some larger animals. Most were given to the team, but he brought some for you to eat. Of course, he hadn't given most to the team. Apart from giving some to Tang Bingda and Zhang He's families, most were made into smoked meat and hung behind the stove, to be eaten slowly, ensuring they wouldn't lack oil. Uncle Feng was surprised. His wife had just mentioned that his nephew never sent meat from hunting, and here it was. He believed his nephew really hadn't hunted much before, but now that he did, he immediately sent some over. His heart warmed. "We get half a pound or a pound of meat coupons per month in the city, but you don't have any in the countryside. There's no need to send us meat. Take it back and eat it slowly. Farm work is exhausting." Tang Yuan smiled. "Uncle, the family has reserved some for Grandma. This is for you. Grandma always talks about you. Worried that your food supply in the city isn't enough, and that you spend too much on water and pickles. Feng Chan doesn't say it, but he actually cares about you a lot." Feng Chan kept a straight face thinking, "No, I don't care about them at all." His wife looked at him with bright eyes, and he immediately lowered his head slightly, pretending to be a bit embarrassed. Uncle Feng was truly moved. He was filial to his mother and fond of his nephew, even though his nephew was idle, but knowing his efforts were recognized and appreciated, made him feel more accomplished and warmer. He would be happier to continue helping in the future. "Feng Chan, don't rush back this afternoon. Take Yuan to stay overnight at our place and leave tomorrow." Feng Chan wasn't pleased and he looked at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan picked up his signal and smiled. "Uncle, we've already arranged to stay at the village captain's house tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. We'll be home by evening." Feng Chan was reluctant to go to Uncle Feng's house, probably because Auntie didn't welcome him, so naturally he wouldn't go. Uncle Feng still tried hard to invite them, but later, seeing that his nephew and Tang Yuan really didn't want to go, he thought of something and gave up. It seems that if he wants his nephew to stay at their house in the future, he'll have to get his wife to invite him. This child has truly grown up. In the past, when he was immature, Feng Chan had hoped he would grow up, but now that he has, he feels a bit sad. The process of growing up is inevitably a painful one. Uncle Feng asked about Grandma Feng and then led them to the canteen, ordering 2 large bowls of noodles, each with an egg, and bought a big bag of steamed buns for them to take back. He also went home to fetch some tickets they had saved and traded, planning to take them to the county supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. Sugar, snacks, soy sauce, vinegar, kerosene, batteries, anything they could buy, they would get some. Feng Chan bought Tang Yuan a pair of cloth shoes. He actually wanted to buy her leather shoes, but she refused. In Tongja village it's muddy all the time, and there are no broken glass or rusty nails around, so going barefoot is the most convenient. After buying everything, the two bid farewell to Uncle Feng, telling him to hurry back to work and not delay it. "Uncle Feng, tell your grandma that I miss her very much and will visit her when I have time. While I'm away, she relies on you to take care of her, so be attentive." He gave them many instructions. Feng Chan only nodded, indicating that he remembered. Tang Yuan added with a smile, "Uncle, don't worry. We will take good care of Grandma." Uncle Feng smiled at her. His impression of her had changed significantly. He no longer saw her as the temperamental girl others described. The two bid farewell to Uncle Feng and drove the mule cart along People's Avenue out of town. The mule had been fed and watered at the hospital at noon, and they had even picked up its droppings. Indeed, according to Tang Bingda's requirements, they brought a long basket specifically for collecting mule droppings. Not only did they pick up their own animals' droppings, but they also collected those from other people's horses, mules, and donkeys. These 3 types of animals produce droppings in small pellets, which can be collected immediately, unlike cow dung, which is too runny and needs to dry before being picked up. All of these are fertilizers. Some people even fought over animal droppings. Unfortunately, Their brigade is too far from the city to collect human waste for fertilizer. The suburban brigades are lucky. They get so much fertilizer for free, leading to better crop yields. Tang Yuan felt regretful, and her expression turned deep and conflicted. Feng Chan looked at her curiously, wondering what she was thinking so seriously. Was she analyzing Uncle? As they were both lost in thought, they suddenly heard two sneers. Hey, what a coincidence. Isn't this the coward Feng Chan? For unemployed troublemakers around 17 or 18 years old lined up to block the road. They wore green pants resembling military uniforms, yellow rubber shoes, and one had a dark green vest while another wore a backward imitation military cap. These young men used tricks to get sick leave or avoid going to the countryside, and without jobs they spent their days stealing, forming gangs, causing trouble, and occasionally engaging in black market activities. Feng Chen used to hang out with them. In February, during a fight between the two groups, Feng Chen got hit on the head. When he woke up he had changed and he went home. He never thought of seeking revenge on those people, but they came looking for him. Tang Yuan silently wished the four troublemakers bad luck, thinking, why couldn't you offend someone else instead of a powerhouse? One punch from him can knock out a wild boar. Do you think you're tougher than a wild boar? The four troublemakers saw that Feng Chan was with a girl, and immediately started whistling and hooting. Sis, why are you hanging out with a coward? Come play with us instead. We'll take you to the movies and buy you ice cream. One of them immediately took out some loose change and waved it in front of Tang Yuan to tempt her. Shua, Tang Yuan raised her gun. Don't want to die, then scram. If I don't scare them off, I'm afraid he'll flatten them with one punch. Oh. The four troublemakers stepped back in unison. They raised their hands in a defensive gesture. No, if you don't want to play, fine, why scare us with a gun? Is this real? One asked. Can you shoot? Another chimed in. Tang Yuan sneered. Do you want to try putting your head here? The four troublemakers quickly waved their hands and said it was okay, then left immediately. Feng Chen didn't even glance at the four losers. His eyes were fixed on Tang Yuan's face. How could she be so adorable? He took 4 bullets out of his pocket and whispered to her. Once we're out of the city, aim for their lower bodies. Hitting the lower body won't kill them. He came from the end times where the rules were different. The strong ruled and preemptive killing was not a sin. It was their basic principle. These few people will definitely be upset that others blocked their way on the road. If we don't give them a lesson, they'll become even more arrogant and never stop. Tang Yuan's eyes widened slightly as she whispered. No, we can't just shoot them. They're just hooligans, not enemy agents or counter-revolutionaries. She thought Feng Chan, having grown up in the city, might have somewhat skewed values, so she wanted to give him a small piece of advice. Feng Chan chuckled lowly, then aim better. Shoot at their feet. He never fired warning shots. Every bullet had to draw blood. Tang Yuan. That won't do. They aren't worth wasting bullets on. It's still better to use the fists of a master. 1 punch per hooligan, what's there to fear? Indeed, Feng Chan guessed it right. Those 4 hooligans gathered a few more buddies and ran out of the city to block Feng Chan. They carried all sorts of weapons, bricks, steel bars, sticks, and even a bone knife. Seeing this, Tang Yuan got angry. Damn, what grudge, what hatred. Bringing weapons to bully people? This is lawlessness. Master, beat them up. Tang Yuan sat in the mule cart, missing all the excitement. How boring. These hooligans were just weaklings. They swarmed forward, but before she could see how the master acted, they all fell to the ground. Did he just kick once and they all went down? TSK useless. Not bothering with these useless people, Tang Yuan called for the master to get back into the cart. They still needed to find a place to stay. After a while, Feng Chan slightly turned his head and glanced back. Tang Yuan. What's wrong? Are the useless ones catching up? Feng Chen. No. It wasn't those people but some others following them. 2 middle-aged women and 2 half-grown kids? The road is wide and everyone walks their own path. He wouldn't casually assume that passers-by were following them. But these 2 groups were acting suspiciously, speeding up when he did and slowing down when he did. Clearly, they were after them. This was strange. With fewer things to carry and lighter loads, and the road being flat, Feng Chan let the mule trot. The 2 half-grown kids were walking and quickly fell behind, but the 2 women were riding bicycles and kept following. Continuously? Chapter 51 Borrowing Seed. Chapter 51 Borrowing Seed. The 2 of them stayed at the Red Flag Brigade Elementary School as usual. In those days, transportation was not well developed. There were buses on the main roads, but not in the mountains. Therefore, many people had to stay overnight if they traveled far from home. All the brigades were experienced and would let travelers stay at the school if there was one, or in the storage room of the brigade if there wasn't. Accommodation and water were free, and if someone wanted to eat, they could buy food from nearby households. However, most people who stayed overnight brought their own dry rations since few were willing to spend a dime or 2 on food. Back then, farmers had little money and were reluctant to spend even a few cents. Tang Yuan had steamed buns so they didn't need to buy food. Tang Yuan gave old Lu, the gatekeeper, 2 large buns and asked him to feed the mule and give it some water. Old Lu kept praising her for being beautiful and kind-hearted, and said she had a good man too. He was uneducated and couldn't express his gratitude eloquently, but he offered to help with the animals and also brought them a bucket of water and a jar of cold boiled water. After dinner, Tang Yuan took the water to the women's restroom to freshen up. When she returned, Feng Chan had already arranged several desks together. Tang Yuan applied some floral lotion, fanned herself with a palm leaf fan to cool down, and told Feng Chan to go wash up at the men's restroom. Feng Chan took his towel. "Call me if anything happens." Tang Yuan smiled. "It's not our first time staying here. What could possibly happen? Go ahead." Feng Chan felt that precisely because it wasn't their first time something might happen. The village loafers would surely have bad intentions knowing a young woman was staying overnight. Tang Yuan sat by the classroom door, enjoying the breeze until her body cooled down, then climbed onto the makeshift bed to sleep. In those days there was no urban heat island effect. Even during the scorching summer, the nights would cool down with the wind. Outside, voices could be heard, indicating more people had arrived to stay overnight. Tang Yuan immediately sat up, hearing two women thank Old Lu before entering the neighboring classroom. Soon, Old Lu left, and one of the women came over to greet her. "Little sister, we're also staying overnight. We didn't bring any rations. Could you sell us a bun?" She held out 2 mao with her hand and offered a water bottle. "The gatekeeper said there's only 1 jar of water, which he gave to you. Could you share some with us?" Tang Yuan was suspicious. This woman didn't look like a villager but rather someone from the county town. Visiting relatives in the countryside? Knowing they'd need to stay overnight and not bringing any rations? And instead of buying from nearby households, why ask her, another traveler? How did she know Tang Yuan had buns? Old Lu didn't seem like the type to gossip. She smiled. "Sister, I'm sorry, but we don't have any buns. We only have flatbreads. Would you like some?" They had brought dry rations, specifically coarse grain flatbreads, made extra dry to prevent spoilage. Originally intended for the return journey, but with Uncle Feng's buns and buns, they didn't need them. The woman's expression stiffened, surprised that Tang Yuan had buns but lied about it. Didn't people say villagers were honest? Why was this girl so cunning? She couldn't expose her, so she took the hard flatbread and filled half her water bottle with cold boiled water, then started chatting with Tang Yuan while munching on the bread. Tang Yuan found her suspicious and didn't want to chat much. "Sister, my husband and I are traveling together. He's at the toilet now and will be back soon to sleep." The underlying message was clear: they were going to sleep, so please leave. The woman either didn't understand or deliberately lingered, smiling and chatting with Tang Yuan, asking about their village, crop yields, and sharing her own travel plans. If not for the lack of human traffickers in those days, Tang Yuan would have suspected she was trying to kidnap her. Since the woman seemed intent on waiting for her husband to return, Tang Yuan let her be and waited for Feng Chan to come back. The woman kept glancing outside distractedly. Outside the men's restroom, a young woman crept quietly, her heart pounding and her limbs trembling. She kept encouraging herself. "Don't be afraid, don't panic. You can do this. He's interested in you and won't refuse you. No one knows you here." She built up her courage outside, but Feng Chan heard someone approaching inside the restroom right away. The person moved stealthily, unlike a normal man using the restroom. Could it be one of the village loafers? His heart tightened, worried about Tang Yuan in the classroom. He quickly put on his clothes and stepped out. No matter who was lurking outside, he wasn't afraid. He carried the water bucket and walked out boldly. As soon as he stepped out, a figure lunged at him. Feng Chan was prepared and thrust the bucket forward. With a loud clang, the shadow stumbled and fell. The woman hit the ground hard and cried out in pain. Feng Chan frowned. Why was it a woman? He listened carefully, and there was no abnormality from the classroom side. Tang Yuan was fine. Since Tang Yuan was fine, he wasn't in a hurry. He lowered his eyes and looked coldly at the woman on the ground. The sky had already darkened, but his night vision was strong. As long as it wasn't pitch black, he could see quite clearly. This was an ordinary woman with no lethal power. Why was she blocking him? The woman hurriedly got up, enduring the pain from the fall. She lowered her head, pinching the corner of her clothes, and stammered, Feng Chan, why you?" Feng Chan's heart sank. He had no recollection of this woman. Why did she know his name and follow him here? Could she be one of the original owner's mistresses? At this thought, Feng Chan felt a surge of anger, feeling betrayed by the original owner's indiscretions. He liked Tang Yuan and always believed he was worthy of her. If the original owner had led an unscrupulous life with improper relationships, his vision blurred. If Tang Yuan found out, would she look down on him? Before anything had even happened, obstacles were already appearing. A wave of hostility surged within Feng Chan. He clenched his fists, contemplating how to get rid of the original owner's unwanted admirers. Accidentally letting his killing intent leak, the surrounding air pressure dropped suddenly, and the temperature seemed to lower a few degrees, making the woman shiver. She still mustered the courage to whisper, "Let's talk over there." Feng Chen strode towards a secluded spot, trying to stay far from the classroom so that Tang Yuan wouldn't find out. He needed to figure out what was going on before deciding how to solve the problem. At the secluded wall, Feng Chen stopped and said coldly, "Speak. What's going on?" The woman was almost too frightened by his icy tone to speak, her voice barely audible. Before we too." She mumbled incoherently, but Feng Chen's vision blurred again. Damn original owner, could he really have had something going on with this woman? He lost patience and snapped, "Get to the point." The woman shivered again, terrified by his demeanor. How could he be so scary? The old Feng Chen was tall and handsome, a bit arrogant, but when he passed by her, his glance never scared her. Instead, it made her heart race. Other hooligans would whistle and speak loudly to catch her attention. Knowing her curvy figure drew attention easily. But Feng Chen had never acted lecherously towards her. After much consideration, she and her sister had chosen him. She bowed her head deeply and whispered, "Chill children, we should." What? Children? This was like a bolt from the blue. The original owner and this woman had a child? Feng Chen didn't want to hear another word. He wanted the woman to shut up and disappear, lest he lose control and do something regrettable. The woman clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her body burning hot, her cheeks flushed, and she felt dizzy. "We should have a child. I know you feel the same way." She wanted to borrow his seed but couldn't say she wanted to sleep with him. Talking about having a child seemed to shield her from shame, making her feel less embarrassed. Have a child? In those few moments, Feng Chen felt as if he had lived through an eternity. From life to death, from death to life, a full cycle. Fortunately, the original owner and this woman didn't have a child. She just wanted to have one with him. Damn, he had never sworn in his past or present life, but now he had cursed several times in his mind. Luckily, from the woman's tone, the original owner hadn't had any physical relationship with her. Whether he had feelings for her or not didn't matter to him. To him there were no feelings. His tone softened slightly, at least losing the murderous intent as he said, "Sorry you misunderstood. I don't have feelings for you." As he spoke, he picked up the bucket to leave. The woman blocked his path again, stammering, "Weiss, I know you do. Every time." She was a decent woman, pure and innocent, and saying these words had drained all her modesty, leaving her unable to finish her sentence. She hoped Feng Chen would understand her intentions and take the initiative, embracing her and consummating their relationship. Her sister had planned everything. If he could make her pregnant, she would give him money, more if it was a son. If he couldn't bear to part with her, she would maintain a relationship with him. Even more, she could bear more of his children. In this matter, he would only gain and suffer no loss. She couldn't think of any good reason for him to refuse. Oh, the only difference was that he didn't have a girlfriend before, but now he has a country girlfriend. But how could a village girl compare to her? She had fair skin and a great figure. So many men were infatuated with her, yet she chose him specifically. Of course, there was another reason. He was from the countryside and didn't live in the city often, so no one really knew him. Using his seed wouldn't be a problem. Feng Chen quickly sidestepped her. "I solemnly tell you again, I've never been interested in you." The woman hurried after him. "Is it because of your girlfriend?" "Don't worry, I don't mind if you have a girlfriend. We just won't let her know." Feng Chen felt like hitting someone. Just then, Tang Yuan's voice came from the classroom. "Feng Chen, Feng Chen." Feng Chen ignored the woman and immediately walked back quickly. Tang Yuan waited and waited, but Feng Chen didn't return. The woman gave her a meaningful look that made her uneasy. This damn woman wouldn't actually try to sell her, would she? She wanted to hit someone too. Tang Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and went out with the lantern to call Feng Chen. The woman behind her said something in a somewhat eerie and teasing tone. "Your man is taking quite a while, isn't he? Long your big head." What nonsense. Soon Feng Chen appeared carrying a bucket from the darkness. Seeing Feng Chen, Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief but then became puzzled. Why did he come from that direction? The restroom wasn't on that side, was it? Feng Chen's face was a bit tense, but it relaxed when he saw Tang Yuan. Before he could speak, he noticed another woman behind her. He raised an eyebrow and took Tang Yuan's hand firmly. "There's something we need to talk about. Let's go back." He wouldn't hide anything from Tang Yuan. He hadn't done anything wrong and wouldn't take the blame. Tang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He seemed a bit more intimate today. In the past, when they climbed mountains or crossed rivers, he had carried or held her, and holding hands was common. She always found it normal, but now, for some reason, his grip on her hand felt a bit more tender. Well, it was hard to explain, but she understood. She didn't know why it was like this. The woman eating the biscuit snorted and said in a mocking tone, "Men, oh men." Feng Chen ignored her and let Tang Yuan back to the classroom. The other woman chased after them, her cheeks flushed, her eyes watery, and her voice trembling. "Feng Chen. Tang Yuan. Gossip. Gossip about the boss. The boss, does he have a love interest?" She instinctively pulled her hand away from Feng Chen, without hesitation or regret. After all, she and the boss were just pretending to be engaged. If he had someone he liked, she would step aside. She pulled away decisively, leaving Feng-chan stunned. If he didn't want her to pull away, she wouldn't have been able to no matter how hard she tried. But he was afraid she might get hurt, so he let go. Tang Yuan took a step back, creating distance between them, and winked at him as if saying, "Do what you want, I'll watch." Feng-chan felt a pang of frustration. Angry, he turned and glared at the two women coldly, saying, "If you keep spreading nonsense, I'll take you to the county police station." He wasn't a cruel person and couldn't say something like, "I'll tell your families about your antics." Tang Yuan widened her eyes, thinking, is there a story here? The older woman also held the young woman's hand, whispering something incomprehensible to her. Older woman. How did it go? Did it work? Young woman. No, he doesn't acknowledge it. Older woman. What? How could he not acknowledge such a good thing? Young woman crying. Tang Yuan. She looked at the two women, then at Feng-chan, hoping he would explain everything to her. Otherwise it would be frustrating. Feng-chan wasn't angry at the woman, but he was getting annoyed by Tang Yuan. She actually had a look of amusement on her face. You're such an object. Tang Yuan saw Feng-chan's handsome face tighten, clearly showing signs of annoyance. She cleared her throat. What's going on here? She needed to give the big shot a way out, allowing him to clarify the situation. The woman immediately glared at Feng-chan, fuming. You, a grown man, how can you be so irresponsible? Her words made it seem as if Feng-chan had done something to her and was now shirking responsibility. This could easily lead to misunderstandings. Feng-chan gave her a cold stare but turned to Tang Yuan. I don't know them. They've been sneaking around, following me, and saying all sorts of inappropriate things. Tang Yuan could sense a hint of grievance in his dark eyes, as if he wanted her to stand up for him. Tang Yuan whispered. What kind of inappropriate things? Feng-chan really felt wronged. He held Tang Yuan's hand again, not wanting to mention that the woman wanted to have his child. He found it repulsive and feared Tang Yuan would think less of him. Meeting Tang Yuan's sparkling, gossip-filled eyes, Feng-chan really wanted to kiss her hard, making her blush instead of looking so excited about the drama. Feng-chan didn't say anything, but the woman couldn't hold back her sarcasm. We just thought you looked strong and healthy, perfect for having children. We wanted to borrow your seed. As a grown man, you wouldn't lose anything. Don't be so fussy. Rest assured we won't mistreat you. We'll pay you some money, and if it's a boy, even more. Ha 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 ha. Before the woman could finish, Tang Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, bending over with mirth. Ha 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 ha, the big shot is so strong, truly a walking hormone. Even in the city, there are seductive women seeking his seed. No, she needed to laugh a bit more. Since the merit was already gone, why not enjoy it? Feng-chan's face darkened. The young woman, already embarrassed and teary-eyed, covered her face and ran back to the neighboring classroom. The woman was furious. What are you laughing at? In the countryside you can't earn 50 yuan a year. I'm offering you 200. She was certain that country folk would be swayed by money. She had been scouting for a while, knowing that local men or co-workers wouldn't do. It was best to find someone from outside whom they didn't know. She had been observing Feng-chan for some time. He wasn't from the county, but he used to visit often. After the new year he came less frequently, maybe once a month. Mainly, he had a great physique, tall, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted and long-legged. Just look at those muscular abs and tight thighs. He'd definitely produce a son. She noticed Feng-chan because they worked in the same unit. When he brought his girlfriend today, she knew right away. In the city it was too risky as most people knew each other. Whether inviting him home or to a hotel, it wasn't safe. Following him to the countryside was more convenient. As for Feng-chan's girlfriend, she didn't take her seriously. What did a village girl matter? Women should listen to men. Knowing there was money involved, how could she refuse? Even now, she was certain Tang Yuan would be swayed by the money and persuade her man to agree. Feng-chan left them and went back to the classroom. Angry. But he couldn't help but listen to what Tang Yuan was saying. Seeing Feng-chan angry, Tang Yuan knew he had nothing to do with the woman. He was targeted purely because of his good looks and physique. She sternly told the woman, Sorry, my man is priceless. 200 isn't enough. Find someone else. The woman frowned and glared. 200 is still too little? You're just a poor country bumpkin. 250. Tang Yuan put aside her amusement and felt repulsed. She said coldly, Sorry, even 2,500 won't do. You're not worthy. Wanting to bear the big shot's child to inherit his global empire? Dream on. I'm a partner, and that empire has a share for me. I don't want anyone else taking it. After saying this, she left the woman and went back to the classroom, slamming the door shut. The woman chased after Tang Yuan, almost getting hit by the door. She stepped back angry. Uneducated countrywoman, you can't even grab onto a godsend. Tang Yuan. Shut up. If you provoke me, I'll make a scene in the county and see how you live. Regardless of whether the woman's husband knew or not, If their neighbors and co-workers found out, they'd never have peace. The woman fell silent. They wanted to quietly borrow the seed, assuming the man wouldn't speak up. But if things went wrong and it became public, it could get messy. She threatened. Keep your mouth shut. Tang Yuan. I haven't said anything. You're the one talking non-stop. If it gets out, it's your fault. The woman stormed off to the neighboring classroom, furious. Tang Yuan placed the lantern on the desk beside her and turned to look at Feng Chen. He had already fallen asleep on the bench. Oh, really upset, huh? Not even sleeping on the makeshift bed of desks anymore. She walked over and squatted down, staring at Feng Chen's closed eyes. Wow, his eyelashes are so long and dark, it's quite enviable. She whispered softly. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to laugh. It was just too hard to resist. Feng Chen turned over, facing away from her. Tang Yuan muttered. How can he turn so easily on such a narrow bench without falling off? She moved around to the other side, still facing him, and whispered. Don't be mad. This shows you have charm. Look at me, I don't have that kind of appeal. No one chased after me in the city to declare their love. Feng Chen held back a bit before speaking. Sounds like you're disappointed? Who do you want to declare their love for you? Seeing that he was responding, Tang Yuan knew she was almost done soothing him. She chuckled. No, not really. Girls always have a bit of vanity, hoping someone excellent likes them, making them feel charming. Feng Chen looked into her eyes. The dim light of the classroom made her eyes appear bright and clear. His voice lowered slightly. Look at me. Tang Yuan blinked and looked at him seriously. He was facing away from the light, his dark eyes deep, and his handsome face lacked its usual gentleness, making him seem cold and stern, unfathomable. It made her a little nervous. She wanted to step back. Feng Chen asked, Are you happy that women come looking for me? Tang Yuan wanted to laugh and say of course she was happy. In the book, the great lord avoided women, lived a bachelor's life, and despite wealth, people mocked him, saying, he has no children, an incomplete life, no heir to his fortune, tsk pitiful. But meeting Feng Chen's unfathomable gaze, her heart trembled. She suddenly realized that the great lord in the book was just a character, not the Feng Chen in front of her. The Feng Chen in front of her was not the one in the book. The Feng Chen in front of her was real flesh and blood, someone close to her. Her heart raced even more, feeling something was off. She couldn't calm down. Feng Chen didn't move, but his gaze locked onto her, giving her the feeling of being trapped by a predator with no escape. Is this how prey feels when hunted by the great lord? Feng Chen didn't let her go, instead pressing further. Do you want me to find another woman? Tang Yuan. Of course not. A glimmer of warmth appeared in Feng Chen's deep black eyes, softening his expression. He asked, Why? Why? Tang Yuan pursed her lips. Should I tell him that I'm also attracted to you? Of course, the great lord is handsome and capable. Any normal woman would be drawn to him, right? What's so strange about her being attracted to him? She wasn't a celibate nun. She felt her mouth was dry and wanted some water. Feng Chen's voice grew deeper, tinged with allure. Yuan, I'm waiting for your answer. Tang Yuan swallowed, gathered her courage and leaned forward, placing her hands on her knees. Her lips touched his eyelashes. Those long curled lashes made her heart flutter and her lips tingle. Her heart pounded fiercely, and she wanted to retreat, but a large hand cupped the back of her head. Feng Chen took her lips into his mouth, kissing her deeply. Chapter 52 Poisoned. Chapter 52 Poisoned. Tang Yuan lay back on the table, still a bit dazed. Wait, how did her relationship with the big shot suddenly advance so much? Weren't they supposed to be just pretending to be engaged and working together on farming? It didn't seem like such a sudden turn of events when she thought about it carefully. It felt more like everything had fallen into place naturally. From their first encounter in the small valley, he showed interest in her fish basket, and she admired his good looks and physique. She taught him how to weave baskets, and he invited her to dig yams together. Over time they became familiar with each other. There were times when her heart raced when they were alone, especially when he silently gazed at her, making her feel as if his dark eyes were filled only with her. But she kept reminding herself that the big shot wasn't interested in women, telling herself not to get carried away, lest she embarrass herself. After they got engaged, he became even closer and more attentive to her, but she always remembered that the big shot wasn't interested in women. Moreover, Feng Chen's kindness towards her always had reasons. Climbing mountains, crossing rivers, living in the mountains, and not wanting her to do heavy work. He never idly flirted with her. She hadn't been in a relationship in her past life, but she had seen enough examples. She had heard a friend say, love is when you're willing to waste time with someone, doing nothing important, just being together. She once imagined spending time with a guy without working or studying, just being together. Ugh, how embarrassing. Feng Chen hadn't wasted time with her either, right? As long as he didn't explicitly say, I like you, or do something that indicated he liked her, she believed they had a pure cooperative relationship, free from any ambiguity. Why did he kiss her just now? Her lips felt a little numb from the kiss. Oh, she kissed him first. So no problem then. Tang Yuan tossed and turned on the table like a pancake, really wanting to ask Fengchan to sleep with her. Of course, not in that way, just to sleep together because the bench was too narrow for him to be comfortable. But after Fengchan carried her to the table and kissed her, he said goodnight and went back to the bench. He didn't have any intention of sleeping on the desk. Did he like her? Books say young men can be quite impulsive, but he seemed calm and composed except for the kiss. Was it respect or lack of interest? Ugh, why was she thinking about these embarrassing questions? Tang Yuan felt anxious and indecisive, but eventually she decided to push it aside. Sleep. No matter what he was thinking, they were engaged, and as long as they didn't break up, he couldn't go after other women. She fell asleep with this thought and slept until morning. Fengchan had already brought water over, but he wasn't in the classroom. Tang Yuan quickly got up, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and took out a steamed bun for breakfast. With the bun in her mouth, she was about to put the desk back in place when Fengchan walked in. He stepped forward and held the edge of the desk. "Don't move, let me do it." He was worried Tang Yuan might hurt herself, so he told her to eat her breakfast while he quickly rearranged the desks. Both of them were clean people, and there were no snacks around, so the floor was naturally clean. While eating the bun, Tang Yuan remembered the two women from last night. Did those two leave? Fengchan nodded, looking uninterested in talking about them. Last night, lying on the bench, he listened to Tang Yuan tossing and turning on the table and couldn't fall asleep himself. How could he sleep? But he didn't initiate any conversation with Tang Yuan. He knew she was excited and agitated, and he was also stirred. He feared that once he started talking, he wouldn't be able to stop, affecting her sleep, and he was afraid his self-control would fail and he'd end up lying next to her again. In the past, he could control himself when sleeping next to her, but now, this girl was a bit mischievous. She would touch him. When he kissed her, she was initially shy, but then she started touching him all over. He lay quietly and ran through his cultivation technique several times before he managed to calm the unusual sensations. Now when he looked at her, she was still the same person, but for some reason, knowing that she liked him too made her seem even more adorable and beautiful. His gaze seemed glued to her, and he even found it cute when she bit into the steamed bun. Tang Yuan ate her bun while glancing over at the neighboring room. Those two women had indeed slipped away. Last night, she didn't want to cause a scene because she was in an unfamiliar place and stirring up trouble wouldn't benefit anyone. Ultimately, she was more tolerant of women with similar issues, feeling that society was overly oppressive towards women. If a woman couldn't have children, it might not be her fault, yet both her in-laws and her own family would blame her. She might have taken countless medicines without any effect, and it could also be the man's issue, but men rarely admitted their own shortcomings. So it was always the woman who suffered and did shameful things. If it were a man harassing her, she would either beat him up or have Fengchan tie him up and send him to the authorities. After a simple breakfast, the two bid farewell to old Lu and set off home in the cart. Those two audacious women left the school before dawn but didn't return to the city. Instead, they hid by the roadside. Fortunately, this area was relatively flat and fertile, making the surrounding villages wealthier than the mountain villages like Tongja village. There were fewer idle ruffians around, and no one came out to rob travelers at night. Otherwise, these two women lurking by the roadside would easily become targets. The older sister was named Xiao Meihong, and the younger one was Xiao Yulan. They were sisters. Xiao Yulan had been married for 3 years without having a child. She had consulted doctors at the county hospital and even some renowned village healers, taking countless herbal remedies, but still had no success. Her mother-in-law used to treat her well, but as time went on, she became increasingly critical and harsh. Even her parents couldn't hold their heads high in front of her in-laws, urging her to have a child quickly and not bring shame to her family. She wanted her husband to get checked and take medicine too, but he refused, insisting that he had no problem. When she persisted, he got angry and threatened her, saying, "If you don't believe me, I'll find another woman to have a child with and bring it back. That way, you won't have to bear one." Only her elder sister cared about her deeply. Her elder sister said that since so many doctors couldn't help, it must not be her fault. Perhaps it was her brother-in-law's issue. Since he refused to get checked, she should secretly find someone else to conceive a child, and the in-laws would never know. She was scared and shy, hesitant to do such a thing, but her inability to conceive made her mother-in-law despise her even more, using crude language to insult her. She couldn't bear it anymore. She agreed. Together, they chose the young man who often visited accountant Feng at the hospital. Initially, she was immersed in her own pain, feeling guilty and ashamed about her infertility, and the need to seek help elsewhere. It took great determination to make this decision, only to realize that the man might refuse. She never thought Fengchan would decline. Was there a man who would turn down such an opportunity? Every man was a cat, every man strayed. Given the slightest chance, they would pounce. Some men just needed a glance from her and they assumed she was interested, coming onto her eagerly. But when she offered herself, Fengchan refused. It was unbelievable. She felt humiliated and furious. Her elder sister cursed him all night, but they had to succeed on this trip. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and effort. Last night, she confidently declared that Fengchan was just pretending to be decent, fearing his wife would cause trouble. Once his wife fell asleep, he would surely come to her. But he didn't show up all night. Around 3 a.m., her elder sister woke her up again, planning to test Fengchan once more. Perhaps he couldn't resist temptation? How could a countryman be so honest? Sure enough, when her elder sister knocked on the door, the man came out. Hearing his voice made her heart race. She knew he was interested in her. But then this dog of a man. Instead of coming inside, he forced her elder sister to write a letter proving his innocence, demanding their names, workplaces, and addresses, threatening to report them to the police if they spread rumors. She was utterly humiliated. Even though her elder sister likely made up the names and details, she still felt embarrassed. So before dawn, she dragged her elder sister away. Her elder sister insisted that they had to succeed on this trip, otherwise it would be a wasted effort. Even if Fengchan wasn't an option, they could find someone else. They could go further away where no one knew them, and find a strong young man easily. But in her mind, Fengchan's face kept lingering. She had a feeling that he could definitely make her pregnant. They waited until dawn and watched Fengchan and Tang Yuan come out driving the mule cart. The two of them quickly pushed their bicycles into the nearby sorghum field to hide. Looking at the young couple sitting in the mule cart, the woman leaning on the man's broad shoulders, singing an unknown little tune, sounding very happy. Xiao Yulan felt a sour ache in her heart. Such a good man, yet he doesn't belong to her. She had married early and missed her chance. Thinking this way, she felt a wave of sadness. She couldn't even bear a child, causing her in-laws to despise her and her own family to blame her. Her life was truly in ruins. Tang Yuan and Fengchan drove the mule cart home. Even with an early start, they wouldn't arrive until nightfall. Without roads or buses, traveling from Tongja village to the county town is incredibly difficult. Because of last night's kiss, she felt that her relationship with Fengchan had changed. Seemed more intimate. But both of them seemed a bit shy, neither bringing up the topic of, "I like you, we're really together." No, it was her who felt closer to Fengchan now. Before, she would only take advantage of working opportunities to pinch his arm, poke his chest or waist, trying to get some physical contact. Now she wanted to openly touch his chest and abs, but Fengchan treated her as usual, caring for her while keeping a distance, never making any moves on her. He hadn't kissed her since getting up this morning. This made her a bit puzzled. Was last night just a dream? Unable to resist, she tested him by leaning against his shoulder. He didn't move away but slightly adjusted his position to make her more comfortable. She was secretly delighted. But she noticed that Fengchan didn't take the opportunity to hug her. His large hand remained by his side, showing no intention of embracing her. She couldn't help but doubt her charm. Why did she want to hug him but he didn't want to hug her? Was she too lustful? She couldn't help but rub against him and poke his chest, whispering, "Fengchan." Fengchan looked down at her. "Do you want some water?" Tang Yuan chuckled, showing a mischievous smile, and glanced at him quickly. "Do you want to kiss?" Fengchan. How could he tell her not to ask about kissing in the middle of the road during daylight? The powerful man could control his strength and speed, but not the redness in his ears. Seeing his eyes deepen, Tang Yuan sensed danger, and also realized that kissing in broad daylight wasn't a good idea. This era was different from modern times. If someone saw them, even if they weren't taken to the commune, it would still scare people. She coughed and sat up straight, saying seriously, "Hey, you need to behave properly. Don't let Grandma and my parents notice anything." Before, when they pretended to be a couple, everyone thought they were dating, and her family tacitly approved of their intimacy. But she felt they had a pure cooperative relationship. After all, there was no ambiguity between her and the powerful man. But now that they had kissed, their relationship was no longer pure, and she felt less at ease. A bit embarrassed and guilty. Fengchan's lips curved slightly. Knowing Tang uncle and aunt, they were reserved and shy and would never discuss such topics. His grandmother only warned him not to bully Tang Yuan and not to get her pregnant, as she was still young. As for him, even if his grandmother didn't forbid it, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate to Tang Yuan so early. She was still young and couldn't handle much, nor could she have children. Although Fengchan behaved properly and did nothing, Tang Yuan still felt something had changed. She felt his presence was overwhelming. His scent was everywhere, a refreshing and pleasant smell. Strange, before she found his scent pleasant, but not this clear and distinct. When it grew dark, they drove the mule cart home, first taking the mule and wooden cart to the livestock yard, then using the previous wheelbarrow to push their things home. Dad Tang was waiting for them at the livestock yard. When he had free time, he helped rich peasant, especially since the mare and the black cow were pregnant and needed extra care. Ji Hongyue was also there. Besides growing rice, he was learning about various aspects of the brigade. He agreed with Tang Yuan that county agricultural bureau officials should at least be familiar with brigade affairs if they were to lead one. Without understanding farmers' production and lives, Planning agricultural development based on imagination? That would be a dream. Seeing Tang Yuan and Feng Chan return, Dad Tang showed no unusual reaction, but Ji Hongyue instantly sensed a change between the two. These two have something going on. He knew it was useless to ask Feng Chan. This man wouldn't say anything if he didn't want to. He pulled Tang Yuan aside and asked her what was happening. Tang Yuan's cheeks instantly turned red, and her eyes darted away. What do you mean? Nothing's going on. She couldn't betray the big boss by saying he was being chased for his seed. Haha. She definitely had to tell Grandma about this. Ji Hongyue gritted his teeth. Yuan, do you still consider me your brother? Tang Yuan rolled her eyes. I don't see you as my brother. I see you as a nosy onlooker jumping around. Ji Hongyue. You two must have something going on. Tang Yuan. Of course we do. We're engaged, okay? It would be strange if nothing was going on. Ji Hongyue. You know what I mean. Before, when you were engaged, it was just an engagement. Now it's different. Tang Yuan felt a flutter in her heart. Did he figure it out? Was it that obvious? Ji Hongyue is not suited to be an agricultural cadre. He should be a paparazzo. Feng Chan finished packing up and saw Tang Yuan and Ji Hongyue huddled in a corner, whispering to each other. They were too close, annoying to look at. He stepped forward, bent down, and picked Tang Yuan up. Let's go. Tang Yuan immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and blew a breath into his ear, giggling. Cadre Ji is jealous of how good we are together. Feng Chan felt a jolt like a weak electric current running through him, making his whole body tingle. He placed Tang Yuan on the wheelbarrow and whispered, If you keep this up, you'll regret it. Ji Hongyue floated over like a ghost. Huh. He felt obligated to teach Tang Yuan how to date properly. This girl was such a straight woman. He had never seen someone flirt and act coy with their partner while still saying things like, he, and haha. He needed to teach Yuan what femininity was. After spending so much time with Tang Yuan, she considered him one of her own and started using modern terms like straight guy, straight woman, scumbag, and gold digger. Ji Hongyue used these terms freely, chatting with her without any generational gap. When they got home, Grandma Feng and Mother Tang were waiting for them. Grandma Feng was working on shoe soles, wanting to make cloth shoes for Tang Yuan and Feng Chan. Mother Tang was learning needlework from her. Mother Tang used to work like a man at home, always in the fields, and had very few opportunities to do needlework, so her skills were average. Now that she had a bit more free time, Old Lady Feng taught her. The old lady felt that she was getting older and worried that in a few years, when Feng Chan and Tang Yuan had children, she might be too old to do needlework. She wanted to teach Mother Tang so she could make clothes for the great-grandchildren. Mother Tang was naturally happy to learn and do needlework. Even if not for the grandchildren, she could still make clothes for her daughter and son-in-law. Tang Yuan and Feng Chan first showed the items they brought back to their family. Tang Yuan took out the money Uncle Feng gave to Grandma Feng and told everyone about how Uncle Feng took them to the canteen for dinner and bought them buns and steamed buns. Her eloquence and clear voice made the story sound like a song, captivating Grandma Feng and Dad Tang and Mother Tang. Even though it was just a regular trip to deliver medicine and eat, they listened with rapt attention, wanting Tang Yuan to share more. Grandma Feng was even happier. In the past, Feng Chan never volunteered to talk about his trips to the city. She had to ask him and he only answered briefly, leaving her unsatisfied. Her eldest son was her own flesh and blood, raised with great effort. How could she not miss him? He worked in the city, married a city wife, and settled there, making it inconvenient to return to the countryside. To avoid troubling her eldest son's family, she tried to contact him less and didn't send messages when she was sick, asking him to come back. Now Tang Yuan provided all the details about Uncle Feng, how many gray hairs he had, whether he had wrinkles, how he smiled, spoke, walked, what his office looked like, and how fast he ate. All these details satisfied Grandma Feng. She pushed the money back to Tang Yuan. Your uncle owes your father-in-law. It's right for him to treat you well. You don't need to feel guilty. Though she missed her son dearly, she disliked how her eldest daughter-in-law treated her grandson. She wanted to prepare Tang Yuan, so she wouldn't be intimidated by her future mother-in-law. Tang Yuan refused to take the money. Without going to the city, there was only one use for it, so it was better to keep it at home. She put on the cloth shoes Feng Chan bought and walked around on the bed, showing them off to her parents and Grandma Feng, who praised them, saying they looked beautiful and that Feng Chan had good taste. Ji Hongyue was speechless. They were just ordinary black cloth shoes, nothing special. But he had high emotional intelligence and wouldn't spoil the mood, so he naturally praised Feng Chan for being caring. Dad Tang and Mother Tang loved hearing this. Tang Yuan's throat was dry from talking, and Feng Chan timely handed her a mug of cold boiled water to soothe her throat. Tang Yuan drank from his hand, took a couple of sips, looked up at him, grinned mischievously and whispered, Are you going to tell? Feng Chen's dark eyes widened momentarily, not believing she would betray him. How embarrassing. Tang Yuan, hee. Let's give the big shot some face and not talk about it. Ji Hongyue sensed that something was going on between these two, and he didn't even know about it. It was driving him crazy. It was getting late, so everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Mother Tang and Dad Tang returned to their room, and she was very happy. Feng-chan is such a good kid. He's been treating our Yuan better and better. She was like a mother-in-law who couldn't be more satisfied with her son-in-law. He was no less dear to her than her own son. Her daughter chattered away, and Feng-chan, being very perceptive, offered water at just the right moment. Mother Tang thought Feng-chan was very considerate towards her daughter, and was a rare good man. Dad Tang, on the other hand, saw that Feng-chan could work hard, hunt, and even gather herbs to sell for money, which made him more capable than they were. He was sure Feng-chan could provide a better life for his daughter, so he was quite pleased. Tang Yuan carried water to the bathroom to take a shower. This was a small shed built by Dad Tang after his daughter and Feng-chan had gone into the mountains, using stones and mud he had collected. It was specifically for women to bathe in. Men, on the other hand, could wash up in the toilet or outside the gate, or even go down to the river. When Tang Yuan went to take a shower, Ji Hongyue pulled Feng-chan aside to ask about the gossip. But Feng-chan kept his mouth shut, refusing to say anything. The more he refused to speak, the more his attitude suggested that something had happened, making Ji Hongyue even more curious. Watching the drama without knowing the details was killing him. Old Lady Feng called Feng-chan to her room to have a word. Feng-chan went to the western room. "Grandma, what is it?" Old Lady Feng glanced outside and asked in a low voice. "You haven't bullied Yuan, have you?" In those days, people spoke in a reserved manner. The term bully originally referred to someone mistreating another, but in the context of relationships, it implied that a man had intimate relations with a woman, the kind that leads to having children. "Feng-chan, of course not," Old Lady Feng muttered. "Then why does the girl look so radiant?" She glared at her grandson. Yuan is still young. You're older, so you need to be sensible." Although she desperately wanted her grandson to get married and have great-grandchildren, as an old lady who had experienced early marriage herself, she knew the risks of a young girl having a baby. She really liked Tang Yuan and didn't want her to suffer. Feng-chan assured her repeatedly that nothing had happened, and he wouldn't bully Tang Yuan unless they were married. Only then did Old Lady Feng let him go. She knew how boys behaved and understood that relying on their self-control wasn't enough. Constant reminders were necessary. Of course, she also sensed that her grandson was different from others. He used to show no interest in matchmaking, but now he treated Tang Yuan so well, indicating he would definitely care for her. Being old and unsure how many years she had left, she hoped her grandson would find a lifelong companion who would love and cherish each other, rather than living a dull life full of hardship and devoid of joy. After taking a shower, Tang Yuan came out carrying a lantern. The sky was filled with stars, and a tall figure was waiting for her outside. She grinned mischievously at Feng-chan, still thinking about the time he was chased for his seed. She felt this incident would never be forgotten. It always made her laugh when she remembered it. With a swift movement of his long fingers, Feng-chan extinguished the lantern. "Tang Yuan. MMM." The kiss was long and deep, leaving Tang Yuan weak in the knees. Feng-chan pulled away from her lips, still lingering at the corner of her mouth. This girl had teased him countless times during the day, thinking he wouldn't dare kiss her. Tang Yuan was flushed all over and handed him the lantern, then ran into the house wearing the light, soft straw slippers Feng-chan had made for her. "Old Lady Feng. Yuan, be careful tonight. Don't bump into anything." Tang Yuan acknowledged and climbed onto the bed to lie down. Old Lady Feng resumed her role as a caring elder, fanning Tang Yuan with a palm leaf fan and whispering, Yuan, you're still young. Don't think about having babies too soon." Tang Yuan's body, which had started to cool down, suddenly heated up again. Was it too obvious that Grandma had noticed? She wanted to say it wouldn't happen but felt too embarrassed, so she simply nestled into Grandma's arms without a word. Grandma gave her the same feeling as her grandmother from her past life, making her feel safe and yearning for this embrace. Old Lady Feng continued to fan her while gently stroking Tang Yuan's hair. She had a granddaughter, but her eldest daughter-in-law disliked the countryside and didn't like bringing her child there, so she rarely got to be close to her granddaughter. Tang Yuan was both her granddaughter and her future daughter-in-law. She hoped Tang Yuan and her grandson would have a long-lasting relationship. After confirming their feelings, Feng-chan remained consistent, while Tang Yuan, harboring a secret, enjoyed teasing Feng-chan during the day, knowing he would be very restrained and wouldn't do anything. The result was that every night, Feng-chan would hold her tightly and kiss her until her face was flushed and her heart raced, making it hard for her to fall asleep. Fortunately, Feng-chan had enough self-control and only kissed her without making any further moves, which both reassured her and emboldened her. However, after being intimidated by his size, she became more cautious and dared not provoke him recklessly anymore. These days, they had been busy adding materials to their green manure pit and expanding the earthworm farming. Dad Tang and Mother Tang quickly got the hang of raising earthworms and were now proficient at it. Since they were used to farm work and familiar with insects, they weren't afraid of earthworms. Besides using them to feed chickens and ducks, they also started boiling them and mixing them with mashed sweet potato vines to feed the pigs. Chickens and ducks could find their own worms during summer and autumn, so the addition of earthworms wasn't as noticeable. However, the pigs that ate the earthworm-enriched feed showed significant growth. In just a few days they gained weight noticeably. Dad Tang was delighted. Let's raise more earthworms in several more pits. We can then raise a couple more pigs. Although his son-in-law could hunt, Dad Tang felt that hunting was hard and dangerous, and if possible, he preferred not to do it. He was good at farming, but whenever he and his brother went into the mountains to catch wild chickens and rabbits, they never succeeded, making him realize how difficult it was. Tang Yuan cooled his enthusiasm. Dad, let's focus on maintaining these 3 pits first. More than that would be too much to handle. Dad Tang, daughter, should we teach this to the brigade? Tang Yuan. Next year perhaps. It's almost autumn, and it's harder to raise earthworms when it gets cold. The costs will be higher. Dad Tang naturally agreed. Earthworms were truly wonderful creatures. With them, the fertilizer for the self-plot was sufficient. One day, Feng Chen accompanied Dad Tang to the fields to harvest sweet potatoes from the early spring seedlings. The commune members were running out of food, so they dug up sweet potatoes to distribute among everyone. Tang Yuan dug up 2 clumps of sweet potatoes from their self-plot to roast. The yams could grow a bit longer, so there was no rush to dig them up yet. She was roasting sweet potatoes and sewing shoe soles with Grandma Feng when someone outside shouted, "Third brother has been poisoned. Go get Zhang He quickly. Zhang He is at the commune. Take him straight there." Oh no, it's bad, really bad. Third brother is foaming at the mouth. Outside, chaos ensued. Being poisoned meant pesticide poisoning. At this time, pesticides were precious and kept under the collective supervision. Ordinary members couldn't access them. Those poisoned were likely the ones applying pesticides to cotton plants. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan immediately stood up and ran to the wall where she soaked some soap in water, adding half a pot of hot water to make it dissolve faster. She had previously mentioned that the organic chlorinated insecticides like DDT and BHC, used by the brigade were highly toxic and easily led to poisoning. She hoped the brigade would apply to purchase organophosphate pesticides instead. Pesticides like dichlorvos and parathion, if not ingested intentionally, posed little risk when applied while wearing a mask and paying attention to wind direction. But DDT and BHC are powders that need to be diluted themselves, and the members' improper handling easily leads to poisoning. Unfortunately, Tang Bingda's several applications were unsuccessful. Lu Guangming said that there was a significant shortage of pesticides, making approval difficult. Tongjia Village, being an advanced brigade, should give better pesticides to other brigades and not be petty. Tongjia Village is far from the county town, so sending people there isn't practical. Even reaching the commune takes more than half a day, so poisoning cases are typically handled by barefoot doctors nearby. Old Lady Feng saw Tang Yuan busy and though she didn't understand, helped by bringing out a spoon and ladle, and then carrying over a soup pot for Tang Yuan to pour the soapy water into. Carrying it is lighter than holding a basin. Tang Yuan told Grandma Feng to stay home while she ran off with the soup pot and spoon in hand. Not only is Zhang He not here today, but Secretary Lu has also gone to the county for a meeting. Ji Hongyue accompanied Tang Bingda to the commune for the autumn harvest conference. With the main person in charge absent, the other production team leaders and squad leaders can't handle the situation, leading to chaos when someone gets poisoned. The third one is already foaming at the mouth, and his wife is crying hysterically. Chapter 53 Bean Selection. Chapter 53 Bean Selection. Just as everyone was at a loss, they saw Tang Yuan approaching with a soup pot. She shouted, "Quickly get water to rinse the pesticide off him." She then had someone pry open Lu Laosan's mouth, squatted down, and directly poured soap water into his mouth with a spoon. The villagers were uneducated and inexperienced. They would bicker endlessly over trivial matters, but when it came to serious issues they were clueless, as it exceeded their understanding. At such times if someone took charge, they would instinctively follow orders. Tang Yuan briefly inquired and learned that Lu Laosan had been poisoned while applying pesticide to cotton plants. He hadn't ingested it, so the dose should be small, but the toxicity of DDT was severe, causing strong symptoms even in small amounts. In the early stages of poisoning, washing the stomach with soap water to induce vomiting was effective, though it was very painful for the person. Fei Maotue ran over shouting, "What happened to my third brother? Is it serious?" Lu Laosan was his distant cousin, and they had a good relationship. An old man said, "Fulin's daughter is giving him medicine." Fei Maotue was skeptical. She doesn't know what she's doing. How can she just give him medicine? The old man replied it must have been taught by Cadre Ji. She is Fulin's daughter and she's capable. People's opinions of Tang Yuan had drastically changed. They no longer criticized her for being temperamental or disrespectful. Instead, they praised her for being capable, filial and kind-hearted. In those days, praising someone as capable, filial and kind-hearted was the highest commendation one could receive. Good looks were secondary. Ever since Tang Yuan, under the guise of a fish deity, gave Tang Bingda advice on pest control and wheat harvesting, which benefited the brigade, Tang Bingda treated her with respect in public and often praised Dad Tang. Additionally, Feng Chen's outstanding performance during the wheat harvest and his escorting Cadre Ji to the city and bringing back a wild boar improved his reputation among the villagers. Tang Yuan also provided valuable suggestions on composting, pest control and rice planting, for which Tang Bingda commended her at the commune meetings. Most villagers' impressions of her had significantly improved. Moreover, she distributed wild apricots and peaches to the village's elders and children, making her the second best person in the village after the brigade leader in their hearts. Whatever she did seemed normal, and whatever she knew seemed natural, leaving no room for doubt. Fei Mao Tue, however, remained skeptical. Due to Lu Guangming's influence, he harbored biases against Cadre Ji and others. He admired Lu Guangming, and if Lu Guangming disliked something, Fei Mao Tue did too. Cadre Ji was seen as an incompetent relation who couldn't make it in the county and came to Tongjia village to show off. If not for Tang Yuan and Feng Chan, Cadre Ji wouldn't have come to Tongjia village. While he was lost in thought, Lu Laosan had already vomited several times. Seeing Fei Mao Tue standing there in a daze, Tang Yuan yelled, "Are you sleepwalking? Go fetch some salt and sugar water." Fei Mao Tue was startled by her yell. "You're yelling at me?" Tang Yuan replied, "No one else has white sugar but your family does. If they didn't have any, they could borrow from Secretary Lu." Lu Laosan's wife had been helping Tang Yuan and immediately asked Fei Mao Tue for assistance. Fei Mao Tue had no choice but to run the errand. Not knowing the proper ratio, he brought the sugar and salt jars, keeping a close eye on Tang Yuan to ensure she didn't use too much or sneak anything into her mouth. Using too much would upset Auntie. Someone brought more water, and Tang Yuan mixed the salt and sugar water according to the right ratio and gave it to Lu Laosan. Afterward, she asked Lu Laosan's wife, "Have you started boiling rice porridge? He needs to drink some later to soothe his stomach." His stomach was definitely damaged, and there were no good medications available in the countryside, so rice porridge was the best option. Lu Laosan's wife nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I've started boiling it." Earlier, while Tang Yuan was giving Lu Laosan water, she had instructed her to prepare the porridge, and she had sent her daughter home to start cooking. Lu Laosan had regained consciousness but was still somewhat disoriented. Tang Yuan checked and said, "There's no danger now. Take him home to rest." Going to the commune hospital would yield similar results, as they could only administer saline solution. Lu Laosan's wife was grateful and kept thanking Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan waved her hand, feeling exhausted. She sat down on the ground, needing a moment to rest. Many of the watching elders and children commented, "This girl is both capable and kind-hearted. She's truly a good person. Feng's boy is lucky." Uncle Tang, upon hearing that Lu Laosan was saved, breathed a sigh of relief. Someone remarked to him, "Fulin's daughter is really something. We didn't see it before." Uncle Tang initially felt relieved that Lu Laosan was safe, but hearing others praise Tang Yuan made him feel conflicted. Since her sudden change after the family split, she had become a different person, previously temperamental and not particularly capable, now praised for her filial piety and capability, and always seeking attention. Especially when people praised her for being filially devoted to Grandma Feng, he felt resentful. Why not be filial to her own grandmother instead? Before the family split, Uncle Tang hadn't minded Tang Yuan's poor performance much, as he was generally lenient towards his niece. However, after the split, her continuous improvement made him uncomfortable. He was influenced by Auntie's suspicions, wondering if his second brother and sister-in-law were deliberately hiding something about their daughter. Thinking that his honest and straightforward second brother might be hiding something made him feel betrayed. So when Dad Tang went to visit Lu Laosan after work, he ran into Uncle Tang, who didn't sound very pleased. "You're not the team leader, so why are you trying so hard?" Dad Tang. "Big brother Lu Laosan was poisoned. I just wanted to check on him." Uncle Tang. "Oh, it was Yuan who saved him. When did that girl become so capable? She wasn't like this before." Dad Tang didn't catch his sarcasm and proudly said, "It must be because of the fish immortal. Even seventh uncle knows about it." Uncle Tang thought he was being deliberate, still pretending at this point. "What fish immortal? It's just Ji Hongwei, isn't it?" "Second brother, when did Yuan get to know Cadre Ji? We didn't know anything about it." Dad Tang. "She met him when she and Feng Chan went to the mountains to gather wild vegetables and firewood." Uncle Tang got so angry he didn't want to talk anymore. Just keep pretending. He clearly knew Ji Hongwei for a long time, and Ji Hongwei advised them to make Yuan act crazy and split the family. Now, except for Dad Tang, who firmly believes his daughter was genuinely crazy before the split and only got better afterward, the rest of the Tang family suspects that Tang Yuan was faking her madness to force the split. Only Grandma Tang refused to admit it, insisting that Tang Yuan got better after the split because she wasn't under stress anymore. Seeing Big Brother leave in anger, Dad Tang was puzzled and chased after him a few steps. Big Brother, what's wrong? Please give our mother my regards when you see her. I'll visit her after these busy days." Uncle Tang walked even faster. Tang Yuan saving Lu Laosan was something Tang Bingda took seriously. The next morning he publicly praised and thanked Tang Yuan on behalf of the team. Tang Bingda always gave practical rewards to the team members, such as extra work points, food rations, or the privilege to buy 2 more pounds of pork the next time they slaughtered a pig. Of course, verbal praise was also given. He carried the tin megaphone from one end of the village to the other, making sure everyone knew what good deeds the praised member had done. Because of his fair rewards and punishments, all the team members respected him. After announcing at the village's end, Tang Bingda went to the Feng family and presented 5 caddies of wheat and 10 caddies of corn as a reward. Tang Yuan gratefully accepted. In those times, food was the most precious thing, and getting it openly was a must. Tang Bingda. Good job, girl. Excellent. Tang Yuan immediately lied with a smile. 7th Grandpa. It's all thanks to Cadre Ji. Tang Bingda. Oh, no more talk about the fish immortal? He didn't ask further, praised her a couple more times, and then left with his hands behind his back. By evening, when Lu Laosan could get out of bed, he personally brought his wife and children to the Feng family to express their gratitude. They brought a freshly killed and cleaned old hen and a small basket of eggs, fearing that a live chicken might be refused, so they killed it and brought it over. Lu Laosan made his children kneel down and bow to thank Tang Yuan, which scared her away. Tang Yuan widened her eyes and waved her hands. Please don't do this. Take the chicken and eggs back. You need to recover well since your body has been damaged. Lu Laosan earnestly said. Take it, please take it. Last night, Tang Zhonghe came home and examined him, saying that if not for Tang Yuan's timely rescue, he would have either died or become a living corpse. Tang Yuan saved his life, which meant she saved his entire family. How could they not show their gratitude properly? His wife kept urging Tang Yuan to accept the gifts. Even though the children craved the eggs and chicken, they held back their desires and agreed with their mother. Tang Yuan smiled. While she didn't seek rewards when helping others, the gratitude of those she helped brought her greater satisfaction. She said, the team has already rewarded me. Please take these things back. If you feel indebted, go tell Secretary Liu and ask him to persuade Director Liu to approve the new pesticide. Although the new pesticide is also toxic, its poisoning rate is lower and less frightening. Tang Bingda wanted the new pesticide but had applied several times without success from Lu Guangming. If Secretary Liu insisted, Lu Guangming would likely agree, as he did with rice planting previously. Lu Laosan immediately agreed. Alright, I'll talk to Uncle. Tangja village had 2 major surnames, Tang and Lu, along with a few other surnames that moved in later. Team affairs were mostly handled by the Tang and Lu families. Previously, the Tang family had the upper hand, but now the Lu family does. Currently, the secretary is from the Lu family, and the team leader is from the Tang family. However, the accountant and militia leader are both from the Lu family, while the production team leaders and sub-leaders are elected, effectively rotating between the 2 surnames. Some issues that Tang Bingda felt needed improvement required approval from higher-ups, and his words might not carry much weight. The Lu family might find it easier to handle such matters themselves. Or perhaps it would be better if the Lu family caused a fuss. If Tang Yuan were a native, she would never have suggested that Lu Laosan talk to Secretary Liu about upgrading the pesticide, as it might offend people. But she was a time traveler, free from the complex psychological constraints of growing up with various social norms and shame. Her thoughts were purer. For example, when she participated in poverty alleviation efforts, she could advise the team leaders purely based on the problem at hand, without considering their personal relationships. Lu Laosan agreed because the current pesticide was indeed too toxic. Everyone knew how poisonous the pesticide was and didn't want to apply it. Whenever the team leader assigned someone, they would try to avoid it, hoping the team leader, being from the Tang family, would assign the task to the Tangs first, preferably only to the Tangs. How could Tang Bingda possibly let them get their way? He arranged for the village men to take turns applying pesticides, with 4 rotations per year, ensuring representation from each family. Despite this, the pesticides were highly toxic and required dilution with water, making it easy for someone to accidentally poison themselves. Over time, a few meticulous and capable men were designated for this task. Dad Tang, Tang Igua, and others would carry the sprayers, while on the Lu side, it was him and a few other young men. Initially, he wore a mask, but its strap broke. Given the heat, he found it suffocating to wear the mask, so when the strap broke, he decided not to wear it anymore. Carrying a heavy sprayer filled with pesticide back and forth was exhausting, and he found himself breathing heavily with his mouth open. After spraying large areas of cotton under high temperatures, he encountered sudden gusts of wind twice, which blew the toxic mist onto his face. At first he didn't feel poisoned, but by the time he lost consciousness it was too late, and he collapsed into the field. His misfortune continued as the sprayer was still full when he fell, drenching him in pesticide that likely seeped into his mouth. It was also his arrogance that led to this. Having never been poisoned before, he believed he was immune. However, pesticides punish every overconfident sprayer. As Tang Yuan and Zhang He had said, if they had used something like long-lasting phosphorus, he might have been poisoned, but not as severely, just dizzy and nauseous, needing rest and water. Today, however, he was truly poisoned. Almost died. He wouldn't reflect much on his own mistakes. Instead, he blamed the pesticide. If there was a better one available, why not switch to it? A couple of days later, when Secretary Lu returned from the county, Lu Laosan gathered the men responsible for spraying and the survivors and families of those who had been poisoned by pesticides. They went to Secretary Lu's house to request a change in pesticides. Secretary Lu was at home organizing documents from the county meeting, planning to convene a committee meeting, when he saw Lu Laosan and the others arrive. He showed concern for Lu Laosan and reminded him, "You must be careful when spraying. Always wear a mask. Otherwise, accidents will happen." Lu Laosan replied, "Uncle, I heard there's a better pesticide, one that kills pests without harming people. Why haven't we approved it yet?" Others chimed in, "That's right. We'd be less likely to get poisoned. Can Brother Guangming help us get approval?" The group of 7 or 8 men started talking all at once, creating a chaotic scene. Secretary Lu frowned, "Everyone calm down. I've already applied for it, but we need to wait for the higher-ups to sign off. There's a process to follow." "Uncle, how long will that take? Will we have new pesticides next year when we plant cotton?" Secretary Lu assured them definitely. It was still early for next year, and Secretary Lu brushed off their concerns with a casual promise. Getting better pesticides wasn't that simple. They now had better urea and granules, but half of their cooperatives still used volatile ammonia water. Everyone faced difficulties, but the cooperative should strive to overcome them independently without burdening the state. This is the awareness an advanced cooperative should have. While explaining this to these uneducated members with no sense of honor was futile, he simply reassured them with a vague promise. Everyone was pleased with Secretary Lu's assurance. Lu Laosan cautiously suggested, "Uncle, don't pesticides need to be bought in advance? Next year, everyone will want to buy them, making it difficult. Why not buy them now? They won't go bad after 2 years." Others agreed, "Yes, yes." Secretary Lu patiently explained, "I've already applied. We'll definitely have them next year. Now I need to prepare for the meeting. You can go back." Lu Laosan wanted to say more, but Secretary Lu gave him a stern look. "Laosan, you need to be more careful when working. Don't be careless. Set a good example for your younger brothers and nephews." He shifted the focus to criticizing Lu Laosan, effectively diverting attention. Once they left Secretary Lu's house and felt the night breeze, they regained their senses. "Uncle promised, so we can get them, right?" Lu Laosan wasn't optimistic, sensing it might not be possible. He understood Secretary Lu's tactics. Initially placating everyone and then denying responsibility later, delaying the matter. After all, Secretary Lu didn't worry about his own sons and nephews carrying pesticide sprayers. For years he hadn't let his son or close nephews do this work. If his own son or nephew were poisoned, would he be as calm? Feeling resentful, Lu Laosan returned home. He and his wife had a good relationship and always discussed matters together. Seeing his demeanor, his wife asked how the meeting with the secretary went. He recounted the conversation and sighed. At that moment, his youngest son, Ben Chai, who was playing with a tin frog, suddenly said, "Dad, I know. Jinbao said his dad got approval slips to exchange for a toy train and a big boat." "What?" Lu Laosan couldn't understand. Ben Chai, only 6 or 7, didn't understand either. Once, Lu Guangming brought his son back, and the boy played with a running toy train, boasting about the big boat his father bought him. Envious, Ben Chai couldn't help asking Lu Guangming's son where his father got so much money. He asked his father to get some too. Lu Guangming's son proudly replied, "You need approval slips. Fertilizers, pesticides, seeds, all cost money." The bench was quite envious. Although he didn't know what was going on, he remembered the phrase about making money through approvals. After hearing the bench's story, Lu Laosan and his wife were both stunned. To be honest, they had suspected that village and county officials might be profiting somehow, but they had no first-hand experience and didn't know the specifics of how it was done. Suddenly learning about this point, the couple was a bit bewildered and then somewhat angry. Every time Secretary Lu said that there wasn't enough fertilizer and pesticide from the county, everyone should tighten their belts and not make demands on the government, contributing to the country in this way. It turned out that someone was selling these things for money. Knowing this, he wanted to confront Secretary Lu, but he didn't dare. They were usually quite afraid of the secretary. But keeping such a big secret to himself was suffocating. Should he go tell the team leader? No, absolutely not. Telling the team leader about Director Lu would be considered betrayal. If Secretary Lu and Lu Guangming found out, they might retaliate against his whole family. Lu Laosan kept this big secret. Though he didn't dare speak up, he started to pay more attention. He couldn't help but observe and compare the behavior of the secretary and the team leader. In the end, this honest man thought of a good way to express his dissatisfaction while also showing gratitude. Tang Yuan and Feng Chen went back into the mountains to gather wild fruits for a few days, picking all the remaining peaches, plums, wild apples, hawthorns, and pears. Usually, they didn't have the energy to care for them, so the birds and insects had eaten a lot. They could only pick about 2 baskets from each tree. Previously, she had distributed the perishable peaches, plums, and apricots to the elderly and children in the village. Now she stored the apples, pears, and hawthorns that could last longer for slow consumption. At this time, autumn harvest began. Autumn harvest could start at the beginning of autumn and continue until wheat planting after the cold dew period, spanning 3 months, which was normal. There were many crops to harvest during autumn, but it wasn't as urgent as wheat harvesting, so daily work was sufficient. During the early stages of the autumn harvest, their team also had an election for the new captain of the second production team. The forward team had 3 production teams. The first team's captain was Tangbingda, and the third team consisted of 2 small villages combined, with the captain rotating between them. The second team rotated between the Tang and Lu surnames. As long as there were no major mistakes, the captain changed every 2 years, and this year it was the Lu surname's turn. Of course, this rotation was tacitly understood, but officially it was decided by a bean vote. For example, if the Lu surname was pre-selected, there would be 3 candidates. 2 from the Tang surname and 1 from the Lu surname. Members would cast beans marked with their choice, and whoever received the most votes would win. Naturally, Secretary Lu would have someone like Fei Mao Leg help coordinate, ensuring that all Lu surname members voted for the chosen candidate. The 2 Tang surname candidates would split the votes, and even the Tang surname members could vote for the Lu surname candidate, ensuring that the pre-selected Lu surname candidate would receive the most votes. Any candidate from Tongjia village was eligible, but only household heads from the second team could vote. Tangbingda wanted to groom Dad Tang to become the next Tang surname captain after this term. This time he nominated Tang Fulin as a candidate, along with the current captain. Tangbingda wanted to see how many votes Tang Fulin could get without any coordination. Given Tang Fulin's reputation within the team, he believed he could gain some votes. This would make it natural for him to be elected in 2 years. The current second team captain was obedient but lacked ability, which wasn't his fault. It was mainly due to the general level of the team members. They could only choose the best among the limited options. When Tang Yuan heard her father was nominated as a candidate, she was quite happy. "Dad, can I go vote for you?" Dad Tang smiled. "Our family is in the first team. Only second team members can cast beans." He would find another opportunity to let his daughter represent him as the household head to cast a vote. He knew that children were eager to cast beans on behalf of adults, finding it quite impressive. Feng Chan said, "I'm from the second team. You can vote for me." He was the household head, and she was his wife, so it was fine for her to vote on his behalf. Tang Yuan immediately became excited, rubbing her hands together. Ji Hongyue poured cold water on them, smiling. "You two are only engaged, not married yet. Yuan's registration is still in Tongjia, not at your place." Tang Yuan glared at him. "You're not a paparazzo anymore. Now you're just a professional wet blanket." Although she wasn't eligible to cast a bean, Tang Yuan still followed Dad Tang and Feng Chan to the team office early the next morning. Ji Hongyue also went, claiming to be a supervisor to ensure fairness. Tangbingda was particularly efficient in meetings and handling affairs. For instance, the bean voting process, which other teams might take a whole day to complete during a rainy day when work was suspended, he started early in the morning before dawn. After all, women were cooking at home, and men could easily come over to cast their beans. There was no need to dawdle. Uncle Tang knew that his younger brother was nominated as a candidate and felt a pang of envy. Even though it had nothing to do with him, he still came to join the crowd. To ensure the fairness of the voting, Tangbingda selected several members from other surnames in the first team to act as supervisors and invited Ji Hongyue to be the final vote counter. When Tang Yuan arrived, she saw that she was the only woman in the entire meeting hall. Those men waiting to vote all glared at her, their faces showing clear dissatisfaction that a woman was there. Tang Yuan held her head high, not afraid of their glares. "If you can, glare harder than Dahe. Why are women here for the bean voting?" Lu Youfa complained. He was another nephew close to Secretary Lu and the candidate for the second team leader in this internal selection. Tang Yuan smiled. "My dad is a candidate. I came to cheer him on." Lu Youfa scoffed. Everyone knew her father was just a placeholder and wouldn't get elected. What's the point of cheering? He wanted to say something more demeaning about women, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine, turning to meet Feng Chen's icy gaze. Damn it. Lu Youfa wanted to curse. What did this thug mean by glaring at him like that? No, why were this kid's eyes so terrifying? It reminded him of the time he encountered a wolf in the mountains as a child, standing on a rock, staring at him coldly, ready to pounce and snap his neck. If Tangbingda and his uncle hadn't brought guns into the mountains to find him, he might have been killed by the wolf. Intimidated by Feng Chan, he turned away and ignored Tang Yuan. Secretary Lu didn't like such noisy gatherings and didn't come. Everyone was familiar with the bean voting process, so Tangbingda didn't need to explain the rules and simply announced the start. Dad Tang, the current second team leader, and Lu Youfa sat on stools, each with a bowl behind them. The household heads of the second team held beans and took turns to vote. Tang Yuan found it fascinating. She had heard her grandfather talk about the village's bean voting when she was little, but this was her first time seeing it in person. She waved at Feng Chan, making a heart gesture with her fingers. Feng Chan didn't know what it meant, but seeing her sweet smile, he knew it must be good and returned a smile. Tang Yuan, wow, my fiancé is so handsome. Ji Hongyue made a face, teasing them. Naturally, Feng Chan voted for his future father-in-law. Everyone lined up, taking turns to vote and then moving to the other side to wait for the results. Uncle Tang stood next to Tang Bingda, craning his neck to watch, worried that his brother would be embarrassed if he got no votes. Seeing Feng Chan, he thought at least there would be one vote, which wasn't too humiliating. If only he were a candidate. He was the small team leader. Becoming the production team leader would be perfect. Seventh uncle is really biased. As he watched, he suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, you." Tang Bingda frowned, glaring at him to keep quiet. Silence during voting, what's the fuss? Uncle Tang was stunned. Wasn't that Lu Lao-san? Did he vote for his brother? But this time they were supposed to vote for a Lu captain. How could a Lu vote for? Hey, another Lu voted for my brother? Uncle Tang's jaw dropped, wondering why several Lius voted for his brother. Soon he realized it wasn't just the Lius. Most of the Tangs also voted for his brother. What's going on? Did seventh uncle help his brother campaign? Why didn't he tell me? Not just Uncle Tang was surprised, the supervisors were also shocked. How did Tang Feline get so many votes? If Tang Feline wins, does it count or do we re-vote? But the Tang Lu rotation was a private agreement, not public. Publicly, it was based on bean voting. Initially, they tried to remember which Lius voted for Tang Feline, but soon realized it was too many to track. Quite a lot. It's crazy. Still, they preferred Tang Feline over Lu Youfa. Lu Youfa usually didn't work honestly and was good at talking people into things. If he became the captain, he'd give easy jobs to his friends and assign dirty work to others. Tang Feline, on the other hand, was skilled in plowing, harrowing, sowing and threshing, and was honest and hard-working, never shirking his duties. They, being from different clans, had no say in the village. They only hoped for a fair captain who would rotate dirty work rather than always assigning it to the same people. The bean voting was quick and everyone went through the process. In the end, Tang Feline received the most votes.